I am the daughter of the Lu family, Lu Lingfei. Once upon a time, I was the girl who could do anything, doing everything I could to help my six brothers succeed in various fields. It was not until the car accident took away my parents that my eldest brother brought the driver's daughter, Qin Xiang, home for the sake of the family's reputation. She looks weak and has a charming smile, but she is like a latent poison that slowly devours all my halo. At the banquet 3 years ago, Qin Xiang carefully designed a trap, and everyone thought I pushed her into the water on purpose. I nearly drowned and struggled mightily, begging my brothers to save me. However, they chose to save her, Qin Xiang. At that moment, I decided to leave and cut off ties with my six brothers. It was not until they were bankrupt, homeless, and sleeping on overpasses that they realized they were wrong and asked for forgiveness. I have no forgiveness, only revenge. I began to collect all the evidence, and I believe that my parents' death was not an accident. To seek justice from those who betrayed me. I'm sorry, but you no longer deserve my forgiveness. It all started from that banquet 3 years ago. That night at the banquet, Qin Xiang deliberately plotted against me. Everyone thought I pushed her into the water on purpose. My fourth brother found us, but he only saved Qin Xiang, leaving me alone, struggling desperately in the water. My second brother, Lu Nanfeng, was still interrogating me, asking me to admit my mistakes. Obviously, if I didn't admit my mistakes, I would never be able to escape from this abyss. My voice was drowned by the water, and I desperately begged for help, begging them to let me go. However, when I was about to sink to the bottom of the water, they finally saved me. However, after that drowning incident, I never dared to provoke Qin Xiang again, and I didn't even dare to resist my brothers at home. I just tried to please them carefully. But what did I get in return? Qin Xiang secretly plagiarized my graduation thesis, and my second brother testified for her, which led to my expulsion. Qin Xiang needed a kidney transplant due to health reasons, and my third brother performed the operation for her, but I got nothing. For Qin Xiang's international competition results, my fourth brother and several other brothers kicked me out of the team without hesitation. I endured it all, and even found evidence that Qin Xiang had forged medical records and plagiarized papers. I was hoping to uncover her true colors, but I was wrong. My eldest brother didn't believe me, and even regarded me as a traitor, and kicked me out of the house. I was living on the streets, penniless, and suffered a lot. When the memory resurfaced, I felt a chill and despair. I finally gave up, struggling, and sank to the bottom of the water. At that moment, there was only a dead silence in my heart. I didn't want to live anymore. But suddenly, a familiar voice came from the shore again. My second brother, Lu Nanfeng, turned his head suddenly, saw me sinking, his face turned pale instantly, and jumped into the water to save me. At this moment, the anger and pain in my heart almost swallowed me up. I watched him swim towards me, and at that moment, I just sneered. This time, I don't need his salvation. In my last life, I was left in the water and almost died. I can never forget the feeling of despair. However, he never cared about me. He only had Qin Xiang in his eyes, and I was always just a hindrance. Coming back to this time, what I have to do is no longer beg for their love, but to completely abandon it all. Do you admit your mistake or not? My second brother's voice came again, so harsh that I couldn't stand it. I looked at him, with only indifference in my eyes. Once, he was my favorite brother, but now his eyes were full of disgust and impatience. Lu Lingfei, you did something wrong. Don't you understand? Fourth brother's scolding pierced my heart like a knife. I'm no longer the obedient girl I used to be. Qin Xiang spoke again, using her hypocritical voice. Second brother, this is not Sister Lingfei's fault. I am too greedy and shouldn't dream of having a family. Their words echoed in my ears over and over again, and every word was like a torture to my soul. My body was still immersed in pain, but the deeper pain came from their betrayal. Xiang needs you. You can't let her be sad anymore. Fourth brother looked at me coldly, his eyes full of disdain and anger. However, I no longer care about all this. My heart has completely turned cold as dead water. I turned and left, returning to my room alone. Standing in this room that once belonged to me, I looked at the family photo on the table. That once warm photo now became the deepest pain in my heart. Everything they did, Qin Xiang's existence, everything changed me. I used to think I was the closest person in the family, but now, I'm just a person who is used and abandoned. Ling Fei, remember, be a person with conscience. The second brother's voice was still echoing in my ears. Conscience? Did I ever have one? They took everything from me, including my kindness. Now, it's finally my turn to fight back. I don't want to be a puppet anymore. I covered my head, pain spreading throughout my body. Everything that once belonged to me was now suffocating me. The Liu family, the home that I once relied on, became a nightmare that I could not escape. I put away the photos and decided to say goodbye completely. The servant urged me to go downstairs to attend the banquet. Despite my inner struggle, I still walked toward the hall. Qin Xiang wore a white dress with a sweet smile. My second and fourth brothers looked at her lovingly, and everything seemed warm. But I was just an ignored and belittled existence. My second brother's words hurt me. It would be great if Lu Lingfei could be as well-behaved as her. In recent years, Lu Lingfei's temperament has become more and more arrogant and domineering. Lu Lingfei is here. When I appeared, everyone looked over. Facing everyone's gaze, I remained expressionless. It doesn't matter how they look at me, laugh at me, or pity me. I am who I am, Lu Lingfei. I wear a simple short-sleeved shirt, a golden phoenix crown on my head, an emerald necklace around my neck, and heavy jade and gold bracelets on my wrists. I know they laugh at me, laughing at me for wearing all these precious things at once. After all, in their eyes, I am just an outsider, existing abruptly in the glamour of this entire family. Lu Lingfei is so unfashionable. She even wears accessories like a nouveau riche. The words were sharp and full of ridicule. I didn't react, but just raised the corners of my mouth slightly. Qin Xiang stood in the corner as usual, pretending to be humble, but the jealousy and calculation in her eyes had already been exposed. I knew she would use that harmless appearance to disguise herself and climb to a high position in this family. And I will not make the same mistake again. I walked up to her and said calmly, "Congratulations, today you've finally become a member of the Liu family. Yes, I am no longer obsessed with family affection, and the past injuries no longer hurt me. I know that my relationship with this family is destined to be distorted, and she, Qin Xiang, is just getting closer to this family for her own benefit. But this time, I will not be as weak as in my previous life. She was my nightmare, and now I will become her nightmare." Qin Xiang's eyes were red, and her aggrieved expression made me want to laugh, but I resisted the urge to lose my composure. She continued, "Sister Ling Fei, I know you are unhappy, but don't worry, I won't compete with you for your brothers. After all, I will always be a stranger, and you are their biological sister. How can I be better than you?" Her words were so hypocritical, but I had already seen through them. Those flattering words and those well-behaved gestures were nothing but a chess game she had carefully designed for her own benefit. Liu Bei hurriedly explained, Xiang, don't cry. Who said you are from another family? From today on, you are my Liu Bei's biological sister." And I just watched it all coldly, with a sneer in my heart. Then, the second brother Liu Nanfeng presented a box, and Qin Xiang acted as if she had received a treasure. "Second brother, isn't this a gift for Sister Ling Fei? How can I accept it?" This look of pretending to be humble reminded me of my previous life, when she pretended to be good and cute time and time again, and eventually made me her scapegoat. I didn't want to see these anymore, so I deliberately took out the most precious gifts that belonged to me and put them on the plate, one by one. These things were given by my brothers, and they thought I would cherish them, but I didn't need them. I have long known that they would use these material things to exchange for the family affection in their hearts, but to me, these things have long lost their meaning. This is the antique phoenix crown given by my eldest brother. This is the emerald jade pendant my second brother gave me. This is the 100-year-old ginseng that my third brother gave me. This is a rare pink diamond ring given by my fourth brother. This is the jade bracelet my fifth brother gave me. This is the gold trophy given by my sixth brother. I laid out the gifts one by one and asked coldly, "Is this enough as an apology?" Their faces changed instantly. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, all of them were shocked by my action. There was a hint of confusion on Qin Xiang's face, but at that moment, her eyes were shining with pride. Ling Fei, what do you mean?" Lu Nanfeng finally couldn't help but speak. "Brother, I told you, these are all sincere apologies for me." I responded calmly, unwavering. "What are you doing? You know how important these gifts are to us." Liu Bei said angrily, "That's enough." I pointed at the pile of gifts without compromise. That's the sincerity of my apology. However, they did not pay attention to my sincerity, but became more dissatisfied. I felt extremely relieved. These no longer belonged to me, and they had become so insignificant. Lu Nanfeng sighed. "Why have you become so unreasonable? These gifts are from us." I had already stopped listening to their voices. I turned away and walked resolutely towards my room. I knew that all this was just the beginning, and the struggle that followed would be the most exciting part. I will leave this home full of corruption and intrigue and live independently. The failure of my previous life will never happen again. I will rely on my own abilities to break the shackles of the past and pursue my future. As for tuition and living expenses, she can participate in team competitions and win prize money. Relying on her gaming skills from her previous life, she should still be able to make a living from this. After the banquet, Lu Nanfeng came to the bedroom on the second floor. He hesitated and knocked on the door, but there was no response. The door was also locked. Brother, Xiang seems to have a fever. Come have a look. After hearing this, Lu Nanfeng withdrew his hand. He went downstairs and saw Qin Xiang's face flushed. It was obvious that her temperature was abnormal. I'll drive and go to the hospital right away. Lu Nanfeng and Liu Bei took Qin Xiang to the hospital together. Second floor bedroom. I lay in bed, my face burning red, sweat dripping down my forehead. All night long, my body seemed to float in the air, and I had one nightmare after another. They devoured me, and I was powerless to resist. The next day, the silence was broken by the notification sound of my phone. I opened it and saw that the whole screen was full of insulting messages. Someone filmed me pushing Qin Xiang last night, and the video went viral on the campus forum. Her fans were furious and accused me of being cruel and vicious. I sneered, knowing full well where these insults came from. I responded without hesitation, cursing without restraint, as if every word I said could avenge myself. Posts were refreshed rapidly, and the administrator panicked, thinking that the forum had been hacked. Finally, after writing a series of angry curses, I threw my phone on the bed and lay back on my back. I no longer needed to please anyone, and I no longer cared about my reputation being ruined. I stopped thinking about these things. Anyway, I was no longer the obedient sister. Miss, it's time to get up. You're going to be late. The servant's voice came from outside the door, and I suddenly remembered that I had an exam today. Studying is my only salvation. I washed my face with cold water, quickly sobered up, changed in a school uniform, put on my school bag, and walked downstairs. Lu Nanfeng and Liu Bei were just coming in from outside, and seeing that I looked a little pale, Lu Nanfeng habitually reached out to touch my forehead, but I immediately took a step back and dodged. What's wrong with you? Lu Nanfeng's voice was full of concern, but I didn't want to accept this kind of concern anymore. I walked to the dining table and sat down and started to eat breakfast. Although I had no appetite, I knew that I had to eat enough to have the strength to face the next challenge. You are such an ungrateful person. Liu Bei suddenly snorted, his words filled with anger. Look at Xiang. She gets so anxious when she's sick. She's weak and had a fever last night, and we all went to see her off. What about you? You like iron. You've never been sick before. Xiang is sick. You have to take good care of her. Understand? Lu Nanfeng's tone was serious, as if I had made another big mistake. You should know how to treat her, take care of her, and make up for your mistakes. I ignored them. My heart was filled with coldness. I only had less than 100 days to escape from here and live the life I wanted. Lu Lingfei, Xiang's father saved your life. You have to take good care of her and atone your sins. Lu Bai continuat tumulta. I looked up at him with cold eyes. I heard you clearly, but I'd already made up my mind that I would never give in. When I walked out of the villa and looked up at the blue sky, my heart was filled with waves. All the pain and unwillingness pierced me like needles. The countless days and nights of patience in the past had made me numb, but at this moment, the anger in my heart still surged up. School is my only way out, and everything there can be changed as long as I work hard. I took a deep breath, got in the car, closed my eyes, and relaxed for a while. Arriving at school, I walked into the senior classroom. As soon as I walked in, the lively classroom suddenly became quiet, and all eyes were focused on me. My war of words became a topic of discussion, and everyone began to whisper. Some people questioned whether I was crazy, and some even laughed at me for giving up on myself. I wonder what stimulated Lu Lingfei to become like this, someone whispered. Look, she finally showed her true colors and stopped pretending. Another voice sneered. I didn't care about that. I just put my school bag on the table and lay down. During lunch break, Qin Xiang came, and her sickly appearance attracted everyone's attention. Sister Lingfei, what do you want to eat at noon? I'll go get you something. Qin Xiang's voice was soft and a little weak, and she was obviously pretending to be pitiful. I turned around and continued to lie down without responding to her at all. Lu Lingfei, how can you be so cold-blooded? Xiang is sick. How could you do this? A female follower shouted at me angrily. I narrowed my eyes and sneered in my heart. Qin Xiang and her followers always made trouble behind the school, maliciously slandered me, and spread rumors about me. They were completely unworthy of my attention. Stop talking, or she'll get angry. Qin Xiang suddenly coughed twice, seemingly weakly trying to block their words. Her little kindness may impress others, but to me, it's just a carefully designed play. I stood up and prepared to leave the classroom. As I was about to leave, Qin Xiang suddenly rushed over and knocked over the four stand. The four bottle fell to the ground, and the glass bottle shattered. The scene was in chaos. What a coincidence! I smiled coldly and turned to leave the classroom, but my heart was as cold as ice. The moment I turned around, everything went black in front of my eyes, and I felt like I was being swallowed up. The last thing I had left was a blank, as if I had lost all my strength. When I woke up again, my nose was filled with the smell of disinfectant. I knew I had been sent to the infirmary. Suddenly, a cold voice reached my ears. Your body temperature is 39 degrees. You've been holding on for so long. Are you trying to experience the natural high-temperature fever of humans? I turned around and saw a man in a white coat standing beside the bed. His eyes were cold and a little amusement-filled. Can you go now? I asked weakly. Wait for your family to pick you up, otherwise you will die on the road. I don't want to be responsible. The man responded indifferently, his tone full of disdain. I have no family, I whispered, a hint of bitterness rising in my heart again. Just as I was silent, a familiar voice came from outside. Is Xiang okay? Why is she injured so seriously? Lubai asked anxiously. Qin Xiang also seemed to be comforting him. Fourth brother, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury, don't worry. Her voice was full of innocence and weakness. Where is Lu Lingfei? Get out here. Lubai roavet angrili. I lowered my head and coughed violently. My back ached, as if I was coughing my lungs out. Every breath I took was like a knife cutting through my throat. Liu Bei looked at me angrily. Don't think I won't deal with you just because you pretend to be sick. You asked me to take care of Xiang, but she made food for you, and you pushed her aside. Have you got a conscience? His voice was chillingly cold. I held back my cough and whispered, I didn't push her, she pushed herself. Are you saying that Xiang fell down by herself? He sneered. Do you think I will believe it? He approached me. Have you admitted it? There was a sharp pain in front of my eyes, and the slap in my face was so painful that my cheeks swelled instantly. But the pain was far less than the pain in my heart. I was numb and didn't want to say anything. Old four. What are you doing? Lu Nanfeng rushed in and grabbed the angry Liu Bei. She is not wrong. What do you want to do? Second brother. She did such a disgusting thing, and she still refuses to admit her mistake. I don't have such a cruel sister. Liu Bei scolded. Qin Xiang stood at the door with a gauze-wrapped hand and red and swollen eyes, like a wounded animal, and whispered. Fourth brother, I said, it's my fault. Sister Ling Fei is not wrong. Xiang, you are too kind. We must teach Lu Lingfei a lesson today so that she won't do it again. Liu Bei gritted his teeth and seemed to have decided to take action against me. Ji Qian sat on the chair next to him and glanced at her coldly, his eyebrows and eyes stern. Are you her family? Lu Nanfeng nodded. Yes, we are her brothers. Ji Qian said calmly. She has a fever of 39 degrees, suspected infection, hypoglycemia, and malnutrition. Shouldn't she go for a checkup? Liu Bei was stunned, as if he just realized. Is she really sick? He thought I was pretending to be sick. Ji Qian sneered. Is there something wrong with your eyes? She's so obviously sick. How can you not see it? He spoke sarcastically, as if he thought they were stupid. Liu Bei was choked and suddenly felt guilty. What do you mean? Literally, since you raised her, you have to be responsible. Ji Qian looked disdainful and said in a cold tone, if your family can't even see this kind of thing, I really plan to call the police. When I heard the word stepsister, my heart sank and I sneered at myself. She is my biological sister. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Nanfeng hurriedly explained. Ji Qian raised his eyebrows. If you hadn't said you were family members, I would have called the police. You have to take responsibility for taking care of minors. Liu Bei's eyes turned cold, and he continued to scold. She always likes to pretend to be sick to evade responsibility, and this time she deliberately let Xiang get hurt. Xiang's father died to save her. I really want to see if she has a black heart. A sneer flashed in my eyes, and my heart was broken, but I said nothing. Even if I explained, they would not believe me. Anyway, they didn't want to. Qin Xiang whispered, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been so stubborn and served food to Sister Ling Fei. It's really your fault. Ji Chi Qian was merciless. You shouldn't go to the classroom when you are sick. Don't pretend to be a weak person. I was stunned. The school doctor in front of me actually spoke for me? Did he believe me? He could actually speak the truth that I understood best in my heart, while my brothers were biased toward Xiangxiang. Qin Xiang's face froze, and anger surged in her heart. Why didn't this school doctor feel moved by her kindness and instead spoke for me? She was speechless and could only lower her head in silence. Liu Bei was dissatisfied. Xiangxiang came to class even though she was sick, so as not to delay the college entrance examination. She had good intentions to ease the relationship with Lu Lingfei, but was rejected in the end. I felt bitter. It turned out that when my fourth brother asked me to take care of Xiangxiang in the morning, he actually knew that she was going to take the college entrance examination. However, his exam was obviously much more important than mine. Lu Nanfeng looked at me and said, "It's fine if you don't want to take care of Xiangxiang, but you can't do this anymore." I lowered my head, my throat still aching, and I didn't want to argue anymore. I pulled the quilt over my head and closed my eyes. Lu Lingfei, stop messing around, or I won't be able to protect you anymore. He spoke sternly with anger in his eyes. He reached out and lifted the quilt. "Come back with me." I protested in a low voice. My throat was sore, and I couldn't refute it. Today, they must talk to me. Qin Xiang can't continue to be hurt. Ji Chi Qian said calmly. "She hasn't finished the infusion yet. Her family members have to wait outside." He looked at Lu Nanfeng, his eyes filled with a coldness that could not be ignored. Lu Nanfeng frowned. "I am her brother. I want to take her back." Ji Chi Qian remained indifferent. "If you want to take her away by force, I will call the police. You just beat her, and the surveillance is evidence." I was shocked and secretly glanced at Ji Chi Qian, my heart beating faster involuntarily. In the ward, the silence was so quiet that I could almost hear my own breathing. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I explained too many times, but my brothers never believed me. "If you continue like this, I won't be able to protect you when Big Brother comes back." Lu Nanfeng's tone was full of disappointment, and he turned and left. I leaned back on the bed, but my heart was filled with sneers. Do I need to continue to bow my head and please them like I did in my previous life? In the end, I was just kicked out of the house and locked up in a mental hospital where I died without a complete body. Here, suddenly, an ice pack wrapped in gauze appeared in front of me. I took the ice pack and gently pressed it on my swollen face. I secretly glanced at the man next to me and whispered, "Thank you." He looked at me coldly and said in a flat voice, "Why don't you explain?" I lowered my head and smiled bitterly. I've explained it and presented the evidence, but they still think I'm lying. There was a silence in the room. No one wanted to believe me, no matter what I said. It's hard not to believe it. His words made my heart tremble. Did he really believe me? He took a step closer and placed his hand on my forehead. The temperature has dropped. At that moment, I was stunned. The cool touch of my hand actually made me feel much better. My heart seemed to relax a little. "Is the scar on your wrist from a car accident?" I asked. He paused, quickly withdrew his hand, and replied coldly, "Yes, car accident." My heart tightened. The man in front of me seemed to have an unknown past. "We may have similar scars." "I have one too," I whispered, pulling my skirt up a bit. "Here, it's the same as yours." He turned around and saw the conspicuous scar on my leg, and a barely perceptible gaze flashed across his eyes. However, he quickly looked away. "Little girl, don't lift your skirt casually." "You're a doctor," I whispered back. He frowned slightly. "I'm a man, understand? You should be more careful." He paused, and his tone suddenly became serious. "These scars can be healed, why not?" My heart ached, and all those past events suddenly came to my mind. My third brother once said that this scar represented my parents, and he would help me heal it when he had time. But in the end, he just looked at me with disgust on his face, refused to help me heal the scar, and even said that it was my mark and kill my parents. I lowered my head, feeling heavy. "What about you? Why don't you get treatment?" "I'm a man, it doesn't matter," he replied calmly. "It's better for the little girl to be cured." I smiled slightly and said bitterly, "Let's talk about it later." He didn't say anything more, turned around, sat down, and turned on the TV. On the screen, there was a live broadcast of the game, and the game that Sixth Brother was participating in was being broadcast. Sixth Brother missed Qin Xiang's banquet for this game. As a result, he lost to the young master of the Ji family in Beijing. I remember that in my previous life, after losing the game, my sixth brother was so angry that he reorganized the team and vowed to defeat the team of the Ji family in North City. At that time, I spent a lot of time training every day and finally helped them win the game. At that time, Qin Xiang was just a substitute and didn't even have the qualifications to play. But in the end, Qin Xiang won the championship. My brothers took her to the podium, and I was left aside. I looked at the screen and felt a pang of sadness in my heart. The efforts I made back then now seem so insignificant. What's wrong? Are you watching this soap opera again? Ji Qiqian's voice sounded coldly. I suddenly came back to my senses, wiped the tears from my face, and forced a smile. Nothing. Then, I turned my head and looked at the TV screen. Team Lu Tian will lose. He glanced at me, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seems that you have good taste. After the game, Team Lu Tian lost as expected. Sixth brother's face turned pale, and he even smashed the keyboard in anger. I felt somewhat relieved. After all, his loss meant that he would rebuild his team. And this time, I would no longer work for the Lu family. I decided to fight for myself, become a professional player, earn enough money, go to the university I wanted, and live an independent life. I never want them to threaten me with living expenses and force me to give up my future again. I was determined never to let myself be bound again. After the game, Ji Qiqian walked over to me, easily took off the 4 bottle, and prepared to give me the last medicine. The medicine is on the table. You can take it and leave. Thank you. I picked up the medicine and prepared to leave. Just as I walked to the door, a young man suddenly walked in and said with a smile, "Brother Qian, I'm surprised you are a hero saving a beautiful girl. However, this girl doesn't have a good reputation in school, so don't be fooled by her." Ji Qiqian leaned back in his chair and said lazily, "Are you still not leaving?" The man insisted, "I'm curious. Why did you come to this high school to be the school doctor? You didn't even go to little Jima's game, which made him distracted during the game and almost got attacked by the Lu family kid. Tell me the reason and I'll leave." Ji Qiqian took off his mask, revealing the ugly scar, and replied coldly, "Shut up." The man looked at the scar, his eyes suddenly solemn. "After so many years, you still can't let it go? The car accident that year had nothing to do with you, right? This girl, could it be?" "Shut up." Ji Qiqian interrupted him coldly and closed his eyes, obviously unwilling to talk anymore. I took a taxi back to the Lu family. As soon as I walked into the hall, I heard Qin Xiang's cheerful voice. The atmosphere seemed harmonious. But as soon as I appeared, the atmosphere suddenly stagnated. "Lu Lingfei, stop right there." Liu Bei roared. "You didn't say hello to your elders when you got home, and now you treat us like this?" He became more and more excited. "Don't think you can be proud just because you have a school doctor to back you up. Without the Lu family, you are nothing." I was tired, so I stopped and whispered, "Second brother, fourth brother, I'm back. It's time to eat." Lu Nanfeng said lightly, "I'm not hungry." I turned and went upstairs, but I couldn't help but feel sarcastic in my heart. In my previous life, I wronged myself to do everything for them, but in the end I got nothing. "Second brother, she is becoming more and more lawless," Qin Xiang said in a soft voice. I quickened my pace back to my room, locked the door, and leaned against it, tears quietly falling. I will never again bend over backwards for the so-called brother-sister relationship. The next day, I went to school as usual, and Qin Xiang and I took the same car. She looked at me cautiously. "Sister Lingfei, are you angry?" "Qin Xiang, don't you feel tired of acting anytime and anywhere?" I closed my eyes and ignored her. Her expression darkened, but she immediately revealed a pitiful smile. The driver was obviously moved by her performance, and secretly decided to tell the second young master later. In class, I listened attentively and took notes seriously. Qin Xiang's little followers were muttering beside me, but I turned a deaf ear to them. My goal is not them, but my future. When I got home from school, I saw my sixth brother Lu sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face. Qin Xiang immediately ran over and said in a soft voice, "Sixth brother, I miss you so much." Lu was originally in a bad mood, but after Qin Xiang acted like a spoiled child, his expression immediately improved. I looked at the two of them and turned to go upstairs. Lu called me. "Lu Lingfei, you went upstairs without saying hello? You don't even want to call me sixth brother?" I sighed helplessly, turned around, and said obediently, "Sixth brother. That's more like it." He nodded. "I'm going to reorganize the team. You can come too." I held the bag tightly in my hand and sneered in my heart. In my previous life, I also agreed to it. I trained hard to please them, but in the end, I was replaced. "Lu Lingfei, you've already proved yourself. Now give way to Xiang and give her a chance to be the champion." Sixth brother's words were like a knife. All I got in return for my efforts was being abandoned. Sixth brother, I decided to concentrate on preparing for the college entrance examination and stop playing games. I rejected him directly. You actually rejected me? Lulu glared at me, his face instantly turning ugly. Since it's an invitation, I can also refuse it. I looked at him calmly, not afraid of his threats at all. He said angrily, Lu Lingfei, you'd better think it over, don't be angry, and don't beg me when the time comes. Qin Xiang gently persuaded him, Sixth brother, it is my dream to join the team. Sister Ling Fei will agree. Her words further aroused Lu's anger. He looked at him like a knife. You only have one chance. You decide now whether to join or not. I couldn't help laughing. It turned out that Sixth brother was just a paper tiger. Qin Xiang said something, and he completely lost control. I replied coldly, since you want a team so much, let Qin Xiang join. After saying that, I turned around and went back to my room. When I was doing my homework, I didn't care how they were making noise outside. Time was tight, and I had to seize every minute and every second to review. The servant knocked on the door. My lady, dinner is ready. Send it up. I replied coldly. Second young master, and the others are waiting for you in the restaurant. Her tone held a hint of leniency. I sighed, knowing I would have to deal with them for now. I stood up and walked towards the dining room. The second brother, the fourth brother, the sixth brother, and Qin Xiang sat together at the table. The atmosphere was a bit dull until Qin Xiang's sweet laughter broke the silence. Lulu looked at me and said deliberately, Xiang, we will teach you how to play games in person later. You are so smart, you will definitely be able to learn it. You are no worse than some people. Qin Xiang's eyes flashed with excitement. Sixth brother, I will work hard and will not hold you back. I looked at them coldly, without any emotion. It didn't matter if Qin Xiang joined, because they would always kick her out after the resurrection match failed, and Lulu would never have the chance to stand on the podium again. I ate in silence, not caring at all about how they interacted. In the past, I might have been angry about such a situation, but now I was indifferent. After finishing the meal, I stood up and said, I'm done. You guys take your time. Lu Nanfeng raised his head and looked at me in silence for a moment, then finally spoke. Ling Fei, don't you plan to join the family team? You are quite talented in games. Let's work together and win the championship. I was shocked. This was the step he gave me, but I had already decided not to live for others anymore. When I heard the word family, I sneered in my heart. In my previous life, I thought so too. However, when I was about to hold up the championship trophy, Qin Xiang replaced me without knowing when. What kind of family is this? I don't want to continue this joke. I don't plan to join the team. I'm going to concentrate on the exam. I responded bluntly. Lu sneered. You begged me to teach you how to play games, to train with me, and even said you wanted to be a regular member of the team. But now you're saying you want to study hard? I was slightly stunned, and my heart ached. I chased after Brother Lu to play games in order to get closer to him. Now, there was no need for that. Yes, I wasted my study time playing games before, and my monthly exam results were much worse. I whispered. Lulu stood up angrily, with a slight smile on his face. Okay, you'll regret it anyway. He threw the words away and turned away. I walked away without looking back. Back in my room, I took a deep breath, sat down to do my homework seriously, and turned to the knowledge points that I had forgotten for a long time. The next afternoon, after school, Qin Xiang and I walked out of the school gate at the same time. The driver was waiting outside the car. I'm going to the training camp today. Driver, please take me there first. We're not going the same way. Qin Xiang's words were filled with a hint of contempt. It's okay, I'll take a taxi back. I responded nonchalantly. Qin Xiang had already gotten in the car, with a smile on her face. Don't worry, I will persuade Sixth brother. I turned away coldly without giving her any further reaction. Qin Xiang looked at my back and swore to herself. Lu Lingfei, wait, I will take away everything from you. You owe me this. I stood on the side of the road and suddenly didn't want to go back to Lu's house. I turned around and decided to find a study room near the school. A deep voice interrupted my thoughts. It's time to go home after school. Why are you wandering on the side of the road? I was stunned for a moment, then turned around and recognized it was him, the sharp-tongued school doctor. Ji Qian, who usually wears a mask and a white coat, changed his clothes this time, and I almost didn't recognize him. I don't want to go back. I want to find a place to do my homework. I answered truthfully. Follow me, he said coldly, turned and walked forward. I hesitated for a moment but followed him. Finally, we arrived at the school's infirmary. Doing homework here? I frowned. He pointed to the tabletop. It's quiet and safe here. I was speechless, put down my school bag, and started doing my homework. Ji Qian glanced at me coldly, then turned and left, closing the door. Time slipped away quietly. I looked up and saw the nameplate on the table. Only then did I know his name was Ji Qian. Have you seen enough? He suddenly appeared in front of me. I was caught red-handed and hurriedly put the nameplate back. I didn't look around, I just saw it by chance. Have you finished your homework? He said in a cold tone, seemingly disdainful. I lowered my head and said, I've finished it, but I don't know how to do some of the questions. I'll ask the teacher tomorrow. Ji Qian glanced at me and snorted. You can't even do such a simple question? Are you so distracted in class? I pretended not to notice and whispered, I'm sorry. I will listen carefully. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and his voice became even colder. Think about it carefully and don't waste any more time. I nodded slightly and lowered my head to continue working on the questions. He stood aside, as if examining me. At night, the lights in the infirmary were dim, and I finally finished my homework. Thank you, Dr. G. I stood up and packed my bag. You are really amazing. He turned his head and looked at me, then said indifferently, Don't you have a tutor at home? I shook my head. I don't want to owe anyone. Ji Qian glanced at me, his eyes not very gentle. You can come to see me when I'm free. I smiled. Thank you, Dr. Gino, Master G. After saying that, I left without looking back. Ji Qian watched me leave. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he turned away lazily. When I got home, it was already dark. The housekeeper came over and whispered, The young master has a dinner with Miss Qin Xiang, so he won't be back tonight. I nodded calmly and walked to the restaurant alone. I turned on my phone and saw the circle of friends Qin Xiang had posted. She was with her brothers, smiling so sweetly. I just took a look, turned off the screen, and started eating in silence. The next morning, Qin Xiang was the only one in the restaurant. She sat down with a smile on her face. I went to the team training yesterday and made a lot of progress. I ate calmly and ignored her. She was clearly pleased with herself, with clear pride on her face, and seemed to want to see my reaction, but was disappointed. I finished my breakfast and stood up. The driver was still waiting by the side. Miss Xiang hasn't come out yet. We have to wait for her to leave together. I waited for more than 10 minutes, becoming increasingly impatient. If you don't come soon, you'll be late. On this day, I was completely fed up with the Liu family. Looking at the time, I decided not to wait any longer, opened the car door, and prepared to leave. But at this moment, my fourth brother Liu Bei came out. Why don't you wait a little longer? What can Xiang do? Her father once saved your life, but now you don't even have the patience to wait for her. I couldn't bear it any longer, but Qin Xiang came late. I'm sorry. I was discussing the competition with sixth brother just now and accidentally forgot the time. She apologized while running. Liu Bei said calmly, It's okay, at least you're not like some people, ungrateful people. The driver smiled gently and said, It's okay. I'll drive faster. Still, it was late. The two ran to the classroom door and were caught by the head teacher. Qin Xiang's face turned pale and she gasped, Teacher, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault that I wasted time and caused trouble for Sister Ling Fei. I said nothing, keeping a straight face. The head teacher looked at us and said softly, It's okay, no need to explain, just go in first. Thank you, teacher. Qin Xiang walked into the classroom with a smile. But her laughter was soon interrupted by the stern voice of the head teacher. Lu Lingfei, stop dragging your feet and don't let Qin Xiang take the blame for you. I immediately became furious. Teacher, Qin Xiang made it very clear that she was the one who made me late. The head teacher sneered. Do you think I don't know what kind of character you have? If you keep quibbling, you will have to stand in class. I clenched my fists and wanted to refute, but I knew it was useless. I could only walk into the classroom silently, but my heart was cold and silent. I wanted to end it all quickly, take the exam, and escape from them. During lunch break, Qin Xiang showed off her experience in the professional team, and her classmates were envious. Some people may be jealous of Xiang and are deliberately delaying and being late. The little follower sneered. Qin Xiang had a smile on her face, but she didn't explain. She liked this situation, and she could easily suppress me. I ignored it and laid on the table with my eyes closed. The sounds around me gradually faded. After school, Qin Xiang said proudly, I'm going to the training camp today, too. I didn't respond, packed my textbooks, put on my backpack, and walked out of the classroom without looking back. Qin Xiang sneered at my back and said, Just wait. Lu Lingfei, I will personally step on you and make you the most suitable sister in the family. I went straight to the infirmary. Ji Qian was still sitting in the chair, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. What's the matter? Ahem. I'm here to do my homework. Please take me in. I walked into his familiar office, no longer feeling so resistant. Ji Qian was a little surprised. He didn't expect me to come here on my own initiative, but he just glanced at me coldly and remained calm. He turned back to the computer, and I began to flip through the pages of my book. The room was uncomfortably quiet, and my stomach suddenly growled. I couldn't help but lower my head and blush. I just ate a piece of bread, and I was still hungry. Ji Qian glanced at the time and said calmly, "Let's eat first." He opened the takeaway box and placed it in front of me. I saw the scar on his wrist and couldn't help asking, "When did you get into the car accident? Are you seriously injured?" Ji Qian was silent for a moment, then looked up at me with a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Many years." I was shocked and whispered, "Me too. My parents died in a car accident, leaving me and my brothers to depend on each other." He paused, his eyes not leaving mine. "So what are you going to do?" I lowered my head with a hint of sadness in my eyes. "I want to apply to Yunnan University, leave here, and start a new life." He sneered, "With your current results, I'm afraid it's not that easy. But I still have time, and I will try my best." I looked at him firmly. His eyes were sharp, as if he could see through me into the future. "Stop asking simple questions." I smiled and felt relieved. Did that mean he agreed for me to continue asking? A few days later, I continued to go to the infirmary and do my homework until I finished it. However, Qin Xiang was always absent-minded and even slept in class, so the teacher did not hold her accountable. I looked at the training camp photos and group photos of her and her brothers that Qin Xiang posted on WeChat Moments, and my heart tightened. The names of those games were exactly the same as in my previous life. You don't do your homework seriously, and you still want to play games? Ji Qian walked over to me and saw the video on my phone. I shook my head. No, I was just looking around. The most important thing for me is to study. He looked at me calmly and said, "If you can get into the top 100 in the monthly exam next week, you will be allowed to play games." I smiled and said, "Then, Master, take me to play with you?" Ji Qian lowered his eyebrows and said in a cold voice, "I haven't played for a long time. Let's talk about it after you pass the exam." My heart moved and my determination became stronger. I must get into the top 100, not only for myself, but also to surprise him in the game and regain my self-esteem. When I got home in the evening, I opened the door and saw my second brother Lu Nanfeng sitting on the sofa. My heart tightened. What happened? My brothers were all in the training camp. Why did they come back so early? Lu Nanfeng raised his eyes and asked in a serious tone, "Where have you been? Why are you back so late?" My heartbeat quickened, and I didn't want him to know what I was doing in the infirmary. I went to the study room outside. There were many people there, and the study atmosphere was good. He said nothing, took my school bag and looked through it, and saw the notes and wrong answer book inside. "Why don't you come back on time recently? Are you really studying?" He looked at me puzzled. "Give me the school bag," he ordered coldly. I handed it to him silently, my heart beating faster, afraid that he would notice everything I was hiding. Ling Fei, let's talk." He finally spoke. I said expressionlessly, "What are you talking about?" Lu Nanfeng looked at me with a complicated look in his eyes. "Qin Xiang has made rapid progress recently. You can also go to the training camp and spend less time. You can improve faster. Let's work hard together. You are very talented. Isn't it good for our family to work together?" I sneered. "I don't want to join the team." Lu Nanfeng's tone became more serious. "Qin Xiang is a member of the family, and so are you. We must work together and not exclude her like you do. After all, her father saved your life." I clenched my fists, anger rising in my heart. "Are you satisfied only if I give my life to Qin Xiang?" I looked straight ahead, but my heart was in turmoil. Qin Xiang's father had saved my life, so my eldest brother took her home. I didn't object and even treated her like my own sister. But as time went by, I realized that Qin Xiang had secretly taken my brother away. At that time, my relationship with her began to become subtle and even deteriorated. Lu Nanfeng shouted, "Lu Lingfei, look at what you were saying. This is to make you and Xiang get along well, not to kill you. Can't you do such a simple thing? How long are you going to be angry?" "I'm not angry," I responded coldly, and all the questions I wanted to ask in my heart disappeared. Instead, I felt that everything was meaningless. I might have been hysterical in the past, but now I won't be emotionally affected by anyone. I won't explain anymore, and I don't care what they think anymore. I quietly gathered the textbooks on the table, put them in my school bag, and whispered, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room first." Lu Nanfeng sat on the sofa, frowning, looking extremely embarrassed. "Lu Lingfei, if you agree to join the team, We can forgive what happened before. This sentence made me feel ridiculous. All my previous efforts became a joke. What I did in my previous life, now, seemed like a joke. I walked upstairs without looking back. My steps were extremely firm. Lu Nanfeng sighed deeply and lit a cigarette. The housekeeper came over and said carefully, "Second master, since the young lady doesn't want to, forget it. Fortunately, there's still Miss Xiang Xiang. This is different." Lu Nanfeng frowned. The housekeeper seemed a little worried. "Second young master, the young lady has changed a lot recently. You haven't come back in the past few days, and she hasn't asked about you. She seems so cold and indifferent that it makes people feel chilled." Lu Nanfeng put out the cigarette and drove away from the villa without hesitation. I stood upstairs, listening to the sound of the car and watching my second brother leave. I guess he was going to the training camp again. After taking a shower, I opened the collection of wrong questions again, and my heart was full of determination. I wanted to leave here. I stayed up until dawn, hurriedly packed my school bag, grabbed a sandwich, and rushed out the door. Lu Nanfeng was the first to go downstairs. He frowned at my hurried back and asked, "Why is she up so early?" The housekeeper replied in a low voice, "Recently, the young lady has been going out by herself and not taking the driver's car. It was because Miss Xiangxiang delayed a little time on Monday, and the young lady was angry and never took the driver's car again." Lu Nanfeng's expression became complicated. Liu Bei came over and said indifferently, "Is it that serious? It's just being late. It's just a small matter. Why are you taking it so seriously? Who are you doing this for?" Lu yawned. "Second brother, Lu Lingfei is just acting to make you soft-hearted. Don't compromise. If you compromise, Lu Lingfei will only get worse." Lu Nanfeng didn't say anything else. He also felt that Lu Lingfei should suffer a little. He was given a chance, but she didn't cherish it. Qin Xiang skipped downstairs, her lively appearance instantly filling the room with sunshine. "Good morning, second brother, fourth brother, and sixth brother. Let's have breakfast together." When Lu Nanfeng saw her, his mood obviously improved, and he smiled. "Good morning. You look good today." At school, I was still drowsy. The sleepiness caused by staying up late last night made it difficult for me to concentrate. But I still remained serious and did not dare to miss any knowledge points. Suddenly, the teacher called on Qin Xiang to answer a question. She was stunned for a long time, stammering and unable to answer. The teacher sighed. "Qin Xiang, you have been absent-minded recently. If you continue like this, you will suffer in the exam." Qin Xiang blushed and lowered her head. "I'm sorry, teacher. I will definitely correct it next time." The little follower next to me saw it and immediately turned to me. "Teacher, Lu Lingfei has been very serious recently. She will definitely be able to answer it." The classroom suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes turned to me. There was a hint of ridicule in everyone's eyes. After all, my grades were far inferior to Qin Xiang's. I stood up and answered the question decisively, my voice clear and powerful. The teacher seemed very surprised. "That's a good answer. Lu Lingfei has been working very hard recently. We should all learn from her and not slack off." Qin Xiang glanced at me secretly, and the jealousy in her heart almost overflowed. If she hadn't wasted time playing games, she would definitely have been able to grab the limelight. In the end, I got there first, which was really infuriating. I received praise from the teacher, and my mood improved for some reason. After school, I didn't go to the infirmary, but went straight home. This way I could avoid being noticed by my second brother, so I had to be careful. After I got home, the housekeeper kept staring at me, which made me feel a little uncomfortable. After dinner, I returned to my room, closed the door, and finally relaxed. While doing my homework, I took out my phone. I was struggling with whether or not to send a message to Ji Qiqian. After all, I didn't go there today, but he didn't seem to be waiting for me. I looked at my phone, hesitated for a while, and finally put it down and started to concentrate on my homework. But soon, my eyelids became heavier and heavier, and the fatigue from last night began to eat away at me, and I fell asleep without realizing it. The next morning, the alarm clock woke me up. I hurriedly packed my bag, went downstairs, and rushed to school. At noon, I couldn't help but feel troubled and decided to go to the infirmary. When I entered the infirmary, I didn't see Ji Qiqian. I mustered up the courage to ask the doctor on duty, "Where is Dr. Ji?" The doctor responded calmly, "Dr. Ji went to eat." I nodded and planned to see him after school. After school, I went to the infirmary again, but I still didn't see Ji Qiqian. Only the doctor was there. I felt a little lost and began to realize that I had unknowingly begun to rely on Ji Qiqian. I quickly adjusted my mood and decided not to rely on anyone else. I could only rely on myself in this life. I began to prepare for the monthly exam with all my strength, vowing that this time I must not fail. After the exam, I felt that I had done well and should be able to rank in the top 100. But everyone complained that the questions were too difficult and said that the exam was very stressful. I opened my phone and saw the dialogue box with Ji Chi Chien, but in the end, I didn't send any message. Maybe we are not familiar with each other. I turned off my phone in frustration, packed my school bag, and went home, only to find the living room unusually lively. My brothers didn't go to the training camp. I walked into the living room, and the atmosphere instantly cooled down. Apparently, my arrival had disturbed their joy with Qin Xiang. I stopped and said in a cold voice, "Second brother, fourth brother, sixth brother. If I don't call anyone, I will definitely be accused of being angry and rude. I don't have time to waste energy arguing with them now." Lulu raised an eyebrow and looked at me. "How was your test today? Did you not join the team just to study hard? I want to see how well you can do." I didn't care about his provocations. I was used to it. No matter what I did, my brothers looked down on me. I pursed my lips tightly. I will try my best. I will work hard to improve my grades, get into Yunnan University, and stay away from you. Liu Bei sneered. Lu Lingfei has never been good at studying since she was young. She tried to cram at the last minute, but in the end her grades were worse than Qin Xiang's. Qin Xiang smiled and interrupted. "Fourth brother, don't be like this. Sister Ling Fei has been working very hard recently. The teacher has praised her. Grades don't mean everything." I clutched my school bag tightly, my anger overshadowing my rationality. In my previous life, there was a reason why I had poor grades. Every time I did better than Qin Xiang in an exam, she would find fault with me, and my brothers also started to distance themselves from me. In order not to make them dislike me, I deliberately got bad grades to avoid trouble. This doesn't mean I'm really incapable. In my previous life, I wanted to outperform Qin Xiang in the college entrance examination, but was ultimately forced by my elder brother to apply to the same poor school as her. I'm going back to my room first. This time, I won't be stupid again. I know in my heart that I can't let my emotions fluctuate because of them anymore. The next day, the weekend, I slept until I woke up naturally. When I went downstairs, the living room was empty. I guess they all went to the training camp. After dinner, I returned to the room, picked up my phone, and saw the official announcement of the resurrection match. This is exactly the same as in the previous life. At that time, the sixth brother was full of fighting spirit. He would do anything for revenge and vowed to defeat the young master of the Ji family in the finals. However, they eventually won the championship because the young master of the Ji family suddenly withdrew from the competition. As for why he withdrew from the competition, I never figured it out until I died. There were rumors that he had a sudden illness, and some said that he was forcibly taken back by his family to inherit the family business, but no one has ever confirmed it. I looked at the game introduction on my phone, and my hand started to itch involuntarily. However, Ji Qiqian's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. We agreed that the monthly exam results would determine whether or not we played games. Forget it. Just be patient and wait until the results come out. I picked up my phone, hesitated for a while, and sent a message to Ji Qiqian. "Master, I didn't go to the infirmary last week because my second brother found out that I didn't go home on time, and I was worried that he would find my secret base, so I didn't come." After sending the message, I stared at the dialogue box for a long time without getting a response. So I opened Ji Qiqian's circle of friends, but found that he hadn't posted anything. Weird, does this man never post on WeChat moments? On the other side, Ji Qiqian held his mobile phone with his eyes slightly narrowed. "Brother Qian, who sent you a message?" Gu Zifeng raised his eyebrows. "Look at the profile picture. It's a girl. Is it the girl named Ling Fei from last time?" "You talk too much nonsense." Ji Qiqian locked his phone. "I see that you feel guilty and have a stern face recently. Did you have a conflict with her?" Ji Qiqian gave him a cold look and said, "Don't mind my business. Brother, I grew up wearing open crotch pants. What do I know? Stop pretending." Ji Qiqian walked to the balcony, looked down at the dialogue box, and felt complicated. "In my eyes, is the infirmary a secret base?" He smiled slightly and clicked on her circle of friends. "Just daily sharing. Why does she look like a little girl?" He couldn't help but stay for too long and suddenly felt that he was a little out of control. He quickly exited the chat and headed back to the living room. Lu Lingfei waited for a whole day, but still received no reply. Is he angry? But she didn't dare to disturb him any further and thought she would wait until the results came out on Monday. I spent the entire weekend reviewing at home, while Qin Xiang and my brother stayed directly in the training camp. On Monday morning, I went downstairs and finally met Qin Xiang and my brothers. They were chatting happily, and their relationship was obviously closer. I didn't say anything and walked straight to the restaurant. Lulu said with a double meaning, "The results will be released today?" I nodded. "Yes. I have long advised you to join the team. With your grades, you can't get into a good school. It's better to waste time training and become a professional player. You can see that with the resources our family has given us, it's only a matter of time before you become famous. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it and gave it to Xiang Xiang instead." I remembered the humiliation of being replaced in my previous life and calmly replied, "I don't care." I took my breakfast and turned to leave. Lulu was so angry. "I'm waiting to see your good grades, humph." Qin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Lu Lingfei had not agreed to join the team, and finally she didn't have to worry about her competing for a position. But she still smiled and said, "Sixth brother, don't be angry. Sister Lingfei is just throwing a tantrum. When she agrees to join the team, I will give her my place immediately." Lulu nodded with satisfaction. "You are still the most sensible." Qin Xiang was feeling resentful and determined to make achievements in the game so that her sixth brother would not see Lu Lingfei as potential. Lulu's expression became complicated. The resurrection match is very important. If we lose, we will have no chance at all. Qin Xiang's talent is not good enough. She is far from it. Now Lu Lingfei is the only choice. He sighed and couldn't help thinking, "Lu Lingfei, when will you stop being angry?" Chapter 11, How could Lu Lingfei possibly be in the top 100? Lulu was a little worried about the competition. Lu Nanfeng patted Lulu's shoulder and said, "I'll talk to her after the results come out. After all, the resurrection match is very important." Lulu was a little unhappy. At the beginning, Lu Lingfei begged me for a long time before I taught her how to play games, but now she is trying to take advantage of me. When did she become so scheming? If it really doesn't work, let Big Brother come forward. Lu Lingfei can't even give Big Brother face. Qin Xiang was listening nearby, feeling very upset. She didn't want to give up her seat to Lu Lingfei at all. This was her seat. Lu Lingfei arrived at school. Everyone was discussing the test results. The little follower glanced at Lu Lingfei and deliberately said loudly, "Some people have worked so hard recently. I wonder how many points they got in the exam." Lu Lingfei pretended to be calm and took out her textbook to review, but she was actually very nervous. Not long after, the head teacher came over with a report card, and everyone became excited instantly. The head teacher patted the table and said, "Everyone be quiet. The general test results were not very good this time. Now is not the time to slack off. I would like to specifically call out Qin Xiang, who has fallen behind by more than 200 places this time." Qin Xiang's expression turned pale instantly. She knew that she wasn't in good shape recently, but she didn't expect to do so poorly in the exam. The head teacher looked at Lu Lingfei and hesitated to speak. "But Lu Lingfei has made a lot of progress. Keep it up in the future." The little follower asked, "Teacher, what place did Lu Lingfei get in the exam?" "She is now ranked 100th in her grade." As soon as these words came out, the classroom exploded. Lu Lingfei smiled. She actually did it. She was very excited. Now she could report her results to Ji Qiqian. It seems that her efforts during this period have not been in vain. Judging from this progress, as long as she keeps working hard, she might really have a chance to get into Yunnan University. "Teacher, I suspect there is something wrong with Lu Lingfei's grades. It's impossible for her to improve so much in such a short time." After this sentence was spoken, the classroom became very quiet. Almost everyone looked at Lu Lingfei with suspicion in their eyes. Looking at Lu Lingfei's ranking, the head teacher actually had some doubts in his heart, but Lu Lingfei has indeed been working very hard recently. Qin Xiang said weakly at this time, "Teacher, Sister Fei really wants to get good grades to prove herself. After all, she made a bet with her brother at home, so please don't doubt her grades. This result is really important to Sister Fei, please." These words were said quite beautifully. But Lu Lingfei showed a hint of sarcasm, while Lianhua's level was really high. No wonder she fell into Qin Xiang's hands in her previous life. Sure enough, after hearing this, the head teacher immediately suspected that Lu Lingfei had risked cheating in order to win the bet. Qin Xiang's little follower added fuel to the fire and said, "Teacher, please don't protect the cheaters." Recently, Xiang and Lu Lingfei have been preparing for the team competition at home. Xiang's grades have dropped so much, and Lu Lingfei can't have improved so much. Little follower number 2. Yes, Teacher, for the sake of fairness, I think Lu Lingfei's score should be canceled. Qin Xiang saw that the head teacher hesitated and obviously believed what he had just said. She knew she had won again this time. Lu Lingfei, you actually dare to try to surpass me again. Don't you know what lesson you will get? Lu Lingfei, can't you say a few words to explain? Lu Lingfei sensed the suspicious gaze of the head teacher, and she said coldly, I didn't cheat. She only said a few words and didn't say more. In her previous life, whenever her grades surpassed Qin Xiang, this woman would find ways to cause trouble for her, which made her afraid to surpass Qin Xiang. Now, Qin Xiang started to use the same old tricks again. Qin Xiang quickly took over the conversation. Teacher, I told you that she wouldn't cheat, so don't doubt it. If her score is canceled, although it seems to maintain fairness for everyone, it will hurt her. The head teacher thought for a while and said, Lu Lingfei's ranking will be temporarily invalidated until I investigate thoroughly. If cheating is true, she will be punished accordingly. After the head teacher left, the classroom became noisy. The little follower mocked. I was wondering why some people's grades improved so much. It turns out they cheated. Qin Xiang showed a smug look in her eyes and immediately took out her phone to tell sixth brother the good news. Sixth brother, what should I do? Sister Ling Fei cheated in the exam to win the bet with you and got a good grade. Now she will be punished. I am so worried about Sister Ling Fei. Lu Lingfei opened the book and started reviewing. As for whether her ranking was canceled, she didn't care at all. Qin Xiang can only influence the class teacher, but cannot influence the college entrance examination results. But she still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, she and Ji Qiqian had made an agreement that if her scores could make it into the top 100, they would play games together. However, she did not go to the infirmary during this period, and Ji Qiqian did not respond to the message she sent before. Lu Lingfei felt a little upset. She finally made a friend, but in the end, she was just overthinking. After the morning class, girls' screams were heard outside the classroom. Lu Lingfei looked up and found that it was Lu who came. What is he here for? Qin Xiang, your brother is so handsome. Qin Xiang showed a smug look and took the small cake that Lu handed to her. Sixth brother, Ling Fei, is in the classroom. Do you want to talk to her? If she apologizes and admits to plagiarizing, she may not be punished. Lu glanced at Lu Lingfei in the classroom. But Lu Lingfei never looked up and just stared at the textbook in her hand. She didn't need a guess to know why Lu came to school. Qin Xiang really couldn't wait to see herself make a fool of herself. But she doesn't care whether the results are canceled or not. But she would never admit to plagiarism. Qin Xiang stood at the door of the classroom and said hypocritically, Sister Ling Fei, sixth brother is here. You don't have to worry. Lu Lingfei pretended not to hear and didn't even look at Lu outside. Lu's face turned ugly, and the little worry in his heart disappeared in an instant. What was he worried about Lu Lingfei doing? He said coldly, I'll go to the office to find the head teacher first. Lu turned and left. Qin Xiang then took the cake and walked to Lu Lingfei. Sister Ling Fei, sixth brother only brought one cake for me. He probably forgot about it out of carelessness. I'll give you half later. Lu Lingfei not realized that Qin Xiang was showing off. She used to be used to it. Every time her brother came to school, he would bring small gifts for Qin Xiang. She never had a share. Later she cried and complained that her second brother said she was disobedient and therefore did not get any small gifts. But now she doesn't care about these so-called gifts at all. Lu Lingfei's cell phone rang. She saw that it was Ji Qiqian calling. She immediately took the phone and walked to the corridor outside. She took a deep breath and answered, Hello, master. How are your grades? Lu Lingfei suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. I was originally ranked 100th, but it seems that my result will be canceled. After hearing this, Ji Qiqian's lazy expression suddenly became serious. What's going on? Chapter 12. She slaps everyone in the face with her strength. Lu Lingfei had been comforting herself, telling herself not to care about these things. Qin Xiang could only resort to these means, and even asked her sixth brother to come to the school. The final outcome would most likely be the cancellation of her grades. But when she heard Ji Qiqian asking about her grades, she still couldn't control her discomfort. Lu Lingfei was about to answer. Someone called her. Lu Lingfei, the head teacher asked you to go to the office. After hearing this, she pursed her lips and said, I'll go to the office first and talk to you later. Lu Lingfei hung up the phone. She went directly to the head teacher's office. She walked in and found sixth brother was there too, and the atmosphere wasn't very good either. Lu said coldly, Lu Lingfei, I didn't expect you to cheat in the exam in order to win. Do you know what this behavior means? Lu Lingfei was not surprised at all. She knew that sixth brother would not believe her. Her eyes were clear. I didn't cheat. But she would not admit to anything she hadn't done. Lu Lingfei, you are still lying when the facts are in front of you? Based on your usual grades and your behavior at home, your grades cannot have improved so much, and you have every motivation to cheat. Quickly admit your mistake of cheating and try to get the school to not give you a demerit. Lu Lingfei sneered. Can these be used as evidence to prove that I cheated? Lu stood up angrily. Lu Lingfei, look at what you have become now. The head teacher saw that Lu was about to take action and quickly stopped him. Talk to the child properly. Lu said to the head teacher in a frustrated tone. I'm sorry. Lu Lingfei cheated because she was angry with her family. Just as I said just now, let her write a letter of apology and publicly apologize in front of the whole school, and don't punish her. The head teacher sighed and said, that's fine. I hope that student Lu can mend his ways. After all, I'm about to graduate from high school, and it's not glorious to be punished. Lu Lingfei looked down at the floor, her heart, already cold, sinking even further. They convicted her in a few words, and no one believed her. Lu Lingfei, you have really brought shame to our Lu family. How could there be a sister like you with such a corrupt character? I feel ashamed if I tell others about it. Do you think I'm willing to be your Lu family sister? Lu Lingfei's facial features are fair, and her eyes are dark and cold. She's not rare at all now. Lu Lingfei, if you dare, say it again. Lu's face turned pale, and he glared at her. Parents of students, don't be so fierce. It will scare the children. A little old man walked in with a kind look. The head teacher quickly said, Principal, why are you here? I heard that a senior student made great progress, but was accused of plagiarism and it caused a big fuss. I came to see what was going on. Lu said angrily. Principal, there is no need to investigate this matter. Lu Lingfei got such good grades because she cheated. If she refuses to apologize and admit her mistake, just punish her directly. Lu Lingfei really needs to be taught a lesson. He just pleaded with the teacher and said a lot of nice things in exchange for not being punished, but Lu Lingfei actually refused to accept it. Do anything for Lu Lingfei anymore. She doesn't care anyway. The principal looked at Lu Lingfei gently and said, Student, there's a very simple way to verify whether you cheated. I will give you a new set of questions and complete them under the supervision of all of us. Are you willing to accept the test? Lu Lingfei looked at the principal and said, I accept, but I have a condition. If it is proven that I did not cheat, does the person who slandered me for cheating have to apologize in public? Lu sneered. Okay, let's see what results you can get. Soon, the head teacher handed Lu Lingfei a set of questions. I'll time you. After Lu Lingfei sat down, she took a pen and started to do the test paper. The office was very quiet, and everyone was looking at Lu Lingfei. The head teacher was the closest to her. After seeing the process of Lu Lingfei solving the math problems, she was momentarily surprised. This set of questions was much more difficult than those in the monthly exam. Yet Lu Lingfei had basically answered them all correctly. Time passes by every second. Qin Xiang was curious about what happened in the office. She walked over and saw Lu Lingfei doing the homework and immediately had a bad feeling. She walked straight to Lu and said, Sixth brother, what are you doing? Is Sister Lingfei redoing the questions? Lu snorted coldly. That's right, she refused to admit that she had plagiarized. This time, she will admit defeat with conviction. Qin Xiang immediately walked to Lu Lingfei and said, Sister Lingfei, don't be angry. We all believe in you. You don't have to force yourself. Lu Lingfei didn't say anything and didn't pay any attention to Qin Xiang. She would not let this woman affect her pace. Qin Xiang saw that it had no effect on Lu Lingfei, so she bit her lip and looked at Lu. Sixth brother, Sister Lingfei is still angry with me. Lu suddenly became angry. Lu Lingfei, Xiang is talking to you. Can't you hear me? Lu Lingfei looked up. I'm doing the questions, can't you see? Lu was choked. Xiang is giving you a way out. Why don't you seize it quickly, or you'll make a fool of yourself later. Student Qin Xiang, please don't disturb Lu Lingfei from doing the test. Wait until she finishes this set of papers before you say anything. The head teacher couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He clearly saw that Lu Lingfei did very well on the test, so it was very likely that Lu Lingfei really didn't cheat. Qin Xiang was a little unwilling and pretended to be obedient and said, Teacher, I don't mean anything else. But she just didn't want Lu Lingfei to prove her so-called strength. She couldn't accept that Lu Lingfei was better than her, and she wouldn't allow this to happen. Qin Xiang stood aside and watched, somewhat skeptical. Lu Lingfei would not be able to get good grades. But when she saw Lu Lingfei's recent changes, she felt inexplicably uneasy. The exam time is over. The head teacher took it directly and worked with other teachers to quickly correct the test paper. Lu Lingfei sat on the chair, but her mood was exceptionally calm. Even when she saw Qin Xiang standing next to her sixth brother Lu Lu, she did not show much emotion. Sure enough, if you don't care, you won't get hurt, the head teacher said excitedly. The results are out. Qin Xiang looked over, her heart filled with malice, hoping that Lu Lingfei would do poorly in the exam. Lu Lu said coldly, "Teacher, if you do very badly on the test, don't say anything. It's very embarrassing." No, Lu Lingfei did very well in the exam. Moreover, this set of questions is more difficult than the monthly exam, and her score is even better than a monthly exam. Lu Lingfei's heart finally settled down. She pursed her lips and smiled. Lu Lu's expression broke a little. He took the test paper and took a look at it. The score could not lie. Lu Lingfei did indeed do very well in the exam. Qin Xiang stood on tiptoe and saw the test results. She was instantly jealous. When did Lu Lingfei become so powerful? This is impossible. The principal smiled and said, "The truth is clear. Lu Lingfei has made such great progress through her own efforts." The head teacher nodded and said, "Student Lu Lingfei has indeed been working very hard recently." Lu Lu's expression changed like a color palette, and finally he put the test paper back on the table. He didn't expect that Lu Lingfei really didn't cheat. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Lu Lingfei in front of him was a little strange. The principal coughed and said, "Now that the truth is out, those who slandered Lu Lingfei should apologize." Qin Xiang's face quickly became embarrassed. Chapter 13, I have to apologize to her in public. Lu Lingfei was a little surprised after hearing what the principal said. I didn't expect the principal to bring this up. She looked at Lu Lu and Qin Xiang opposite her with a calm expression. However, Lu Lu's expression became very unnatural. In the past, it was Lu Lingfei who chased after him, and she never did anything to embarrass him. As an older brother, he is used to being superior. Asking him to apologize now would be more painful than killing him. Qin Xiang immediately said, "Sister Lingfei, when did you become so good? You usually study secretly at home, and we didn't know about it. You got such good grades and were suspected of cheating. Sixth brother came to school to help you as soon as possible. He is actually very good to you." After Qin Xiang gave Lu Lu a way out, he said coldly, Xiang, don't say anything. Some ungrateful people won't understand." Lu Lu was even more satisfied with Qin Xiang. This was how a sister should be. Lu Lingfei looked over with a half smile. "Yes, sixth brother came to school first, and then what? He told the teacher that I did plagiarize, forced me to write a self-criticism, and apologized in front of the whole school. This is so good, do you want it?" Qin Xiang was suddenly speechless. Lu Lu was furious and said, "Lu Lingfei, it was you who worked hard secretly without telling us, so I misunderstood you as cheating. Yes, your grades have improved, but is it fun to play such a trick?" The principal spoke again, looking at the head teacher. "Whoever first suspected Lu Lingfei of plagiarism, call him over to apologize." The head teacher immediately asked two little followers to come over. The little follower didn't know the situation yet and thought that Lu Lingfei really cheated. He said proudly, "Teacher, we said that Lu Lingfei cheated to get good grades. Has the investigation been completed now?" The head teacher nodded. "That's right. After investigating clearly, Lu Lingfei did not cheat. You two should apologize to Lu Lingfei immediately." The little follower showed a shocked expression. Lu Lingfei didn't cheat? How is that possible? Qin Xiang immediately pretended to be a good person. "Sister Lingfei did not cheat. I just told you not to say anything nonsense. Now you should apologize to her." With this one sentence, she cleared herself of all blame. Lingfei reluctantly, "I'm sorry, we were wrong and shouldn't have said that." The head teacher looked at Lu Lingfei and asked, "Do you have any other requests?" Lu Lingfei shook her head. "No more." The head teacher said with relief, "Lu Lingfei has been working very hard recently, but Qin Xiang's grades have dropped significantly this time." Qin Xiang felt a little embarrassed, especially when Lu Lingfei achieved good results. It was simply a shame. Qin Xiang replied with red eyes, I just wasted my time. I won't do it again next time. Lulu also felt a little embarrassed. What's the point of getting good grades? When the time comes, I will become famous in the game, and the money I will make will be much more important than this achievement. Qin Xiang actually thinks so too. The head teacher was angry. He didn't expect the parent to speak like this. He looked at Qin Xiang and said, "You should learn more from Lu Lingfei." Qin Xiang bit her lips tightly, turned around, and ran out of the office. Ling Fei unhappily. Isn't it just a good result? Is it worth showing off in front of Qin Xiang? She was delayed in her performance because of the gaming team. You, who didn't contribute anything, have no right to show off. Lu Lingfei raised her eyelids. Did I show off? The principal spoke again. I clearly heard the class teacher say these words, but Lu Lingfei didn't say anything. As a parent, you shouldn't be so partial. Lulu was choked and replied dryly, I'm not biased. Lu Lingfei is just that kind of person. After Lu finished speaking, he went out to chase Qin Xiang. Lu Lingfei turned and looked at the principal. Thank you. You're welcome. You have the ability, and you deserve it. Go back to the classroom first. I need to have a meeting with the teachers to emphasize this. Lu Lingfei left the office. She took a few steps and saw Ji Qiqian standing in the corridor, wearing a white coat. He leaned against the wall, seemingly waiting for someone. Lu Lingfei met his eyes. Her heartbeat quickened for no reason. Ji Qiqian stood up and asked in a cold voice, How was the result? Of course I won. The principal asked me to do a new set of questions, and I did better than in the monthly exam. Lu Lingfei raised her head with some pride. When he saw Ji Qiqian at this moment, the joy of his victory seemed to have a source. Ji Qiqian lowered his eyebrows and said slowly, Did they apologize? Lu Lingfei was stunned for a moment. Are you referring to Qin Xiang and Sixth Brother? She shook her head. Only the scapegoat apologized, not the people behind the scenes. But I don't care, because I just slapped them in the face. Still feel very happy. Ji Qiqian's gentle features showed a smile, and he said, Come find me after school. He said that and left. Lu Lingfei noticed someone coming down the corridor, but she didn't ask any questions. She turned and went back to the classroom. The originally noisy classroom became a little quieter. The head teacher came over quickly and announced that Lu Lingfei's results were true and there was no cheating. Qin Xiang lay on the table in a bad mood and even lost interest in looking at the cake. She had to find a way to prevent Lu Lingfei's grades from getting so good. Lu Lingfei be better than her? After school in the afternoon, Lu Lingfei went directly to the infirmary. Ji Qiqian sat on the chair and looked back at her. Have you finished your homework? The teacher asked me to check the wrong questions, and I have finished them all. Because she didn't make many mistakes, the ones she made were all knowledge points that she had not reviewed and mastered. Ji Qiqian tapped the computer beside him. Go to the game. Do you have an account? Yes, but I want to build a small one. Just right. Let's play with the trumpet. Ji Qiqian didn't want to use his main account to play games with her. Lu Lingfei opened the game. She randomly picked a name, Lingfei Mengxianshan. After entering the game screen, she looked at Ji Qiqian and said, What's your name? Let's add each other as friends. Lu Lingfei stole a glance at his game interface, and the name looked familiar. If time could go back, she suddenly remembered something. In her previous life, she had an online crush whose name was exactly the same as hers. Ji Qiqian raised his eyebrows. What are you looking at? Agree with your friends. Lu Lingfei blushed instantly and quickly agreed to add the friend. Looking at the game character in front of her, she felt a little excited. But in her previous life, she didn't meet her online love partner at this time. Maybe just a coincidence? Lu Lingfei glanced at him secretly. Why did you choose this name? Ji Qiqian paused, half lowering his brows and saying, Just take it at random. Lu Lingfei nodded. Maybe it was just a coincidence. After the two of them entered the game, they went directly to the novice area to complete tasks. Lu Lingfei felt that Ji Qiqian was not a complete novice and probably switched to a secondary account to play with her, so she didn't ask too many questions. But he really operates like that guy. Lu Lingfei couldn't help but ask, Master, is this also your name? No. So, is this the first time you created this account and used this name to play games today? Ji Qiqian raised his eyes and glanced at her. Yes, what's wrong? Lu Lingfei suddenly lowered her head, her face heating up. Nothing. She was a little confused. Was he the one? But the time we met doesn't match the time in our previous life. In her previous life, she met that person after the resurrection match. It was he who taught her how to improve her gaming skills, which enabled her to make it to the finals. although she never met the person she was dating online until her death. But she was still very grateful to him for helping her when she was living on the streets. Lu Lingfei seemed a little absent-minded. The two finally completed the mission and left the novice area. When they were doing the next mission, they met another team. Lu Lingfei saw the team's game name. She showed a sarcastic expression. It turned out to be Sixth Brother and Qin Xiang. Ji Qiqian narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you want to go? Why? We are all small characters, and our equipment is not as good as theirs. Going up is just seeking death. Although she said so, Lu Lingfei was actually a little moved. Ji Qiqian said, when they are about to finish the task, take away their boss while they are at low health. Chapter 14, I won't spend a penny from home. Lu Lingfei became interested instantly after hearing this. They hid behind and watched Sixth Brother lead the team to kill monsters. After all, the big boss is not easy to beat and requires the cooperation of the team. When you're about to succeed, they're basically in a state of low health. Generally speaking, no one dares to snatch the boss from such a famous team. But there are exceptions. Lu Lingfei had made a strategy for this boss before, so she knew when was the best time to take action. She and Ji Qiqian cooperated well, and at the last moment of the boss's life, she went up and dealt the final blow. The boss was successfully snatched away by her and Ji Qiqian. The World Channel began to broadcast. Congratulations to Ling, faming Tian Tian Crispy Noodles for killing the Peach Blossom Spring Boss. When Lu saw the result, he was so angry that he yelled into the headset, "What the hell are you doing? You actually let someone take away your boss." Qin Xiang added fuel to the fire. These two people look like new accounts. Don't they know who we are? How dare they steal our boss? Lu was furious. Kill them for me. But soon, Lu's game screen turned black and white, and then the rest of the team members all fell to the ground and didn't move. Lu looked at that, Ling faming Tian Tian, and always felt that the way this person played games was a little familiar. Looks very much like Lu Lingfei. Could it be that she deliberately created a new account to steal her boss? No, Lu Lingfei shouldn't be that powerful yet. Here, Lu Lingfei and Ji Qiqian captured the boss and obtained the treasures that dropped. But it can't compare to the joy brought by torturing Sixth Brother and Qin Xiang just now. The two played games for a while, and then the takeaway was delivered. Ji Qiqian stopped and said, "Eat first." Lu Lingfei saw that there was actually a small cake, and it was of the same brand as the cake Qin Xiang received during the day. She glanced at him and asked, "Why did you buy a cake? Don't you girls all like these? Consider this your reward for getting good grades and not embarrassing me." Lu Lingfei was suddenly moved. Ji Qiqian looked a little unnatural and added deliberately coldly, "Anyway, it was delivered along with the takeaway order." Lu Lingfei took the small cake. It was her own cake. She lowered her head, took a sip, and lowered her eyelids, unable to calm down. Ji Qiqian looked at her with his head down and said nothing for a long time. His throat moved slightly. Is the cake unpalatable? This shouldn't be the case. Isn't this the most popular model? Lu Lingfei nodded. It's delicious. It's been a while since anyone bought me a cake. She hasn't celebrated her birthday since her parents died. Her brothers would never remember that she also liked to eat this cake, and she never got any share. Ji Qiqian's eyes fell on her. No cake for your birthday? Lu Lingfei was silent for a while. My parents died in a car accident on my birthday. So from that day on, I never celebrated my birthday again. Because that day was the anniversary of her parents' death. Every time that day comes, the atmosphere at home is always bad. She has no right to ask for a birthday. Ji Qiqian's heart seemed to be stung by something, and he felt a little breathless. He couldn't help but turn his head away, pursing his thin lips coldly, his face stern with anger and guilt. He subconsciously clenched his hands, and veins bulged on the back of his hands. Lu Lingfei sensed that the atmosphere was not right, so she looked up and pretended not to care. Actually, I don't care whether I celebrate my birthday or not, because I'm not in the mood to celebrate it. After all, that day was the anniversary of my parents' death. What right does she have to celebrate her birthday? Ji Qiqian suppressed his emotions and saw her fair and quiet little face as well-behaved as a little animal, staying there quietly without making any sound and without any sense of existence. Such a sensible look makes people angry and helpless. His throat moved slightly, and his voice was a little hoarse. "It's getting late. Go back early, and don't stay outside casually." "I see. Can I come here to see you later?" Lu Lingfei looked at him with some uncertainty in her eyes. Ji Qiqian's eyes were as dark as ink. "You trust me so much. Aren't you afraid that I will lie to you? Because I have nothing worth your deception. Lu Lingfei looked at him calmly. Master, you are my only friend at the moment. Ji Qichin paused. Friend? He curled his lips and said in a serious tone, don't trust others easily in the future, especially men. Okay, I'm leaving now. Lu Lingfei waved her hand and left the infirmary with her school bag on her back. After she left, Ji Qiqian kept sitting on the chair. When he saw the cake on the table, he remembered the big cake that was smashed at the scene of the car accident. His head began to ache uncontrollably. He never ate cake again after the car accident. After a long time, he received a call. Master, Miss Lu has arrived home safely. Ji Qiqian then hung up the phone, his figure stretched out in the sunset. Lu Lingfei returned to the Lu family. She saw her second brother sitting on the sofa, obviously waiting for her. She said expressionlessly, second brother. Lu Nanfeng looked up and saw his distant and stubborn sister, not knowing what to do. He found out that Lu Lingfei's grades had improved significantly. He actually suspected that she had cheated. But I didn't expect her results to be real. But Lu Lingfei's grades in recent years were obviously average. How come she suddenly improved so much? Lu Nanfeng felt that Lu Lingfei had changed a lot. She was not angry with them, but had really changed. He was happy yet disappointed. The sister who used to follow him around seemed to be gone. She achieved good results, obviously because she was really working hard and not just being angry. Lu Nanfeng also began to reflect on himself, realizing that he had been looking at Lu Lingfei through tinted glasses. Coupled with what his sixth brother had done at school, he also felt that he had neglected Lu Lingfei's feelings before. Is that why she has changed so much? Lu Nanfeng asked in a complicated tone. You came back so late and went to the study room outside again, right? Lu Nanfeng sighed slightly. Isn't the environment at home better than the study room outside? The environment outside is complicated and there are all kinds of people. Don't do your homework in the study room outside in the future. It's not safe. Lu Lingfei pursed her lips. It was the same again. He made the decision for her directly. Lu Nanfeng continued. Because Qin Xiang's grades have dropped significantly this time, I have hired a tutor to give her extra lessons. You can come with me. If Qin Xiang doesn't understand something, you can help her. After all, you're classmates. When she takes leave, help her take notes on the key points. Lu Lingfei's eyes were full of mockery. It turned out that it was because of Qin Xiang that she was asked to go home and do her homework. Lu Lingfei straightened her back. I don't want to. Lingfei, I also know that your sixth brother did something wrong in school today, and you have proved your ability. But we are a family after all. Xiangxiang's grades dropped because of the preparations for the team competition. Since you're not participating in the team competition, you should also make some efforts to help Xiangxiang improve her grades. After all, you have experience. Lu Lingfei just thought it was ridiculous. I refuse. There were only these 3 words, and she felt it was a waste of time to even explain them. Lu rushed out and pointed at her nose and cursed. Lu Lingfei, do you still have a conscience? You have been eating and drinking at the Lu family's expense for these years, but you have not made any contribution at all. Do you have a shame? Lu Lingfei just felt it was ironic. In her previous life, she had worked hard to contribute to the Lu family, training her gaming skills and helping the team win the championship. But what did we get in the end? Qin Xiang cried twice and easily replaced her and took away the championship position. She would never do such a stupid thing in her life. She replied calmly, Okay, from today on I will move out of the Lu family and will not use a penny of the Lu family's money. Let's break up starting now. Chapter 15, she came to see how the game failed. Lu Lingfei was extremely calm. She really wanted to leave this home. Lu sneered. Okay, get out of here right now. I want to see if you can survive if you leave the Lu family. Lu Nanfeng couldn't bear to watch it any longer. That's enough. What did you say, sixth brother? Second brother, you see. It was Lu Lingfei who proposed to leave this family. She was the one who didn't want us first. Lu's eyes were red, and he was extremely excited. He has bowed his head today, but Lu Lingfei still wants to leave this home. Does she want her brother to kneel down and admit his mistake before she will be satisfied? Qin Xiang came over immediately to smooth things over. Sixth brother, don't be angry. Sister Lingfei was just joking. It doesn't matter if she doesn't want to give me extra lessons. Anyway, I am very satisfied with the tutor, really. Lu stared at Lu Lingfei fiercely. Look at how sensible Xiangxiang is. And then look at yourself. Lu Lingfei, have you never reflected on yourself? Sixth brother, forget it. Let's go, I still have some questions about the game. Qin Xiang turned around and looked at Lu Nanfeng. Second brother, we are leaving first. Go ahead. When Lu Nanfeng saw Qin Xiang being so sensible, he immediately softened his heart. Originally, Qin Xiang was not a member of the Lu family, but because of the team training, his performance dropped so much. When conflicts occur among family members, mediate in a timely manner. With Lu Lingfei's behavior, Qin Xiang seems very sensible. Lu Nanfeng looked at Lu Lingfei with disappointment in his eyes. Don't take your sixth brother's words to heart. You are still a member of our Lu family. Lu Lingfei calmly replied, I think it would be better for me to move out. Lu Nanfeng's expression changed. Lingfei, what do you want so that we can live happily together as a family like before? Like before? Lu Lingfei's eyes suddenly aged a little, and she felt very tired. She didn't even think of answering. Just feel disappointed. Lu Lingfei pulled the corner of her mouth. No. After her cold reply, she walked straight to the room upstairs. Because she would never be like in her previous life, where she gave everything humbly but was completely ignored and ended up being abandoned. No way. After this incident, Lu Lingfei and her brothers at home fell into a cold war. No one spoke for a long time. However, she felt relieved that she no longer had to deal with them. But soon, the team's resurrection match is here this Saturday. For several days, Qin Xiang asked for leave and didn't come to class, saying that he was sick. In fact, Lu Lingfei knew that Qin Xiang was preparing for the competition. Lu Lingfei eats and goes to school alone, and her life is not affected at all. Lu Nanfeng walked up to her and put down a match ticket. You should go and watch the match this afternoon. It will also be a way to cheer up your family. Lu Lingfei replied calmly. I understand. Lu Nanfeng saw that she didn't even ask about her preparations for the competition and looked so cold-hearted. Compared with Qin Xiang, who even took a leave and didn't go to school for the competition, Lu Nanfeng was immediately chilled. Lingfei, you will understand our good intentions when you grow up. Lu Nanfeng didn't say much and left the hall directly. Lu Lingfei was so disgusted by this sentence that she lost her appetite. She put down her chopsticks and felt more and more inclined to move out. She took the ticket to the game and was indeed going to watch it. She wanted to witness with her own eyes how his sixth brother's team would fail without her efforts. Lu Lingfei took a picture of the game ticket and sent it to Ji Qiqian. I will go to the game this afternoon and will not play the game. We had originally planned to play games on the weekend. Ji Qiqian replied immediately. Okay. When he was replying to the message, a sneaky head came over and tried to read the chat, but he still didn't see it. Gu Zifeng covered his chest and said, Let me see. You are so stingy. Ji Qiqian raised his eyelids. Don't you want your eyes anymore? Ahem, so serious? I say that even if you feel guilty, you should just compensate her directly. What do you want to do by staying by her side all this time? Ji Qiqian held the phone between his slender fingers. After a long pause, he replied, Accompany her as she grows up and help her get out of the trough until she can live freely. Gu Zifeng added, until she grows up, falls in love, gets married and has kids. Yihikian frowned, Igis eso. Her parents passed away, and her brothers were partial and unreliable, so she had a hard time living alone. Ji Qiqian changed the subject. Do you have tickets for this afternoon's game? Are you interested in the resurrection match as well? I remember your brother advanced directly to the finals. Stop talking nonsense. There's one more thing that needs to be arranged before the game. Ji Qiqian looked up at the sky outside, at least until she no longer needed him. If her parents were still alive, it wouldn't be so hard. Lu Lingfei went directly to the place where the team was competing. She saw a lot of fans outside, holding cheering signs, including fans of the Lu Tian team. There are even fans of Qin Xiang. During this period, through the operation of the Fourth Brother Entertainment Company, Qin Xiang is now considered a well-known internet celebrity anchor. She is young, has a sweet mouth, and can act like an innocent person to please others. This approach is really popular in the live broadcast room. Lu Lingfei glanced at the sign held by the fan. In the past, she had bought a lot of Lu Tian team peripherals, forwarded a lot of news about the team, and actively managed the fan group. Lu Lingfei withdrew her gaze expressionlessly, took the ticket, and walked in. After she sat down, she looked at the seats on the stage and fell into a trance for a moment. After all, in her previous life, she was sitting on the stage and turned the tide to win the resurrection match. Winning is hard. After all, this team is quite strong and its performance is very stable. Unlike Lu Go, He has the skills, but easily collapses and disrupts the rhythm of the game. He is also arrogant, has a strong sense of self-esteem, and cannot listen to other people's suggestions. Soon, the participating teams took to the field. Fans of both sides began to scream and cheer, as if they were competing to see who could speak louder. Lu Lingfei sat calmly in her seat and saw Lu Lu and Qin Xiang walking at the front of the team. They were both wearing the same team uniform and looked like a family. But she found that sixth brother's expression was not very good. Lu Lingfei discovered that her second and fourth brothers were not there. What was going on? Aren't the second and fourth brothers always training and participating in the revival match? On the stage, Lu Lu's expression was indeed very ordinary. He didn't expect that his second and fourth brothers would stand him up at the last minute, which disrupted all his plans. Qin Xiang said considerately, "Sixth brother, the second and fourth brothers' companies have urgent matters to deal with. There is nothing we can do. After all, they're the presidents of the companies and are not professional players. What do you know? We've been training together for so long, and if they say they won't come, then how can we compete? Sixth brother, the members of our team are all excellent and have trained together. If we work together later, we will definitely not lose the game." Although Qin Xiang was given the cold shoulder by Lu Lu, she still patiently said nice things. After all, the more she stands by Lu Lu's side and supports him at times like this, the more satisfied Lu Lu will be with him as a sister. Then she slowly replaced Lu Lingfei's position as her biological sister. No matter how angry Lu Lu was, there was nothing he could do at this time. He suddenly thought of Lu Lingfei and subconsciously said, "Xiang Xiang, do you think it would be better if Lu Lingfei came to compete at this time?" The smile on Qin Xiang's face froze instantly, and she felt a little annoyed in her heart. Why did he mention that woman Lu Lingfei again? Lingfei, who did nothing? Out of the corner of Qin Xiang's eye, she suddenly saw a familiar figure in the audience. "Sixth brother, Sister Lingfei is here to watch our game." Lu Lingfei noticed that Qin Xiang was looking over because the fans around her were screaming. Lu Lu saw Lu Lingfei, his eyes lit up. She came after all. Chapter 16 now, she is the team's only savior. Lu Lingfei noticed the way sixth brother looked at her and frowned. At this time, she received a call from her second brother, Lu Nanfeng. "Lingfei, you should be there, right?" Lu Lingfei had a bad feeling in her heart, and she wanted to deny it, but the screams of fans around her had already answered this question. "Lingfei, your fourth brother and I have urgent matters to deal with at the company, so we can't go to the competition. Today's competition is very important to your sixth brother, so you should join the team to compete. No matter what conflicts you and your sixth brother had before, when we encounter difficulties, we should unite and face the outside world together, right?" Lu Lingfei heard her second brother's words. The screams of fans around her disappeared. Her silence was deafening. Lu Lingfei simply hung up the phone and didn't want to say anything. She came here to laugh at the joke, not to compete. Lu Lu on the stage waited for a while, but Lu Lingfei didn't leave her seat to go backstage, and he suddenly became a little annoyed. He said with a straight face, "What exactly does Lu Lingfei mean? Does she want me to go down and invite her in person?" A smile flashed across Qin Xiang's eyes. "Sixth brother, let me send a message to ask Sister Lingfei," but she sat directly in the audience. I guess she must still be angry. Otherwise, according to her previous personality, she would definitely come directly to the backstage to find you. Lingfei in the past. She would understand what he needed without him having to say anything. He was also used to Lu Lingfei's dedication. But suddenly, Lu Lingfei seemed like a different person. Lu Lu said stiffly, "Give her a call. If she can come to the competition, I will not bother with her about the past, and will still treat her as my sister as before." What happened in school before was because he was too impulsive, so as long as Lu Lingfei was willing to bow her head, he would go along with it. "We still get along like before." Qin Xiang's eyes froze slightly, and she said with all her might, "Okay, I'll call Sister Lingfei right away. I believe she will come for your sake." Lu Lu's expression looked a little better. Qin Xiang walked to the side and made a phone call, looking at Lu Lingfei in the audience with a gloomy look in her eyes. Lu Lingfei glanced at the caller ID and noticed Qin Xiang on the stage. She knew what Qin Xiang was going to say to her without having to guess. She directly refused to answer the call and looked at the stage expressionlessly. Lingfei in surprise, and then revealed a smug look. It was just right, and she was too lazy to waste her time. Qin Xiang didn't want Lu Lingfei to participate in the competition and steal her limelight. She wanted Lu Lingfei to see with her own eyes that she and sixth brother would definitely win the game. There is no need for Lu Lingfei to play at all. Qin Xiang returned to Lu, her eyes red, and she said aggrievedly, "Sixth brother, I'm not good at talking. Sister Ling Fei probably hates me, so she didn't answer my call. How about I go find her myself?" Lu's face turned pale. "No need. My second brother just told me that he was hung up when he tried to contact Lu Lingfei. This means that Lu Lingfei has no intention of joining the team to compete. Don't go looking for her. Sixth brother, I believe Sister Lingfei is not that kind of person. She can't be here to see a joke. We will definitely win this game, and we'll never let Lu Lingfei succeed." Lu simply put on his headphones and stopped looking at the audience. Qin Xiang showed a satisfied expression when he saw this. "Lu Lingfei, I will definitely win again this time. The game will start soon. Lu Tian team versus Tu Shan team." Lu Lingfei looked at the commentary on the big screen. At the beginning, Lu, as an assassin, led the team in an ambush. But the opponent obviously understood sixth brother's fighting style and developed a bait move. In her previous life, she felt that the other party was too easy to be caught and thought there was something fishy going on, so she advised sixth brother to be more cautious and not rush in. At that time, sixth brother scolded her harshly. Finally, he rushed over with someone to check the situation, but was ambushed by Tushan team. It was she who led the remaining team members, rushed over to rescue people, and finally turned the tide and attacked the enemy's lair. In this life, she wanted to see what decisions sixth brother would make without a reminder. Sure enough, sixth brother made the same decision as in his previous life and led his entire team into the enemy's trap. Seeing this unexpected scene, Lu Lingfei smiled. It's true. Soon, sixth brother discovered that he had fallen into a trap, but it was too late. The team's rhythm was completely disrupted. Qin Xiang panicked instantly, made mistakes one after another, and almost killed his teammates. Lu led everyone to retreat to a building. Lu couldn't help but yelled, "Qin Xiang, where's your brain? Didn't I tell you to retreat? Why are you fighting? Do you want to show off your ability?" Qin Xiang's mentality was also a little broken. "Sixth brother, I can't swallow this breath either. When I saw that person with low health, I wanted to go over and harvest his head. Giving away heads is more like giving away heads. How can it be harvesting heads? If you were so confident in your operation, you wouldn't be trapped by the opponent just now, causing us all to be attacked." Qin Xiang was scolded in public and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. If you, sixth brother, hadn't fallen into the trap and surrounded us, how could it have turned out like this? Lu was instantly furious. "How dare you criticize me? It's obviously because you are too new and you're holding us back. You have been training for so long, but have made no progress at all. It's a waste of time." Qin Xiang's face looked like a color palette, and she was so angry that she left her seat. The whole audience was suddenly in an uproar. After all, during a game, the departure of a player can have a huge impact on the game. The big screen was also aimed at the Lu Tian team, and Lu's ugly expression was particularly obvious. Lu could only apply to suspend the game. In every game, there is an opportunity to pause the game. The fans of the other team began to sigh and even started to congratulate in advance. Lu smashed the keyboard with a cold face, obviously very angry. He didn't expect Qin Xiang to dare to leave in a bad mood. If it was Lu Lingfei, no matter how I scolded her, she would not be so capricious. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Seeing this, the people from the opposing team stood up and taunted, Lu, you might as well just admit defeat, or you'll be beaten too badly by us and have no chance of survival in the future. Just admit defeat and save some dignity for yourself." Lu stood up in an instant. "I won't admit defeat, but you guys are probably afraid of losing, so you said that, right? Lu, anyone with a discerning eye can see that you are doomed to lose this match, and some players even left the field. Didn't you say that the family team would never lose?" "What family team? It's just that both parents died, leaving behind so many children. What's there to brag about? Playing games is not about who has the most children." Lu's temper was flared up at the slightest provocation, and he rushed forward. "Watch your King mouth. Why, isn't that what I said? Just try it if you dare. You little loser with no one to take care of you. If your parents were still alive, they would be so pissed off when they saw you competing." When Lu Lingfei heard this in the audience, her face turned cold and her eyes were filled with anger. How dare these people humiliate her parents? Lu Lingfei went directly to the backstage. Lulu was forcibly brought back by the other team members to avoid a fight in front of the audience, which would only have a negative impact. Chapter 17. Lu Lingfei. She is both cool and powerful. Lu Lingfei stood in the aisle and looked at each other with sixth brother. Lulu was a little embarrassed and took the initiative to attack. Are you here to see the joke? Is it funny? Are you satisfied to see others laugh at our family team? Lu Lingfei said coldly. You are not as skilled as others. At this time, the members of Tushan team also came to the backcourt. Lu Lingfei looked at the captain who had just spoken rudely and said, I want to ask you a question. Are you an orphan and do you have no parents? The captain of the Tushan team said with a dark face. What do you mean? Literally, you're so foul-mouthed, I thought your parents died a long time ago and no one taught you manners. You stinky girl, do you have the guts to say that again? Lu Lingfei's words directly angered the other party. She said coldly, if you lose the next game, you must publicly apologize in front of the reporters for insulting my parents just now. We will lose. You are just dreaming. Why? You don't dare to agree. Are you scared? Lu Lingfei provoked the other party, and they took the bait. Okay, then if you lose, your captain must also publicly apologize for what he just said. The members of the Tushan team left in a rage. Lu Lingfei was very calm. She knew how to win. However, the atmosphere in the Lu Tian team became a little awkward. Lu said angrily, when you lose, you go and apologize yourself. You are not even a member of the team. Who allowed you to make the decision on your own? I just wanted that guy to apologize publicly, nothing else. Lu Lingfei finished speaking. Lu Nanfeng rushed over, exhausted. Lingfei, I'm very happy to see you standing here. Our family can finally be together. Lu Lingfei pursed her lips and said nothing. Lu Nanfeng glanced around. Where's Xiang? Lulu's face froze for a moment. I don't know. He just cursed and ran away. The rest of the team spoke up. Captain, Xiang wants to win the game so badly that she is in a hurry to do this. It's not her fault. That's right, Captain. Xiang is such a hardworking girl. She often trains on her computer in the middle of the night. She really works hard. Captain, what you just said was really a bit too much. Lu felt very aggrieved after hearing this. What do you mean he is excessive? It was Qin Xiang who insisted on joining the team to compete. Without talent, he would have to put in a lot of effort. But Qin Xiang is obviously a person with no talent. Qin Xiang made a mistake just now. As the captain, shouldn't he say something? Lu Lingfei followed the team members and said, That's right. Qin Xiang worked so hard, even at the cost of her studies. Sixth brother, why are you scolding her? You're only about to lose the game, but Qin Xiang is losing her self-esteem. Lu was almost mad with anger. What is going on? Why does everyone think it's his fault? It's obviously Qin Xiang's fault for not being sensible. Lu Nanfeng also glanced at Lu and said, Sixth brother, you should change your temper. Lingfei was so nice to you before, but you scolded her and she ran away, which hurt her. Do you want Xiang to run away as well? Second brother, this is totally different. It was obviously Qin Xiang himself. Okay, I saw the live broadcast clearly just now. It was you who led everyone into the trap. As the captain, you should be responsible. Xiang just made a mistake because she was too anxious. Lu just felt a sense of powerlessness. No matter what I said, my second brother didn't believe me. Lu Lingfei watched coldly from the side and finally let sixth brother experience her own feelings for once. The feeling of being slandered, misunderstood, and unable to defend oneself. Are you feeling well? Lu Nanfeng called Qin Xiang, but she didn't answer. He spoke directly. Ignore her for now. Let's discuss the competition. Lu Lingfei said, If you want to win this game, you must follow my instructions for all the arrangements that follow. Lu was the first to object. Why? Lu Lingfei's eyes were dark. Because I have a way to win. Lu Lingfei was exceptionally calm and talked about her ideas and plans. When she was watching the game just now, she also had a general understanding of the members of the Lu Tian team. They had trained together before, so Lu Lingfei knew them very well. Everyone can brag, but don't think you're invincible just because you have some talent. You haven't trained at all during this period, so how can you guarantee that you can win? Lu Lingfei pursed her lips and said, If you don't listen to my instructions, I will withdraw from the competition. Lu snorted coldly. Quit if you want to. Do you think you are that important? Lu Nanfeng quickly said, If everyone has no other options, then please listen to Lingfei's instructions first. No matter how unwilling Lu was, he couldn't say anything. After all, there was really nothing he could do now. The game soon resumed. Lu Lingfei sat in Qin Xiang's seat. This was her seat in her previous life. When she put on her headphones again, her eyes became much more resolute. This time she was not fighting to please sixth brother. She was playing for herself. The temporary substitution of players for the Lu Tian team also caused a small wave of discussion. Ji Qiqian stood in front of the window on the second floor, looking at the girl who was competing seriously. Gu Zifeng said, "Didn't you say she came here to watch the fun?" In the end, she still went to participate in the competition. In her eyes, even though her family treated her so biasly, her family was still more important. You are wrong. She is doing this for herself now. Ji Qiqian understood why she went to the competition. It definitely wasn't to please Lu. Her light now belongs to her alone. The match started, and the host began to explain. There were some minor incidents with the Lu Tian team, and there were some personnel adjustments. However, this guy looked a bit unfamiliar, and I don't know how strong he is. The situation of the Lu Tian team is not optimistic right now, and I wonder how they're going to break through. Lu Lingfei entered the game, and the profession of Qin Xiang's account was the same as her previous one, long-range gunner. So, she was able to get started quickly. Lu Lingfei had already made all the arrangements and was waiting for the enemy to attack. But at the critical moment, Lu actually rushed out and exposed his position. Lu Lingfei cursed inwardly. "What are you doing? Don't worry about it. I can break through by myself." Lu ran out directly. He was unwilling to give in and wanted to prove himself, but was pinned down and beaten by the other party. Lu Lingfei was not surprised at all. She said directly, "Assist and cover me, and the rest of you follow the original plan." She rushed out from the high wall, cannon in hand, and fired at the enemy. Her figure wandered through the buildings, attacking from time to time, directly interrupting the opponent's rhythm. The host was a little excited and explained, "My God, this gunner's operation is amazing. His movements are very sophisticated. It doesn't look like the operation of a newcomer at all, more like the operation of a veteran." She suddenly stopped and dodged the opponent's ultimate move. How did she predict the opponent's move? Look, she rushed out, leaped into the air, and performed 12 consecutive attacks. This was a move that only the former great king could do. How could a newbie like her suddenly be able to do this? It's incredible. The whole audience was in an uproar, and the whole place was on fire. The great god king is the god in the hearts of everyone present. Although the great player has retired for many years, his legend remains. What is the relationship between this novice girl and the great king? Chapter 18. She shocked everyone. Lu Lingfei's move was very lethal. He killed two of the opponents directly and seriously injured one. Lu Lingfei landed. She looked at Lu, who was lying on the ground with blood all over his body. Lu stared at the game screen. The shock and surprise in his heart instantly swept him. He knew that Lu Lingfei was talented, but he didn't expect her to be so amazing. No, Lu Lingfei wasn't this powerful before. When did she become so powerful? When he was caught just now, he knew he was going to lose this game. But after Lu Lingfei appeared, she stabilized the situation with her flexible movements and strong awareness. He even turned defeat into victory by using the Super God King's special move, 12 consecutive hits. Lu felt like he had never understood his sister. Lu Lingfei became a complete stranger. He suddenly felt a little nervous. He didn't know why, but he had the illusion that he was going to lose Lu Lingfei. Lu hesitated for a moment and said, "You?" Lu Lingfei walked past him and said into the headset, "The rest of you report your location and situation. I'll be right over." Lu was left alone there, and he could only see the handsome back of the game player. He suddenly couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Lu Lingfei, but she was staring at the computer screen with full concentration, which was very eye-catching. Lu Nanfeng said from the side, "Sixth brother, what are you daydreaming about?" Lu finally came to his senses and followed in a panic. When he rushed downstairs, he only saw Lu Lingfei and the rest of the teammates attacking fiercely. The gunner in Lu Lingfei's hand is handsome and cool to operate, and her positioning and operation are very advanced. These are completely different from Qin Xiang's clumsiness. This is what he expected the gunner to look like. In the end, it was Lu Lingfei who did it. Lu's mood was very complicated, and he couldn't describe what he was feeling. In the end, he was able to win the game that was most important to him, thanks to Lu Lingfei, his sister whom he had never been optimistic about. He had never felt this kind of gap before. The game was over very quickly. Lu Lingfei stood on the ruined street, facing the light of the setting sun, to welcome this victory. The host paused for a few seconds and said, "The winner has been decided. Team Lu Tian won. The substitute player is incredible. I wonder if she is the disciple of the great king." The whole place was boiling with excitement, and some fans were even shouting King's name. Lu Lingfei fell into a trance. In her previous life, it was that person who taught her the 12-hit combo. She also suspected his relationship with King, but he never admitted it. She hadn't seen him either. But the great king has never revealed his true face, and no one knows what he looks like. Lu Lingfei took off her headphones, and when she stood up, she heard cheers of victory. She smiled. Finally, the person who had spoken rudely to her parents could make a public apology. Lu Nanfeng was the first to come to her side, with a look of surprise on his face. Lingfei, your performance just now was excellent. It is your hard work that made our Lu family win this game. I knew that since you refused to agree to join the team on the surface, you must have been practicing secretly, right? Lu Nanfeng was very happy. It turned out that Lu Lingfei had not changed. They're still a family. After hearing these words, the smile on Lu Lingfei's face gradually disappeared. A bit disappointing. She looked at the captain of Team Tushan. "You lose." Lu Lingfei with complicated eyes. "Who are you?" Lu Nanfeng said with some pride. "She is my sister. But isn't the eldest daughter of the Lu family the woman who just behaved so badly? When did the Lu family have another eldest daughter?" Lu Nanfeng's expression froze for a moment. "That's my adopted sister. She is our biological sister. You guys in Team Lu Tian are really good at playing games. You sent a fake sister who is not very good at operating to confuse us. And you hid your real sister as a secret weapon so well that you caught us off guard." When Lu heard these words, he could hardly maintain his expression. He also didn't expect Lu Lingfei to be so powerful. Captain Tushan came to Lu Lingfei and said, "But I accept defeat wholeheartedly. You are very capable. Not everyone can learn the 12-hit combo. After the great player retired, no one has learned it until now. This girl is the first one." Lu Lingfei said calmly, "You should fulfill your promise." "Okay, I said some bad things during the game just now, involving your parents. I was wrong. I have a bad mouth, and I shouldn't have said that. After listening to this, Lu Lingfei nodded and said, "Pay attention next time." But Lu said, "Is that it?" Lu Lingfei looked over in surprise. Question mark. Captain Tushan sneered. "What does it have to do with you? The one who can beat us is your sister. If you don't have the ability, shut up." Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Lu Nanfeng simply suppressed Lu to avoid causing trouble. The game is over and the show is over. Lu Lingfei went backstage. When she looked up, she saw Qin Xiang with tear marks on her face and red eyes. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Qin Xiang looked up timidly, with tears in her big eyes, looking very pitiful. Anyone who sees this will feel a little soft-hearted. Lu Lingfei's eyes. She knew that Qin Xiang was here to act pitiful. She had used this method countless times since she was a child. Qin Xiang shouted weakly, "Sixth brother, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have left the competition venue so capriciously." She originally felt ashamed, but for now Lu could only rely on himself to continue the competition, so she wanted Lu to comfort her. But he never expected that Lu Lingfei would directly replace him in the competition. And won. A beautiful win. Qin Xiang knew that the situation was not good, and she had to restore her impression in Sixth Brother's heart. Lu said sternly, "You still remember to come back. If it weren't for Lu Lingfei, what do you think we would have done in this game?" Qin Xiang was so aggrieved that she shed tears. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so sensitive after being scolded a few times. I was just too afraid of failure, so I did such a stupid thing. I will never do it again." As soon as Qin Xiang started crying, the other team members started to speak up. "Captain, she has already apologized, so don't worry about it so much." "Yes, Captain. We've already won the game." If Qin Xiang hadn't withdrawn from the game, the substitutes wouldn't have had a chance to play. How could we win this game? The feeling of powerlessness in Lu's heart came back again. So frustrating. Lu Nanfeng looked at Lu Lingfei. "What do you think?" Lu Lingfei didn't expect her second brother to ask her this question. She said, "I think so too. Since Qin Xiang has apologized, what else do you want her to do?" "Sixth brother, you are too narrow-minded. Qin Xiang's performance has dropped so much for today's competition. How can you not appreciate her kindness?" Qin Xiang gritted her teeth secretly beside her. It was obvious that Lu Lingfei said this on purpose to sow discord between her and Lu. When did this woman become so difficult to deal with? Lulu felt so hurt by these words. This is totally a distortion of the truth. It was Qin Xiang who made the mistake in the first place, and he couldn't even say a word. So, in the end, it seemed like he was the one who was wrong. He said angrily, Lu Lingfei, did you do this on purpose? Lu Lingfei smiled in her heart. Yes, she said that on purpose. She had been treated like this countless times before. Sixth brother, you can't bear being treated like this just once? Lu Lingfei turned around and prepared to leave, but was stopped by Lu Nanfeng. Lingfei, I formally invite you to join the team. From now on, we will advance and retreat together as a family, and all the past events will be written off. The smile on her lips became even colder. Chapter 19. Apology should have an apologetic attitude. Lu Lingfei stood there, looking at them expressionlessly. Ha! Do you still think she is the same Lu Lingfei from before? She was never asked for her opinion, and it was just written off as if it was a great favor to her. She is not rare now. Lu felt a little guilty and didn't dare to look Lu Lingfei in the eye. He waited for his second brother to come forward. As the head of the family, Lu Nanfeng continued. Lingfei, after this competition, you have proved your strength. In the future, no one will be able to replace you in the team. With that said, Lu Lingfei should feel relieved. Qin Xiang's face suddenly darkened. I am extremely unwilling. I have worked so hard. Why can Lu Lingfei take my place so easily? Although she has no talent, her efforts are no less than Lu Lingfei. Lulu also looked at Lu Lingfei with hope. Although he didn't say anything, he also hoped that Lu Lingfei would join the team. Now that she has been given the chance, Lu Lingfei should not be angry anymore. Lu Lingfei's eyes were cold. I refuse. Lu was a little upset. Why? Because I participated in this competition because the opponent insulted my parents, not because I wanted to join the team. But you clearly practiced secretly. Wasn't it just for coming back? Lu Lingfei didn't become so powerful all of a sudden. She must have been practicing secretly behind the scenes. If not for the purpose of joining the team at this time, then what was she doing? Lulu didn't believe Lu Lingfei's words and looked at her straight. Lu Lingfei's facial features were fair and her eyes were extremely cold. No. Lu's heart sank, and he couldn't help but ask, Lu Lingfei, do you want me to apologize to you in person before you forgive me? Lu Lingfei paused. It's not a question of forgiveness or not. There is more than one Lu family team in this world. She loves to compete, but she won't be limited to the Lu Tian team. The meaning is obvious. Sister Lingfei, I know it's me you hate. Qin Xiang suddenly shouted, her voice filled with tears. Almost everyone looked at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang walked towards Lu Lingfei and said in a humble tone, Sixth brother actually hopes that you can join the team. If you are unhappy because of my existence, then I will quit the team immediately and will never compete with you for this position. Lu Lingfei was a little impatient. You'd better shut up. I didn't join the team because I didn't want to. It has nothing to do with anyone. Stop flattering yourself. I knew you were still angry. It was me who overestimated my abilities and took your position. I thought I could pick up the opportunity you didn't want, work hard to prove myself, and contribute to the Lu family. Unfortunately, I was too stupid. Qin Xiang sniffed and spoke in a sweet voice, which made people feel particularly distressed. Lu Nanfeng felt a little distressed for Qin Xiang's sensible appearance. Xiang, it's your sixth brother who went too far and made Ling Fei sad. It has nothing to do with you. Lu was caught in the crossfire for no reason, and he became even more angry. He looked at Qin Xiang's pitiful look, but his heart was calm. He regretted letting Qin Xiang join the team. Qin Xiang is only suitable to be a well-behaved little sister, not suitable to do business together. Seeing that Lu was indifferent, Qin Xiang suddenly took out an eyebrow trimmer and pointed it directly at her wrist. Sister Ling Fei, if I die, I won't compete with you for this position anymore. Don't worry. Lu Lingfei was so scared that she took a step back. Is Qin Xiang crazy? What does it have to do with this woman, whether she joins the team or not? Isn't it Qin Xiang who doesn't want to see me join the team? Now he's using self-harm to force me. Is he mentally ill? Lu was also frightened. Xiang, calm down first. This matter has nothing to do with you. Qin Xiang burst into laughter and said, Sixth brother, this is all my fault. Maybe I shouldn't have picked up the opportunity that Ling Fei didn't want in the beginning, and I wouldn't have made her angry. Anyway, I'm very satisfied to have grown up in the Lu family over the years. I'm willing to die. Lu's heart softened instantly, as he had originally had some dissatisfaction with Qin Xiang. Ling Fei anxiously. Ling Fei, can you bear to watch your sister get hurt? Lu frowned, even though he knew that what Qin Xiang was doing was a bit inappropriate. But as long as Lu Lingfei agrees to join the team, won't everything be fine? Therefore, Lu Lingfei only had to nod and agree. Lu Lingfei said indifferently, "Did you make a mistake?" Lu Nanfeng was stunned. "What do you mean?" "First of all, I made it very clear that I didn't join the team just because I didn't like it. It has nothing to do with you. Secondly, Qin Xiang used self-mutilation to force me to compromise. What's the difference between me self-mutilating to force the great God King to marry me?" This sarcasm is very accurate. The teammates who originally wanted to speak shut up one after another. It seemed to make sense. Lu couldn't help but say, "No matter what, Xiang is a family to us. Although Qin Xiang is terrible at playing games and has no sense of responsibility, she is just a little girl after all. Does it have anything to do with me? Whether Qin Xiang self-harmed or committed suicide, it has nothing to do with me. Stop playing with moral blackmail." Lu Lingfei, her father saved your life. How could you anger her like this? Lu was so angry that he slapped Lu Lingfei. Lu Lingfei didn't react because she never thought that sixth brother would hit her. Except for the fourth brother who liked to use violence, the other brothers never laid hands on her. But the slap did not fall on her face. Ji Qiqian stood by and stopped Lu's hand. He said sternly, "According to the law on the protection of minors, this is your second violent crime. According to the law, the parties involved can call the police and request personal freedom protection." Lu Lingfei turned her head and stared at him blankly. "Why is he here?" Lu gritted his teeth. "Who are you? This is our family affair. You, an outsider, have no right to meddle in it." Lu Nanfeng recognized who Ji Qiqian was, but he didn't expect him to appear here. Ji Qiqian said calmly, "As an outsider, I can't stand it anymore. You can imagine how excessive your behavior is." His eyes were filled with coldness. These people actually attacked her again. He could hardly bear it any longer. Lu Nanfeng frowned and said, "Dr. Ji, you misunderstood. This time is different." "What's the difference?" "Your fake sister dragged down the team and disappeared, and it was only because of your real sister Lu Lingfei that she won the game that the other party was convinced and apologized. You didn't treat her better, but even hit her. Where's your face?" "Excuse me." Lu Nanfeng was speechless for a moment, and only then did he realize that his behavior towards Lu Lingfei was a bit too much. Lingfei with some guilt. Lingfei, that's not what I meant. I just don't want Xiang to do something stupid that would hurt herself." Lu Lingfei pursed her lips. Ji Qiqian said sarcastically, "You don't want your fake sister to get hurt, so you choose to hurt your real sister? What a bullshit reason." Lu Nanfeng felt even more guilty and looked at Lu. "Hurry up and apologize to Lingfei. Who told you to do that?" Just now, Lu Nanfeng was shocked by his sixth brother's behavior. Lu stood there in a daze, hiding his hands guiltily. Lingfei guiltily and said, "I was so angry after hearing what you said, that's why I did that." He didn't know why he was so angry, and he hit her without any scruples, just like he had scolded her before. After all, no matter how excessive the things he had done in the past, Lu Lingfei would not care. This time, it should be the same. At least he won't do that again. Lu Lingfei's face still ached slightly, but was far less painful than her heartache. Her eyes were full of sarcasm. So, only then did she realize that she had always been a punching bag in front of her sixth brother, which was why she was looked down upon. If you want to apologize, you should have an apologetic attitude. Ji Qiqian grabbed Lu Lingfei's hand and slapped Lu hard. Chapter 20. Lu Lingfei is missing. Bang! The slap made Lu Lingfei's palm numb. She looked at Ji Qiqian in astonishment. His figure suddenly seemed exceptionally tall. She didn't expect that he would grab her hand and slap sixth brother himself. The scene was dead silent. The moment Qin Xiang saw Lu being beaten, she felt a sense of relief. In this case, Lu will definitely not forgive Lu Lingfei. Lu's eyes were bloodshot, and his tone was somewhat incredible. "Lu Lingfei, how dare you hit me? Isn't she afraid that I'll get angry and ignore her forever?" Lu Lingfei slowly closed her hands and had to say that she felt pretty good. She said calmly, "You hit me just now, and now I'm going back. Is there a problem?" "But I'm your brother. I was just trying to stop you from saying the wrong thing and getting into trouble. How can this be the same?" Lu has always had a strong sense of self-esteem. Even though he apologized just now, he never thought that he would be slapped by Lu Lingfei. "I feel a little embarrassed." Ji Qiqian's thin lips were full of sarcasm. Can I ask, what did she say wrong to cause what you call a disaster? Lulu looked at Qin Xiang and said confidently. Xiang was very emotional just now. What if she was angered by Lu Lingfei's words and really did something to hurt herself? He did nothing wrong. Lu Lingfei is too cold and has no family affection in her heart. Even if she wins the game, she can't hurt her family. Ji Qiqian looked at Qin Xiang with dark and cold eyes. We have been talking for so long. If you want to commit suicide, why haven't you done it yet? Who are you stalling for? Qin Xiang was choked. This school doctor's words were so vicious. She didn't really want to die. When did Lu Lingfei become so close to this sharp-tongued school doctor? Qin Xiang was a little embarrassed at the moment. She was holding the blade, not knowing whether to put it down or continue. She had no choice but to use the same old trick again, with red eyes. I was also anxious just now, wanting to. If you're anxious, you can find a place where no one is around to die. But if you use suicide to threaten others to do something they don't want to do, then that's wrong. Qin Xiang was so angry that she started to cry, and this time it was real and not fake. Lu Lingfei was really tired. She glanced at Ji Qiqian and said, "Let's go." She didn't want to waste time here. Lu Nanfeng frowned and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm free to go wherever I want. But you're a minor now. As your guardian, I have a right to inquire about your whereabouts. And you can't just go with a strange man." Lu Nanfeng glanced at Ji Qiqian warily. My little sister has changed so much during this period of time. Has she been led astray by this man? Lu stepped forward to block Lu Lingfei's way. Second brother is right. You are still young. Don't be deceived by the sweet words of men outside. Lu Nanfeng stared at Ji Qiqian forcefully. If you dare to take Lu Lingfei away by force, I will call the police immediately and accuse you of abducting an underage girl. Lu Lingfei was a little angry. He didn't kidnap me. I wanted to leave on my own. She didn't want to stay in the Lu family anymore. Suffocating. Lu Nanfeng looked at her. Lingfei, I know you are in your rebellious period now, and you won't listen to anything I say, but you will understand in the future that I am doing this for your own good. Ji Qiqian sneered. For Lu Lingfei's own good. So every time there's a conflict, you let Lu Lingfei compromise? You let Lu Lingfei be wronged every time, and you let her get beaten every time, and you also want her to understand you? Why don't you want this kind of good? Lu Nanfeng was speechless. He now knew that he had ignored Lu Lingfei before, because she had always been well-behaved and obedient and didn't say anything, and he thought Lu Lingfei wouldn't take it to heart. I didn't expect she remembered everything. It was his second elder brother who didn't do his job well enough. At this moment, the police arrived at the scene, along with a lawyer. The lawyer spoke first. I am Ms. Lu Lingfei's lawyer. Since her family has used violence many times, we have submitted evidence. Now she will be accompanied by the police to a place where she feels safe. Lu Lingfei was a little surprised. She didn't hire a lawyer? Could it be that Ji Qiqian asked for her? Ji Qiqian lowered his eyes and looked at her. His gaze was extremely calm, which made Lu Lingfei feel at ease. Lu was very angry. What do you mean? We are her guardians. What qualifications do you have to do this? The lawyer stopped Lu and said, Sir, Lu Lingfei has applied for personal safety isolation. You are now punished to stay away from Lu Lingfei for half a year. If you do anything to hurt Lu Lingfei again, you will be sued directly. Lu was so shocked that he couldn't utter a word. He felt angry and guilty. Lu Nanfeng suddenly felt a little frustrated. At this moment, he truly realized that he might lose his sister. He showed weakness and said, Lingfei, I didn't do well enough before and made you suffer. But I promise I won't do it again in the future. Can you please stop making such a fuss? Lu Lingfei raised her head slowly. Her eyes were clear. Forget it. There is no need for that. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. Lu Nanfeng's throat moved slightly, and his eyes were slightly hot. He really hurt Lu Lingfei's heart. So now she refused to believe him and refused to return to the Lu family. When Lu saw Lu Lingfei leaving back, his eyes instantly turned red with anxiety. How could she leave? How could she leave the Lu family? She is their sister. Lu was a little anxious and looked back at Lu Nanfeng. Second brother, please think of a way. She can't leave. We are a family. Lu Lingfei is gone. What will happen to the team in the finals? Lu Nanfeng smiled bitterly. Since you knew, why did you hit her just now? Lu was speechless for a moment. Yes, he was the one who started it first. Lu regrets now and shouldn't have been so impulsive. But the reason he did this was entirely because Qin Xiang took a razor blade and wanted to hurt himself. Lu looked back at Qin Xiang, his tone somewhat reproachful. Why did you do such a dangerous thing? All this is because of Qin Xiang. Sixth brother, I also want Sister Ling Fei to calm down and join the team. I'm doing this for your own good. Qin Xiang felt a little guilty, but she would not admit it. Lu immediately found it ridiculous. Can you make her calm down by hurting yourself? You're clearly blackmailing her morally. Qin Xiang's expression froze. How come Lu suddenly had a brain? Lu Nanfeng tried to smooth things over. Forget it. Sixth brother, please stop talking. Second brother, that's right. I never asked Qin Xiang to hurt herself to force Lu Lingfei to join the team. It was she who did it on her own initiative, which led to what happened later. The more Lu thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Qin Xiang shrank his neck and said aggrievedly, Sixth brother, I'm sorry, I'm too stupid. I could only think of this solution in a hurry. Now I know I was wrong and shouldn't have done this. I will apologize to Sister Ling Fei and explain it clearly. Seeing Qin Xiang's sincere apology, Lu felt a little soft-hearted. Okay, don't do this next time. But when he thought of Lu Lingfei's leaving figure, he felt inexplicably depressed. Qin Xiang burst into laughter immediately and became the well-behaved, obedient, and cheerful sister she used to be. But she hated Lu Lingfei in her heart. Originally, if I used self-harm today, I would definitely be able to win back Lu and also to sow discord between Lu Lingfei and Lu. It's all because of that school doctor who suddenly rushed out. Qin Xiang rolled his eyes and said, Second brother, what is the relationship between Sister Ling Fei and that school doctor? Lu Nanfeng had a complicated expression. I don't know either. Second brother, I'm worried that Sister Ling Fei might be deceived. After all, our Lu family is rich and powerful. A junior school doctor might want to use Sister Ling Fei to climb to a higher position. Lu frowned. Is that school doctor worthy of having such a crush on me? Lu Nanfeng's eyes were cold. I will send someone to bring her back, and then make that school doctor disappear in City A. The Lu family is not so easy to mess with. Qin Xiang's eyes flashed. Without the school doctor as a backer and advice, Lu Lingfei would become the same Lu Lingfei, who was easy to bully. But soon, the person sent out came back to report. Mr. Lu we didn't find the whereabouts of the eldest lady and the doctor. Lu Nanfeng then began to panic. Lu Lingfei was missing? Chapter 21. Leaving the Lu family and never looking back. At this moment, Lu Lingfei was sitting in the car with Ji Qiqian. She looked at the traffic around her and couldn't help but feel a little worried. My second brother will definitely send someone to look for me, and he will also go to the school to cause trouble for you. After all, this is the Lu family's territory. This is also the reason why she has been patient and wants to leave here after the college entrance examination. Lu Lingfei felt very guilty for having implicated Ji Qiqian. The man couldn't help but touch her head. Don't worry, they can't find you. Now what you need to think about is where to live. Lu Lingfei sighed. Let's rent a house. She has always had this idea, but never had the chance to implement it. She actually wished she had been kicked out of the house by her second brother just now, so that she wouldn't have to worry so much. I know a place that rents out houses. Lu Lingfei didn't ask any more questions and followed him to the community. The environment is very good. When she walked into the house and looked at the decoration inside, she couldn't help but say, this house shouldn't be cheap, right? I'm quite poor right now. Money is not a problem. This is my friend's house. He doesn't live there anyway. You're here to help him look after the house. If you really want to calculate it, he will even pay you back. Ji Qiqian stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass in the living room. He was thin and tall and looked very casual. Lu Lingfei couldn't help laughing. Master, is this your house? No, my house is next door. Lu Lingfei was shocked. Is it such a coincidence? He curled his lips nonchalantly. If you live somewhere else, I won't feel at ease. After all, I was the one who kidnapped you. Lu Lingfei's face was slightly hot. What did he say? I didn't expect that someone who is usually so quiet would make such a joke. Ji Qiqian realized that his words were inappropriate and changed the subject. You can live here for the time being. Don't worry about anything else. Lu Lingfei nodded. Okay, but you still have to pay the rent. I can sleep on the sofa and won't mess up your friend's room or touch anything inside. Ji Qiqian frowned. You don't have to sleep on the sofa. He has never lived here before. He is stupid and has a lot of money. Don't worry. Lu Lingfei smiled and said, Then you must have a very good relationship. Only good friends would say this. Ji Qiqian glanced at the time. Want to play a game now? Sure. Lu Lingfei followed him to the house next door and found that the structure was exactly the same. Ji Qiqian didn't seem to have much stuff, and it looked very empty. There are just two computers in the study, and they both seemed to have very high configurations. Lu Lingfei opened the game. She saw the live broadcast of the game on the homepage. It was the scene of her performing 12 consecutive attacks during the competition just now. The title also said that the disciple of the great king has returned to the arena. She felt inexplicably guilty. After all, in her previous life, she didn't even know how to perform 12 consecutive hits in a resurrection match. And she has never seen the great God King. Ji Qiqian glanced at her and said, "You performed a 12-hit combo in the game. When did you learn that?" Lu Lingfei was a little panicked. How was she going to explain? Should I tell him that I learned it in my previous life? After all, the 12-hit combo of the Great King is difficult to learn. Many people have practiced repeatedly in front of the video for a long time, but have not mastered this move. Lu Lingfei licked the corner of her lips and said, "Actually, I am a fan of the Great King. I have liked him since I was a child, and I secretly practiced his famous moves. In fact, I never succeeded before. But during this competition, I don't know why I succeeded." Ji Qiqian's eyes were a little complicated. "Have you liked him since childhood?" "Yes, that's right. I've always liked him, so I'm familiar with these." Lu Lingfei was a little unsure, but this was the only explanation for now. She actually admired the Great King very much, and she didn't lie. She secretly looked at the man next to her. Ji Qiqian looked a little unnatural and answered stiffly, "Don't like anyone casually." Lu Lingfei was a little surprised. This is different. That's the Great King. Anyone who plays this game would admire him." Ji Qiqian looked at the girl in the video who had delivered 12 consecutive hits, and his eyes became much gentler. After all these years, she is the only one who has done it. The two entered the game and cooperated tacitly to form a team to clear the dungeon. Ji Qiqian stopped and said, "Have you ever played the warrior profession?" "No. The role I played the most was the gunner." "You can change your profession and try the warrior profession. It may be more suitable for you." Lu Lingfei's pupil shrank. In the previous life, that person said the same thing and asked me to play a warrior. But at that time, she just wanted to play the gunner. After all, Six Brothers' team needed a gunner. For a moment, Lu Lingfei became very excited. Could Ji Qiqian be the person she met in her previous life? It was her regret that she had not been able to meet him in person and say thank you to him in her previous life. "Ji Qiqian, why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing, master. Do you have someone you like?" "No, why are you asking this? Do you have someone you like?" Ji Qiqian narrowed his eyes slightly. He had to prevent her from falling in love too early. Lu Lingfei looked at the computer screen and said, "I guess so." The person she had an online crush on in her previous life that ended in failure. It would be great if we could meet in this life. She remembered the time and place she met that person in her previous life. Maybe she really met him at that time. Ji Qiqian's voice was a little muffled. "Kid, the most important thing for you now is to study, not to fall in love." "I know. Anyway, let's wait until after the college entrance examination." She met that person in her previous life after the college entrance examination. Ji Qiqian was a little annoyed. The most troublesome thing was girls falling in love early. He turned off the computer directly. "After dinner, you need to review your homework and reduce the time you play games. If you assign more homework, I guess I won't have time to think about other things." Lu Lingfei finished 2 sets of real college entrance examination questions in the evening. She was so tired that her brain could not work anymore. When she was getting ready to wash up and go to bed, she suddenly realized that she hadn't brought any spare clothes, including toiletries. Lu Lingfei hesitated for a moment and decided to go out to buy some daily necessities. As soon as she went out, Ji Qiqian opened the door and looked down at her. "It's so late. Where do you want to go?" Lu Lingfei felt like she was caught by her parents. She quickly replied, "I'm buying some toiletries and pajamas." Ji Qiqian's expression was stunned for a moment, and he turned around and closed the door. "Let's go." He had no experience in taking care of children and hadn't thought of this. It's late now, and most shops are closed. Lu Lingfei only bought toiletries and didn't buy pajamas and slippers. Ji Qiqian had a blank expression on his face and was in a bad mood. After he returned to the apartment, he immediately called Gu Zifeng. "What's wrong with the apartment you arranged? Why is there no daily necessities?" "Brother, You called me and asked me to buy the house within half an hour. I don't have time to arrange daily necessities. Besides, if you accompany her to buy daily necessities, it will just bring you closer together. Ji Qiqian has always been used to being served. When has he ever thought about these details? Gu Zifeng asked suspiciously. You wouldn't have forgotten and gone out to buy it in the middle of the night, right? Ji Qiqian gritted his teeth. You can shut up now. He hung up the phone directly and looked at the closet a little embarrassedly. Ji Qiqian went to get a pair of his own slippers and a clean men's shirt. He walked to the next door and knocked. After a while, a girl's soft voice came from inside. Here it comes. Lu Lingfei opened the door. Her hair was still wet, dripping down her clothes. Ji Qiqian's gaze couldn't help but wander for a moment, and he walked straight in. Lu Lingfei stepped back subconsciously and ended up stepping on her right foot with her left foot, causing her to fall toward the ground. Damn, this is so embarrassing. That was the only thing in her mind. But she fell into a warm chest and heard his heartbeat in her ears. Chapter 22. Lu Lingfei is actually a hidden boss. Lu Lingfei lay in his arms, looking dazed and stupid. Ji Qiqian lowered his head and could only see her smooth forehead. Her wet hair fell between them, and the water stain spread, making her clothes a little transparent. His throat moved slightly, and he let her go. The clothes are new and have never been worn. You can wear the shoes for a day first. Lu Lingfei saw the clothes he left at the entrance and blushed. Thank you. Seeing her defenseless look, Ji Qiqian couldn't help nagging. Don't open the door casually at night in the future. Because I know that the person knocking on the door must be you. Her eyes were determined and calm. Ji Qiqian met her gaze, immediately avoided it, and said awkwardly, remember to lock the door. Lu Lingfei stood at the door, her lips slightly raised, looking back at the unfamiliar room. She was about to start a new life. When she was lying on the bed charging her cell phone, she found dozens of missed calls, almost all from her second brother. There was another call from brother 6, but he hung up after only 3 rings. She opened WeChat and saw the message from her second brother. Lingfei, where are you? Stop being angry, okay? Come back, and I'll ask your 6th brother to apologize to you. Lingfei, you should know that you can't hide for long in City A. If Big Brother finds out, the consequences will be disastrous. Lingfei, we are a family. Can we really not forgive small frictions and conflicts at all? Lu Lingfei heard these words. Her eyes turned a little colder. Not one bit forgivable. Go to school the next day. Lu Lingfei and Ji Qiqian took a taxi to school. She looked back at him and said, then I'll go to the classroom first. Ji Qiqian watched her walk into the school safely before looking away. A luxury car drove over and Gu Zifeng stuck his head out. The Lu family was looking for someone like crazy last night. It's a pity that they met us. Otherwise, Lu Lingfei would not be able to hide or escape. The people in the Lu family are not vegetarians either. Ji Qiqian pursed his lips coldly, as if thinking about something. Here, Lu Lingfei went directly to the classroom. But as soon as she reached the classroom door, someone started screaming, Lu Lingfei is here. She's the one who performed 12 consecutive hits in the competition yesterday. Oh my god, what is her relationship with the legendary Great God King? I'm so curious. Idol, can you take a photo with us? Lu Lingfei didn't expect so many people. She nodded a little awkwardly. Okay. At once, many people gathered around her, and some even asked for her autograph. The classroom entrance was very busy, with people crowded inside and outside. Qin Xiang just walked out of the classroom at this time. Seeing Lu Lingfei being treated like a star, she immediately felt jealous. It's obvious that he has over 100,000 fans on the internet and is much more famous than Lu Lingfei. What a bunch of ignorant trash. Qin Xiang couldn't bear it and walked out directly. Qin Xiang said hypocritically, Sister Lingfei, you didn't come back last night. Where'd you go? My second brother was almost dying of worry. Even if you are angry, you shouldn't joke about your own safety. Lu Lingfei knew that by Manhwa would definitely cause trouble. Little follower number 1 immediately agreed. Xiang, this Lu Lingfei is an ungrateful person. She relied on winning the competition yesterday and thought she had the capital to be arrogant. That's why she ran away from home in a fit of temper. The second little follower rolled his eyes. I think Lu Lingfei is in love with the school doctor and they are living together. She knows how to seduce men at such a young age. Lu Lingfei raised her eyelids and said, no wonder everyone always says that you two have bad mouths. Today I finally saw it for myself. Qin Xiang noticed something out of the corner of her eye and immediately said, Sister Ling Fei, you don't know how much I envy you for having your family so worried about you, but you are still so willful in throwing a tantrum. It's really wrong. Do I know you well? Stop pretending. No one is watching you act here. Aren't you tired? Lu Lingfei, how can you say that? Xiang was worried about you all night last night. It was obviously you who did something wrong. Don't you allow others to say anything. Sixth brother Lu also came over and looked at Lu Lingfei with a complicated expression. He didn't have to send Qin Xiang to school today, but for some unknown reason, he came anyway. After all, he knew that Lu Lingfei would definitely come to school today. He didn't sleep all night last night. He was actually forced into isolation by her. What is this? Lu Lingfei was not surprised to see Lu appear. Doesn't Qin Xiang often stay out all night with you guys? Qin Xiang's eyes were red with grievance. Sister Lingfei, how could you say that? Lu Lingfei, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiang is my sister. You should apologize to her right now. Lu Lingfei's eyes were cold. She was the first to talk nonsense. I learned all this from her. Qin Xiang cried, I didn't mean that. You misunderstood. Lu's temper, which he had restrained at first, suddenly became uncontrollable. Lu Lingfei, look at what you have become. Weren't you at that school doctor last night? This is the truth. Lu Lingfei looked at him quietly, her eyes calm and peaceful. After Lu finished speaking, he instantly felt a little regretful, but with so many people watching, he didn't explain. Lu Lingfei just thought it was ridiculous. That has nothing to do with you. She turned and walked toward the classroom. Stop. What do you mean it has nothing to do with us? You are becoming more and more powerful now. It's just a victory in a resurrection match. Look how capable you are. Lu Lingfei sneered without turning her head. Lu Lingfei sat in her seat, completely ignoring the people outside. Lu looked at Lu Lingfei's distant look and felt a burning fire in his heart. But he didn't dare to do anything excessive. After all, he was still in quarantine and shouldn't have been in school. Seeing this, Qin Xiang deliberately said, Sixth brother, it's all my fault for asking Sister Ling Fei too much and making her unhappy, but I was also worried that she would get angry and do something stupid. I know you're doing this for her own good, but she doesn't appreciate it. Ling Fei has a bad temper now. She doesn't give face to anyone. She is like a completely different person. What exactly does she want us to do to satisfy her? There was a hint of sarcasm in Qin Xiang's eyes. Lu Lingfei had already started to keep her distance. Didn't he realize that something was wrong just now? This is certainly a good thing for her. She changed the subject. How do you plan to deal with the school doctor's matter, sixth brother? Of course, let that man pay the price. Lu went directly to the principal's office. He had to give an explanation for this matter. Qin Xiang returned to the classroom after achieving his goal. She passed by Lu Lingfei. She whispered, Sixth brother went to see the principal. Lu Lingfei's expression changed. As expected, she brought trouble to Ji Qiqian. She stood up, and the English teacher walked in. Let the class begin. Lu Lingfei had no choice but to sit down again. She was a little absent-minded in this class. Finally, the class was over. Lu Lingfei went out and called Ji Qiqian. She was a little worried. Ji Qiqian answered the call quickly, his voice calm. What's wrong? My sixth brother has gone to see the principal. You might be in trouble, but don't worry. I will explain everything. Little Lu Lingfei, don't worry about adult affairs. The man's tone was firm, even a little arrogant. Lu Lingfei almost thought she had heard it wrong. After all, this man was usually quiet and cold, and he was a very introverted person. But she inexplicably believed what he said. Lu Lingfei hung up the phone. She returned to her seat and studied with peace of mind. There is more than a month left before the college entrance examination, and she will soon be free. After school, Lu Lingfei packed her school bag and wanted to go to the infirmary. But she saw her second brother Lu Nanfeng at the classroom door, holding a super big teddy bear in his hand. Lu Lingfei paused. Lu Nanfeng walked up to her and said, Lingfei, you performed very well in the resurrection match. I have prepared a gift for you. Congratulations, and I look forward to your wonderful performance in the finals. Finals? Chapter 23, Belated Care, Cheaper Than Grass. Lu Lingfei looked at the teddy bear. She had never agreed to participate in the finals. By the way, this stuffed bear used to be her favorite brand. The Super Big Bear is a limited edition and hard to buy. She had a hard time buying it in her previous life because Qin Xiang needed a teddy bear for a lucky draw during her live broadcast. Sixth brother forced himself to give the bear to Qin Xiang. Finally, the bear was given to a so-called fan, but that fan turned out to be a pervert. He cut the bear into pieces, hid a dead mouse in it, and then sent it back. Lu Lingfei looked at the bear. She seemed to see the tragic end of her own past life. She had forgotten all these things, but they always reappeared in front of her. Lu Lingfei asked, "Will Lu Lingfei really participate in the finals? But why did I hear that she's not on the team list?" Lu Nanfeng replied gently, "The list has not been updated yet. Lingfei is a member of the Lu family. How could she miss the team competition? Besides, the finals will be after the college entrance examination, so it will not affect her studies. How did Lu Lingfei manage to be so good at studying and playing games? I'm so envious of Lu Lingfei for having so many brothers, and they're so nice to her." Lu Lingfei felt it was extremely ironic. After stabbing her countless times, you think you can wipe the slate clean by taking a doll. Lu Lingfei looked indifferent. "Second brother, I don't like teddy bears anymore. Don't you know?" Lu Nanfeng's expression was a little stiff. "Really? I remember you used to like this very much. That was in the past. I'm a high school student now, so my hobbies are bound to change." Lu Lingfei finished speaking. Lu Nanfeng looked embarrassed. He felt even more guilty. It seemed that he was not a competent brother, so he didn't even know that she didn't like the teddy bear now. Qin Xiang stood up and said, "Brother, you are so busy with work and you have to take care of your younger brothers and sisters. It's normal that you can't remember so much. At least you can still remember what Sister Lingfei likes. I don't have any family now, and no one remembers what I like. How I envy Sister Lingfei for having family members who care about her." Lu Nanfeng understood that Qin Xiang was trying to give him a way out, and his heart softened a little. Lu Lingfei always felt that he was biased, but Qin Xiang was so sensible that it was hard for people not to be nice to Qin Xiang. He said, Xiang, you are already a member of the Lu family. I remember what you like, and I will give you a surprise when I come back." Qin Xiang showed an expression of being flattered and turned to look at Lu Lingfei. "Just accept this gift. After all, what you don't like is exactly what others envy but cannot get." Lu Lingfei stared at Qin Xiang. So this woman wanted to take away everything from her? "Oh." Lu Lingfei grabbed the stuffed bear and put it into Qin Xiang's hand. "Now you have it." After she did all this, she turned and left. Belated concern is cheaper than grass. She won't be swayed by such small favors. "Lu Lingfei, where are you going?" Lu Nanfeng quickly caught up with him. "I know you have been wronged all along. I was too busy with work before and ignored your feelings. I promise that I will never do this again." Lu Lingfei felt it was not worth it. It's not worth it to replace the self who gave everything in the previous life. As expected, the crying child gets candy, but she didn't do it for the candy at all. Lu Lingfei looked calm. "That's it, don't follow me." Lu Nanfeng stood in front of her and said, "No, you must come back with me today. You can't go with the school doctor. I talked to the principal today, and I have asked your sixth brother to move out. This doesn't violate any regulations, and you won't be in any danger." Lu Lingfei's face didn't look good. She knew this would happen. Lingfei, I am your guardian now, not the school doctor. There are rumors going around in the school now, so I can let you stay home and prepare for the exam." Lu Lingfei lowered her eyelids to hide her angry look. She said in a hoarse voice, "So what second brother said just now, that he would not let me suffer any injustice. Is that true?" Lu Nanfeng was helpless. "I do all this for your own good. The conflict between family members is not a big deal. Why can't it be resolved peacefully? Do you have to run away from home to force us?" This sentence again, for her own good? Then why was she abandoned and died so miserably in her previous life? Lu Lingfei walked forward with a stern face. The only thing that supported her now was the countdown to the college entrance examination. She couldn't cause trouble for Ji Qiqian. Although it was okay today, it might not be the case if her second brother got serious. Lu Lingfei got in the car. She sent a message to Ji Qiqian. "I'm going home first. I'll talk to you later." Lu Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief after seeing her get in the car. It seemed that Lu Lingfei was indeed angry. When he showed a little weakness today, she was exposed. It seems that he will have to pay more attention to Lu Lingfei in the future, so that she won't think that he is partial to Qin Xiang and is not good enough to her. After the group returned to the Lu family, Lu Lingfei got off the car first without paying any attention to the people around her. Lu Nanfeng looked at her back and could only sigh helplessly. Qin Xiang got out of the car with difficulty while holding the teddy bear. "Second brother, I believe Sister Lingfei will understand your painstaking efforts." Seeing Qin Xiang holding the teddy bear, Lu Nanfeng couldn't help but say, "If she could be as obedient and sensible as you, I would be thankful. Qin Xiang lowered her head, her face showing an extremely obedient and submissive expression. At dinner time, Lu Lingfei didn't see Lu Lu. Only her second brother and Qin Xiang were there. Lu Lingfei finished her meal in silence and prepared to go back to her room. She noticed that her second brother was holding his stomach and seemed to be in pain. She knew that her second brother had always had a bad stomach and needed to take good care of himself and take medicine. But in her previous life, she tried her best to take care of her second brother's stomach, but in the end it was no match for the bowl of white porridge Qin Xiang sent her. She will never forget the look of emotion on her face as her second brother smashed the medicinal food she made and held the white porridge made by Qin Xiang. Lu Lingfei made up her mind, pretended not to see it, and left the restaurant. As she left, Lu Nanfeng looked at her back and felt a little lost. In the past, whenever he showed signs of stomach discomfort, Lu Lingfei would become very anxious and would circle around him to show her concern. Lu Nanfeng endured the discomfort. So Lu Lingfei doesn't care about him anymore? Lu Nanfeng's heart seemed to be stabbed by something. He stood up and left the restaurant, his steps still staggering. Qin Xiang stayed in the restaurant alone. She always felt that Lu Nanfeng's attitude towards her had changed a little. No, she had to find a way to save it. Lu Lingfei returned to her room and thought of her second brother suffering from stomachache. She controlled herself and didn't want to be sentimental. Her second brother didn't need her care at all. The white porridge Qin Xiang sent was enough, wasn't it? Lu Lingfei took out her phone and sent a message to Ji Qiqian. My brother didn't make things difficult for you at school today, did he? The next second, Ji Qiqian called and said in a cold voice, I have the evidence of their beating, and there is a lawyer present. What's the problem? Lu Lingfei smiled. No wonder Sixth brother was kicked out. Lingfei, if they bully you again, I will come and pick you up right away. Lu Lingfei bit her lip and asked, Why are you so nice to me? She regretted it as soon as she asked. Chapter 24, Then I'll stab you too. It seemed as if she thought Ji Qiqian liked her. Lu Lingfei held the phone and thought of her online crush from her previous life. To be more precise, he is her secret crush because she has never confessed her feelings to him and he has never said that he likes her. But the appearance of that person was like a faint fire in her bleak and miserable life, which always warmed her. This feeling is just like Ji Qiqian's existence. But she has always been unsure whether Ji Qiqian is the person from her previous life. Ji Qiqian's slender fingers moved slightly. Do you need a reason to help when you see injustice? I usually help old ladies when I see them crossing the road. Lu Lingfei smiled, but felt a little lost in her heart. She pretended to be relaxed and said, After I take the college entrance examination, I will officially leave the Lu family. Welcome to live next door to me. Lu Lingfei hung up the phone. She took a shower in a good mood and practiced a set of real test questions before going to bed. The last mock exam is coming soon. This time, she also wanted to see how much she had improved and whether she had a chance to be admitted to Yunnan University. As long as you can rank among the top 10 in the school, there should be hope. The next day, Lu Lingfei went to school as usual. She saw Qin Xiang bring a bowl of porridge over and put it next to her second brother Lu Nanfeng. Second brother, I heard from the housekeeper that you have stomach discomfort, so I made this porridge especially for you. You will feel better after eating it. Qin Xiang also deliberately showed the burns on her hands. After seeing this, Lu Nanfeng softened his heart and said, You are already injured. You don't have to do these things in the future. Just let the servants do it. Brother, you have sacrificed so much for our family, and I should do all this. Qin Xiang smiled sweetly, looking harmless. Lu Nanfeng was immediately relieved and subconsciously looked at Lu Lingfei. Now she knew that her stomach was uncomfortable. Lu Lingfei saw by Zhou. A hint of sarcasm flashed in her eyes. Sure enough, the white porridge arrived late. Lu Lingfei didn't have much appetite, so she just stood up and left without asking a single question from beginning to end. Lu Nanfeng suddenly felt a little lonely. Lu Lingfei really not ask a single question? Or did she not want to care about her second brother at all? Qin Xiang quickly said sensibly, Second brother, Sister Lingfei is actually worried about you. She was just angry this time. I hope so. Lu Nanfeng also hoped that Lu Lingfei was just sulking. He didn't think Lu Lingfei would really break off relations with her family because of these little things. Without Lu Lingfei's care, he always felt uncomfortable. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Qin Xiang also went out to school. The housekeeper was chirping beside him. Second young master, Miss Lingfei didn't even ask you a question. That's really too much. When Lu Nanfeng saw the porridge, His expression improved a little. Fortunately, Qin Xiang is so sensible. He took a sip of the porridge, but the stomachache did not get better but got worse. He frowned immediately, thinking of the medicinal food made by Lu Lingfei, which would relieve a lot of pain every time he ate it. He subconsciously said, "Ask the kitchen to prepare a portion of the medicinal food that Lu Lingfei used to make." The housekeeper was a little embarrassed. The medicinal food is cooked by Miss Ling Fei herself. It's just a medicinal meal. Is it that difficult? Lu Nanfeng felt a little uncomfortable due to the pain, and his tone was not very good. The maiden next to her replied, "Second master, I heard that the young lady has to prepare the rice for the medicinal diet one day in advance. She has to get up very early the next day to prepare the ingredients, and all of them have to be fresh. There are also strict rules for the order and time of cooking, and even the slightest mistake will not work. This is the recipe Miss Ling Fei got from an old Chinese doctor. We didn't learn it. So Miss Ling Fei prepared the medicinal porridge herself over the years." After listening to this, Lu Nanfeng felt even more uncomfortable for some reason. He raised his hands to cover his face. It turned out that Lu Lingfei had paid so much. He really didn't know before and thought medicinal food was very simple. Lu Nanfeng began to regret a little. He really neglected Lu Lingfei too much before. He didn't even know how much Lu Lingfei had paid in secret. It's because he, as the brother, didn't do his job well enough. Lu Lingfei was not angry, but had suffered too much injustice. She was injured. Lu Nanfeng looked at the housekeeper and said, "Bring me the gifts that Ling Fei gave to Qin Xiang to apologize last time." The housekeeper was a little surprised. Isn't that the eldest lady apologizing to Miss Xiangxiang? If the second young master wants to come back, wouldn't it be unfair to Miss Xiangxiang? She has been living under someone else's roof in the Lu family and doesn't feel safe. If the second young master continues to do this, how can Miss Xiangxiang still gain a foothold in the Lu family? Second young master, you can't be soft-hearted just because of this bowl of medicinal food. Miss Xiangxiang even made porridge for you and even got injured. Lu Nanfeng thought about it for a while and remembered how Qin Xiang was injured just now, and he felt a little soft-hearted. He said, "Forget it. Take back the gift I gave you first, and don't touch anything else." At least, he has to make some changes first. In the evening, after Lu Lingfei came back, she stayed in her room after dinner and didn't come out. Not long after, someone knocked on the door, and Lu Nanfeng's voice came. Ling Fei, it's me." Lu Lingfei walked over and opened the door, her eyebrows and eyes indifferent. "What's the matter?" "This is for you." Lu Lingfei saw a box containing an emerald necklace that looked very familiar. Isn't this the apology gift she gave to Qin Xiang before? "What does this mean, brother?" Lu Nanfeng said with guilt. Ling Fei, I know I have wronged you before. I took the necklace back. I will buy a new necklace from Xiang as compensation, but this one is different for you. I shouldn't let you get away as a gift." Lu Nanfeng regretted the whole day and thought he shouldn't have done that on the day of the banquet. He didn't think it through enough. Lu Lingfei was a little dazed. She didn't expect that her second brother would actually give the necklace back. How strange. In her previous life, she never got these back until she died. Lu Lingfei lowered her eyelids and said calmly, "No need. How can you give something away and then ask for it back? Ling Fei, just accept it. Otherwise, I will feel bad. Can you consider it as my compensation to you?" "What kind of compensation is this? A slap in the face and a small sweet date?" Lu Lingfei saw Qin Xiang hiding in the corner from the corner of her eyes. She deliberately said loudly, "Second brother, I have to criticize you. I gave this gift to Qin Xiang willingly. How could you take it away for no reason? Wouldn't you hurt Qin Xiang's heart by doing this? Right, Sister Qin Xiang?" When Lu Nanfeng turned his head and saw Qin Xiang, he suddenly felt a little guilty. After all, he didn't ask Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang walked out with a stiff upper lip. "Sister Ling Fei, those gifts have always been with me temporarily, and I am very happy to return them to their original owners. After all, I'm not qualified to receive such expensive gifts. I have always known my own limitations." Qin Xiang's tone was particularly sincere. But after Qin Xiang finished speaking, she immediately turned and left, even reaching out to wipe away her tears, looking very sad. Lu Nanfeng was a little panicked. "Xiang." Lu Lingfei leaned against the door. "Second brother, you should go and comfort her." Lu Nanfeng pursed his lips and said, "Lu Lingfei, I sincerely apologize to you just now, but why did you deliberately say those words to hurt Xiang? I am biased and make you feel wronged, but Xiang did nothing wrong. Her father saved your life. Don't forget it. Lu Lingfei gave a cold smile. Sure enough, nothing has changed. She almost wavered just now. Chapter 25, Tooth for Tooth. Lu Lingfei raised her eyebrows. Her eyes were arrogant and sharp. She said, I remember it very clearly. I will never forget it. Lu Lingfei closed the door directly and didn't want to say anything more. Lu Nanfeng stood outside the door, looking at the necklace in his hand, thinking about what he had just said. I immediately regretted it. But Lu Lingfei's words just now were indeed intentional. She is so smart. She must understand what I mean. Is she still angry? Lu Nanfeng looked at the closed door in front of him. Lu Lingfei, what should I do with you? Lu Lingfei's mood became bad. She shouldn't have been so optimistic that her brothers would find out their conscience and then regret and cry. But she thinks too much. She underestimated Qin Xiang's position in her second brother's heart. After all, when the second brother saw Qin Xiang making a bowl of white porridge, he was so moved that he almost cried. The medicinal food she had been making for so many years was like garbage and worthless. She wants to get back all her efforts. He refused to join sixth brother's team, stopped making medicinal food for second brother, and stopped maintaining firewall security on eldest brother's side. There are also the third, fourth, and fifth brothers. She would take them back one by one. Lu Lingfei opened the game for him. She found the newbie's guide on how to perform 12 consecutive hits that she had written a few days ago. This post has now exploded. Many people collected it, but there were also many mocking comments saying that she was arrogant. Lu Lingfei did not refute. She just summarized the experience according to what the previous person said. She received a private message. She saw the other party's personal introduction and found out that it was actually Six Brothers' account. The other party chatted privately. Boy, do you remember that you stole my boss last time? Lu Lingfei remembered. She did it on purpose. She didn't reply. Brother Lu sent another message. Would you like to consider joining a professional team? The treatment is easy to negotiate. I am quite optimistic about your operation. If you join the team, you will get professional training. Lu Lingfei read the message. She only felt irony. Sixth brother finally faced reality and realized that Qin Xiang was unreliable. He was even more aware that she would not join the competition, so he recruited new people. Lu Lingfei directly refused. I refuse. After she replied, she went offline immediately. When Lulu looked at these words, Lu Lingfei's face flashed through his mind for no reason. Because every time Lu Lingfei refused, she would say these words. Lulu turned off the computer in frustration. Now he was kicked out because of Lu Lingfei, and he felt very aggrieved. He also felt a little regretful for hitting her on the day of the resurrection match. But he just couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, he was used to being coaxed by his sister Lu Lingfei. Time flies, and it's the last mock exam. Lu Lingfei was confident during the exam and felt pretty good about it. She handed in her paper early and left the classroom, and went to the playground to get some fresh air. Lu Lingfei returned to the classroom. She saw Qin Xiang lying on the table crying, and her little follower was gone. Qin Xiang, don't cry. We all believe that you're not the kind of person who would cheat. That's right. The teacher will definitely find out the truth and clear your name. Yes, Qin Xiang, your grades are usually pretty good. There's definitely no need to cheat. Lu Lingfei roughly guessed what had happened. In fact, she has always suspected that Qin Xiang cheated on her grades. After all, the grades of the little follower number 1 were pretty good. This never happened in my previous life. It is estimated that Qin Xiang had delayed too much progress due to games, and in order to have a good ranking, he had to take risks. But in the college entrance examination in her previous life, Qin Xiang was completely exposed and performed very poorly, not even as well as the little follower number 2. Later, after the college entrance examination results were announced, Lu Lingfei herself performed very well. Qin Xiang made an excuse, saying that she was in a bad mood, and that was why she did poorly on the test. Lu Lingfei was subjected to cold violence by her brothers for a long time. Finally, her fourth brother suggested that she and Qin Xiang apply to the same university so that they could look after each other. It could also be considered as compensation for her affecting Qin Xiang's grades. What kind of logic is this? But in her previous life, she didn't dare to resist her brother's request and could only agree. Lu Lingfei recalled this. Little follower number 1 rushed into the classroom and questioned Qin Xiang. You were the one who wanted to cheat. Why did I have to be punished in the end? Qin Xiang replied with tears in her eyes. I didn't cheat. Why are you slandering me? I didn't ask you to write that note. It's obviously you. Qin Xiang, why don't you admit it? Aren't we good friends? Why did you stab me in the back? The little follower number 1 is almost going crazy. If she is punished at this time, what will she do in the college entrance examination? Qin Xiang, however, looked innocent, and the people around him also blamed the little follower number 1 for slandering others. Qin Xiang was very calm in her heart. She knew that she would be fine. The teacher and classmates will only believe what she says. Ling Fei in despair. Now I finally understand how you feel. Qin Xiang is a vicious woman. She usually pretends to be a saint, but in fact, she is a poisonous widow. Lu Lingfei showed a mocking expression, and little follower number 1 finally understood. Little follower number 1 quickly came to her side and said, "You must know the secret, right? Qin Xiang's grades are not very good, and I helped her with her homework. We were taking an exam in the same classroom, and you handed in your paper early and must have seen it when you passed by our classroom. You must have testified for me to the teacher." Lu Lingfei has always been at odds with Qin Xiang, so there must be a way. Qin Xiang frowned. Lu Lingfei probably didn't know. Lu Lingfei pushed away the hand of little attendant number 1 with a cold expression. Everyone has seen how Qin Xiang behaves. How can you wrongly accuse someone for no reason? The face of the little follower number 1 turned pale instantly. I guess he didn't expect Lu Lingfei to say that. Lu Lingfei's face was calm. She was not a saint. Hadn't she been hurt enough by the rumors spread by these 2 little followers in her previous life? Now let little follower number 1 also have a taste of the pain she had suffered at the hands of Qin Xiang before. After Lu Lingfei said this, Qin Xiang instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Xiang looked at the little follower number 1 with grievance. It is because we have a good relationship that I can't bear to see you make a mistake. As long as you apologize to the teacher and admit your mistake, I believe they will definitely forgive you this time. The second follower also said, "Yes, you can't slander people casually." Little henchman number 1 looked at little henchman number 2 and sneered, "My today is your tomorrow, so you better take care of yourself." The second follower looked unnatural. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's obviously you who wanted to cheat and got caught. You can't let Xiang Xiang lie for you." Little follower number 1 said loudly, "Qin Xiang, do you really think I don't have evidence? This time I will expose the evidence that you have been cheating on your grades. Let's see how you can pretend to be a top student." Qin Xiang's expression changed instantly. "Does this woman want to die?" The head teacher came over and asked, "Chen Hong, what evidence do you have?" "I have evidence on my phone. I usually do Qin Xiang's homework. Also, during the exam, when I passed the note to Qin Xiang, Lu Lingfei happened to pass by the classroom. She must have seen it." The head teacher looked at Lu Lingfei. "Did you really see it?" Lu Lingfei thought about it seriously. In fact, she didn't pay much attention. She just remembered that Qin Xiang did look back. So, is there a good opportunity for her now? If she said she saw it, would Qin Xiang be dead? Chapter 26. Lu Lingfei is the academic genius. Almost everyone looked at Lu Lingfei. Qin Xiang's expression was extremely nervous. She took the initiative and said, "Sister Lingfei, Chun Hong and the others also slandered you for cheating in your grades before. You should understand my current situation. I know you have always hated my existence, but we are a family." Lu Lingfei saw Qin Xiang's nervous look and realized that she also had moments of fear. She said calmly, "I remember Qin Xiang did look back. She told the truth." Qin Xiang's eyes instantly turned red with anxiety. "Sister Lingfei, how could you say such nonsense? Just now you said Chun Hong was lying." The second attendant nodded. "Yes, we heard it all just now. Lu Lingfei, why do you keep changing your words? Who can believe what you say?" Lu Lingfei replied slowly, "I didn't think so much just now. I just suddenly remembered it now." Qin Xiang was almost mad at Lu Lingfei. What a bitch. She looked up at the head teacher with grievance. "I really didn't cheat. I turned around and heard Chun Hong calling me. She also threw the note into the table when I wasn't paying attention. I didn't know anything at all." The head teacher originally favored Qin Xiang, but when he thought about how Lu Lingfei had been accused of plagiarism, he felt that there was something wrong with Qin Xiang's character. The head teacher said, "Qin Xiang, Chun Hong, the two of you come with me to the office." Lu Lingfei was sitting in her seat, and people around her were discussing plagiarism. She opened her textbook directly and started checking her answers to see how many points she could get. Not long after, the monitor came to call her. "The head teacher wants you to go to the office." Lu Lingfei guessed this would happen, so she went to the office, but found that follower number 1 was not there. She saw her second brother there. That's right, Qin Xiang will definitely call for help. Qin Xiang's eyes were red, and she looked up at her. "Sister Lingfei, do you hate me so much? What do you want me to do before you forgive me?" Lu Lingfei calmly replied, I'm just stating what I saw. If I want to kill you, I would just say I saw you cheating. Qin Xiang's face turned red instantly. Lu Nanfeng couldn't stand it anymore and scolded Lu Lingfei. Speak properly. Xiang is also a member of the Lu family. When encountering such a thing, I thought you knew what to do. Lu Lingfei raised her head. What does second brother want me to do? Say that I didn't see anything? That's fine too. I really didn't see Qin Xiang looking back. Lu Nanfeng felt a little headache. Why didn't she understand what he meant? The head teacher coughed and said, Well, I understand the general situation. Qin Xiang, you are also wrong. You should not let others do your homework for you, and you should not whisper to each other during the exam. Lu Nanfeng explained, Teacher, Xiang asked others to do her homework because family matters took up her time. I can testify to this. It's just asking classmates to help with homework. It's a small matter. After all, Qin Xiang did this for a reason. Qin Xiang felt particularly aggrieved. Second brother, I didn't know Chen Hong wanted to frame me for cheating. Just because I mentioned that she borrowed money from me, I didn't expect that she would have such thoughts. Xiang, I know you're kind and like to help poor classmates, but kindness also has a bottom line. Lu Nanfeng believed that Qin Xiang did not cheat and must have been framed. The head teacher said, We will discuss the outcome of this matter. Please go back to the classroom first. Lu Lingfei turned and left. Lu Nanfeng chased after her. Lingfei, how can you testify that you saw Xiang looking back? What if the teacher really determines that she is suspected of plagiarism and punishes her? Have you thought about the consequences? Lu Lingfei paused. If Qin Xiang really plagiarized and put the blame on that poor student Chen Hong, have you thought about the consequences for Chen Hong? Impossible. Xiang would never do such a thing. Lu Nanfeng denied it almost subconsciously. Lu Lingfei sneered, so there was no need for her to answer. Lu Lingfei, I know you feel wronged and think we are biased towards Qin Xiang. That's because her father saved your life, and she has always been well-behaved and sensible. What's wrong with us being nicer to her? If you want to blame someone, blame me. Don't involve Qin Xiang. Lu Lingfei was so angry that her temples were throbbing. She was speechless for a moment. She said sarcastically, I blame myself, okay? Blame her for being blind and not seeing clearly this so-called family affection earlier. Lu Lingfei ran directly into the classroom. Lu Nanfeng stood outside, looking helpless. He now wants to ease the relationship with Lu Lingfei, but she seems to never accept it. How can he make Lu Lingfei understand that he is strict with her because she is his biological sister? But Qin Xiang was not like that, so he didn't have any demands. He is not partial. Qin Xiang came over and said, Second brother, I'm sorry. How about I move out so that sister Fei won't be angry with the family and get mad at you? I don't want to see your relationship become bad because of me. Lu Nanfeng forced a smile. What nonsense are you talking about? This has nothing to do with you. You don't have to move out. You are my sister Lu Nanfeng, and you will always be. Qin Xiang burst into laughter and said, Let's make a pinky promise, it's a deal. Lu Nanfeng looked at Qin Xiang with satisfaction, wishing that Lu Lingfei could be so sensible. He said, You should focus on studying and stop asking your classmates to do your homework for you. Qin Xiang's expression froze for a moment. I know I was wrong. It's good to correct your mistakes as soon as you know them. Seeing Qin Xiang's apologetic attitude, Lu Nanfeng really hoped that Lu Lingfei could do the same. Lu Lingfei returned to the classroom and saw the empty seat of follower number 1, but she did not feel sympathy. A few days later, the school reported the plagiarism incident and Chen Hong was given a warning. Qin Xiang was also criticized by the head teacher in front of the whole class. After the head teacher finished speaking, he took out the report card and said, The results are out this time. I would like to give special praise to Lu Lingfei. She has made great progress and ranked 10th in this exam. Everyone should learn from her. A final sprint can improve your grades. There was an uproar in the classroom. Oh my God, Lu Lingfei is not only good at academics, but also so good at playing games. Lu Lingfei has made so much progress. Is it too late for me to work hard now? I want to go to the same university as my goddess. How on earth did Lu Lingfei manage to play games and study at the same time? Lu Lingfei smiled with satisfaction. Does this mean that she has a chance to enter Yendi University? The head teacher looked at Lu Lingfei with a smile and said, Why don't you share your experience of improvement so that everyone can learn from you? Lu Lingfei's performance has been really good recently, and she did very well in the exams. Lu Lingfei stood up, and for the first time ever, she was a little nervous. The reason I have made so much progress is because I suddenly realized that people should live for themselves, and then I stayed up late every night to practice questions. For yourself, no longer sacrifice for the so-called family. Just like in her previous life, she only moved herself in the end. When Qin Xiang saw Lu Lingfei's dazzling appearance, her face was distorted with jealousy. How could this bitch score so well in the exam? When she saw her results, she crumpled up the test paper. This is all because of that bitch, Chen Hong. She was accidentally caught cheating by the teacher. Otherwise, my grades would definitely have improved this time. After lunch, Lu Lingfei returned to the classroom and found several love letters on the table. She was surprised for a moment. This really took her by surprise. The monitor came over and said, Lu Lingfei, you are very popular now. You are an esports goddess and a top student. Even a handsome guy from the private high school next door has come to ask about you and wants to add your contact information. The most handsome guy in the private high school next door? Isn't that Qin Xiang's secret crush? Chapter 27, She Doesn't Want the Second Brother's Reward. Lu Lingfei thought of the school hunk Guyan, who transferred from Yunjing. It seems that the young master from the old city got into trouble in his previous school and came here to hide from the limelight. The young man is usually quite high profile, driving a luxury car, wearing famous brands, and also likes to play games. In his previous life, because Qin Xiang replaced him and won the championship, the young man Gu Yan started pursuing Qin Xiang, and the two were together. Lu Lingfei smiled and casually stuffed the love letter into the desk without even opening it to take a look. She didn't mention any contact information either. Qin Xiang was so jealous. Sister Lingfei, why don't you open it and take a look? It's not like we haven't confiscated it. The first time she received love letters was when she was in elementary school. At that time, her parents had not yet gotten into trouble, and Qin Xiang had not appeared in her world. Qin Xiang felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. What is she so proud of? Qin Xiang's eyes were filled with gloom. Lingfei had obviously been pooed into a little quail by her. How come she suddenly changed so much? Could it be that this woman really wanted to snatch Guyan away? Lu Lingfei packed her bag and left. Qin Xiang dawdled for a long time before coming to Lu Lingfei's desk and taking away all the love letters. Lu Lingfei went directly to the infirmary. She wanted to give Ji Qiqian a surprise, but she didn't see him. She took out her phone and sent him a message. My results are out. I'm in the top 10. I have a chance to get into Yunnan University. Happy. Lu Lingfei was the first one who thought of sharing this happiness with him. Lu Lingfei sent the message. She was in a good mood and looked forward to Ji Qiqian's reply. Lingfei, I heard that you did very well in the exam this time. Congratulations. Lu Lingfei saw Lu Nanfeng standing in front of her and gradually stopped smiling. Not bad. Lu Nanfeng handed over a gift box. To congratulate you for doing so well in the exam, I specially picked this gift for you. Didn't you say you liked this brand of jewelry before? Lu Lingfei took a look at the jewel necklace in the box. Is this to make up for the emerald necklace that was given away? At this time, Qin Xiang came over and saw the jewel necklace in the box, and her expression suddenly became unbearable. Qin Xiang said sourly, What a beautiful necklace, Sister Lingfei. Please put it on and show it to my second brother. Lu Lingfei raised her eyelids. I don't like it. Lu Nanfeng looked a little unnatural. If you don't like it, I'll change it. Which one do you like? Lu Lingfei refused to accept the emerald necklace. Lu Nanfeng went out of his way to buy a new one. Is this okay? Lu Lingfei could tell from her second brother's behavior that he wanted to make amends. But the hurt she suffered could not be wiped out by a jewel necklace. Qin Xiang noticed the change in Lu Nanfeng's attitude and actually took the initiative to ease the relationship with Lu Lingfei. This was different from what she had expected. Qin Xiang said quickly, Sister Lingfei, my second brother is a straight man. How can he know what type of jewelry girls like? You don't know how much I envy you. Lu Lingfei looked over impatiently. Then you are also in the top 10. Stop complaining and pretending to be weak. Qin Xiang's eyes instantly turned red. I didn't do well in the exam this time. If it weren't for Chen Hong's incident, I wouldn't have done so badly. Lu Nanfeng looked unnatural. I know, this is not your fault. Get in the car. I'll take you to a big dinner to celebrate. Lu Nanfeng suddenly felt overwhelmed and immediately changed the subject. Qin Xiang's expression froze for a moment. She didn't do well in the exam. So what was there to celebrate? A celebration for Lu Lingfei. She was a little unhappy. Sister Lingfei, how did you improve so much? Is there any trick or shortcut? Lu Lingfei had no expression. The shortcut is to focus on studying instead of playing games. Qin Xiang's eyes instantly turned red, and tears fell out. But Sister Ling Fei, you have received so many love letters. Lu Nanfeng immediately asked. What's going on? Qin Xiang said, Sister Ling Fei is very popular in school now. Even many people from other schools come to inquire about her and want to add her contact information. Lu Nanfeng frowned immediately, thinking of Ji Qiqian's matter, and reminded him, Ling Fei, you are still young. The most important thing is to study, and you can't be distracted by other things. Lu Lingfei leaned back in the back seat and responded lazily. She wasn't interested in any of this. Qin Xiang saw that Lu Nanfeng didn't lose his temper and felt a little uneasy. Lu Nanfeng looked back at her and said, Xiang, just work hard next time. You still have a chance in the college entrance examination. No one will affect your performance. Qin Xiang felt very aggrieved. Her grades dropped because of the team's issues. Don't the Lu family want to compensate her a little? I even want to take back the emerald necklace I gave to myself last time. Damn it. Lu Nanfeng's attitude towards Lu Lingfei has begun to change, and she has to find a way to stop it. The vehicle arrived at the high-end restaurant. Lu Lingfei got off the car in a bad mood. Facing the faces of Qin Xiang and Lu Nanfeng, she might as well go home and do her homework. When Qin Xiang saw this restaurant, she was immediately surprised and said, This is the restaurant. Second brother, you are so biased. I asked you to take me to this restaurant for dinner before, but you didn't agree. Lu Lingfei glanced at the restaurant. In my previous life, this restaurant was very famous, had a very high level, and required membership. Despite this, many wealthy people still flock to this restaurant and are proud to be members. This restaurant should have been open not long ago. Lu Nanfeng replied helplessly. I was really busy before, so I brought you here to eat today. Second brother, I am only relying on Sister Ling Fei, but I am also very satisfied. Qin Xiang secretly took out her cell phone and took a few photos so that she could post them on her moments to show off. Lu Nanfeng subconsciously glanced at Lu Lingfei and found that Lu Lingfei was very calm, not as happy as Qin Xiang. Lu Lingfei walked into the restaurant and waited for the elevator. She suddenly saw a figure passing by on the second floor. Her eyes paused. It seems to be Ji Qiqian. Lu Lingfei thought she was seeing things, but that profile really looked like Ji Qiqian. There was also a beautiful woman next to Ji Qiqian with black hair and long legs. Lu Lingfei took a look and quickly looked away. My heartbeat quickened a lot. She had just sent him a message, but hadn't received a reply. Is he dating now? Lu Lingfei's mood became more complicated. Ji Qiqian was so handsome and had a good job, so it was normal for someone to pursue him. But she had asked him before if he had a girlfriend, and he said no. Something happened so soon? Lu Lingfei walked into the box absent-mindedly. She took out her cell phone and took a look, but did not receive a reply from Ji Qiqian. So it's not convenient for him to go back now? Sister Ling Fei, what are you daydreaming about? Big brother called me on video. Please come quickly. Big brother is usually very busy. Lu Lingfei came back to her senses and saw Lu Nanfeng holding a mobile phone, and the video call was connected. She saw the man Lu Dongyu who appeared in the video. He had serious facial features and gave people an aura of majesty without even being angry. She walked over silently. Brother. Lu Lingfei just called out and said nothing more. The atmosphere was a little cold for a moment, because every time she saw her eldest brother, she would take the initiative to adjust the atmosphere and act like a very well-behaved child. But in her previous life, her eldest brother personally kicked her out of the Lu family and cut off her living expenses. So she doesn't want to bother with anything now. Lu Dong frowned and said, Lu Lingfei, I know your grades have improved a lot recently, but you shouldn't be complacent and act like a spoiled child. Qin Xiang's grades have deteriorated so badly. You should help her more in the future. After all, we are a family. Lu Lingfei sneered. These words were no different from what her second brother said. She replied impatiently, My second brother has hired a tutor, so he doesn't need me. Lu Lingfei, what's your attitude? I'm not discussing this with you. I'm ordering you to help Qin Xiang improve her grades. Do you understand? As the head of the family, Lu Dong has always been very strict with his younger brothers and sisters and always keeps his word. He heard that Lu Lingfei had changed a lot recently and had become more distant from her family due to being angry. Lu Lingfei slowly raised her head and looked at Lu Dong in the video. I refuse. She doesn't want to. Lu Dong suddenly lost his temper. Say it again. Chapter 28 This time, she didn't give in. Lu Lingfei's facial features were fair and quiet, and her eyes were particularly stubborn and a bit rebellious. She answered firmly, No matter how many times you say it, I don't agree. Qin Xiang took the opportunity to act cute. Brother, don't be angry. I have a tutor to give me extra lessons, and my grades will improve soon. Sister Ling Fei also worked very hard to practice questions, which is why she has made such great progress. I will study hard with her, I promise. Lu Nanfeng also explained, Brother, I will find a way to solve their grades. You don't have to worry so much. Lu Dong was very angry. You two stop making excuses for Lu Lingfei. Don't I know her temper? Just because Qin Xiang came to the Lu family, she felt uncomfortable and kept finding fault. Lu Lingfei, I tell you, no matter how angry you are, or even if you run away from home, it will not change the fact that Qin Xiang is in our house. Even if you leave, she will not leave. Do you understand? Lu Lingfei lowered her eyebrows, and her facial expressions could not be seen clearly. Lu Nanfeng looked at her with her head down, feeling a little distressed. Lingfei, that's not what Big Brother meant. Oh, Lu Lingfei raised her head. Her eyes were dull, and her voice was a little cold. It doesn't matter. She turned and left the box, unable to stay any longer. Lu Nanfeng's face changed, and he wanted to chase after Lu Lingfei. But he heard Lu Dong's angry voice from behind him. Stop, second brother. You were too soft-hearted. That's why you were manipulated by that girl. Lu Nanfeng was somewhat helpless. Brother, it's not like that. Lu Lingfei has changed. In the past, he would have thought that Lu Lingfei was just throwing a tantrum. But when he thought of Lu Lingfei's expression just now, he felt worried in his heart. He had never seen Lu Lingfei with such an expression before. Qin Xiang tried to smooth things over and said, Brother, stop arguing. It's all my fault that I didn't do well in the exam. I wish I could be as smart as Sister Lingfei. It's my fault that I'm too stupid. Lu Dong's tone softened a bit. It's not your fault. It was Lao Lu's team that delayed your time. Lao Si told me what happened during this period. Qin Xiang, don't defend Lu Lingfei. Since you came to our Lu family, we will never be partial to her just because she is our biological daughter. Qin Xiang burst into laughter and said, Thank you, brother. I will work hard in the future. In this family, the most difficult person to please is Lu Dong. In addition, Lu Dong is not at home all year round, so Qin Xiang has always been afraid of Lu Dong. Thanks to Lu Lingfei for giving me such a good opportunity to perform today. However, Lu Nanfeng felt that his elder brother had misunderstood Lu Lingfei. He explained, Brother, Lingfei also participated in the competition. If she hadn't turned the tide, we wouldn't have won the resurrection match at all. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. She refused to join Lao Lu's team on the surface, trying to force Lao Lu to beg her. But when Qin Xiang went, she felt uncomfortable again, so she secretly practiced in private, just waiting to show off in front of you. Brother, that's not the case. Lu Nanfeng suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. He looked at his elder brother's attitude towards Lu Lingfei, and then he realized that he seemed to have treated Lu Lingfei in the same way before. Is that why Lu Lingfei was so heartbroken and distanced herself from him? Lu Nanfeng was so choked up that he couldn't utter a word. It turned out that he had gone too far. It turns out that the person who was wrong was not Lu Lingfei, but perhaps himself. Lu Nanfeng saw that Qin Xiang and his eldest brother were chatting happily, and they seemed to have forgotten that Lu Lingfei was not there. Lu Nanfeng felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. It was obvious that he had arranged today to celebrate Lu Lingfei's good results. He quietly turned around and left the box while his elder brother wasn't paying attention. Lu Nanfeng called Lu Lingfei, but no one answered. He immediately sent a message. Lingfei, where are you? Lu Lingfei took a look at the message she received. Then she stood up and walked out of the bathroom cubicle. She went to the sink outside and looked at herself in the mirror with slightly red eyes. I have made the decision countless times and will not be sad because of the Lu family anymore. But she still felt a little pain when she heard what her brother said just now. Lu Lingfei washed her face with cold water. There was only 1 month left, and she wouldn't have to endure it any longer. After she left the restroom, she planned to take the elevator to leave the restaurant. Why are you here? Lu Lingfei looked up and saw Ji Qiqian. She lowered her head in a panic and said, Come and eat. Her voice was a little hoarse. Ji Qiqian came closer, crying. Her voice sounded wrong, like she had been crying. Lu Lingfei subconsciously denied. No. At this time, the elevator door opened and Lu Nanfeng walked out. When she saw it, she threw herself into Ji Qiqian's arms and grabbed his clothes tightly. Lu Lingfei wished she could curl up in Ji Qiqian's arms, not wanting her second brother to find out she was here. Ji Qiqian was stunned in his arms, looking down at the girl in his arms. She was pressing so hard against him that he could almost smell the sweet fragrance on her body. His throat moved slightly, and he subconsciously tried to increase the distance between them. As soon as he moved, she threw her arms around his neck. To outsiders, it looked like the two were a couple in love. Ji Chi-chien pursed his lips, a little surprised by her behavior. The usually calm man didn't know what to do at this moment. Lu Lingfei secretly poked her head out and saw her second brother returning to the box. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. She became aware of their intimate posture, and only then did she realize that Ji Chi-chien was very tall. She almost had a tiptoe, and he leaned over to cooperate so that she could put her arms around his neck. Lu Lingfei let go of his hand with an embarrassed look on her face. Well, my second brother just came out of the elevator, and I didn't want him to see me, so I borrowed you to block him. Ji Chi-chien narrowed his eyes and roughly guessed why she was here and why she was in a low mood. His voice was full of sarcasm. Can any man stop it? Lu Lingfei looked at him in surprise. That shouldn't be the case. Because the person standing next to her happened to be Ji Chi-chien, she stayed in his arms without hesitation. If it were another man, she would never have thought of this situation. I don't think so. After Ji Chi-chien got her answer, he felt better for some reason. Come and have dinner with him? Well, they said it was to celebrate my good performance in the exam. Lu Lingfei's tone was somewhat sarcastic. She secretly observed him and remembered that she had just seen him appear with a beautiful woman. Why was he alone now? Ji Chi-chien said calmly. Ranked 10th this time, not bad. Lu Lingfei was a little proud in her heart. It's okay, I now have a chance to enter Yundi University again. He also said before that his ranking was not high enough. Ji Chi-chien saw the little arrogance on her face and smiled. Have you eaten? Not yet. I don't want to be here. Because of the people in the box. Lu Lingfei nodded. If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I'll go back to the apartment first. She doesn't want to go home today, either. If they want to leave, they should leave. Lu Lingfei didn't quite understand what he meant. Is he going to drive away his second brother and the others? Not likely. Chapter 29. Clear the place for her and drive away the Lu family. Lu Lingfei watched Ji Chi-chien take out his cell phone and walk over to make a call. Lu Lingfei hid in the safe passage to prevent her second brother from coming out and seeing her here. She watched Ji Chi-chien come over after finishing his call and looked down at her. His expression was calm and his tone was particularly wild. Let's go. Where are you going? Watching a show. Lu Lingfei followed him up the elevator and went directly to the third floor. The decoration style here is completely different from that downstairs. She glanced secretly at the man next to her. She heard that the third floor of this restaurant requires a certain level of membership to enter. I guess no one in city has reached the third floor membership level at the moment. How did Ji Chi-chien come up so easily? The waiter didn't stop him and was very respectful. Lu Lingfei quietly said, I heard that ordinary members can't go up to the third floor of this restaurant. Yes, I know. Lu Lingfei looked at his profile. Was this man deliberately not answering her question? Nonsense, she knows that too. But what she wanted to ask was how he could just go up to the third floor so easily. Lu Lingfei was distracted. Ji Chi-chien suddenly stopped, and she bumped in his back. The man tilted his head, his eyes teasing. Watch the show first. I'll tell you later. Ji Chi-chien turned and left again, and Lu Lingfei asked, Where are you going? Toilet. Lu Lingfei glanced at the restroom not far away, and the guy took the elevator downstairs. Where's he going? Lu Lingfei realized that they were standing in the corridor, just in time to see the box on the second floor. She always felt something was wrong, but then she saw Ji Chi-chien walking out of the elevator. The door of the box opened, and the second brother and Qin Xiang walked out. There was also a staff member next to them, talking about something. Seeing that her second brother looked unhappy, Lu Lingfei finally took Qin Xiang to the elevator. Ji Chi-chien stood there, as if he had been waiting for them to come out. When Lu Nanfeng saw this man, he subconsciously frowned. Why are you here? Did Ling Fei come to look for you? The restaurant was suddenly cleared out. Some important person must be coming. Although the Lu family is a well-known family in City A. But this restaurant has a background in Yunjing and is very famous. The Lu family also had to give some face. Qin Xiang added fuel to the fire and said, That's impossible. Doesn't this restaurant require membership to enter? How could a school doctor like him get membership? It must be Sister Ling Fei who brought him in. A school doctor, even if he is handsome, is of no use. Ji Chi-chien's eyes were filled with impatience. Take her out. Suddenly, two waiters appeared around and walked straight towards Qin Xiang. She was so scared that she quickly hid behind Lu Nanfeng. Second brother, I'm scared. Lu Nanfeng stood in front of him. What do you mean? Literally. She's too noisy and wants to talk to you. Ji Qiqian's expression was extremely cold, and his tone was filled with intolerance and rejection. Lu Nanfeng noticed that the surrounding area had been cleared at this time, and there was some confusion in his eyes. Could it be that the restaurant was cleared out because of this school doctor? The last time Lu Lingfei was taken away by this school doctor, he used the Lu family's connections but couldn't find the person. He secretly investigated this school doctor but couldn't find out the background of this man. The origins of this man, named Ji Qiqian, remain a mystery, and it is unknown whether he approached Lu Lingfei on purpose. It should be unlikely. After all, Lu Lingfei is just a little girl who has never left City A and would not offend anyone. Lu Nanfeng also wanted to know the relationship between Lu Lingfei and him, so he looked at Qin Xiang and said, "Go out and wait for me now." Second brother, obedient. No matter how unwilling Qin Xiang was, she had no choice but to leave. Lu Nanfeng re-examined the school doctor in front of him. He had an extraordinary aura and was definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Nanfeng asked, "Where's Ling Fei? Ling Fei? I have no obligation to tell you, but she is my protector. I don't want you to do anything to hurt her before her exam." "What do you mean by hurting Ling Fei? She is my sister. I won't hurt her. But you, an unidentified school doctor, what do you want to gain by being with her?" Lu Nanfeng thought this school doctor was very strange. Ji Qiqian was as cold as ice. His eyes were sharp. "This is not something you can control. Lu Lingfei is my sister. Why can't I take care of her?" Lu Nanfeng remembered that it was this man who called the police last time and forced Lu to move out and not get close to Lu Lingfei. Ji Qiqian put one hand in his trouser pocket. His eyebrows and eyes were cold and arrogant. "Take care of your fake sister and put away your false kindness and false righteousness." After he finished speaking, the elevator door opened and a middle-aged man walked out. When Lu Nanfeng saw this, he quickly said, "Manager, there's a person of unknown origin here." He wanted to find out the identity of the school doctor from the manager. When the middle-aged man saw Ji Qiqian, he was very respectful. He looked at Lu Nanfeng and said, "Mr. Lu, our restaurant has been cleared. Please leave as well." Lu Nanfeng looked at Ji Qiqian. "What about him?" "Mr. Lu, this way please." The manager did not answer Lu Nanfeng's question. Lu Nanfeng was politely invited into the elevator by the waiter. He looked at Ji Qiqian, who was standing there with his back to him. The back is slender and the posture is arrogant. The restaurant manager stood nearby, his head slightly lowered, making it clear that this school doctor named Ji Qiqian had an unusual background. Lu Nanfeng suddenly thought of Lu Lingfei. When did she meet these people? Lu Nanfeng thought of Lu Lingfei leaving back and the changes in her during this period. Could it be that this man gave Lu Lingfei the courage to go against her family? Lu Nanfeng suddenly felt a bit of a headache. He had to investigate the origins of this man. Lest my elder brother find out about this in the future, he won't have such a good temper. It has to be resolved as soon as possible. Lu Nanfeng took out his cell phone, but Lu Lingfei didn't answer the call or reply to the message. Lu Lingfei watched her second brother leave. She looked up and saw Ji Qiqian walking out of the elevator. His steps were slow and powerful, and his eyes were calm. "They're gone." Lu Lingfei was a little surprised. "How did you do it?" Just now Ji Qiqian said he wanted to leave, so they were the ones to leave. Lu Lingfei actually felt for a moment that Ji Qiqian was bragging. After all, this was City A. Ji Qiqian stood in front of her. "I just called a friend." "Your friend is amazing. He was able to get a membership on the third floor and even had this restaurant kick people out." Ji Qiqian said calmly, "It's okay." Lu Lingfei's mood improved a lot, and she was a little curious about Ji Qiqian. "Who is your friend?" There seem to be few families in City A that can achieve this level. Ji Qiqian didn't want to mention it. Yunjing people. No wonder, he must be a super rich second generation. Yunjing is a place where power and wealth are concentrated. In recent years, my eldest brother has spent most of his time working hard in Yunjing. Yunjing University is also the best school in Yunjing. Lu Lingfei looked at him curiously. "Then how do you know such a rich man? Are you classmates? Is he really an ordinary school doctor?" Chapter 30. Did sixth brother finally give in? Lu Lingfei always felt that there was a sense of mystery about Ji Qiqian. Facing Lu Lingfei's curiosity, Ji Qiqian answered directly, "Well, the house you live in is his. Good brothers are there to block the knife." Ji Qiqian turned and went to the box next to him. The waiter walked in respectfully. Mr. Ji, this is the menu. Give it to her. After Ji Qiqian sat down, he leaned lazily on the chair with part of his arm exposed. Lu Lingfei didn't take the menu either. Just serve a few of your specialties. She had come here to eat once in her previous life and knew that the menu here was actually specific. The dishes were different every day, and the customers would eat whatever they wanted. But the waiter actually gave the menu to Ji Qiqian. It seems that his friend's identity is really extraordinary. At this time, Lu Lingfei's cell phone kept vibrating. She glanced and saw that it was a call from her second brother, but she didn't answer it. Soon, I received a message from my second brother. Lingfei, this restaurant has something urgent to do, so we have to close the restaurant. We're in the parking lot outside. Where are you? Clear the area? Lu Lingfei was very surprised, but it was clear that the store was still open. I guess Ji Qiqian asked that rich brother for help. She thought for a moment and replied, then you can go. Later, when the second brother asked her where she was, she didn't reply. She looked up and met his deep eyes. He said, your second brother? Yes, he is gone. Well, now we can eat. Ji Qiqian was extremely calm, as if everything that had just happened was just a normal thing. Lu Lingfei felt a little strange. Was he really just a school doctor? Why do I feel that his origins are not that simple? But she soon felt that she was overthinking. If Ji Qiqian had such a prominent background, how could he be a small school doctor in high school? Maybe he asked his friends for help just to vent his anger. She couldn't help but ask, what did you just say to my second brother? Ji Qiqian put his hand on the table, revealing a part of his wrist, and said, we just chatted for a few minutes. Whatever? But she clearly saw that her second brother's expression was not very good. Ji Qiqian was facing sideways towards her, and Lu Lingfei couldn't see his expression clearly at that time. No matter how you look at it, it's not as simple as just a casual chat. Lu Lingfei hesitated for a moment and said, Master, I know you are good to me, but this is city, eh? If my second brother spots you, you'll be in trouble. She didn't want to implicate the people around her. So that's why you're moving back home? Yes, it's only a few days away anyway. I'll be free after the exam. Lu Lingfei showed an expectant expression. She also wanted to start the life of a heroine in a cool novel right after her rebirth, but real life was not that easy. In her previous life, she had always depended on her brothers, so if she wanted to be independent in this life, she had to get into a good university and do what she wanted to do in the future. Ji Qiqian saw the smile on her face and knew that she had her own plans. The words on the tip of his tongue never came out. He had no right to interfere in her life. After finishing the meal, Ji Qiqian looked at her and asked, what else do you want to do? Lu Lingfei thought for a moment and said, play games and clear dungeons. Currently, clearing dungeons is the only way for her to relieve stress. Ji Qiqian stood up and left. Lu Lingfei looked at his tall back and asked, why are you here today? Are you having dinner with someone? Lu Lingfei just saw him appear with a beautiful woman. Ji Qiqian stood in front of the elevator, his eyes paused. Something happened. Lu Lingfei pursed her lips. Is it just something? Dating is indeed a very important thing. Lu Lingfei's mood became a little strange. She realized that something was wrong and immediately adjusted her state. The person she has a crush on should be the one she is dating online. It's the man who appeared after the college entrance examination. Ji Qiqian was also very nice to her. He probably just sympathized with her at first, but later he helped her so much. She couldn't make the relationship between them awkward and complicated. The two went straight back to the apartment. Lu Lingfei logged into the game and received a reminder to add a friend. She took a look at the name, and it turned out to be her sixth brother Lulu. A few days ago, she rejected sixth brother's invitation to join the team, but she didn't expect that the arrogant sixth brother would come to her in person. Lu Lingfei didn't agree to add a friend, and teamed up with Ji Qiqian to clear the dungeon. They randomly formed a group of 3 strangers, and after completing the dungeon, someone added them as a friend. She took a look at the teammate she had just teamed up with and thought that the other party's operation was pretty good, so she agreed. The next second, the other party sent a message. Hello, I am Lulu, the captain of the Lu Tian team. When we were forming the team just now, I felt that you are very capable. Do you want to join our team? The treatment is negotiable. Lu Lingfei frowned directly. Why is the ghost still lingering? She didn't expect that sixth brother would use a secondary account to add her as a friend. Ji Qiqian turned his head. What's wrong? My sixth brother added me on his Smuff account and wanted to invite me to join the team. He doesn't know who I am yet. After all, this is her trumpet. Ji Qiqian took a look and said, If they can't find a strong foreign aid, they will lose the first game of the final. So my sixth brother is a little anxious now. He is so concerned about his reputation that he will definitely not poach those famous players. He can only choose some talented newcomers to train. Lu Lingfei knew Lu Lu's character too well. After all, the Chichio team of the Ji family in Beicheng is very strong. If the captain of the Chichio team, GMO, had not participated in the finals in her previous life, she herself could not guarantee whether she could win. The Ji family's ball team is very powerful. I heard that their captain is the apprentice of the great God King. He is very strong. It's normal. He can't even learn the 12-hit combo. Lu Lingfei looked at him in shock. Not everyone can learn the 12-hit combo. Haven't you learned it yet? That's because Lu Lingfei realized that she almost let the cat out of the bag. The things that happened in her previous life haven't happened yet. Ji Qiqian narrowed his eyes slightly. Why? Lu Lingfei paused and said, because I admire the great God King so much and like him very much, I accidentally used the 12-hit combo. Have my good luck. Ji Qiqian glanced at her, and it was obvious that Lu Lingfei was not telling the truth. Is she really self-taught? Or did someone teach her? Lu Lingfei didn't reply to Lu Lu and continued to clear the dungeon with Ji Qiqian. The other side, when Lu Lu didn't get a reply, he rubbed his temple in frustration. His chin was covered with stubble. The training results during this period were not ideal. Didn't find a good gunner. He watched the video on his computer of Lu Lingfei participating in the resurrection match. Her 12-hit combo and her leaping figure in the air were particularly unforgettable. He was also very proud that this was his sister. He practiced the 12-hit combo countless times during this period, but each time he failed. He had to admit Lu Lingfei's talent. But that slap from him completely ruined the relationship. Lu Lu called Lu Nanfeng and said after a long silence, "Second brother, how is Lu Lingfei doing recently?" Same old. She doesn't listen to anyone. She ranked 10th in this monthly exam, which is a big improvement. In the top 10, she is improving very fast. Lu Lu remembered that the last time Lu Lingfei ranked 100th in the exam, he had a preconceived notion that Lu Lingfei's grades were not that good and that she really had cheated. Now that I think about it, he was going too far. It was obvious that Lu Lingfei was very smart when she was young and her grades were always good. When did it start to change? It seemed like it was after Qin Xiang came to the Lu family. Lu Nanfeng looked at the emerald necklace in the box, sighed, and said, "Sixth brother, do you think we have neglected Ling Fei too much before? Brother, do you feel the same way?" The two brothers fell into silence on both sides of the phone. Second brother, if I apologize to Lu Lingfei again, will she forgive me? When Lu Lu said this, he had also made a lot of mental preparations. He really wanted to reconcile with Lu Lingfei. He regretted hitting her that day. He didn't mean it. Chapter 31, How to Coax My Sister. On the other end of the phone, Lu Nanfeng just sighed. I'm afraid it's not that easy. Ling Fei is really sad. He also tried to coax Lu Lingfei during this period, but to no avail. Even today, Lu Lingfei left the restaurant and has not returned home or replied to messages. If it had been in the past, he would have definitely sent someone to look for her, or even threatened her to call the police. But now, Lu Nanfeng was afraid of making Lu Lingfei angry, so he could only wait for her to reply. The most important thing was that he was afraid of the unidentified school doctor. Lingfei before. Lu Lu didn't believe it. Second brother, Lu Lingfei has had such a good relationship with us since she was a child. Isn't it us brothers that she likes the most? I believe that the previous misunderstandings, as long as I explain them clearly and coax her well, there will be no problem. Lu Nanfeng frowned. Don't appear next to her before she takes the exam. I know my limits. Lu Lu hung up the phone directly. He knew how to coax Lu Lingfei. He just didn't want to do it before. It's just a small matter. Lu Lu took out his cell phone, opened Lu Lingfei's chat box, and sent a message. Lu Lingfei logged off the game. She returned to her room, washed up, and prepared to go to bed when she saw an unread message. She thought it was sent by her second brother. She clicked on it and saw that it was Lu Lu. Lu Lingfei, let's meet at the coffee shop opposite after school tomorrow. I have something to tell you. Lu Lingfei took a look and remembered the slap she had received. She deleted Lu Lu's WeChat directly and slept well, feeling refreshed. The next day, Ji Qiqian didn't go to work, so she took a taxi to school alone. Lu Lingfei saw a lot of people outside the school. There was a very cool luxury car parked on the side of the road, and a lot of people were surrounding that place. Look at the school uniforms the people on the bus are wearing. They are not from their school. Lu Lingfei got off the car. Someone immediately shouted, Lu Lingfei is here. She noticed that the people around the sports car quickly dispersed, and a boy in school uniform got out of the car. He had handsome features, but the way he looked at her made people feel uncomfortable. Lu Lingfei recognized who this boy was. Gu Yan, who was from the private school next door, is also Qin Xiang's secret crush. She didn't expect that this boy would come to her door. Lu Lingfei looked at the boy and said to her nonchalantly, "Are you Lu Lingfei? You look pretty good." Lu Lingfei raised her eyelids. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her facial features were fair and beautiful. Gu Yan smiled with satisfaction. "I am Gu Yan. I want to make friends with you." As soon as these words were spoken, many girls around screamed. Mr. Gu's way of chatting up people is very direct, so handsome. But Master Gu's girlfriends are said to have a shelf life of only 1 month, and he has had countless girlfriends. Unfortunately, there are still girls who fall head over heels for him. But young Master Gu's family is rich and generous. Many ordinary girls simply can't afford it. But Lu Lingfei's family is quite wealthy, but not as rich as the family from Yinjing. Lu Lingfei's mouth twitched, because Gu Yan said the same thing in his previous life. "I was just talking to Qin Xiang. It's so fucking outrageous." At this time, Qin Xiang got out of the car, and when she saw Gu Yan standing in front of Lu Lingfei, her face twisted. Lu Lingfei indeed had this in mind. Qin Xiang walked over and said, "Sister Lingfei, you didn't come home last night, and my second brother was worried to death. After all, your relationship with that school doctor is unclear. How could you spend the night with him?" After hearing this, Gu Yan frowned, as if he couldn't believe that Lu Lingfei, who looked so pure, had such an open private life. Lu Lingfei looked at Qin Xiang with a half-smile, which made Qin Xiang feel creepy. "Sister Lingfei, are you angry? I was also worried that you were deceived by that man, so I reminded you." Lu Lingfei retracted her gaze and said in a very calm tone, "Put away your fake kindness." She knew clearly that Qin Xiang's intention in saying this was to discredit her, but she just didn't want to be involved with this young man. Lu Lingfei walked straight towards the school. She was carrying a school bag, and her fair facial features showed no expression, but they gave people an inexplicable sense of pressure. With so many people watching around, they all made way for Lu Lingfei. After all, Lu Lingfei became famous in one battle by performing 12 consecutive attacks. Now she's the new darling of the esports circle. Many teams are watching and want to invite Lu Lingfei to join the team. It's just that Lu Lingfei is from the Lu family, and those teams didn't dare to poach her because of Lu. Lu Lingfei's academic performance improved by leaps and bounds in school, and she was so good at playing games that she became an object of admiration for many people. Lu Lingfei left. Many classmates were still discussing how great Lu Lingfei was. Qin Xiang bit her lip and looked at Gu Yan, her voice very gentle. "You are Gu Yan, right? Sister Lingfei has this temper. Don't be angry." Lu Lingfei, does she often stay out all night? Not often. After all, her family is very strict. But recently she got close to a school doctor, so she had a falling out with her family, and that's why she stayed out all night. Qin Xiang seemed a little annoyed after she finished speaking. "Gu Yan, please don't spread rumors everywhere. This is not good for Sister Lingfei's reputation." Gu Yan glanced at Lu Lingfei's back, and his eyes obviously changed a lot. Qin Xiang lowered her eyelids to block the dark color that flashed by. Lu Lingfei arrived at the classroom. Many boys from outside came over to look around. After she sat down, she found a lot more love letters on the desk than last time. She took a look, took them all out, and put them in the trash can. There was a wailing voice outside the classroom. "Your love letter was thrown away," and she didn't even look at it. "I'm not the only one. Yours have been thrown away." Lu Lingfei felt it was a bit noisy, and she really didn't have the mind to think about it right now. When Qin Xiang walked into the classroom and saw those love letters, she felt uncomfortable. She used to be the most popular one in the class. I didn't expect that Lu Lingfei is now more popular than her. After class, Lu Lingfei felt uncomfortable in her stomach and went to the bathroom. She calculated the days and thought her period was coming, which was why she felt uncomfortable in her lower abdomen. Lu Lingfei came out of the bathroom, and Qin Xiang walked side by side with her. "Sister Lingfei, what do you think of Gu Yan?" Lu Lingfei said in a cold tone. "I'm not familiar with him. I don't know. But I think Mr. Gu is pretty good. Sister Lingfei. Are you annoying? You keep nagging me. If you like Gu Yan to do it himself, don't be sour in front of me." Qin Xiang's eyes instantly turned red. "That's not what I meant." The second attendant immediately spoke up. "Lu Lingfei, don't think that Master Gu really likes you. The The Gu family is not a family that you can climb up to. Lu Lingfei sneered. It's not me, is it you? The classmates around him nodded after hearing this. It seems to make sense. After all, Lu Lingfei is the eldest daughter of the Lu family, and Qin Xiang is just an adopted daughter. How can they be the same? Stop talking. Be careful not to be heard. Lu Lingfei didn't care about that and turned away. Qin Xiang drooped her eyelids, feeling extremely resentful in her heart. She had made so much effort just to replace Lu Lingfei's position, and she would not give up the person she loved. When school was about to end in the afternoon, Lu Lingfei walked to the school gate and found that there were more people gathered outside than in the morning. She frowned, having a bad feeling for some reason. She walked out of the school gate and saw Gu Yin leaning against a luxury car with a large bouquet of roses in front of him and candles arranged in the shape of her name. Lu Lingfei, Lu Lingfei, Lu Lingfei. Promise him, promise him, promise him. Lu Lingfei turned around, took the fire extinguisher from the guardroom, and walked over holding it in one hand. She just took the fire extinguisher and sprayed it at the candle. Chapter 32. Apology, I don't accept it. White powder flew all over the sky in an instant. Gu Yin was horrified. Lu Lingfei, what are you doing? Even though the young man had seen a lot of the world, he had never seen a woman rushing towards him with a fire extinguisher. Lu Lingfei put out the fire. She said with annoyance, I don't like you, and I don't want to see these childish and boring things appear outside the school. My period is coming soon, which is very annoying. But someone came up to me. Lu Lingfei, you are quite interesting. I really like you. You have personality. Lu Lingfei turned around and sprayed the fire extinguisher at Gu Yin, scaring him so much that he started cursing. The little followers around him hurriedly stood in front of Gu Yin. Lu Lingfei threw the fire extinguisher on the ground and said coolly and indifferently, Don't mess with me. As the exam was approaching, she didn't want to be bothered by a playboy like Gu Yin, who would waste a lot of her time. Sister Lingfei, how could you do this to Mr. Gu? He loves you. That's why he confessed to you in front of so many people. Even if you don't like him, you can't hurt his heart like this, right? Qin Xiang appeared like a flower blooming on a high mountain. Lu Lingfei's eyes were filled with impatience. It's none of your business. Get out of here too. Lingfei, who is usually cold, would actually lose her temper and curse. Lu Lingfei patted the dry powder off her hands. The smell was not very pleasant. Ever since she talked with her eldest brother in the restaurant yesterday, the emotions that she had been suppressing in her heart were finally unable to be controlled. Lu Lingfei was ready to leave, but Gu Yin, who had suffered a great loss, felt embarrassed and shouted, Lu Lingfei, stop right there. Who allowed you to leave? Lu Lingfei didn't even turn her head. So cool. Gu Yin felt very embarrassed and said angrily, What are you looking at? Bring Lu Lingfei here. If I don't teach her a lesson, do you really think I, Gu Yin, have been doing this for nothing? Qin Xiang stood silently by and watched the show with a cold look on his face. Lu Lingfei is such an idiot. She dared to refuse Gu Yin even though he liked her. She's really brainless. Having offended Gu Yin, she wanted to see how Lu Lingfei spent her last days. I really hope Lu Lingfei will be affected and fail in the college entrance examination. I wonder who dares to touch her. Lu ran over from across the street, his face ashen. Lu Lingfei saw Six's brother. She was stunned for a moment, remembering that Lu had sent her a message last night, asking her to meet at the coffee shop opposite after school today. However, she directly deleted Six's brother's WeChat and did not reply to the message. She had no plans to go either. I didn't expect Lu to come. After Lu appeared, he stared directly at Gu Yin. You kid, you dare to covet my sister, and you don't even ask her 6 brothers if they agree. Gu Yin saw Lu Lingfei's parents. His expression was a little unnatural. But after all, he is a young man from Yunjing, and he looks down on the wealthy families in City A. Gu Yin was also a little angry. But your sister used a fire extinguisher on me. How do you settle this account? I saw it clearly. It was you who harassed my sister first. She used the fire extinguisher to prevent your candles from causing a fire. Her behavior was reasonable. Lu continued. Although you have a backer, this is City A. If you want to stay here well, you'd better not cause trouble. Gu Yin was so angry that his face changed immediately. Do you have the guts to say that again? Qin Xiang immediately tried to smooth things over. 6th brother, this matter is not entirely Master Gu's fault. Sister Lingfei doesn't like her, so she could just refuse directly. I believe Master Gu is not the kind of person who would pester her. But she used a fire extinguisher directly, which was a bit too much, wasn't it? Gu Yin came down the ladder and said, "That's right. How can I hang myself on a tree when I'm so popular? I don't care about Lu Lingfei's temper." Lu Lu frowned and glanced at Qin Xiang, feeling that what she said made him feel a little uncomfortable. It was obviously Lu Lingfei who was being harassed. She just refused. Should she give the other party face? Lulu looked at Gu Yin unhappily. "I don't want to say anything more to the little brat. If it happens again, I will talk to your parents directly." After Lulu finished speaking, he grabbed Lu Lingfei's wrist and said, "Let's go. Get in the car." Lu Lingfei subconsciously wanted to take her hand out, but was finally forced into the car by Sixth Brother. Qin Xiang ran after him and said, "Sixth Brother, are you angry because of what I just said? I'm also being realistic and don't want you to quarrel. After all, Guyan has family in Yinjing. If we fall out here, it will be difficult for my brother to meet the Gu family in Yinjing." Lulu was quite angry at first. However, after hearing Qin Xiang mention his elder brother, his expression softened. If my elder brother knew that this kid harassed Lu Lingfei, he would definitely cause trouble for the Gu family. Qin Xiang was choked for a moment and felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. After all, she's my biological sister, so the treatment is different. But how could Lu appear here? Qin Xiang deliberately asked, "Sixth brother, you have been busy all the time. How come you have time to pick us up from school today?" Lulu secretly glanced at Lu Lingfei, but she was looking out the window as if she didn't hear the conversation in the car. Faced with Lu Lingfei's disregard, Lulu was a little unhappy, but he quickly controlled his temper. After all, he came to make peace with Lu Lingfei. Lulu said, "After all, I have moved out for so long, I want to come and see how you're doing." Qin Xiang noticed that Lulu had been looking at Lu Lingfei, and guess what Lulu was doing there? She thought that the team probably hadn't found the right person yet. Lu Lingfei was looking at the vehicles outside the window and was not in a very good mood. When she came to her senses, she found that she did not return to the Lu family, but stopped at the training base. She saw the posters of the Lu Tian team and various promotional photos. Lu Lingfei didn't expect to come here. After she got off the car, many people ran out from all directions and surrounded her. "Congratulations, Master, for joining our team. God Lingfei, can you give me an autograph? Lingfei, can you tell me how you learned the 12-hit combo?" Lu Lingfei frowned subconsciously. She did not agree to join the team. Lulu took the opportunity to speak. "Okay, don't scare my sister. Let's eat." Lu Lingfei was surrounded by everyone and pushed into the cafeteria of the training base. Qin Xiang could hardly maintain her expression as she watched this scene. Lulu noticed Qin Xiang's expression and explained in a low voice, Xiang, you know the situation of Sixth Brothers' team. We haven't found a suitable gunner yet. Only Lu Lingfei is more suitable, so I want to ease the relationship with her." "Sixth Brother, I know, you don't need to explain to me. The last incident was also related to me. I will apologize with you later, and hope to get Lingfei's forgiveness. In the future, our whole family will be on the team, and I will do a good job in logistics for you." Qin Xiang's well-behaved face made Lu breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that Qin Xiang was not such a stingy person, and did not have Lu Lingfei's bad temper and difficult to deal with. But after Lulu left, the smile on Qin Xiang's face dimmed for a moment, but soon returned to normal and walked forward with everyone. Lu Lingfei was pushed into the cafeteria and saw a large banner hanging inside that read, "Welcome Lingfei to join the team." Only then did she realize something was wrong. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Ji Qiqian. "Can you pick me up?" She shared an address. Lulu walked up to her with an unnatural expression. "I know that I was wrong during the resurrection match last time. I shouldn't have been so impulsive and attacked you. After reflecting on myself for a while, I really regret it. Today, in front of so many people, I, Sixth Brother, formally apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me." Lu Lingfei stood there and took a look at the hanging banner. She just thought it was ridiculous. She raised her head slowly, her eyes dark. Some people here just deserve a beating. Chapter 33. Is it possible to force her to forgive? Is this an apology? It was clearly forcing her to accept all this. Lu Lingfei's expression was neither cold nor indifferent, and this expression made Lulu's heart sink. Lulu was quite confident just now, but now he feels a little unsure. He bowed his head so low to apologize and want to reconcile. Lu Lingfei should understand what he meant, right? From childhood to adulthood, he has never bowed his head like this to anyone. Lu Lingfei is the first one. Qin Xiang took the opportunity to interrupt. Yes, Sister Ling Fei, sixth brother has put so much thought into preparing for today's apology banquet. You should be able to see the sincerity of his apology. Lulu's expression was a little unnatural. Lu Lingfei, you can ask for anything you want, and I can satisfy it. Lu Lingfei raised her eyebrows and said with a hint of sarcasm, my request is very simple. You say. Lulu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Lingfei was willing to put forward conditions, it meant that she would forgive him. He said that Lu Lingfei must be throwing a tantrum and felt that he was biased towards Qin Xiang. After they made peace, he would find an opportunity to teach Lu Lingfei a lesson. From today on, don't appear in front of me, and don't do these things on your own initiative. The expression on Lu's face froze instantly, and his head seemed to have exploded, buzzing. Lu Lingfei turned and left, her back looking resolute and determined. Without any nostalgia, Lu Lingfei walked out of the training base. A heat wave hit outside, and the chirping of summer cicadas made people feel inexplicably irritated. Lu Lingfei, what do you want me to do so that you can forgive me for the mistakes I made before? Just one word from you. Lu chased out. He looked at Lu Lingfei seriously, with an extremely sincere attitude. Lu Lingfei finally lost her patience. Don't you understand what I just said? I suggest you go back to elementary school and retake it. Lu Lingfei, we have had such a good relationship since we were young. Just because I was impulsive just once, you plan to never forgive me and stop recognizing me as your brother in this life. Lu didn't believe that she was so heartless. Lu Lingfei just found it funny. Just that once. It seems that in the eyes of sixth brother, he still doesn't understand why she wanted to leave the Lu family. But she didn't need to explain. She didn't want to look back, let alone compromise. Lu Lingfei's eyes were cold and indifferent. If you think so, then so be it. Lu seemed to be hit hard and shocked beyond belief. He couldn't utter a word for a long time. He couldn't believe that Lu Lingfei really didn't recognize her brother anymore. Qin Xiang rushed over and stood in front of Lu Lingfei. Sister Lingfei, what happened last time was all my fault. I caused all this to happen. From today on, I will move out of the Lu family, and you will never see me again. Qin Xiang looked back at Lu, her eyes red. Sixth brother, thank you for taking care of me over the years. I'm already very satisfied. Lu subconsciously pulled Qin Xiang's hand. What are you doing? This matter has nothing to do with you. It's between me and Lu Lingfei. No, sixth brother, you don't understand. This has something to do with me. I must take on this responsibility. Qin Xiang shook her head with red eyes, and her sensible look made people feel very soft-hearted. Lu couldn't help but sigh. Why can't you, Lu Lingfei, be as sensible as Xiang? Lu Lingfei raised her eyebrows and said sarcastically, so having her is enough for you, isn't it? Don't bother me. Lu Lingfei, you always think that we are partial to Qin Xiang, but don't you look at what you have done? People are all made of flesh and blood. If you were so sensible, things wouldn't have turned out like this between us. So the best option is to stay away from each other and live in peace. Lu Lingfei walked straight to the side of the road. This place was very remote, and there were few cars passing by. But she really wanted to leave here. Lu stood in front of her. I think we should have a good talk and make things clear. Beep beep. A shrill horn sounded and a black luxury car came speeding over. Lu looked back at the car that was heading towards him, and he had no intention of stepping on the brakes at all. Sixth brother, be careful. Qin Xiang ran over directly, and Lu subconsciously stepped forward to pull Qin Xiang away together. But he turned around and looked at Lu Lingfei, who was standing there. When Lu realized what he had done, he panicked and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Lu Lingfei had a blank expression on her face, and her eyes were dark and unfathomable. With a squeak, the car stopped beside Lu Lingfei. The car window rolled down, revealing Ji Qiqian's stern features. He said in a gentle tone, "Get in the car." Lu Lingfei's mouth rose slightly. She knew it was him. She bent down to get into the car, and Lu's voice came from outside. Lu Lingfei, you can't go with him. Lu Lingfei turned her head and looked at Lu, who was chasing after her. She rolled up the car window and blocked out everything outside. Lu chased for a while and finally stopped in embarrassment. He pounded the ground unwillingly. Why did it turn out like this? Left Lu Lingfei where she was. When Lu thought of Lu Lingfei's eyes, he couldn't help but start to feel nervous. What should he do? He subconsciously chose Qin Xiang just now, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care about Lu Lingfei. But Qin Xiang came to save him. He couldn't just ignore her. Lu Lingfei was so smart, Would she understand? Lu felt unsure. Qin Xiang ran over and said with a worried look on her face, "Sixth brother, are you okay?" Sister Ling, Fei will be fine. She didn't come home all night yesterday. I guess she was with the school doctor. Lu straightened his expression and said, Ling Fei was led astray by this school doctor. Although she used to get angry, she never got angry with her family like this. Ling Fei has changed. He has to find a way to get everything back on track. In the car, Ling Fei opened the window and let in the wind outside without saying a word. Ji Qian didn't ask and drove her back to the apartment. Ling Fei walked into the elevator and glanced at him secretly. Are you angry? Just now in the car, she noticed that Ji Qian's expression was not very good. The man looked at the reflections of the two people in the elevator and said, You've made progress this time. You even asked me for help after being taken away. Because it happened very suddenly, someone confessed to me at the school gate, and I sprayed him with a fire extinguisher. The other person was from Yunjing and was not easy to deal with. When the conflict occurred, my sixth brother rushed out to help and forced me into the car. But I didn't expect that he would bring me to the team base. Ling Fei never expected that sixth brother would arrange so many people and even hold up a celebratory banner for her to join the team. Oh, she didn't agree. If it were the old Ling Fei, she would definitely be morally blackmailed. But now, as long as she has no morals, then morality cannot hold her hostage. Who confessed to you? Ling Fei looked up. It's the school hunk from the private school next door. Ji Qian narrowed his eyes and asked, Is he the person you have a crush on? How is it possible? It's not him. Ling Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The elevator arrived, and she walked out first. Ji Qian looked at her from behind, his tone a little stiff. Little Ling Fei, don't fall in love too early. I know, you've said it many times, don't preach like an old father. Ji Qian followed her slowly, his brows subconsciously furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. Ling Fei found a lot of fresh vegetables and fruits in the kitchen, and asked in surprise, Are you planning to cook for yourself? What were you thinking? Of course I wanted Annie to cook. Then I received a message from someone. Ling Fei felt a little guilty. Why don't I cook from now on? My cooking is pretty good. After all, Ji Qian took her in, and she really wanted to do something. Ji Qian narrowed his eyes. When did you learn it? When I was at the Liu family, I often cooked for everyone, especially my eldest and second brothers whose stomachs were not very good and they could only eat the food I cooked. Ling Fei said this. She paused again. Anyway, these are all learned in the past. In the past, she had learned it from the kitchen servants in order to please her brothers at home. Ji Qian didn't seem very happy and said slowly, Little Ling Fei, your hands are not for cooking. Chapter 34, I have nothing to do with your Liu family. Ling Fei was a little stunned. Her hands, he said, were not meant for cooking. She thought he would be happy. Ji Qian stood there politely, his tone calm. You don't have to do these to please me. Ling Fei felt a little stuffy in her chest. She just acted subconsciously and wanted to do something. But Ji Qian seemed to see through her at once. Ling Fei touched the hair beside her ear. Well, then okay. Auntie will come to cook later. Ling Fei didn't insist. She secretly glanced at Ji Qian and always felt that he was very powerful, just like the guy she had a crush on in her previous life. In fact, that person had always made her realize that her brothers were not good to her, but she did not want to accept this fact and eventually ended up with a tragic death. The way Ji Qian spoke to that person was very similar. Ling Fei thought about this. She began to doubt whether Ji Qian was the person she met in her previous life. She was in a dilemma. If only she could have met that person in her previous life, she would definitely recognize him in this life. Soon the aunt came and brought out a table of dishes very quickly. Ling Fei saw that the food was mostly her favorites, such as boiled pork slices and spicy chicken cubes. She was drooling just by looking at them. She lowered her head and ate her meal seriously. Ji Qian saw her eating and asked, Can't we eat these at Lu's house? Ling Fei paused with her chopsticks, because Qin Xiang's health is not very good and she can't eat spicy food. The meals at home are very light. So she basically couldn't eat her favorite food at home. Ji Qian's throat moved slightly, and his heart felt like it was stuffed with cotton, making it difficult for him to breathe. She is the daughter of a wealthy family, but her life is worse than that of an ordinary girl. You should have come earlier. Ling Fei's belly was full after eating so much. She wiped the corner of her mouth and glanced at Ji Qian. She saw that he was eating very politely and gracefully. She was stunned for a moment, thinking about how she had just wolfed down the food. There's a world of difference. She was stunned. How could someone eat so beautifully? Ji Qiqian put down his chopsticks slowly and said, "Have you seen enough?" Lu Lingfei quickly retracted her gaze and replied in a low voice, "If you don't look at me, how do you know I'm looking at you?" Lu Lingfei went directly to the study to do some exercises. Ji Qiqian was sitting in the living room, then turned and went to the balcony to make a phone call. He stood on the balcony, with one hand on the railing. "Go check. Who was the person who confessed to Lu Lingfei at the school gate this afternoon?" "Brother Qian. Someone confessed his love to the little girl. This is a good thing," Ji Qiqian said in a somewhat cold tone. "The private high school next door. I heard that the school hunk transferred from Yunjing." "Oh, it's him. I know who it is without checking. Guyan, my second uncle's son. He got into trouble in Yunjing before, so he was forced to transfer to City A." Ji Qiqian's eyebrows were a little impatient. "Warn his family not to provoke Lu Lingfei. You're so protective of her. Everyone has a youthful past. Besides, she will go to college soon and have a boyfriend. Shut up. She can't be disturbed by anything else right now." Ji Qiqian turned around and looked in the direction of the study. Lu Lingfei was working on her homework seriously and quietly. Gu Zifeng couldn't help but grumble. "Okay, I'll go tell my second uncle later, but Brother Qian, aren't you meddling too much? What if she likes Gu Yan? That guy has a face that attracts girls and can please girls. Maybe Lu Lingfei is also interesting." Ji Qiqian's eyes were filled with anxiety. "If your IQ is as much as your nonsense, then your mother can rest assured." "Fuck, I just said a few words and you're so angry? Let me remind you, you have a fiancé. Don't forget who you met in the restaurant yesterday. Don't ask me about my affairs." Ji Qiqian hung up the phone directly. He paused and walked directly into the study. He glanced at the test paper in front of her. "You're a little slow? You don't even know this?" "Well, I'm trying." Lu Lingfei felt a little uncomfortable in her lower abdomen, so she couldn't concentrate. "Maybe I ate too much spicy food just now." Ji Qiqian noticed that Lu Lingfei's face looked bad. She looked listless, and her lips were a little pale. He reached out and touched her forehead, and it wasn't hot. He asked, "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Lu Lingfei felt his palms were cold, and she replied weakly, "My stomach hurts, probably because I ate too spicy food just now." She hasn't eaten like this for a long time, and her stomach probably can't adapt. Ji Qiqian withdrew his hand, turned around to get some stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablets, and placed a glass of water in front of her. Lu Lingfei took the stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablets weakly. Ji Qiqian took her pen. "Don't do it. Take a rest today." Lu Lingfei was indeed feeling a little uncomfortable, and she wondered if her period had come. As soon as she stood up, she felt something flowing out. Lu Lingfei's expression was stiff. She knew this would happen. She rushed to the bathroom in a hurry and saw bright red marks. It turned out to be her period. What to do? Lu Lingfei then remembered that she was in the apartment, not Lu's house. She didn't seem to buy sanitary napkins either. She had originally planned to buy it on the way home from school today, but she ran into that young man Gu Yan who confessed his love to her and was later forcibly taken away by sixth brother. In the end, she herself forgot about it. Ji Qiqian watched her outside for a long time without her coming out. He knocked on the bathroom door with some worry. Did she fall in? Lu Lingfei hesitated for a moment. "Can you buy something for me?" "Okay, come out first and we'll talk." Lu Lingfei was a little anxious. "I can't come out for the time being." Ji Qiqian frowned even more tightly. "What's wrong? Tell the truth." "My period is here." Lu Lingfei said it with a red face. Since she was a child, she has only had her brothers around her. They're all men and actually don't know some of the knowledge about girls. When she had her first menstrual period, it was the maid who helped take care of her. Ji Qiqian stood at the door. "Who is your aunt? Menstrual period?" "Yeah, that's right." Her voice was low and shy. After all, this aspect is still relatively private. Ji Qiqian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. "I'll go buy it and wait." Lu Lingfei sat alone on the toilet, waiting for him to come back. "I don't know why, but I feel inexplicably at ease." Ji Qiqian went to the nearest convenience store downstairs of the apartment building. He stood directly in front of the row of sanitary napkins and fell into deep thought. When the shop assistant saw a super handsome guy coming in, her eyes lit up. But when I found the other person standing in front of the sanitary pads, my heart broke again. I guess he came to buy them for his girlfriend. The sales lady walked over and said, "Handsome guy, are you buying this for your girlfriend? For day or night use?" We have liquid sanitary napkins in our store, which are very useful in the summer, but they are a bit expensive. Ji Qiqian pointed with his slender finger. All. Everything. The man nodded in a noble and cold manner. Yes. You won't use that much in a month, so you can buy a pack of each type and see which type your girlfriend likes. Ji Qiqian said coldly. Okay. The sales lady quickly packed the sanitary napkins and suddenly asked, Does your girlfriend need some brown sugar water? Ji Qiqian paused. Yes. The shop assistant brought a packet of brown sugar water and some chocolate, and I couldn't help but envy the girl. How did she find such a handsome and considerate man? Ji Qiqian was walking back with his bag in hand when a man came out from the side and asked, Brother Qian, why did you buy so much? Gu Zifeng's mouth twitched. If I'm not mistaken, it's a sanitary napkin for girls? Brother Qian, do you still have this hobby? When has Ji Qiqian ever been so considerate? This is not good. There is no future for him and that girl. Chapter 35. Your sixth brother comes to apologize sincerely. Ji Qiqian glanced over coldly. What are you doing here? I have nothing to do. I just want to come and keep you company. You can go now. Ji Qiqian walked inside with his bag, but Gu Zifeng still followed him. You are so ruthless, I won't leave. Gu Zifeng walked into the elevator shamelessly and stole a glance at his pocket. He also bought brown sugar water. Could it be that the child is on his period? Yihikian responded calmly, yeah. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Brother Qian would actually buy women's products and brown sugar water. He's so considerate. You have to know that this guy has never been so gentle and considerate to girls since he was a child. It has always been girls surrounding Ji Qiqian. Take it easy and don't scare the kids. After Ji Qiqian finished his instructions, he returned to the apartment. He walked to the bathroom and knocked on the door. I bought the things. Lu Lingfei walked over reluctantly, and the temperature on her face rose significantly. She opened it a crack and stretched out her slender hand. Ji Qiqian handed the bag over directly. Her hand sank. He actually bought so much. Lu Lingfei closed the door and saw sanitary napkins of various brands. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. I guess he didn't know which ones girls use, so he bought them all. Lu Lingfei changed and walked out, and she saw a strange young man sitting on the sofa. Lu Lingfei felt a little embarrassed. Gu Zifeng waved his hand. Hello, little friend. I'm Brother Qian's good brother. So it's you. Lu Lingfei knew that the house she lived in belonged to Ji Qiqian's friend. And last time when the restaurant was cleared out and my second brother and Qin Xiang were kicked out, it was also because of someone else's help. Did Brother Qian mention me to you? Did he say anything bad about me? No. I'm staying in your room, and I wanted to say thank you in person. Gu Zifeng smiled and said, Don't worry, I have many houses and I don't come here often. At this time, Ji Qiqian came out of the kitchen with a cup of brown sugar water in his hand and handed it to Lu Lingfei. Lu Lingfei saw the brown sugar water. She was surprised. I didn't expect Ji Qiqian to be so considerate. She held the hot cup and said, Thank you. Ji Qiqian said calmly, Go back and rest early after drinking. Lu Lingfei nodded obediently. She drank the brown sugar water in small sips and felt much better. She drooped her eyelids. In fact, no one had cared about her so much for many years. She glanced secretly at Ji Qiqian, but he must be so nice to her because he sympathized with her. It was she who had the audacity to first stay in the infirmary to do her homework. Lu Lingfei recalled that day in the restaurant when Ji Qiqian had dinner with a beautiful woman. He must have had contact with such a woman. After all, he is so much older than me and so handsome, so there must be girls chasing after him. Lu Lingfei quickly withdrew her gaze, went to the study to pack her school bag, and then returned to the house next door. When she returned to her room, she received a call from her second brother. Lu Lingfei, your sixth brother spent so much time preparing an apology today. What are you dissatisfied with? Lu Lingfei said coldly. He apologized hypocritically just to get me to join the team. Your sixth brother's apology is sincere. Tell me what he did not do well enough. Can I ask him to change his career? Lu Nanfeng really hopes that Lu Lingfei can reconcile with Lu and stop being angry with him. I'm going to say this for the last time. I will not join the team, and I will not forgive. Lu Lingfei hung up the phone right after she finished speaking. She had already seen through six brothers' tactics and would not be fooled. Lu Lingfei left. Gu Zifeng said with a teasing look on his face, Brother Qian, are you too nice to her? You talk too much nonsense. I'm reminding you kindly. Have you underestimated the charm of your looks? Which girl can resist? Besides, you're so nice to her. What if she falls in love with you? Gu Zifeng noticed the way Lu Lingfei looked at Ji Qiqian. It was so easy to understand what the little girl was thinking. Ji Qiqian sat on the sofa. She has someone she likes. Who is it? She didn't say. Gu Zifeng clicked his tongue and said, if you didn't say anything, then there's something wrong. Maybe that person is you. Ji Qiqian pursed his lips coldly. Don't talk nonsense. I'm reminding you not to get involved with a little girl instead of resolving your own issues. You want to help her, and there are many ways to do it, but isn't being so nice to her a bit too much? You don't know. She's not having a good time in the Liu family. She has 6 brothers protecting her. How can she not have a good life? Ji Qiqian's voice was muffled, but there is also a sister, the driver's daughter. The Liu family treats that girl very well, and Lu Lingfei has always been ignored and treated with favoritism. Lingfei was living a good life at first, but now he realized that she was like a poor little thing. It makes people feel soft-hearted. I couldn't help but be nicer to her. After Gu Zifeng finished listening, he sighed. I was saying that when I saw her brother's attitude in the infirmary last time, I felt something was wrong. I thought it was just a disobedient child, but it turns out there is something else going on. I saw that this girl was so well-behaved just now, and she doesn't look like what the rumors say. Who the hell could do such a biased thing? Instead of protecting his biological sister, he is so nice to a fake sister. That's why I want to make it up to her. If her parents hadn't had an accident, she wouldn't have lived this kind of life. Ji Qiqian tilted his head and drooped his eyelids, hiding the loneliness that flashed across his eyes. Gu Zifeng couldn't help but speak up. What happened back then was an accident. Don't take it all on yourself. If you want to be good to her, then do it. You two are in the same boat. But Gu Zifeng was a little worried, always feeling that Brother Qian's compensation behavior had crossed the line. Maybe Ji Qiqian himself didn't realize this. The next day, there was a heavy rainstorm. Lu Lingfei looked at the heavy rain outside and felt a little troubled for a moment. It was the first day of her period, and if her shoes got wet, her stomach would definitely feel uncomfortable. Lu Lingfei packed her school bag and went out, just in time to hear the sound of the door opening next to her. Gu Zifeng waved his hand and said, Good morning, little Ling Feiming. It's raining so hard outside, it must be difficult to get a taxi. Let's take you to school. Ji Qiqian stood beside her and glanced at her. Let's go. Lu Lingfei didn't refuse, but her mood suddenly became much better. The 3 of them went to the garage together. Lu Lingfei saw the black luxury car and turned to Gu Zifeng and said, Is this car yours? Ji Qiqian also drove this car to pick me up yesterday. She suddenly checked while lying in bed last night and found out that the car was not cheap and cost tens of millions. Gu Zifeng coughed and said, Oh yes, this must be my car. Look at the lines. How handsome. Don't miss the opportunity to get a car for free. Ji Qiqian sat directly in the passenger seat and glanced over coldly. Drive. Okay. Gu Zifeng was very happy. After all, he had his eyes on this car before, but this guy got it first. Lu Lingfei was sitting in the back row, and when she saw how they got along, she suddenly felt a little envious. Because of Qin Xiang, she has never had many friends. I really envy the way Ji Qiqian gets along with his friends. It was raining heavily, and there was some traffic jam on the road. The vehicles are parked in front of the school, where there are many people and cars. Ji Qiqian was the first to get out of the car, holding a large black umbrella in his hand, and standing outside the back door. Lu Lingfei was stunned. She opened the car door and walked out. It was raining heavily outside, blurring out everything around. But she didn't get a drop of rain. He held the umbrella in his slender hand, revealing a part of his wrist. The large umbrella blocked the rain all around, leaving her a clean space. Lu Lingfei asked, Is there only one umbrella? Of course there is more than one umbrella. Little Ling Feiming, take the umbrella with you to school. Gu Zifeng went to the back seat in the rain to get another umbrella and stood next to Ji Qiqian, obviously wanting to keep him at a distance from Lu Lingfei. Ji Qiqian's expression remained unchanged as he handed the umbrella to Lu Lingfei. When she took the umbrella handle, it still retained his warmth. Lu Lingfei lowered her eyelids. Then I'll go first. She walked forward in a good mood. Sister Lingfei, wait a minute. Can I share an umbrella with you? Chapter 36, White Lotus Exposed. Lu Lingfei heard Qin Xiang's voice. She frowned subconsciously. Qin Xiang had already run under her umbrella, holding her school bag above her head to block the rain, revealing a harmless expression. I lent my umbrella to a classmate. Can we go together? Can't. Lu Lingfei turned around and left, not giving Qin Xiang any chance at all. Qin Xiang stood there in disbelief. The heavy rain soon soaked her clothes. She didn't expect that with so many people watching, Lu Lingfei would dare to refuse. Qin Xiang's expression became much darker. She originally wanted to take the opportunity to repair her relationship with Lu Lingfei. After all, she noticed the changes in her second and sixth brothers and felt a sense of crisis in her heart. If Lu Lingfei was really coaxed back, would there still be a place for her in the Lu family in the future? That's why she wanted to live in peace with Lu Lingfei. I didn't expect Lu Lingfei to be so heartless, so don't blame her for being rude. Inside a luxury car on the roadside, Gu Zifeng looked at everything that was happening not far away. Little Ling Feiming is quite temperamental. She directly refused. Ji Qiqian's eyes were deep. Don't be too saintly. Lu Lingfei experienced was brought up by Qin Xiang. Although those brothers were blind, this girl named Qin Xiang was not simple either. Lu Lingfei returned to the classroom and hung the umbrella at the back. Not long after, Qin Xiang returned to the classroom, soaking wet and looking very embarrassed. When the teacher saw this, he couldn't help but ask, Qin Xiang, didn't you bring an umbrella today? How come your clothes are soaked? You'll catch a cold. Qin Xiang showed a pale face. I'm fine. The second follower immediately started to criticize. That's because Lu Lingfei abandoned Qin Xiang and walked away alone with an umbrella, causing Qin Xiang to get wet in the rain. This is simply too much. Lu Lingfei showed an annoyed and irritated expression. Here it comes again. But this time, before she opened her mouth, the monitor answered first. I clearly saw Qin Xiang gave the umbrella to someone else, and then she insisted on using Lu Lingfei as umbrella. But Lu Lingfei didn't want to. Is there a problem? The second follower retorted. It's raining so hard. Even if Lu Lingfei doesn't want to, she can't just abandon me. The squad leader retorted. But Qin Xiang could have fought with the person who shared the umbrella with her. Why did she have to squeeze in with Lu Lingfei? She knew that Lu Lingfei didn't like her, but she had to make trouble for her. And then she turned the tables and said that Lu Lingfei abandoned her. Who was going too far in moral blackmailing? The monitor gave a hardcore speech, clearly explaining what happened. Lu Lingfei was a little surprised that the monitor actually saw the whole process and explained it to her. After all, she didn't have many friends before. The second follower was speechless. Anyway, it's wrong for Lu Lingfei to abandon people. Qin Xiang didn't expect that someone would speak up for Lu Lingfei. Lu Lingfei used to be an isolated person in the class. Qin Xiang showed a sensible expression to the teacher. Teacher, I'm really fine. This is all a misunderstanding. The teacher coughed and didn't ask any more questions. Okay, let's start the class now. Qin Xiang was left there. She didn't expect the teacher to not ask any further questions. Hateful. This is not what she thought. After the class, Lu Lingfei went to the bathroom immediately. When she came out of the cubicle, she happened to see the little follower, number 2, talking bad things to someone. After Lu Lingfei appeared, the sink became very quiet. The second attendant said sarcastically, some people act like they're doing the right thing even though they are clearly doing something wrong. They're just relying on the fact that they're the daughter of a wealthy family. What are they so proud of? The other party even deliberately splashed the hand washing water on her. Lu Lingfei was already annoyed when her period came, and someone kept bumping into her. She kicked the mop bucket over. The little follower number 2 screamed in fear. What are you doing? Lu Lingfei raised her eyelids. Her whole body was in a low mood. If it happens again, believe it or not, I will pour water into your mouth and wash your stinking mouth thoroughly. She walked forward slowly, scaring the little follower so much that he stepped back repeatedly. She said in a cold voice, since you know that I am the daughter of the Lu family, you should keep your tail between your legs and behave yourself. Otherwise, I will submit all the evidence of you cheating on Qin Xiang to the school. By then, Qin Xiang may be fine, but you may not be. Since the cheating incident, little follower number 1 has asked for leave and has not come to school since then. Lu Lingfei's face was pale, and she looked irritable and difficult to deal with. The little follower number 2 was frightened and ran away in shame. Lu Lingfei then left the bathroom, and the class monitor Jiang Lu came to her side. Lu Lingfei, if Qin Xiang goes to complain to the teacher, I can testify for you. It was the little follower who scolded you first and said bad things about you. Lu Lingfei saw that it was the class monitor. Her expression softened a bit. Thank you. She didn't want to bother with Qin Xiang and his gang. But some people just need to be taught a lesson. Jiang Lu pushed up her black-rimmed glasses, looking somewhat guilty. I'm sorry, We all misunderstood you because of Qin Xiang's performance and isolated you for so long. Everyone thought that Lu Lingfei was a bad person and bullied Qin Xiang. Lu Lingfei said calmly, "It's all over." Indeed, because of Qin Xiang, she had few friends in the class. She has a lot to do now and has no time to worry about these things. Lu Lingfei returned to the classroom. She didn't even look at Qin Xiang. What she said to the little follower number 2 was also to warn Qin Xiang. It rained heavily outside all day. After school, Ji Qiqian sent her a message asking her to wait a moment. Lu Lingfei held the umbrella and went directly to the infirmary. But she didn't expect to see Qin Xiang in the infirmary, lying on the hospital bed receiving infor. But wasn't Qin Xiang picked up by her family? Why is she here? Ji Qiqian was standing nearby, sorting out the infusion bottles. When he saw Lu Lingfei, he said, "Wait a minute." Lu Lingfei nodded. Qin Xiang spoke in a sickly voice. "Sister Lingfei, you are here. My second brother said he would come to pick me up, but he never came. Can you only call and ask?" Lu Lingfei pursed her lips. "Don't you have hands?" "Xiang, are you okay?" Lu walked in the rain. He saw Qin Xiang lying on a hospital bed, frowned, and said to Lu Lingfei, Xiang is sick. Is it so difficult for you to help make a phone call? You can have opinions about us, but Xiang doesn't owe you anything." He just heard Lu Lingfei's refusal with his own ears. Icy and cold. Lu Lingfei was not surprised to hear the familiar accusations. Ji Qiqian said coldly, "Isn't it because you as parents are irresponsible? What does this have to do with Lu Lingfei?" It was because Lu Lingfei refused to share an umbrella with Qin Xiang this morning, causing her to get caught in the rain and fall ill. Lu was very unconvinced. "Lu Lingfei, I know your grades have improved a lot now, but you can't use this method to make Xiang sick. You know that she is not in good health. How can you drive her away?" Lu Lingfei's expression remained unchanged. "Because I hate her." "Lu Lingfei, you're going too far. Xiang's father saved your life. Is this how you treat the daughter of your savior?" Lu couldn't control his anger. When he saw Lu Lingfei's cold-hearted look, "Lu Lingfei, you have become less and less like yourself since you started hanging out with this school doctor." Ji Qiqian sneered. "You don't think Lu Lingfei has changed, but she refused to join the team. You think she's not like before, who allowed you to bully her and was as obedient as a dog. That's why you're so angry. In the final analysis, there is still no benefit to be gained from Lu Lingfei." Lu was so angry that he jumped up and down. "Lu Lingfei, do you think so too?" Chapter 37. Regret only after losing. Lu Lingfei stood there with a thin figure, her expression extremely calm. "Right. Okay. Lu directly pulled out Qin Xiang's infusion needle and picked her up. "Let's go, we won't treat the disease here." Qin Xiang silently hugged Lu's neck, feeling a little proud in her heart. Lu walked to the door and saw that it was raining heavily outside. His umbrella was very small. He glanced at the big umbrella in Lu Lingfei's hand and said confidently, "Give me yours, and you can just hold the small umbrella by yourself." Lu Lingfei just found it funny. "Why? Since Xiang got sick because of you, you should give up your umbrella." Ji Qiqian frowned and stomped on the small umbrella that Lu kicked over to him, breaking it into pieces. His brows were tinged with coldness. "When she treated you as her brothers, you were qualified to bring this up, but now she doesn't want to. What do you think you are?" Lu Yofei was almost furious. "Lu Lingfei, do you have to do this? Are you making life difficult for everyone? Not only are you having an affair with a man outside, but you are also causing trouble for your family." Lu Lingfei didn't say anything, holding the big umbrella, and walked towards Lu. Lu Lingfei's eyes were black and white, and she opened the umbrella to block the rain coming in from outside. Lu said sternly, "If you come to your senses now, it's not too late. This school doctor has bad character. He just wants to do something bad." The next second, Lu Lingfei slapped him. This slap left Lu stunned. If it weren't for the pain on his face, Lu would even think he was dreaming. He was holding Qin Xiang and had no way to hide, but he didn't expect Lu Lingfei to actually dare to attack him. Seeing this, Qin Xiang hurriedly said, "Sister Lingfei, how could you hit sixth brother? It's okay if you refuse to change the umbrella, but you can't hit him." "Ah." Lu Lingfei slapped Qin Xiang again with her backhand. Now the world is finally quiet. Her eyebrows were stained with bloodshot, and her voice was dull. "I beat him. So what? You said I could, but you can't say anything about him." Lu Lingfei walked up to Ji Qiqian angrily and said, "Let's go." Ji Qiqian didn't expect that she would vent her anger for him. He took the umbrella from her hand, and they walked into the heavy rain together. It took Lulu a long time to come back to his senses. He chased after them directly, and the heavy rain was pouring down on the two of them. Qin Xiang was already feeling unwell due to a cold, and this ordeal made her feel even worse. She was a little annoyed. What was this idiot Lulu doing? She doesn't want to get wet in the rain. Qin Xiang didn't dare to get angry, but pretended to cough. "Sixth brother, I feel dizzy and uncomfortable." Only then did Lulu realize that there was another person in his arms. He was a little unwilling. Xiang, I'll take you back first." At this time, Lu Lingfei and Ji Qiqian's backs had already walked away. Lu Lingfei returned to the car. She suddenly noticed that his shoulders were wet from the rain. This must be because when he was holding the umbrella, it was tilted towards himself, so he got wet in the rain. Ji Qiqian started the car. "You were quite courageous just now." Lu Lingfei looked a little unnatural. "I don't want them to say that about you." "So angry." Lu Lingfei paused and said, "After all, you are my first friend. I don't want others to say that about you." She doesn't care what Sixth brother thinks of her, because she doesn't care and doesn't want it all. But Sixth brother said Ji Qiqian was not okay. Ji Qiqian looked at the road ahead, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Returned to the apartment. Lu Lingfei's cell phone kept ringing. She took a look and saw that it was her second brother calling. Lu Lingfei turned her phone to silent mode and didn't answer the call. Lu Nanfeng looked helplessly at the phone that no one answered. He looked up at Lu and said, "She didn't answer the phone." "Second brother, I've already said that she was led astray, but you still indulged her. Today she even dared to attack me and Xiang. Lu Nanfeng, didn't you hit her before? We're even now. How can it be the same? I'm her brother. Besides, Xiang didn't provoke her, right?" Lu Nanfeng sighed. "I know, but Lingfei is not as easy to please as before. If you don't have an umbrella, why don't you just ask the driver to take it? Do you have to have the umbrella in her hand?" Knowing that Lu Lingfei is dissatisfied with them, they still insist on making Lu Lingfei compromise. "Isn't this what you asked for? I just wanted to save time. Besides, how could Lu Lingfei hold such a big umbrella by herself? She didn't let me, and she even hit me." After Lu came back, he became angrier and angrier. "No, I have to send her a message to explain it clearly. Lu Lingfei, where are you now?" As soon as the message was sent, a dialogue box reminded, "You are not the other party's friend yet. Please add them as a friend before sending the message." Lu's face turned green, and he gritted his teeth and said, "She deleted me. How dare she do that?" Lu Nanfeng was somewhat helpless. "I have already reminded you not to act rashly. You are still in quarantine and cannot go to see her at all. If she calls the police, you will be punished." "I'm afraid of her. I'll just pretend I don't have this sister." Lu got upset and threw his phone. He didn't expect that he would be deleted and felt very embarrassed. "Don't talk nonsense. She is a rebellious teenager now. She was wrong before and was instigated by the school doctor. That's why she became like this. She is our biological sister, and that will never change." Lu Nanfeng's eyes were firm. "I will find a way to get her home. If you don't want to lose your sister, don't do anything else." Lu didn't say anything then. While eating, he took 2 bites and put down his chopsticks. "Who made this sweet and sour pork ribs? It tastes terrible. Where is the previous chef?" The housekeeper replied with some embarrassment. "The sweet and sour spare ribs were made by the eldest lady herself before. The proportion of seasonings was adjusted little by little according to your taste. Other chefs don't know how to do that." Lu was stunned for a moment, looking at the plate of sweet and sour pork ribs, and fell into deep thought. He had never noticed or even paid attention to these little details before. Lu Lingfei left, his life and team competitions became a mess. The moment he found out that his post had been deleted, he was more panicked than angry. He didn't expect Lu Lingfei to have such a great influence on him. The next day, Lu Lingfei went to school as usual, but Qin Xiang took sick leave and did not come to class. Lu Nanfeng stood outside the corridor, looking at Lu Lingfei sitting in the classroom. She sat straight with a serious look on her face. After seeing this scene, he was a little dazed for a moment. Lu Lingfei has indeed changed a lot during this period of time. Lu Nanfeng hesitated for a moment and said, "How has Lu Lingfei been doing recently?" The head teacher said, "Lu Lingfei has made great progress. I hope her parents can pay more attention to her and try not to let her be affected. I think her poor grades before were probably influenced by you. so she didn't take it seriously. Lu Nanfeng asked suspiciously, "What do you mean by being influenced by us?" In fact, Qin Xiang's grades have always been average, but Lu Lingfei is a smart kid. Is it because you usually pay too much attention to Qin Xiang, so Lu Lingfei deliberately did poorly in the exam to avoid putting Qin Xiang under pressure? I shouldn't have said this. Qin Xiang is a bit stingy, and Lu Lingfei's grades have been so poor in the past 3 years, perhaps because of this. The head teacher put it very tactfully. After hearing this, Lu Nanfeng almost lost his composure. Lu Lingfei always deliberately does poorly on exams, just to avoid putting pressure on Qin Xiang. He thought of the recent changes in Lu Lingfei and her rapid progress, and for a moment he felt as if something had cut his heart. It's a dull pain. Lu Nanfeng could hardly stand. "Teacher, can Lu Lingfei come out for a moment?" He wanted to ask Lu Lingfei if this was really the case. Chapter 38, Can I Still Win My Little Sister Back Now? Lu Lingfei looked up and saw her head teacher, then followed her line of sight to see Lu Nanfeng standing outside the classroom. She pursed her lips and finally walked out. She said expressionlessly, "If you wanted to take notes for Qin Xiang, you'd better not speak." She didn't need to guess to know that her second brother came to school to ask for leave for Qin Xiang. According to my second brother's previous practice, he would definitely ask me to take notes and even take my daily homework home. Lu Nanfeng felt a lump in his throat. Lingfei, is this how you think of me?" Lu Lingfei was a little impatient. "Are you done?" "Lingfei, I remember that you had very good grades in elementary school, but later on your grades became unstable and even worse. Was it because of Qin Xiang that you deliberately scored similar to hers, or even worse than hers?" Lu Lingfei paused. How did he know? Her eyes looked a little suspicious. What did her second brother mean by saying this? When Lu Nanfeng saw Lu Lingfei's expression, he knew that all this was true. He was a little sad. Lingfei's changes before, and why didn't I realize that she was actually quite nice to Qin Xiang? It's just that they habitually prefer Qin Xiang, who has just arrived. After a long time, they seem to have become accustomed to ignoring the fact that Lu Lingfei also needed their care. Lu Lingfei was a little impatient. "Why are you asking these questions? Aren't you bored?" "Lingfei, you just need to answer yes or no. Does it make sense?" Lu Lingfei took a step back and distanced herself from Lu Nanfeng. She said stubbornly, "Brother, if you really want to apologize or make amends, then don't bother me before my college entrance exam." Lu Nanfeng gave a bitter smile, and the vigilance in her eyes almost hurt him. It turned out that Lu Lingfei didn't trust him at all. Finally, he answered with difficulty, "Okay, second brother promises you." Lu Lingfei lowered her eyelids. "Thank you." Lingfei, you don't have to thank me." Lu Nanfeng's voice was hoarse, and he asked cautiously, "Where have you been living during this period?" Lu Lingfei immediately looked at Lu Nanfeng warily. "What did he want to do? Don't get me wrong. After all, you have never left home to live independently since you were a child. I'm worried about whether you are living a good life." Lu Nanfeng felt very bitter in his heart. The sister who loved to be around him the most is now so distant from him. He actually just reacted now. Lu Lingfei replied coldly, "I'm fine." In her previous life, she slept on the street after being kicked out of her home, was harassed by beggars, and even went through trash cans. She has gone through all kinds of hardships. Lu Nanfeng thought for a while and said, "You should move back. Your sixth brother will probably tell your eldest brother about this. You know your eldest brother's temper, and it will definitely affect your preparation for the exam. That school doctor will also be in big trouble. As long as you are willing to move back, I will not interfere with where you go during the weekdays, including weekends." "Okay." Lu Lingfei fell into silence. "Lingfei, you don't have to answer me right now. Go back to class. If you don't want to come back, I will keep it a secret from my brother." Lu Lingfei felt uncomfortable. She doesn't want to owe him a favor. Lu Lingfei turned around and went back to the classroom. This matter needed to be thought about. Lu Nanfeng glanced at Lu Lingfei and went straight to the infirmary. Ji Qiqian sat on a chair with one hand on the armrest, revealing a part of his wrist on which he wore a watch. He raised his eyelids, with a cold look at the corners of his eyes. Lu Nanfeng looked at the doctor in front of him. When he saw the watch, he couldn't help but be shocked. This watch is very valuable, and it seems like a limited edition that cannot be bought even if you have money. This doctor is definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Nanfeng said, "I came here to talk to you about my sister. She can't live with you forever. So, if you really want to do this for her own good, then stop encouraging her." If my eldest brother finds out about this, she will be put under house arrest at the Liu family, which will not be good for her exam in a month. I just hope that everything goes well for her before the exam. What do you think? Ji Qiqian's voice was neither hurried nor slow, with a bit of arrogance. You are not qualified to talk to me, and no one can force Lu Lingfei to nod. Otherwise, what happened in your company before the resurrection match will happen again. Lu Nanfeng's expression changed. Did you do this? During the resurrection match, he and the fourth brother were both going to participate in the competition. But something went wrong in the company at the same time, so he and the fourth brother had to miss the game. The fourth brother is still in Hengyan, dealing with the matter of that drama, and cannot come back. Lu Nanfeng looked at Ji Qiqian and then became serious. Who are you? What is your purpose in approaching Lu Lingfei? Can a school doctor do this? Why did you deliberately approach Lu Lingfei? Ji Qiqian said arrogantly. This has nothing to do with you. Anyway, no one can stop Lu Lingfei from doing what she wants to do. Lu Nanfeng's throat moved slightly, but she will agree. Although she used violence yesterday, Ling Fei is a kind child. Ji Qiqian sneered. She was on her period yesterday. She couldn't get wet in the rain, let alone get wet. But what did you do? Is it worthy of her kindness? Lu Nanfeng felt so hurt at the pain in his heart. What did they do? Lao Lu forced Lu Lingfei to give the umbrella to Qin Xiang. He couldn't refute a single word for a long time, and finally left the infirmary in embarrassment. At noon, Lu Lingfei came directly to the infirmary after finishing her meal. She saw Ji Qiqian was still eating and walked in. Haven't you finished yet? The teacher's working meal is better than what we eat. Anything to say? Ji Qiqian slowly put down his chopsticks, saw the expression on her face, and roughly guessed what she wanted to say. Lu Nanfeng really knew Lu Lingfei very well and was good at understanding her weaknesses. Lu Lingfei thought for a moment and said, My second brother talked to me today. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I decided to go back and live there. Whatever you want. Ji Qiqian's tone was a little cold. Lu Lingfei glanced at him and said, Then I'll go back to the classroom first. She didn't explain in the end. As she left the infirmary, a voice came from beside her. Little Ling Feiming, Brother Qian has this temper. Don't be angry. I know. I'm not angry. Then why did you suddenly want to move back? Aren't your brothers partial to that fake sister? Lu Lingfei hesitated for a moment and said, I'm afraid if my eldest brother finds out, there will be trouble. My eldest brother has a very bad temper, and I'm worried that he will harm Master. Then it seems that your little apprentice is quite conscientious. His kindness to you is not in vain. Lu Lingfei felt a little embarrassed. Anyway, my second brother and I have already discussed it, so it's okay to move back. It will save a lot of trouble. Lu Lingfei left. Gu Zifeng returned to the infirmary in a nonchalant manner. Did you hear that? Your little disciple is doing this for your own good. He wants to protect you. Don't put on a sour face. What if you scare the kids? Ji Qiqian frowned. Do I need her protection? Yes, yes. Who dares to mess with you? But she doesn't know your identity. It's rare that this little girl has good character. You don't need to mention this. Ji Qiqian just felt uncomfortable in his heart. Lu Nanfeng really knows how to control Lu Lingfei. Lingfei was in the Lu family before. She didn't see these people care about her existence so much. Now that they have left, they come up to her shamelessly and force her to go back. Brother Qian, I have always had a question. How did little Ling Feiming learn the 12-hit combo? This is your famous skill. Chapter 39, Are you worthy enough to associate with Lu Lingfei? Ji Qiqian leaned lazily in the chair, with his eyebrows half lowered. He replied, I don't know. You really didn't teach me secretly? She said she taught herself. Gu Zifeng was extremely shocked. No way. Is there really anyone who can learn it? Ever since you became famous for your 12-hit combo, many people have tried to learn it but couldn't. Anyone who has played Gunner knows how difficult it is to learn King's 12-hit combo. This requires not only talent, but also brains. Unless the great King teaches in person, almost no one will have this treatment. So naturally, no one learned it. Lu Lingfei is the first one. To this day, people in the gaming industry are still speculating about the relationship between Lu Lingfei and the great player King. Ji Qiqian tapped the table with his slender fingers, but she is very smart and indeed very talented. She will only go further than him in the future. Lu Lingfei arrived at the school gate after school. The driver was standing outside the car, waiting respectfully. She looked back in the direction of the infirmary and bent down to get into the car. After returning to the Lu family, she looked at this place and felt a little strange. In her previous life, She attached great importance to this place. But now she actually felt strange. Lu Lingfei walked into the hall, and Lu Nanfeng stood up. You are back. Let's eat first. I asked the kitchen to make your favorite food. I'll go back to my room to eat from now on. Lu Lingfei finished speaking. She went straight upstairs. Lu Nanfeng looked at the housekeeper and said, prepare a meal and send it up. The housekeeper was a little dissatisfied. Second young master, the eldest lady, is obviously dissatisfied with Miss Xiangxiang. If it gets out, others will think that the eldest lady doesn't want Miss Xiangxiang to come to the table for dinner. Qin Xiang said quickly, Uncle Zhang, don't say that. Sister Ling Fei probably wants to save time, so she eats in the room. Miss Xiangxiang, you're just too kind. Lu Nanfeng frowned. Okay, if she doesn't want to come out to eat, forget it. As long as we don't say anything, who will know what happened in the Lu family? The butler finally shut up with an embarrassed look on his face. Qin Xiang noticed the changes in Lu Nanfeng and became even more panicked. She couldn't lose their kindness to her. Qin Xiang coughed and said, second brother, I learned to make a bowl of medicinal porridge today. You can try it. Although it is definitely not as good as Sister Ling Fei's, I will try my best. When Lu Nanfeng saw the medicinal porridge, he softened his heart towards Qin Xiang. You don't have to make these. That won't work. Second brother, your stomach is not in good condition and you need to take good care of it. I will take good care of you for Sister Ling Fei until she calms down. Qin Xiang was still sick and looked a little pale. Lu Nanfeng smiled with relief. It's enough that you have this intention. He tried the medicinal food and found it tasted far worse than what Lu Lingfei had made. But he still ate some for Qin Xiang's sake. I missed the medicinal food made by Lu Lingfei even more, and my heart felt empty. Upstairs bedrooms. Lu Lingfei walked in. She found that the things inside had been moved. She felt uncomfortable at heart, but she didn't take it to heart as she thought she would be moving out soon. My lady, dinner is here. The housekeeper came over with the tableware, but couldn't help but say, Miss, forgive me for being blunt. You finally came back. How can you not eat with everyone? If this gets out, people will think you dislike Miss Xiangxiang and don't want her to eat at the table. Lu Lingfei looked at the housekeeper in front of her with an annoyed look. In the past, this housekeeper had always favored Qin Xiang. It even seems like he treats Qin Xiang as his own daughter. In her previous life, Qin Xiang did a lot of things in the Lu family, and this housekeeper secretly helped her, which led to her being framed every time. She raised her hand and knocked over the plate in the butler's hand, her almond-shaped eyes tinged with a hint of coldness. She said coldly, let's figure out your identity. You're just a housekeeper. It is not your turn to give me orders. The housekeeper was a little annoyed. Miss, although I am just a servant, I also have the right to tell the truth. Oh, then why should I listen? Lu Lingfei returned to the Lu family again. Her patience was completely exhausted. She used to think that she just needed to watch from the sidelines and not take it to heart. But some people will push it further. For example, this butler. Lingfei, what happened? Lu Nanfeng hurried over when he heard the servant say something was wrong. When he saw the spilled food, he subconsciously asked, is the food not to your liking? The housekeeper looked like an old man in tears. Second young master, I was kind enough to advise the young lady not to eat alone in the bedroom, as it would make people gossip. But the young lady not only spilled the food, but also said that I was just a servant and had no right to say such things. Lu Nanfeng frowned. Old Zhang, you really have no right to say anything about her. The housekeeper was stunned. He didn't expect that Lu Nanfeng would stand on Lu Lingfei's side this time. Qin Xiang immediately stood next to the housekeeper. Second brother, Uncle Zhang also means well. He has been in the Lu family for so many years, just like my father. Although he is just a servant, he is also loyal. When Lu Nanfeng heard this, his expression softened a little. That's not what I meant. Everyone get out. Lu Lingfei didn't want to see them. Lu Nanfeng said, I'll have someone come clean up, and another meal will be delivered soon. He turned and left the room. He looked at the housekeeper and said, be more respectful to Lingfei in the future, and don't say anything you shouldn't. Lu Nanfeng also realized that even a housekeeper dared to lecture Lu Lingfei too much over the years. As a result, the subordinates all followed suit. It is true that he is not competent enough as the second brother. When Qin Xiang saw Lu Nanfeng's back, she felt a little panicked. Sure enough, Lu Nanfeng had changed. If it were in the past, Lu Nanfeng would definitely stand on the side of the butler. She had to find a way to stop it. Lu Lingfei got angry. The servants came quickly to clean up the situation and brought over a dinner. Now, finally no one was preaching in her ear. After she finished her homework, she opened the WeChat dialog box and wanted to ask Ji Qiqian to play games online. She saw the friend edition notification, and it turned out to be Sixth Brother. Lu Lingfei directly clicked to ignore the message and did not agree to add the friend. She didn't want to listen to his sermons, nor did she want to hear his so-called condescending apology. She sent a message to Ji Qiqian. Master, would you like to go online and play a dungeon? Lu Lingfei was waiting for a reply. She had already turned on the computer. She saw the game news. The Qiuqiu team invited King's apprentice to join, and the Luqian team broke through the defense. She was suspicious for a moment and clicked on it to take a look. The captain of the Qiuqiu team, Timo, publicly invited her to join the team. Her sixth brother also publicly refused with a very bad attitude. There is no way my sister can join your team. Lu Lingfei was a little surprised. Why did GMO, the captain of the Qiuqiu team, invite her to join his team? Doesn't GMO know that she is Lu's sister? She noticed her friend was online and immediately invited Ji Qiqian to join the team. If time could go back. Who are you? Lu Lingfei replied. Master, is this you? If time could go back. Fuck, my brother actually played games with a girl. Timo was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Chapter 40, Who Told You to Touch My Things? When Lu Lingfei saw this sentence, she was also a little surprised. Are you his brother? Jima struggled to get up from the ground, his hands trembling as he typed. Yes, I am his lovely, obedient, and excellent younger brother. When did he accept an apprentice? How come I didn't know? Could it be that the girl from the Lu family is really my brother's apprentice? GMO asked tentatively. Are you Lu Lingfei? Yes, I am. Did he mention me? Lu Lingfei didn't expect that Ji Qiqian's younger brother knew of her existence. GMO was shocked 3 times and said fuck it countless times. With trembling hands, he called Ji Qiqian, who answered the phone in seconds, with a cold tone. What's the matter? Ji Qiqian sat in front of the computer in the study. He rubbed his temples and exited the program screen. Brother, you are so mean. You secretly accepted Lu Lingfei as your apprentice. She even performed a 12-hit combo, but you never taught me. Then am I still your biological brother? I must have been picked up. Ooh. Ji Qiqian straightened his expression. How do you know this? I just logged into your account. She was looking for you, and I tricked her into revealing her identity. Only then did Ji Qiqian see the message that Lu Lingfei had just sent. He said in a cold tone, log out of the account immediately. You haven't told me why you are so partial to teaching Lu Lingfei the 12-hit combo. Do you know that she is my opponent in the competition? She learned it by herself. I'll count to 1, 2, 3, get off the line. Ji Qiqian's tone became a little more serious. GMO remembered Lu Lingfei's SID name. He reluctantly logged off. Brother, why are you so anxious? Is she a new girlfriend? I support you in resisting the marriage of the rich and powerful and looking for love. Shut up, what did you tell her? I didn't say anything. I just said it was your brother. Ji Qiqian hung up the phone directly. He logged into the game again and saw Lu Lingfei online. For a moment, he was actually a little panicked. At that moment, just now, he almost thought that Lu Lingfei knew who he was. Ji Qiqian looked at Lu Lingfei on the line and did not make any move for a long time. Lu Lingfei also found it a bit strange. The account suddenly went offline and then came back online, but there was no movement. Could it be that my account was hacked? Who is so bored as to steal a small account? Lu Lingfei sent a WeChat message to Ji Qiqian. Master, someone has logged into your game account. Was it hacked? After Ji Qiqian saw her message, he invited Lu Lingfei to join the team. He said calmly, someone else logged in just now. It's your brother. He said so himself. I thought your account was hacked. Ji Qiqian said calmly, there's no hacking, don't bother with him. Lu Lingfei didn't ask any more questions. While she was clearing the dungeon, she suddenly said, the captain of the Qiuqiu team actually wants to invite me to join his team. Ji Qiqian frowned immediately. When? Does that kid Timo deserve a beating? Just now, I saw the captain of the ball team openly shouting at my sixth brother. I guess it was to provoke him. It was quite unexpected. Ji Qiqian clicked on the game information and saw the pin content. His voice was neither hurried nor slow. Don't take it seriously. Of course I didn't take it seriously. The Qiuqiu team is very strong and will definitely be able to join a national team in the future. You're not bad either. Ji Qiqian said it subconsciously. Lu Lingfei's almond-shaped eyes widened, and he turned his head away unnaturally. With me here, you'll be the strongest in the future. His tone was somewhat arrogant. Lu Lingfei pursed her lips and smiled. If I have the opportunity in the future, I also want to join the national team and win glory for my country. She didn't have this opportunity in her previous life because her position was taken away by Qin Xiang. Ji Qiqian said calmly, "This is easy. Let's talk about it after you finish the exam." After the two of them finished the dungeon, Lu Lingfei went offline. Ji Qiqian immediately called GMO, who answered in seconds. "Brother, you finally called me. I was almost suffocated to death. What is your relationship with my little disciple? First, don't tell anyone about this, especially your family." Jima straightened his back. "I understand. A good brother will never betray you. Second, Lu Lingfei doesn't know who I am yet, so I can't reveal my identity. Understand. After all, there are so many gold-digging girls nowadays. Hiding your identity can help you develop pure feelings. But sister-in-law, aren't you underage? Brother, you actually like a minor." Ji Qiqian said impatiently. "Neither. Don't ask too many questions. Don't do unnecessary things." "Understand?" Jima shrank his neck. "Okay, I understand. I just asked a few more questions. Why are you so angry?" After Ji Qiqian finished explaining all this, he spoke faintly. "Do you want to invite her to join the team?" "I had this idea, but more importantly, I just want to piss off that guy Lu. He has no ability, but he's so arrogant. I heard that he and this sister don't get along, so I took advantage of the situation to rob him. If you want to poach her, wait until she finishes her exams. Don't do this now. It will affect her." After Ji Qiqian hung up the phone, GMO immediately added Lu Lingfei as his gaming friend, wanting to know what the relationship between him and this girl was. "I've never seen a girl around his brother. I've never seen his brother be so nice to a girl." A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Lingfei looked at the countdown written in the classroom. When it turned to 0, she finally waited for this day. She wanted to correct the wrong path she had taken in her previous life, starting from here. After school, Lu Lingfei went directly to the infirmary. Gu Zifeng waved his hand. "Xiao Ling Feiming, you have an exam tomorrow. Are you nervous?" "I'm not nervous, but rather a little excited." Lu Lingfei looked at Ji Qiqian. He was sitting on a chair, wearing a white coat, looking cold and deserted. But she knew that Ji Qiqian was a good man. She looked him in the eye. Ji Qiqian saw the expectation in her eyes and understood her thoughts very well. He said calmly, "Come on, I will." Lu Lingfei smiled and said, "I'll go first, bye." She came here just to hear him say these two words in person. After all, apart from Ji Qiqian, no one else would really cheer for her. Lu Lingfei left. Gu Zifeng clicked his tongue twice. "Such a well-behaved and smart little apprentice. I want to have one too." Ji Qiqian didn't say anything and closed his eyes to take a nap. "Brother Qian, after she finishes her exams, shouldn't you go back? Can you still stay with her forever?" Ji Qiqian slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as dark as ink and impenetrable. Lifetime? He didn't think about this problem. He just did it when he wanted to. The college entrance examination has begun. Lu Lingfei slept well at night and felt very energetic the next day. She came to the hall to have breakfast, and the kitchen made zhuang yuan noodles for a good omen. However, Qin Xiang coughed weakly, as if his cold had not yet fully recovered. Lu Nanfeng was a little worried about Qin Xiang. "Are you okay? How come you haven't recovered in a month?" The housekeeper immediately stood up for him. "It's because you caught a bad cold after being caught in the rain." Lu Lingfei heard this. She pretended not to hear it. None of her business. Qin Xiang tried to smooth things over by saying, "Brother, I'm not in good health, and I caught a cold after being caught in the rain. It is my own fault." Xiang, don't think like that. Just do your best, and don't put so much pressure on yourself." Lu Lingfei lowered her head and ate seriously, completely ignoring the people around her. She had been preparing for so long and was finally going to the battlefield. Don't let anyone or anything affect your mood. Lu Nanfeng personally sent them to school for the exam. It was raining heavily on the road. The air wasn't so hot anymore, but there was a lot of traffic. Qin Xiang said with a sickly face, "Sister Lingfei, I wish you success in the exam." Lu Lingfei turned her head and looked out the window without answering. Qin Xiang bit her lip in grievance. She secretly glanced at the co-pilot, but Lu Nanfeng said nothing. If this had happened in the past, Lu Nanfeng would have definitely taught Lu Lingfei a lesson. She tried hard for a month, but still couldn't change anything. The car arrived outside the school. Lu Lingfei got off the car. The stationery in her bag fell to the ground. When she bent down to pick them up, she suddenly discovered that there was something wrong with the stationery. They were all defective. Lu Lingfei was a little panicked for a moment. How could this happen? She looked up at Qin Xiang. Apart from her, no one else could do such a thing. Chapter 41. White Lotus's trick is exposed. Lu Lingfei's eyes were dark, as if she wanted to eat someone. Qin Xiang took a step back. Sister Lingfei, why are you looking at me like that? It wasn't me who dropped your stationery on the floor. Lu Nanfeng walked over. Lingfei, what's wrong? Lu Lingfei used a lot of effort to suppress the anger in her heart. The stationery is broken. How could it be broken? Lu Nanfeng took a look at the stationery, and his expression changed drastically. You go in first, I'll buy you new ones right away. Lu Lingfei felt a little regretful in her heart that she shouldn't have lived in the Lu family. This time she was careless. Lu Lingfei planned to call Ji Qiqian and didn't believe her second brother's promise at all. Qin Xiang said, Second brother, why don't you give mine to Sister Lingfei? I'll wait for you to bring the stationery over. No, I'll buy it for her. Lu Nanfeng turned his head and looked at Lu Lingfei. Lingfei, you must trust your second brother and go in first, otherwise you will be late. Lu Lingfei finally glanced at Lu Nanfeng, turned around and walked towards the school. First went into the school examination room and waited. There happened to be heavy rain and traffic jam today, and we were really running out of time. But she had a bad feeling. Qin Xiang passed by holding an umbrella and said hypocritically, I hope my second brother can come back safely before the exam starts. Lu Lingfei held the big black umbrella and stared ahead silently, not answering Qin Xiang's words at all. Qin Xiang felt embarrassed and could only stomp his feet and leave. After all, Qin Xiang still felt a little unwilling. After all, she imagined that Lu Lingfei would find out that there was something wrong with the stationery during the exam. Lu Lingfei is really lucky. The rain outside is getting heavier. Lu Lingfei immediately called Ji Qiqian. The other end answered immediately. What's wrong? Aren't you supposed to be in the classroom now? My stationery is broken, and I'm waiting for my second brother to buy a new one, but he hasn't come back yet. Ji Qiqian sat up straight. Go to the classroom and wait. After the call was hung up, Lu Lingfei continued to look outside until the teacher reminded her that it was time to go into the classroom. Then she turned around and walked toward the campus. She believed in Ji Qiqian. Lu Lingfei went to the classroom, found a seat, and sat down until the bell rang. The principal came over in a hurry with stationery in his hand and asked the invigilator to check it and then handed it to Lu Lingfei. Lu Lingfei looked at the principal in surprise. Why was it him who sent it? But she didn't have time to think about these things now, because the exam was about to begin. Time passes by every second. After finishing the first exam, Lu Lingfei breathed a sigh of relief. After she walked out of the examination room, she looked up at the sky and was in a good mood. Lu Lingfei walked to the school gate. Lu Nanfeng rushed over and said, Lingfei, how are you? It was raining heavily just now, and the driver accidentally took the wrong road. I searched for a long time before I bought the stationery, but it was too late. Lu Nanfeng was soaked all over, with a guilty look on his face. Lu Lingfei looked indifferent. In fact, she should have guessed this would happen. But she doesn't seem very angry now. She was used to being disappointed in her brothers. It turns out that if you don't care, you won't feel bad. Lu Nanfeng saw Lu Lingfei's expression and felt a little scared. Lingfei, can you say something? Or you can scold me. Lu Lingfei took a step back and put some distance between them. Lu Nanfeng's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. At this time, Qin Xiang ran out and said, Second brother, you are late. Didn't you bring the stationery? This should have a great impact on Sister Lingfei. Felt happy when she saw Lu Lingfei's expressionless face. Lu Nanfeng looked at Lu Lingfei with great guilt. I'm sorry, it's really my fault this time. If your exam is affected and you're not satisfied with the results, I can accompany you to repeat the year. Lu Lingfei suddenly sneered. Second brother, forget it. Let's just leave it at that. Lu Nanfeng was stunned. What does that mean? He would rather Lu Lingfei lose her temper and blame himself than be indifferent like now, as if he was just a stranger. Lu Lingfei turned and walked to the other side. Ji Qiqian was standing there, holding a black umbrella in his hand, waiting for her quietly. Lu Lingfei quickened her pace and ran over, looking at him and said, Did you ask the principal to send me these stationery? Ji Qiqian saw the smile on her face and estimated that she was not affected by this bad incident. He suppressed his displeasure and said calmly, Yeah. Thank you, you helped me a lot. Lu Lingfei finished speaking. She touched her stomach and said, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. I still have to prepare for the exam in the afternoon. Lu Lingfei got in the car, Lu Nanfeng's panicked voice came from outside. Ling Fei, where are you going? I want to talk to you. Ling Fei inside the car, feeling a little flustered. Ling Fei had no expression on her face. That's not necessary. Ling Fei, I really didn't mean to be late. Ling Fei's eyes were clear. I know, so can you let go? But Lu Nanfeng didn't let go. Or rather, he didn't dare let go. He had a bad feeling that once he let go, Ling Fei would never come back. Gu Zifeng couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he stepped forward and grabbed Lu Nanfeng by the collar. Hey buddy, this is meaningless. I'm her brother. Is this funny? Lu Nanfeng was somewhat out of control. Gu Zifeng sneered. I've never seen a brother who makes things worse. Her stationery was prepared by you, and it broke for no reason. Then you swore to let her wait for you, but she ended up being late. How can your family be so vicious? Gu Zifeng witnessed Ling Fei's miserable days with his own eyes this time, and he couldn't bear it anymore. Is this something a human can do? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that problems with stationery wouldn't occur for no reason. Lu Nanfeng was stunned. I don't know. If you don't know, then go find out. What's the point of pestering Xiao Ling Fei Meng and forcing her to forgive you? I'm worried that it's because of her stationery this time. Will there be something wrong with the food she eats at Lu's house next time? She'll have diarrhea and won't be able to take the exam. Gu Zifeng cursed at people without any scruples. Lu Nanfeng was pushed away like this. He staggered and watched Ling Fei leave in the car. For the first time in his 30 years of life, he felt panic. Qin Xiang ran over hypocritically and said with concern, Second brother, it's normal for Sister Ling Fei to be angry. After all, you are really late. But the exam is very important, so let Sister Ling Fei go home and live. If Ling Fei left, how could she operate? Lu Nanfeng suddenly collapsed, his voice hoarse. Where is the butler? He prepared the stationery. He wanted to see why there was a problem with Ling Fei's stationery. Qin Xiang was a little nervous for a moment. Second brother, why do you doubt the housekeeper? He also prepared my stationery, and there is nothing wrong with it. Lu Nanfeng stood up with a stern face and strode away. Qin Xiang clenched her fingers tightly and immediately sent a message to the housekeeper. Second brother is back to check on you. Be careful. Although Ling Fei is gone, fortunately this incident has had an impact on Ling Fei, and I'm sure her performance won't be so good in the future. Judging from Ling Fei's expression, she probably doesn't want to bother with Lu Nanfeng anymore. Good. Ling Fei sat in the car. She looked at the rain outside the window, which was now a little lighter. It was very quiet in the car. Ji Qian turned his head and looked at her, his tone calm. Don't be affected. Don't go back in the next few days. Ling Fei nodded. I think so too. It's more convenient to live in an apartment. The rain had stopped by the time of the afternoon exam. Ling Fei took the exam smoothly. The math questions were a bit difficult, but she felt that there was basically no big problem. When she left the examination room, she heard wailing everywhere outside as people were discussing how difficult the math problems were. Ling Fei saw Lu Nanfeng as soon as she walked out of the school gate. She paused, lowered her head, and walked to the other side. Ling Fei, I brought the housekeeper here to apologize to you. Chapter 42 is Ling Fei's mouth so poisonous? Ling Fei walked in front, but Lu Nanfeng quickly caught up. Ling Fei, I went back to investigate this matter. It was indeed the housekeeper's negligence, so he came to apologize to you. After Lu Nanfeng finished speaking, the housekeeper came over and said, Miss, it's all because of my old eyesight that I didn't see that one of the stationery had a problem. It's all my fault. Don't blame the second young master. Qin Xiang also came out at this time. Sister Ling Fei, the housekeeper is old, so it is inevitable that such mistakes will occur. Please don't worry about it. Ling Fei stood there, her eyes distant and cold. Do they really think that if they hurt others, they can just apologize? That's funny. You're old and your eyesight is blurry. How come you messed up Ling Fei's stationery, but yours is fine? A car stopped on the side of the road, and Gu Zifeng got out and started spraying. Ji Qian rolled down the window and looked at Ling Fei with deep eyes. Get in the car. Ling Fei turned around and walked over without hesitation. Lu Nanfeng stepped forward quickly. Wait, Ling Fei. Now that this matter has been sorted out, can you go home and live? Ling Fei shook off Lu Nanfeng's hand. No. Ling Fei, how can you calm down? Ji Qian got out of the car with a cold face and pushed Lu Nanfeng away. Do you want a mirror to look at your selfish face? I am selfish. I'm worried about her. If you really worried about her, You wouldn't force her to accept your so-called apology before her exams were over. Once she refused, you thought she was throwing a tantrum and was being ungrateful for not accepting your apology. Her mood is the most important thing now. But you force her to accept your apology just to clarify that the stationary issue had nothing to do with you, and you never considered whether it would affect her. If this isn't selfish, what is? Ji Qiqian finished speaking in one breath. His words were sharp. Lu Nanfeng was speechless for a moment. That was not what he meant. I was just worried that Lu Lingfei might misunderstand me. So I hurried to explain it clearly, Ji Qiqian retorted. But you haven't considered whether she is suitable to listen to your explanation now. What if what you said affects her performance in the exam? Is it noble to apologize? Does that mean you are no longer responsible? In the end, Lu Nanfeng couldn't utter a word. Qin Xiang gritted her teeth and said, "My second brother is just too concerned. He cares about Sister Ling Fei the most. How could he possibly harm her?" Gu Zifeng exclaimed, "This is the fake sister, right? Why are you pretending to be a good person? You are lining up to apologize one by one. And it seems that you're good at apologizing, right? Then I will stab you to death with a knife, and then apologize, okay?" Ling Feiman doesn't care about this kind of selfish concern at all. "Let's go." Lu Lingfei bent down and got into the car. Lu Nanfeng couldn't help but step forward. Ling Fei, I really didn't mean that. I was just too anxious." He was afraid of losing Lu Lingfei. Lu Lingfei looked at Lu Nanfeng outside the car window and said calmly, "I know. I will go back after the exam is over." Lu Nanfeng's mind was like a mess. Didn't he feel relieved at all, even though Lu Lingfei said she knew? He is now increasingly unable to understand what Lu Lingfei is thinking. Lu Nanfeng nodded. "Okay, I didn't think it through enough. I will explain it to you after your exam is over." He took a few steps back, and even though he was unwilling, he didn't dare to stop it. The man named Ji Qiqian is not ordinary, and he will not be able to win if he forces it. The most important thing is that it will affect Lu Lingfei's test state. This is the most important thing. He gave in for Lu Lingfei, but that doesn't mean he was afraid of Ji Qiqian. Qin Xiang saw Lu Lingfei leave. He gritted his teeth and actually let Lu Lingfei go. Damn it, Lu Nanfeng didn't force the person to stay. Qin Xiang pretended to speak casually. "Second brother, Sister Ling Fei didn't go home for the exam. If Big Brother knew about this, it would be bad." "That's enough." Lu Nanfeng had a cold expression. "As long as you don't tell me about this matter, and I don't tell you, my brother won't know about it." Qin Xiang looked a little unnatural. Of course. Damn it, if Lu Lingfei wasn't at the Lu family, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Lu Lingfei returned to the apartment. Gu Zifeng cursed. "What kind of person is this? Do I have to apologize now? Do I have to force you to accept it?" Originally, Gu Zifeng just thought that Brother Lu was a little biased. I finally saw it today. This is not called partiality. This is called blindness. Lu Lingfei poured a glass of water for Gu Zifeng. "Don't be angry. I'm not angry." "How can you not be angry?" "I'm used to it. It's always been like this." Lu Lingfei spoke. Her expression was calm. Gu Zifeng covered his chest and said, "Fuck, I can't stand it. I'm went to the balcony to smoke a cigarette and calm down." Ji Qiqian came out holding a fruit plate, his slender fingers with distinct joints. He placed the fruit plate in front of her. "Take more vitamins to nourish your brain." Lu Lingfei blinked her eyes. "Why are you scolding me? The exam is over. Are you planning to go back?" Oh, so he heard this. Lu Lingfei held the fruit plate and said, "Go back and pack your things." Ji Qiqian sat on the sofa. "Just don't be stupid." "I know. I will never be soft-hearted or forgive you." Lu Lingfei's eyes were determined. Everything went smoothly in the subsequent exams. Lu Lingfei finished her last exam. She felt much more relaxed. She had endured it for so long, and it was finally over. Lu Lingfei walked out of the classroom in a good mood and met many classmates who were discussing the exam on the way, including Qin Xiang. The monitor looked at Lu Lingfei and asked, "How did you do on the test? I heard that your Chinese score might be affected because of the stationary problem, but as long as the content is fine, you won't lose points." Qin Xiang immediately pretended to be concerned and said, "Sister Lingfei, it doesn't matter even if you don't do well in the exam." Lu Lingfei raised her eyelids and glanced over. "That's better than your score." Qin Xiang's expression froze for a moment. "Sister Lingfei, don't be angry. Being angry is better than doing better on the test." Lu Lingfei's words hit people straight in the chest. Lingfei in amazement. After all, Lu Lingfei usually had a rather soft personality. Although she had stood up in the last few months, she seldom spoke to others like this. After the exam, Lu Lingfei seemed to have become a lot more sharp-tongued. Lu Lingfei turned around and left slowly, her back looking particularly leisurely among the crowd. Qin Xiang was so angry that her face turned pale. Lu Lingfei must have taken the wrong medicine. She showed an aggrieved expression, glanced at the monitor, and said, "I just wanted to care about her just now." The monitor was not polite. "Do you care about Lu Lingfei, or do you want to laugh at her and deliberately poke her in the sore spot? Only you know it in your heart." "That's right. Do you really think that we can't see through your White Lotus behavior? Only Lu Lingfei, that fool, would be bullied by you for so many years." Qin Xiang's eyes instantly turned red, but the class monitor took the classmates away, and no one paid any attention to her. Qin Xiang stood there alone, his eyes becoming extremely gloomy. But she still quickened her pace and chased after him, because Lu Nanfeng would definitely come. Lu Lingfei walked out of the school gate. She saw a row of red sports cars parked, all with a banner that read, "I wish little Lingfei Meng a long and successful journey." This scene is a bit exaggerated. Chapter 43, we are a family whose blood is thicker than water. Lu Lingfei had never expected that this would be the scene that greeted her. She remembered that after the college entrance examination in her previous life, her second brother and sixth brother seemed to have come as well, but the person who received attention in the end was Qin Xiang. She is always the one being ignored. She never thought that someone would prepare a ceremony for her in this life. It would be a lie to say I wasn't touched. Ji Qiqian was half leaning against the car door, his tall and slender figure. He raised his head and looked at her. His features were handsome and delicate, less lazy than usual and more serious. Lu Lingfei bit her lip and walked towards him. Ji Qiqian's eyes were gentle. "Congratulations, it's finally over." Gu Zifeng waved the banner hard. "Xiao Lingfei, this is a surprise I prepared for you. Do you like it?" Lu Lingfei smiled shyly. "Thank you, it's just a little exaggerated." "Exaggeration is good. It's better than some insincere people who just come with a bouquet of flowers." Gu Zifeng understands the yin and yang. Lu Lingfei looked up and saw Lu Nanfeng walking towards her across the street, holding a bouquet of flowers. "In his previous life, my second brother also bought a bouquet of flowers, but gave it to Qin Xiang." Lu Nanfeng crossed the road with anticipation. Lingfei, I wanted to park here, but all the parking spaces here are occupied, so I can only park on the opposite side." Lu Nanfeng didn't expect these people to be so shameless that they all occupied the parking spaces and refused to leave. Gu Zifeng sighed and said, "If you really want to, you will come early to take a seat like us, instead of cramming at the last minute. You have no sincerity at all. Isn't that right, Brother Qian?" Ji Qiqian said calmly. "After all, people who even think that apologizing is noble definitely don't understand." Lu Nanfeng could hardly maintain his expression. At this time, Qin Xiang also ran out. "Second brother, you are here. The flowers you bought are so beautiful." Qin Xiang ran directly to Lu Nanfeng. Lu Nanfeng looked a little embarrassed because he only bought a bouquet of flowers. He coughed, passed Qin Xiang, and walked in front of Lu Lingfei. Lingfei, I wish you success in the college entrance examination in advance." Lu Lingfei glanced at the flowers and said, "Thank you, but you should give these flowers to Qin Xiang. Otherwise, if outsiders find out, they will think you are partial to me and leave Qin Xiang, an adopted girl, without even a bouquet of flowers." Lu Nanfeng just felt that these words were a little familiar. He quickly said, "I bought this flower especially for you. It's Xiang's. I'll give it to her later." "That won't do. Qin Xiang has done me a great favor. Her father saved my life. How can you be so partial, second brother? If there is only one bouquet of flowers, it must be given to Qin Xiang." Lu Lingfei's tone was calm and powerful. Lu Nanfeng froze completely. No wonder he felt these words were familiar. He seemed to have said the same thing before. And every time when there wasn't enough to go around, it seemed like Lu Lingfei always gave in. When Lu Nanfeng thought of this, his heart began to ache. It turns out that he had been terribly wrong. He spoke with difficulty. Lingfei, my second brother used to. What happened in the past is in the past, and people should always look forward. Lu Lingfei said in a casual tone, "I have a classmate party tonight, so I'm leaving first." She turned and walked to Ji Qiqian. "Give me a ride." Ji Qiqian's eyes fell on her face, and without saying anything, he opened the car door for her. A row of red sports cars drove away in style. Lu Nanfeng watched Lu Lingfei get into the car. He wanted to stop her, but his feet felt like they were filled with lead. It felt like I was carrying a 1,000-pound weight and couldn't take a single step, because his mind was filled with the words Lu Lingfei had just said, like a knife stabbing into his heart. Qin Xiang stood aside, looking at the cool sports car, feeling jealous. He's just a school doctor. Where does he get so much money? Lu Lingfei was quite capable, as she was able to get the school doctor to rent a car to save face. Qin Xiang was a little unwilling. Second brother, don't be angry. Sister Ling Fei will understand your painstaking efforts. Just wait until she calms down. You don't understand. This time, Lu Nanfeng really felt that Lu Lingfei would never forgive him. At this time, Lulu also arrived. Brother, the exam is over, right? I specially booked a restaurant. Let's go have a meal together. Qin Xiang nodded. Okay, let's go. Lulu looked around and said, Lu Lingfei, she hasn't come out yet? Qin Xiang suppressed her impatience and still had a smile on her face. Sister Ling Fei just left with the school doctor. I don't know where the school doctor rented so many sports cars. It looks like a grand ceremony. Lulu's expression suddenly changed. Second brother, why didn't you stop her? The exams are over. We can't let Lu Lingfei get away with her temper. Lu Nanfeng was a little embarrassed. Yes, the exam is over. Just now Lu Lingfei said that people should look forward. Does she not plan to return to the Lu family? Lu actually hesitated for a long time whether to come, but finally came, but he didn't expect to miss Lu Lingfei. Lu Nanfeng couldn't accept this fact. He turned around and said, I have something to do with the company, so I'll leave first. You guys eat. Second brother, aren't these flowers for Xiang? Lu Nanfeng glanced at the flowers and handed them to Qin Xiang. Second brother made a mistake today, and I wish you success in the exam. He is feeling very confused right now. He deliberately bought only one bouquet of flowers today, and only Lu Lingfei had one, to show that he was not partial to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was forced to accept the bouquet, but pretended to be well-behaved and said, Thank you, second brother. Actually, being able to stay in a Lu family and grow up is something I dare not even dream of. After I get into university, I will move out to avoid Sister Ling Fei getting angry with you all the time. I still have some self-awareness. Lulu immediately said, Xiang, what nonsense are you talking about? You have been adopted by our Lu family. You are our sister. We are a family. We will coax Lu Lingfei into a good situation. It has nothing to do with you. Qin Xiang lowered her head, looking weak. Lu Nanfeng finally spoke. Your six brothers right. Just live in a Lu family peacefully and don't think too much. Lu Nanfeng left in embarrassment. He actually thought that Qin Xiang's suggestion was a good one. But this is so unfair to Qin Xiang. She did nothing wrong. There must be other ways to win back Lu Lingfei. After all, she and they are a family whose blood is thicker than water. Lu Lingfei sat in the passenger seat of the red sports car. She stretched out her hand to catch the wind outside, and her mood became very good. Ji Qichin's car stopped at the traffic light. Message me after the class reunion. I plan to go back to the Lu family directly. Lu Lingfei's eyes were calm. It's time to end it all. Her original plan was to leave the Lu family after the exam. She didn't want to stay in the Lu family any longer. What are you going to do? Lu Lingfei smiled and said, Just go crazy and leave, or they will haunt you in the future. Ji Qichin's slender hands were on the steering wheel. In fact, Lu Lingfei was not as weak as imagined. She had been tolerant of the Lu family during this period because she didn't want to affect this exam. She is very smart. It's a pity that the people in the Lu family didn't understand and thought Lu Lingfei was just throwing a tantrum. Ji Qichin sent her to the restaurant, and Lu Lingfei went to the class reunion alone. She felt the warm scene after graduation and finally put an end to the regrets of her previous life. After dinner, Lu Lingfei took a taxi back to the Lu family. When the housekeeper saw her coming back, he was shocked. Miss, why are you back? This is the Lu family. Isn't it normal for me to come back? Lu Lingfei retorted, contrary to her usual behavior, and went straight back to her room. But she saw something belonging to Qin Xiang in her bedroom. The housekeeper stepped forward to explain, Miss Xiang's room leaked the night before yesterday, so she temporarily moved to your room for a few days. The second young master said that you are all girls and won't mind so much. Lu Lingfei raised her head slowly, her eyes somewhat cold. She simply threw all the bed sheets and daily necessities that Qin Xiang had slept on into the corridor. The housekeeper was shocked and angry. Miss, how could you do this? Chapter 44, Severing the Relationship with the Lu Family with One's Own Hands. Lu Lingfei raised her eyelids, her almond-shaped eyes tinged with a hint of coldness. She glanced at the things on the ground and raised her hand to close the door. But the housekeeper stopped Lu Lingfei. Miss, if you have any opinions about me, you can tell me directly, but Miss Xiangxiang didn't provoke you. Lu Lingfei sneered, turned around, took out a lighter, and threw it over. The fire ignited the book, and it soon caught fire. The housekeeper's face suddenly changed with fear. Crazy, crazy, the young lady is crazy. Someone put out the fire. Lu Lingfei then slammed the door shut. She smelled a burning smell coming from outside and calmly opened the game on her computer. But she saw several private messages. From Lu. If you join our gaming team, you will definitely not be treated unfairly. If you have any other requests, you can always raise them and I can satisfy you. Our Lu Tian team is backed by the Lu family, so you don't have to worry about funding and benefits. My fourth brother also has a film and television company, and I can plan for you when the time comes. It won't be a problem to enter the entertainment industry directly. I don't know if you're in school or working, but joining the Lu Tian team is a good choice for you. You don't have to stay in the team full-time, and it won't affect your personal life. Please consider it. Lu Lingfei looked at the message sent by her sixth brother and felt a little amused. I didn't expect that he hasn't given up yet. She replied, I'll think about it. What would sixth brother's expression be if he knew that this small account belonged to her? Lu Lingfei suddenly became excited. She had just finished a copy when she heard a knock on the door. Lu Lingfei, come out. Lu Lingfei heard sixth brother's voice. She distributed things slowly and ignored the person outside the door. With a bang, the door was opened. Lu walked in angrily, and when he saw Lu Lingfei still playing games, he became even angrier. Lu Lingfei, look at what you did. You threw Xiangxiang's things out and set them on fire with a lighter. You are so outrageous. Lu didn't believe it at first, but when he saw the burnt things in the corridor, he found it incredible. Lu Lingfei suddenly become like this? Lu Lingfei quit the game, turned around and looked up, her eyebrows indifferent. Ah, so what? The tone is quite rebellious. Lu's temples were throbbing with anger. Lu Lingfei, I know you are angry with us. You think we have been partial to Qin Xiang and have treated you unfairly over the years. But you could just come after us. Xiang doesn't owe you anything, and her father saved your life. Don't forget that. Sixth brother, stop talking. I'll move out. After all, I'm an adult now, and I don't have the right to stay in the Lu family. Qin Xiang held the burnt textbook in her hands, her eyes red, and she looked as if she had suffered a great injustice. Xiang, don't say that. Wait until second brother comes back, and let him see Lu Lingfei's true appearance. Now that the exam is over, there is no need to worry about anything. Sixth brother, if leaving can make you two reconcile, and if Sister Lingfei is willing to join the team and participate in the finals, then I am willing to leave. Lu snorted coldly. Lu Lingfei, do you think you are indispensable? I tell you, the team doesn't need you anymore. Lu Lingfei raised her eyebrows. Just now, sixth brother had sent her a private message through his game account. This person has many faces. Lu said proudly. I found a very talented gunner again. She said she would consider joining the team, so don't think you can use this to control us. Qin Xiang looked up. Sixth brother, have you really found it? Yes, that person replied to the message more than an hour ago. Lu Lingfei roughly understood who sixth brother was talking about, but she just said she would consider it and didn't agree. She looked up, smiling. Sixth brother, are you so sure that the other party will join? Of course. After all, the treatment of our Lu family team has always been very good. It will be a win for her if that person joins. As long as there is money, who can I poach? Lu finally felt that he had managed to hold himself high in front of Lu Lingfei. Lu Lingfei, I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. You can't blame me for that. Lu Lingfei's lips curled up nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. Lu Lingfei, you should apologize to Xiang now. Lu no longer has to worry about anything. After all, he no longer places his hopes on Lu Lingfei. Lu Lingfei raised her eyebrows. My room, you live in it without my permission. I have the right to do so. There's a reason for that. What's wrong with Xiang staying for a few days? It's not like she'll lose any weight. Then why don't you let Qin Xiang stay in the team to participate in the finals? Is it because she is too bad and you're afraid of being affected by her? How can you be so stingy? Qin Xiang's performance has dropped so much in order to participate in the competition. How can you let her be a substitute? We are a family team. Although Qin Xiang is not good at it, she works hard. If we lose the final, we lose. It won't cost us a thing. Lu Lingfei spoke so quickly and urgently that Lu couldn't answer a single word. Lu Lingfei looked sarcastic. Why, you can't stand it. In the past, when Six Brother used such words to morally blackmail me, he seemed so justified. Is it not possible to just stab the boomerang back? Lu was so angry that his face turned red. Lu Lingfei, you are hopeless now. If you don't apologize, I will pretend that you are not my sister. Lu Lingfei laughed out loud. That's great. It saves me a lot of trouble. Okay. Lu Lingfei, this is what you said. Don't regret it. Lu left in a rage. Qin Xiang stood there alone. She looked at Lu Lingfei aggrievedly. Sister Lingfei. You get out too. Lu Lingfei slammed the door shut and ignored the person outside. Qin Xiang was almost mad. Lu Lingfei actually dared to do this. Is this woman crazy? However, Lu Lingfei actually took the initiative to sever the relationship, which saved her trouble. After closing the door, Lu Lingfei returned to the computer and logged into the game again. Sure enough, she saw the invitation from Lu. Even the signing contract was sent over. In such a hurry? Lu Lingfei remembered Lu's arrogant look just now, and she replied directly. Let me take a look at the contract first. Lu, it's okay. You can take a look first. If you have any conditions, you can bring them up and we can discuss them. Lu Lingfei found it a little ridiculous to see Sixth Brother's polite tone. After all, she had worked hard in training and competitions in the team in her previous life, and Sixth Brother had never been so nice to her. As expected, this person is just a masochist. The next morning, Lu Lingfei slept until she woke up naturally. When she went downstairs for lunch, her second brother came back. Lu went over to complain. Second brother, Lu Lingfei, is too outrageous. Really? Lu Nanfeng secretly glanced at Lu Lingfei, but she looked indifferent. He spoke absent-mindedly. It's my fault. I shouldn't have agreed to let Xiang live in Lingfei's room. She has reason to be angry. Lu was shocked. Second brother, how can you say that? Xiang is just staying here for 2 days. What's the big deal? What's more, Xiang's father saved her life. When Lu Nanfeng heard these familiar and hurtful words, it felt as if they were stabbing himself. He was in a dilemma at the moment. If he sided with Lu Lingfei, Qin Xiang would definitely be hurt. Lu Nanfeng didn't know what to do for a moment. Qin Xiang took the initiative to speak. Second brother, I thought about it for a long time and decided to move out. Lu immediately stopped her. Xiang, what nonsense are you talking about? It's obviously Lu Lingfei who is causing trouble. It has nothing to do with you. The housekeeper also said, Second young master, please persuade Miss Xiang. She can't move out. After all, she didn't do anything wrong. Lu Nanfeng didn't say a word for a long time. Lu Lingfei felt a headache after hearing this and overturned the dining table, spilling all the food onto Qin Xiang and Lu. The restaurant was quiet as a chicken. Chapter 45, she moved away and no longer had anything to do with the Lu family. Lu Lingfei overturned the dining table. She wiped her hands nonchalantly. Lu saw Lu Lingfei's unusual behavior and asked, Lu Lingfei, are you crazy? Lu Lingfei had never done these things before, and even used a lighter to burn Qin Xiang's things. This is totally unlike Lu Lingfei. Lu Lingfei kicked the chair next to her and said in a shallow voice with a hint of impatience, You guys are too noisy. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. She has no patience at all now. I don't want to watch Sheen Bailey Anua acting here. It's disgusting. Qin Xiang immediately burst into tears. Oh, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. Oh, I am a sinner. Xiang, you are too kind. She should be the one to leave. Lu Lingfei agreed immediately. Okay, I'll go. Now that her goal has been achieved, she doesn't want to stay here and waste time. Lu Nanfeng immediately explained. No, Lingfei, you can't leave. This is your home. Where else can you go? Brother, if you just cancel her credit card, I don't think she can last long out there. Lu Lingfei's eyebrows were very calm, and she didn't take this sentence to heart at all. It doesn't matter. In her previous life, she had her credit card suspended and was forced to live on the streets and almost beg for food. She will never forget the scene. This person still has to make money on his own. Lu Lingfei returned to her room and took only a backpack, packed a few clothes and her ID, and nothing else. Lu Nanfeng was a little panicked. Lingfei, please stop listening to your six brothers' nonsense, okay? Didn't you say before that you would be back after the exam? Lu Lingfei's eyes were calm and unperturbed. Yes, I said so. If she didn't say that, given the personalities of her second and sixth brothers, who knows what else they would do to affect her exam results? Now that the exams are over, nothing can affect her anymore. Then why is she still so frustrated? Ling Fei, Ling Fei, we are a family whose blood is thicker than water. Even if there are conflicts, it's not a big problem, right? Second brother knows that I have wronged you in the past. I will really make it up to you in the future. Lu Nanfeng almost didn't sleep last night, but he didn't dare to come to see Lu Lingfei. Once he figured out some things, the memories of the past were like knives, keeping him awake all night. From the moment Qin Xiang came to the Lu family, Lu Lingfei has been suffering from injustice. For so many years, Lu Nanfeng didn't dare to think about it too much. The more I think about it, the more panicked I become. Lu Lingfei suddenly smiled and said calmly, "Second brother, don't say that. I plan to work part-time after the college entrance examination and learn to live independently. Let Qin Xiang live in my room. After all, her father saved my life, so I should treat her better." Lu came over. "Humph, you should have done this a long time ago." It seems that Lu Lingfei is still afraid that he will break off the relationship. Lu Lingfei continued, "Now that the exam is over, Qin Xiang should continue to train with the team. She is a member of the Lu family team after all. We can't stop her from participating just because she's not good at playing. That would be too unfair to her." Lu's expression could hardly be maintained. "Of course, I will arrange it." Lu Lingfei nodded. "That's good. I'll leave first. I'll contact you later if there's anything." Lu Lingfei went downstairs without looking back. Lu suddenly panicked. "Second brother, did you really let her go?" Lu Nanfeng smiled bitterly and said, "What else? Didn't you just let her go? Didn't you say you wanted to sever your relationship with Ling Fei?" I just said that in anger. Sixth brother, but the hurtful words you said will not be easily wiped out. The damage caused will always be there." Lu Nanfeng showed a helpless expression. When he saw Lu now, he felt as if he saw his former self. Qin Xiang saw that Lu Nanfeng's expression was not right, and hurriedly said, "Second brother, I will move out, and then you can persuade Ling Fei to come back." Lu Nanfeng shook his head. "No need, you stay here first." Lu Lingfei's problem cannot be solved by Qin Xiang moving out. "Brother, I have made up my mind. Thank you for taking care of me over the years." Qin Xiang turned around and started packing her things. It was obvious that Lu Nanfeng's attitude changed too quickly. If she didn't do something, Lu Nanfeng would definitely suspect her. Lu was a little anxious. "Second brother, Xiang didn't feel safe in our house. Lu Lingfei's fuss is just forcing Xiang to leave. Don't you understand? Xiang did nothing wrong. But Ling Fei has also suffered a lot of grievances over the years. But Xiang's father saved her life. What's wrong with Lu Lingfei being wronged? People should know how to repay kindness." When Lu Nanfeng heard these words, he suddenly covered his chest and was so angry that he couldn't breathe. His eyes went dark and he fainted. Lu Nanfeng was still calling Lu Lingfei's name. He was the one who was not doing his sister justice. He was wrong. So wrong. Lu Lingfei left the Lu family and took a taxi to the apartment. Finally left the Lu family. She came to Ji Qiqian's door and was about to knock when the door suddenly opened. "Congratulations, little Ling Feiming." Gu Zifeng was holding a salute in his hand, and Lu Lingfei was covered with small pieces of paper with salutes on them. Lu Lingfei was a little surprised. Ji Qiqian stood not far away, leaning against the dining table, with a small cake next to him. Lu Lingfei asked in surprise, "Is there anyone celebrating their birthday today?" Gu Zifeng stood still. "You left the Lu family today. Isn't it the first day of your rebirth? Buy a cake to celebrate." How Lu Lingfei lived in the Lu family. He began to feel sympathy for Lu Lingfei. Be a good person to the end and send the Buddha to the West. Lu Lingfei's eyes were slightly warm. "Thank you. Why are you saying thank you? We are all friends. It's too formal. Let's eat quickly, blow out the candles, and make a wish." Lu Lingfei felt that her wish was never to have anything to do with the Lu family again in this life, and to live for herself in the future. After finishing the meal, Ji Qiqian said calmly, "What do you want to do now?" Whatever she wanted to do, he would let her do it. Lu Lingfei thought for a while and said, "Let's start live streaming to make money." Now that she has left the Lu family, she has to make her own living from now on. Gu Zifeng said, "It just so happens that the game has a Hall of Fame ranking competition recently. It seems to start tonight. Xiaoling Faming, you can broadcast this competition live." Lu Lingfei remembers this Hall of Fame event. In her previous life, she ranked very high, but the account was given to Qin Xiang by her sixth brother for live broadcast. Therefore, all the honors in the final ranking belonged to Qin Xiang. No one knows how much hard work she put in behind the scenes to get to the top 10. This time, she will not give these to Qin Xiang. Ji Qiqian looked at her. Which platform are you going to broadcast on? Gu Zifeng suggested. Why not use Douxia live streaming platform? It's a regular, large and reliable company that treats newcomers very well. The most important thing is the live broadcast platform is a company owned by the Ji family. Ji Qiqian glanced at Gu Zifeng with a warning look in his eyes. Sure, I'll go to whichever platform makes money. Lu Lingfei had heard of Douxia Live, which was owned by the Ji family in North City. Sixth brother also opened a live broadcast platform called Qinghua Live, but there is still some gap compared with Ji's Douxia. After winning the finals in the previous life, Qinghua Live became an instant hit and was successfully listed. Without her in this life, Lu Ji's live broadcast company would probably go bankrupt. Lu Lingfei finally registered an account on the Douxia live streaming platform. Lingfei Mengxianshan. Lu Lingfei started the live broadcast, but did not show her face. She focused on the keyboard and her hands. She had experience from her previous life, so after entering the dungeon, she was familiar with the route and began to accumulate points. Outside the study, Gu Zifeng glanced at Ji Qiqian and said, "Why don't you help her earn points?" "No need. She will be able to advance to the preliminary list of 100 people tonight." "Are you so confident in her?" "I'll buy some gifts for Xiaoling faming later. Remember to reimburse me." Gu Zifeng opened Lu Lingfei's live broadcast room. There were not many people, but there was a black fan. "Oh my god, this is a cheat. The points are so fast." "This guy doesn't use any cheats. I'm eating shit on live broadcast. I bet she will definitely lose when she starts PK promotion." Lu Lingfei naturally saw the doubts of the black fans. Because everyone suspected that she was using cheats, a lot of people came to watch. In her first PK match, she defeated her opponent in one move. The live broadcast room instantly became lively. Chapter 46, the first day of breaking up the relationship, popular on the internet. Lu Lingfei's lips curled up slightly. Strength is the best way to crush doubts. The second and third PK rounds followed. Lu Lingfei basically defeated her opponent within 3 minutes, advancing quickly and crushing her all the way. When she was piking, she almost remembered her past life, and she only felt happy during the competition. The number of fans in Lu Lingfei's live broadcast room increased by 100,000. The live broadcast room was flooded with messages. "Fuck, is she the smuff of some great god?" The Hall of Fame will not use trumpets. After all, this ranking will affect the master rankings. I suggest that the anchor change her name to Ling Fei Meng Swan, because you make all of us sour. Gu Zifeng looked at the changes in the live broadcast room and was so shocked that his jaw dropped. "Brother Qian, is your little apprentice so awesome?" "She is not piking at all. She is just going to the novice area to fry the fish pond." "This shouldn't happen." Ling Fei advanced in the PK game. Ji Qiqian curled his lips slightly and said, "I've said it before, she's very talented." The man's tone was somewhat proud. Lu Lingfei won 30 consecutive games in the game and was directly selected into the preliminary list of 100 people. She then stopped and took a sip of water. That's all for today. The PK with the 100-person pre-selection list will begin tomorrow. The number of people in a live broadcast room has reached 150,000, and the number of fans has also increased a lot. Lu Lingfei was actually quite surprised. Why were so many people watching? She saw many people asking who she was and how she did it. Lu Lingfei turned on the headset and said, "I'm just a newcomer. I like this game very much. I'm new here, so please pay more attention to me. I will be online at 7 o'clock tomorrow night for the next stage of PK." Gu Zifeng directly sent out 3 big rockets. Lu Lingfei smiled and said, "Thank you all for the gifts. I will try my best to improve my ranking tomorrow." She ended the broadcast after she finished speaking. Lu Lingfei breathed a sigh of relief, but to be honest, she was still a little nervous. In her previous life, when Qin Xiang was live streaming, she interacted a lot with her fans and was very good at winning people's hearts. She can't be as versatile as Qin Xiang, so she can only rely on her strength to attract fans. Gu Zifeng clapped his hands and walked into the study room. "Little Ling Feiming, you are so amazing. You advanced so quickly." Lu Lingfei was a little embarrassed. "I want to advance faster. Maybe I can attract more fans. After all, I am sure of money." "You gained so many followers in one night. The people from Dosha Live will come to you to sign a contract soon. According to your ability, maybe the people from the team will come to you to sign a contract. Lu Lingfei knew that when she logged in just now, she received a call from her sixth brother asking about her contract. But she didn't reply. Lu Lingfei said, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's make money from live streaming first. Gu Zifeng was a little unwilling and asked, Little Ling Faming, I'm curious about how you learned the 12-hit combo. Why are you asking this again? Lu Lingfei glanced at Ji Qiqian secretly and asked, Does he doubt what he said? She pursed her lips and answered, Because I like the great Master King and am his loyal fan, I secretly practiced his tricks. I didn't expect that I would suddenly succeed that day. Ahem, who do you like? Gu Zifeng subconsciously looked at Ji Qiqian. Brother, this is not right. She said she likes you. You can't be together. Lu Lingfei also looked at Ji Qiqian. What was going on? Ji Qiqian leaned against the desk and said to Lu Lingfei, It's getting late. Stay up late or you won't grow taller. Then I'll go back first. Lu Lingfei has been playing games for such a long time. To be honest, she is a little tired. After she returned to her room, she simply washed up and laid down on the bed to rest. She took out her phone and checked her moments and saw a live video posted by Qin Xiong. Thank you, Brother Lu, for helping me get to the top of the list. Today, my fans have exceeded 100,000. Lu Lingfei saw Qin Xiong showing off on her circle of friends. She remembered that her account was stolen in her previous life. She deleted it with her backhand. Finally, I don't have to deal with the Lu family anymore. But she received a video forwarded to her by her monitor. Lu Lingfei, is this Anchor You? I think your voice sounds like yours. Lu Lingfei saw the video sent by the monitor, which happened to be the live broadcast she had just performed. She did not show her face, but just focused her fingers on the keyboard. She did not want to be discovered by her family before she succeeded, so as to avoid being tampered with. Lu Lingfei replied, Ahem, I don't know either. She didn't admit it was her. After she put down her phone, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Live streaming was quite tiring. Next room, Ji Qiqian glanced at Gu Zifeng and said, If you don't know how to speak, you don't have to. Oh, I'm just curious. I didn't expect her to say she likes you. Ji Qiqian looked unnatural. There are many kinds of likes. It's not just love between men and women. Gu Zifeng said excitedly, I have arranged for someone to edit Xiao Ling Faming's live broadcast video just now. It will be on the hot search in minutes. I guarantee that she will become an online game celebrity this summer. Ji Qiqian saw the edited video sent by Gu Zifeng and saw that Lu Lingfei's performance was excellent. Soon, this live game video became popular. Many people are guessing who Ling Fei Meng Tian is. As the boss of Qing Will Live, Lu also received the news first. But when he saw the name of the game, he became excited. She gained 100,000 followers in one night? That's right, boss. The person you poached before was also called Ling Fei Meng Tian. I think it should be the same person. The game name, character design, and occupation are also gunners. Yes, it's the same person. The person Lu wanted to dig out some time ago was called Ling Fei Meng Tian. I didn't expect the other party to start a live broadcast. Still on Doushell Live. His arch-rival company. Lulu logged into the game, but the other party had already gone offline, and the other party did not respond to his previous proposal for a contract. Lulu just glanced at the beginning of the video and didn't watch it carefully. No matter what, I have to get her to Qing Will Live. There must be a lot of people looking for her to sign a contract. I'm trying to contact her. We must not let Doushell Live take people away. Qin Xiong walked into the office carrying an insulated box and said, Sixth brother, which great person do you want to recruit to Qing Will Live? That's the gunner I mentioned to you before. She was live streaming on Douxia today and gained 100,000 followers overnight. If she came to our Lutian team, it would definitely be even more powerful. When Qin Xiong heard that the number of followers increased by 100,000 in one night, she looked a little embarrassed. Because she worked hard for a long time, she only broke through 100,000 fans today. Is it possible that someone can gain 100,000 followers in just one night? Lulu noticed Qin Xiong's expression and said, Xiong, you're also very good. Keep working hard. I will definitely strive for a newcomer award for you at this year's Internet Celebrity Festival. Thank you, Sixth brother. I'm very satisfied with this. I made you a midnight snack myself. Please eat something to avoid getting a stomachache like second brother. Xiang is more sensible, unlike some people. Lulu thought of Lu Lingfei. His mood became bad. Qin Xiong felt a little proud in his heart. Although I can't compare to the big guy who gained 100,000 followers in one night. Compared with Lu Lingfei, she is still very outstanding. She searched for the live video of Ling Fei Meng Tian Tian, but when she heard the host's voice, her mind went blank. Isn't this voice Lu Lingfei? Chapter 47, she is a big shot now. Qin Xiang listened to Ling Feiming's sweet voice countless times. She was almost certain that this was Lu Lingfei, but the live broadcast did not show the face, and with only the keyboard and fingers, it was impossible to tell who was broadcasting the live broadcast. Qin Xiang was a little panicked for a moment. Didn't sixth brother recognize that the voice was Lu Lingfei's? Xiang, what are you doing standing outside? Isn't it hot? After finishing his meal, Lu came out of the office and saw Qin Xiang standing alone in the corridor. Qin Xiang's expression was a bit complicated. Sixth brother, I was just watching the video. Ling, Fei Meng Tian Tian, have you finished watching the video? After all, the host speaks at the very end of the video. Lu shook his head. I haven't finished watching it, but I know this person very well. I don't need to finish watching it to know that she will definitely be able to advance tomorrow. So I have to dig her over. Sixth brother, have you investigated this person? For example, what is her real name and what does she look like? I didn't find out. The other party has been refusing to agree to my contract request, and I thought she had other reasons. Now it seems that she went to Doxia to do a live broadcast, probably just to increase her value. Lu felt that if he used money to pay the other party, they would definitely agree to sign the contract. When Qin Xiang saw Lu's confident look, she also wondered if she had made a mistake. If Ling Fei Meng Tian Tian was really Lu Lingfei, that woman would not have allowed her to be bullied like this before. I guess it's just a sound that's similar. There are still people in this world who look alike. Qin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief instantly. She had said it. It couldn't be Lu Lingfei. Lu Lingfei slept until she woke up naturally the next day. She checked her phone and saw several messages. Lunan phone. Lingfei, what part-time job are you doing? Is it hard? Why don't you come to work in my company? It won't be too tiring. Lu Lingfei took a look and didn't reply. She also has to prepare for the live broadcast in the evening, so she is very busy. Lu Lingfei went to the next room. Ji Qiqian was on the balcony making a phone call, speaking English very quickly. Gu Zifeng sat on the sofa and said lazily, Xiao Ling Feiming, are you up? Do you know that the video you live-streamed last night has become popular now? You will be live-streaming tonight, and there will definitely be a lot of people watching. Are you nervous? A little bit, but I definitely won't lose. Lu Lingfei is still confident in her own abilities. Her eyes subconsciously looked towards the balcony. He had one hand on the railing, and his back was tall and slender. Ji Qiqian sensed something and turned around to look at her. The man's eyes were as dark as ink. He said a few words into the phone and then hung up. Lu Lingfei quickly looked away, but noticed from the corner of her eye that he returned to the living room. Ji Qiqian said, I have something to go out for later, and I may not be back in the evening. Want to go out? Lu Lingfei subconsciously said, Isn't the school on holiday? Gu Zifeng coughed and said, It's like this, I have some business matters that I need Brother Qian to handle with me. Lu Lingfei knew that Gu Zifeng was a rich second generation, so she didn't ask any further. During lunch, Lu Lingfei received a call from Doxia Live Broadcasting Company. Hello, I am a person in charge of Doxia Entertainment Company. May I ask if you are Lingfei Mengxianshan? Yes, it's me. It's like this. Our company is very optimistic about your prospects and would like to discuss signing a contract with you. Can you add me on WeChat so I can send you the contract and other documents? Lu Lingfei hung up the phone and looked up at Ji Qiqian. Someone from Doxia Entertainment contacted me. Gu Zifeng was the first to say, Don't agree to them yet. Wait until after your live broadcast tonight, and then negotiate with them. You must not let these capitalists get away with it. The capitalist boss behind the scenes is here. Gu Zifeng thinks he is very handsome now and fights for the interests of little Ling Feiming. Ji Qiqian ignored the frantic Gu Zifeng and looked at Lu Lingfei. I'll discuss cooperation with them after I come back. Okay. Lu Lingfei was not in a hurry either. After Ji Qiqian and Gu Zifeng left the apartment, she took a look at the contract sent by Doxia Live and found that the salary was quite good. However, it requires live streaming online for several hours every day and cooperating with the platform company's operational activities. She does need to make money through live streaming now, but her goal is not to become a game anchor. She wants to join the national team and become a professional player to compete. Lu Lingfei hadn't thought it through yet, So she logged into the game and wanted to upgrade her character's equipment. After so many PK games last night, the attributes of my equipment all need maintenance. However, as soon as she logged in, she found hundreds of reminders of friend additions. Some are leaders of team unions, and some are fans. Lu Lingfei took a look and found that no one was added through the friend search, but instead the option to add friends was closed. Hello, Anchor Ling Feiming. I watched your live broadcast last night. You are amazing. But if you sign with Doshi Entertainment, you will definitely suffer. Our Qingguo live broadcast platform is backed by Tangbei Entertainment. Not only can you become an anchor, you will also have the opportunity to develop in the entertainment industry. Lu Lingfei saw the message sent by sixth brother. It was as sincere as it could be. It is true that in her previous life, Qin Xiang also entered the entertainment industry, and with the support of her fourth brother, she developed quite well. Lu Lingfei's lips were cold. Let's just forget it. After she replied, she began to adjust her equipment. She saw that sixth brother had sent her several messages in a row, but she didn't even read them. Lu Lingfei took a look at the people on the preliminary list of 100 and found that 10 of them advanced yesterday. She will compete with these 10 people tonight. Only the winner will be eligible to advance to the 100th place and then start the PK challenge one by one. She took a look and found several familiar names, basically all from those team guilds. But no one named If Time Could Go Back was found. Lu Lingfei remembered that in her previous life, she met that person at this event. It was also with that person's guidance that she was able to successfully fight her way into the top 10. She always wondered if that person was Ji Qiqian, because this is also the name of Ji Qiqian's game. But the time of their meeting was wrong, and she wasn't sure if it was the same person. Could it be that after she was reborn, she changed the trajectory of her previous life, so she can no longer meet that person? Lu Lingfei felt a little lost. In the evening, Lu Lingfei went online for the live broadcast on time. After she started broadcasting, she saw tens of thousands of people watching online. I think this woman is using cheats. She will definitely be exposed in today's PK. How sour. Some men criticize other female gamers just because their own skills are rubbish. If the anchor really didn't cheat, why didn't he dare to show his face? Isn't it because he's afraid of being exposed as a proxy player? Lu Lingfei was about to reply. She suddenly saw someone in the live broadcast room send 3 big rockets. She saw the name ranked first in the fan rankings, Lu Tian team, and sighed. It turned out to be sixth brother who came. Lu said in the live broadcast room, Ling Feiming is a talented anchor. Let's be frank, I want to poach her. Suddenly, the live broadcast room was boiling. Lu is also a well-known figure in the live streaming circle, and his account has been officially certified, so it cannot be faked. Lu Lingfei's lips curled up with a hint of sarcasm, and she said calmly, Today's PK begins. When Lu heard this familiar voice, almost fell off his chair. Is this voice Lu Lingfei? Chapter 48, she is now a celebrity that sixth brother cannot reach. Lu Lingfei finished speaking. She didn't care whether sixth brother could recognize her voice or not. She logged into the game and started the first PK of the day. She knew that the gamers who could get here basically had some strength. Her first PK has begun. The opponent is a berserker with thick flesh and is difficult to beat. The opponent started a taunt. Little sister, if you beg for mercy now, maybe I can still let you have a few more moves. After all, you can't keep the position you won by asking for help. Lu Lingfei didn't say anything and just started taking action. 5 minutes later, the other person was pinned to the ground and rubbed. There is no doubt that Lu Lingfei won. After each PK, there will be a 3-minute break. Lu Lingfei's live broadcast room was flooded with messages again. Where is that arrogant guy just now? Come out and eat shit live. Today's Lingfei lemon is also sour. Lu looked at the computer screen and almost thought he had heard it wrong. The host's voice is exactly the same as Lu Lingfei's. How so? Does he have ear problems? Lu looked at the secretary beside him and said incredulously, Did the anchor just speak? The secretary nodded. Yes, judging by the voice, it's probably a young, soft girl. Any questions? Lu didn't say anything. He stared at the live broadcast screen. His mood was full of mixed emotions at the moment. Ling Fei Meng is sweet. Why didn't he think of it? Lu Lingfei's nickname when she was a child was Ling Feiming. For a moment, Lu felt that his breathing was a little difficult. If she was really Lu Lingfei, he would never dare to think of such an outcome. At this time, Qin Xiang also came over. Sixth brother, what's wrong with you? You don't look well. Lu's throat moved slightly. This anchor's voice is very similar to Lu Lingfei's. Could they be the same person? Sixth brother, when I heard the voice of the anchor in the video yesterday, I also suspected that it was Sister Ling Fei. But I think it's probably just a coincidence. After all, there are people in this world who look exactly the same, and it's not surprising that their voices are similar. Lulu heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. You are right. It should just be a coincidence. He was also unwilling to believe that she was Lu Lingfei. I don't dare to think about this possibility. The secretary said in surprise, Boss, the anchor's fans have increased to 200,000, and the number of people in the live broadcast room has also increased to 100,000. Lulu looked over immediately and asked, It's rising so fast? Yes, because she has never failed since she started piking, and she wins easily every time. If we recruit this person to our team, we will definitely win the finals. There was a hint of ecstasy in Lulu's eyes. Yes, he thought so too. Qin Xiang was watching from the side, and she could hardly keep her smile. If this person joined the team, would there still be a place for her development? This year's Internet Celebrity Newcomer Award might be given to this person by Brother Six. Qin Xiang was very jealous, but dared not say anything. After 2 hours of live broadcast, Lu Lingfei successfully advanced to the 100th place after 10 consecutive PK victories. When she saw the result, she smiled. She rubbed her sore wrist, and people kept sending gifts in the live broadcast room. Lu Lingfei turned on the headset. Thank you all for the gifts. I will continue to challenge the ranking tomorrow. This is my first time learning to broadcast live, so I don't have much experience. Goddess, can you give me some gunner tutorials? Yeah, I also want to be a beautiful girl gunner and blast those stinky men to death. Miss Ling Feiming, you can't go offline so quickly. You have to maintain your fans, interact with them, and chat with them. Lu Lingfei continued, I don't think I can finish talking about the gunner strategy today, so let's talk about the 10 PK matches I just had and how I won against them. She turned on the video recording of the game and replayed it, explaining it bit by bit. Her voice was calm, her logic clear, and her analysis very to the point. After she finished her first speech, the opponent who had spoken rudely to her publicly apologized to her in the live broadcast room. I'm sorry, sister. I was too careless just now. Is it too late to apologize now? Lu Lingfei replied softly, It's a small matter. I'm the winner anyway. Ah, why is the goddess so generous and cool? I became a fan from a passerby. It's rare to see a talented new girl. I have to support her. She analyzed the previous 10 PK matches, and her mouth was almost smoking. She drank some water and said, That's all for today's live broadcast. We'll continue tomorrow. At this time, the screen was flashing with countless big rockets again. Lu Lingfei felt a little annoyed when she saw the name of Lu Tian's team. What exactly does Sixth Brother want to do? Didn't she reject his invitation this afternoon? Doesn't Sixth Brother think his voice is familiar and still wants to invite her to join the team? Lu Lingfei found a little unbelievable. Lu left a message in the live broadcast room. As long as you are willing to come to our Qinghua live broadcast, the conditions are up to you, and you will be the top female gunner in the future. When Lu wanted to continue speaking, he suddenly found himself muted. What's going on? The people fighting shrimp can't play well, and they actually muted me. Lu immediately publicly tagged Douxiao's official account. What do you mean? She is so talented, she can't just be a small anchor. If she joins the Lu Tian team, she can also win awards. What can you give her? GMO immediately replied, I can invite her to my team. GMO also saw the live broadcast of Ling Fei Meng Tian, and he immediately called Ji Qiqian, Brother, sister-in-law must sign a contract with Douxiao Entertainment Company. We are a family, and we can't let outsiders get away with it. Ji Qiqian was discussing work in a private room at the moment. He said calmly, You dare to let her sign the contract to sell her body on your platform? GMO was choked. If the sister-in-law is willing to come, she can set any conditions. Anyway, his brother is the real boss behind the scenes. The salary given to my sister-in-law is just a transfer from one hand to the other. We are all family after all. Let me ask first. After Ji Qiqian hung up the phone, he opened the Douxiao live broadcast platform, and the headline on the front page was about Lu Lingfei's PK process tonight. Now her fans have grown to 300,000. He took a look at the video content of Lu Lingfei's commentary, which was very professional. If someone has not received professional team training, it would be impossible to make these advanced analyses. Ji Qiqian always felt that something was not right, and that Lu Lingfei also had secrets that he didn't know about. At this time, He received a screenshot from Lu Lingfei, and she also sent a happy emoticon. Ji Qiqian's lips curled slightly. I saw it. Lu Lingfei waited for a long time and only heard these 3 words. Is there nothing else? Lu Lingfei felt a little disappointed. Is he still busy with work? She just calculated the income from her live streaming these days, and it was pretty good. Among them is the contribution made by 6th brother in brushing rockets. Don't miss it. It's money she earned with her own ability. Lu Lingfei's class group on her phone. Students, please come to school tomorrow to pick up the application form and take graduation photos. The next morning, Lu Lingfei went to school. As soon as she walked into the classroom, someone asked, Lu Lingfei, is that Lingfei Mengxianchen? The voices were exactly the same, and we all thought it must be you. Yes, Lu Lingfei, just reveal it. We are all so jealous. You are so amazing. Lu Lingfei was a little troubled. Lingfei surrounded by everyone, and she gritted her teeth secretly. The second follower mocked, don't guess. If Lu Lingfei was that anchor, she would have posted it on WeChat Moments to show off. Lu Lingfei raised her eyelids. Really? Chapter 49, she doesn't care about brotherly love now. Lu Lingfei looked very determined. Qin Xiang became more and more unsure. After all, the host's voice was too similar to Lu Lingfei's. They looked just like the same person, but she still didn't want to admit the fact that Lu Lingfei was the anchor. Lu Lingfei shouldn't be that powerful. The second follower mocked loudly. Lu Lingfei, stop pretending. The host didn't show her face, and her voice just happened to be very similar to yours. Don't flatter yourself. The squad leader protested, but our Lu Lingfei is also very good. She performed 12 consecutive hits and won the resurrection match. That's right. Some people were dragging us down in that resurrection match. We won only because of Lu Lingfei. That's right. Qin Xiang, you're just jealous that Lu Lingfei plays better than you. Qin Xiang's eyes immediately turned red. The little boys in the class immediately began to stand up for Qin Xiang. Lu Lingfei, you made Qin Xiang cry. You should apologize immediately. Lu Lingfei's expression was very indifferent. She is a wimp anyway. Qin Xiang was a little unwilling, still showing an aggrieved look. Everyone, please stop talking. I am indeed very stupid at playing games. No matter how hard I try, I can't be as good as Sister Lingfei. But I'm definitely not jealous of her. I'm happy for her. Lu Lingfei sneered. It's good that you know you're wrong. Keep working hard in the future. Qin Xiang was choked. She didn't expect Lu Lingfei to climb up the pole. But these boys still stood up for Qin Xiang. Lu Lingfei, you're just a little bit better at playing games, but it is wrong for you to show off on purpose. Yeah, you made Qin Xiang cry. You need to apologize and comfort her. Lu Lingfei's face didn't reach her eyes. Do you think you are worthy? Lu Lingfei, you're going too far. The monitor stood beside Lu Lingfei and looked at the boys. Don't come and stand up for Qin Xiang. Every time she encounters something, she cries and cries, as if she has suffered a great injustice. It's annoying to watch her. Yeah, if you have something to say, just say it. If you cry at every turn, does that make you seem reasonable? In fact, the girls in the class don't like Qin Xiang's white lotus behavior. Every time Qin Xiang cries, it doesn't matter what she does. The girls have long had opinions about Qin Xiang. After Qin Xiang was scolded, she cried in front of the boys, looking like a tearful pear blossom in the rain, which made many boys feel heartbroken. Lu Lingfei took her things and left the classroom. She didn't have much time to waste here. She didn't want to see anyone from the Lu family, including Qin Xiang. The monitor caught up with her and whispered, Lu Lingfei, don't give up what you want to do because of what Qin Xiang said. We are all your fans and will support you silently. Lu Lingfei felt that the squad leaders already knew that Ling Fei Meng Tiantian was herself. She smiled shyly. Well, it's not that I don't want to say it. You don't have to explain to us. We all understand, just in case some bastards get jealous of your fans and do something weird in secret. Qin Xiang is such a petty person. She will definitely cry again when she knows that Lu Lingfei is so popular. It makes me annoyed when I see it. Lu Lingfei breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding. Lu Lingfei, you finally showed up. I thought you were going to hide from us forever. Lu was waiting at the school gate. When he saw a familiar figure on the playground, he knew it was Lu Lingfei. These days, Lu Lingfei didn't answer the phone or reply to WeChat messages. No, his WeChat has been deleted. Thinking of this incident, Lu felt furious. Lu Lingfei saw 6th brother appear. Her expression was extremely dull. She looked at the squad leader and the others and said, I'm leaving first. We'll talk later. She turned and walked out of the campus, not intending to say anything more to sixth brother. Lulu became even angrier. Lu Lingfei, stop right there. My second brother was so angry that he was hospitalized for several days, and I couldn't contact you. From childhood to adulthood, my second brother has been the best to you, and he was sick, and you didn't even go to see him. Second brother is sick? Lu Lingfei stopped. She remembered that in her previous life, her second brother just had some stomach problems and no major health problems. Lu Lingfei, how long are you going to be angry? Second brother has begged you to go back, so humbly. What else do you want? The damage of the stationery before the college entrance examination was just a coincidence. The butler has already apologized to you. What else do you want? Do you want to take his life? Lu Lingfei stood where she was and heard sixth brother's questioning voice in her ears. It was as if she was the one who committed the heinous crime. She turned around, her eyes clear and black and white. She said, "Which hospital is my second brother in?" "Huh, you're asking now? It's too late. I won't tell you." Lulu was a little angry. Lu Lingfei really didn't care about her family at all. Lingfei would get very anxious whenever her second brother coughed. But now, looking at her cold-hearted look, he felt chilled to the bone. Lu Lingfei nodded. "If you don't want to say it, forget it." She continued walking forward. "Lu Lingfei, are you really not going to the hospital to see your second brother?" "I just asked, and it was you who didn't let me go." Lulu was a little angry. "I just said it in anger. How could you really not go?" Lu Lingfei looked indifferent. Second brother has Qin Xiang by his side anyway. It doesn't matter whether I go or not. How can they be the same? Qin Xiang is not our biological sister. After Lu said this, he happened to see Qin Xiang walking towards him from the teaching building. The scene became somewhat awkward for a while. So many people heard it. Qin Xiang stood there, her eyes red with embarrassment. Lu Lingfei's eyes were filled with sarcasm. "Sixth brother, it's wrong for you to say that. Although Qin Xiang is a girl adopted by the Lu family, she has done a favor to our Lu family after all. How can you say such hurtful words? Moral kidnapping? She would do that too." Lulu's face instantly turned like a color palette. He turned around and looked at Qin Xiang to explain. "That's not what I meant." Qin Xiang wiped the tears from her eyes and showed a strong smile. "I know, sixth brother has always been very good to me, just like a real sister." Lu breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you didn't misunderstand." The presence of Lu Lingfei was enough to give him a headache. If Qin Xiang got angry again, he would be even more troubled. Lulu looked back at Lu Lingfei. Xiang has always been sensible and obedient. She is not as stingy as you. She gets angry at every turn and even runs away from home. Lu Lingfei admires Qin Xiang's acting skills very much. She turned around and left without any intention of paying any attention to Lulu. But Lulu was unwilling to give up and chased after her. "Lu Lingfei, what part-time job are you doing recently? Are you doing live streaming?" In fact, Lulu still had some doubts in his heart. After all, Lu Lingfei's voice is exactly the same as that of the host, Lingfei Mengxianshan. Almost alone, so he wanted to confirm it personally before coming to school. Lu Lingfei looked up, revealing a half-smile. "Sixth brother, you want to ask the anchor named Lingfei Mengxianshan, is it me?" Lulu looked a little unnatural. "Don't think too much, I'm just asking." Lu Lingfei sighs. When she used to practice the game hard and wanted to win a championship for the Lu Tian team, she had never seen sixth brother take her so seriously. Now that she was gone, he shamelessly pestered her instead. She said calmly, "So do you hope I am, or not?" Chapter 50. Tearing off the hypocritical mask of brotherly and sisterly affection. Lu Lingfei looked at sixth brother seriously. In fact, she also wanted to know the answer. When Lu saw Lu Lingfei's sarcastic expression, he suddenly had the answer in his heart. In fact, he already had a guess in his heart. After all, Lu Lingfei was very talented in playing games. The girl who could deliver 12 consecutive hits was no longer the sister who followed him around. She has grown up now and has become even more powerful than him. Qin Xiang watched from the side, feeling very unwilling. Qin Xiang took the initiative to step forward and pretended to be concerned. "Sister Lingfei, if you're really the anchor Lingfei Meng Tian, that would be great." Lu Lingfei raised her eyelids. "Really?" "Yes, now that you have become so outstanding. Our Lu Tian team will definitely win the championship in the finals." "Right, sixth brother." Lulu's expression became very unnatural. Of course, he hoped that Lu Lingfei would return to the team. He turned his head away, coughed, and said, "I don't mind." Lu Lingfei's lips curled coldly. "I never said I would participate in the finals." Lu's expression froze on his face. What do you mean? Sixth brother, have you forgotten what you said? You said that people like me are not irreplaceable, and you've already found excellent team members. I'm nothing at all. Lu Lingfei reminded Lu not to forget what he said at the Lu family villa that day. She is not the same Lu Lingfei as before. She was hurt, scolded, and then just a few words could make her go back happily. Absolutely impossible. Lu Lingfei left the school neatly this time. Lu looked at Lu Lingfei's back, and he also remembered what he said that day. At that time, he thought he could really sign the person named Ling Faming Tian. That's why he talks like that. But now, Lu discovered that the account might belong to Lu Lingfei. The thing he least wanted to see happened. Qin Xiang deliberately said, Sixth brother, I wonder if Lu Lingfei is Ling Fei Meng Tian herself? After all, the voice is exactly the same, and she didn't deny it just now. Lu gritted his teeth and said, I'm not sure either. But sixth brother, although this is good news, since she is the person you want to poach, it means Lu Lingfei knew about it a long time ago. But she didn't tell you, and has been laughing at you the whole time. Qin Xiang deliberately emphasized the word joke. After hearing this, Lu was indeed a little embarrassed. But I don't think it's her. Based on my understanding of her, if it was really her, she would definitely admit it and show off. But Lu Lingfei didn't admit it directly, which means it's not the case. Lu can only comfort himself in this way. Qin Xiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I don't think so either. Lu Lingfei didn't admit it directly just now, which shows that she is guilty. The anchor of Lingfei Mengxianshan is definitely not her. After Lu Lingfei got into the taxi, she thought about it and decided to go to the hospital. Although Lu didn't tell her which hospital it was, she knew where her second brother would receive treatment. When she arrived at the hospital, she easily found out which ward Lu Nanfeng was staying in. She walked out of the elevator, hesitating whether to go in. Suddenly, the door of the ward opened, and the housekeeper asked in surprise, Miss, you are finally here? Lu Lingfei glanced at the ward and found that her second brother was not there. The housekeeper said coldly, The second young master has gone for treatment. The doctor said that he was so angry that his heart was not in good condition. He needs to recuperate well in the future. Come with me. Lu Lingfei hesitated for a moment, but still followed the housekeeper to the side. She saw her second brother lying there, with Qin Xiang standing beside him guarding him. This scene looks particularly harmonious. These past few days, it has been Miss Xiang who has been accompanying me in the hospital and bringing me meals. But you didn't even ask me a question. Isn't it normal for the second young master to be nice to Miss Xiang? Lu Lingfei lowered her eyelids and said self-deprecatingly, It's good that he's okay. She turned and left the hospital. In fact, she didn't know why she came here. Maybe she shouldn't have come. The housekeeper was right. With Qin Xiang by her side, she had nothing to do at all. Didn't my second brother like the white porridge made by Qin Xiang in his previous life? Lu Lingfei left. Lu Nanfeng returned to the ward after finishing the examination. Lu Nanfeng saw the flowers in the trash can at the door and asked subconsciously, Who has been here? The housekeeper said calmly, I have sent away all the outsiders so that they won't disturb the second young master's rest. Qin Xiang took out the thermos bucket and said, Second brother, try the medicinal porridge I made. Is it better than before? Lu Nanfeng took a bite and said, Well, it's indeed much better than before. Xiang, you are thoughtful. But deep down, he couldn't help but think of the medicinal porridge made by Lu Lingfei. In the past, he had actually always enjoyed the care of his younger sister Lu Lingfei. It's a pity that he was used to it and ignored Lu Lingfei's efforts. During this period, he regretted a lot because he had done so many things that hurt Lu Lingfei. Qin Xiang saw Lu Nanfeng's expression and said a little aggrievedly, Second brother, let me tell you something. Sister Lingfei is doing a live broadcast recently. Is she making money from live streaming? Lu Nanfeng felt a little uncomfortable. Originally, Lu Lingfei should have no worries about food and clothing, and she shouldn't have to go out to do part-time jobs, let alone work hard to make money through live streaming. The live streaming industry is already full of mixed people. Qin Xiang nodded. That's right, but she went to Douxia platform to live broadcast. That company is a competitor of Sixth Brother's Qin Will Live. So if Sixth Brother knew, he would probably be very angry. Lu Nanfeng said calmly, He deserves to be angry. Who made him angry and leave Ling Fei? Qin Xiang's expression was a little surprised. She didn't expect Lu Nanfeng to have this attitude. She thought Lu Nanfeng would stand on Lu Lu's side and condemn Lu Lingfei for going to the rival platform, clearly intending to go against her family. They will even cause trouble for Lu Lingfei and force Lu Lingfei to quit the live broadcast. This is the result she wanted. But Lu Nanfeng did not follow her idea. Qin Xiang didn't want Lu Lingfei to surpass her. So she continued, "Second brother, although that's what you said, if Sister Lingfei goes to Doxiao Live, isn't it a slap in the face of our Lu family? If we can get her to quit." Lu Nanfeng interrupted Qin Xiang directly. Lingfei is free to choose which platform she wants to go to. But Qin Xiang saw Lu Nanfeng's expression and didn't continue talking, otherwise it would cause Lu Nanfeng's disgust. She felt a little panicked in her heart. Lu Nanfeng had really changed now. She worked so hard to stabilize her position in Lu Nanfeng's heart. But Lu Lingfei could get Lu Nanfeng's forgiveness even if she did nothing. As expected, she is my biological sister. She is just different. What Lu Lu said today was like a bucket of cold water poured on Qin Xiang, making her completely sober. After all, she is not Lu's biological daughter. She had a plan for herself. Lu Lingfei returned to the apartment. Annie came on time and prepared the meal, which was a portion for one person. Obviously, Ji Qiqian and Gu Zifeng would not come back for dinner. After she finished her meal, she logged into her game account and prepared to repair her equipment. After all, there is PK in the evening. But after Lu Lingfei came online, she soon received the latest news. She took a look and saw that it was sent by Lu Lu. "Who are you?" Lu Lingfei took a look and knew that she couldn't keep it secret for long. But she didn't intend to keep it secret any longer, but she didn't need to explain either. Lu Lingfei ignored the news and went out of the city alone to do the dungeon. Probably because of her live broadcast, many people know her ID. Many people invited her to join the team. Lu Lingfei picked one at random. When forming a team, she saw a familiar ID joining the team. It's Sixth Brother. Soon, Lu Lu's voice came out in the team channel. "You have time to play the dungeon, but no time to reply to my message?" His words were accusatory. Chapter 51, Does Your Blind Sixth Brother Regret It? Lu Lingfei heard his voice and didn't want to pay attention to him. The dungeon began, and Lu Lingfei fought monsters with her teammates. But Lu Lu kept following her, asking, "What do you mean? Are you dissatisfied with the conditions proposed by our company? What else do you want?" Lu Lu was a little anxious. "If we can't find the right person, what should we do with the finals at the end of the month?" Lu Lingfei frowned. Does Sixth Brother know that there are other people in the team? Isn't he afraid of being found out when he says this? Soon, a man's voice came from the team. "Hey, isn't this the captain of the Lu Tian team? You are poaching people, you'd better be polite." "That's right. Such an impolite attitude. Those who know him think he is digging people up, while those who don't think he is burying people." "Miss Ling Feiming, why don't you go to the Chiochio team? The treatment and reputation there are pretty good." When Lu Lu heard the words Chiochio team, he instantly became furious. She is not allowed to go. She can't go to the ball team. He had always had a good attitude, until he discovered Ling Fei Meng Tian Tian. Today, it might be Lu Ling Fei's future. His mentality became unbalanced. "Captain Lu, you are so arrogant. Miss Ling Feiming can join any team she wants." "Exactly. Do you live by the sea? Why are you meddling in other people's affairs?" Lu Lu was immediately furious. "What does this have to do with you? This anchor might be his sister. He can say whatever he wants, and no one else can interfere." Lu Lingfei heard this. She said helplessly, "Stop arguing. The boss is coming." "Okay, little sister, I'll listen to you. Give Miss Ling Feiming some face. Although we are just amateurs, we are realistic and are not afraid of these rich second generations." Lu Lingfei didn't say anything and led the team members to fight the boss. But Lu Lu seemed a little angry and refused to follow the team. He wanted to defeat the boss by himself, but was eventually beaten to death by the monster. When the people in the team saw Lu Lu die, they also started to act weird. Lu Lu angrily looked at the screen that turned black and white. "Damn it." The assistant came to him and asked, "What's wrong, boss? Doesn't the anchor agree to come?" Lu Lu rubbed his temple. Now it's not a question of whether she comes or not. If this anchor is really Lu Lingfei, he himself doesn't know what to do. He thought of Lu Lingfei's performance in the live broadcasts over the past few days. She was skilled and capable, and had a deep understanding of the game. Lu Lingfei seemed to have received professional training. There was a hint of doubt in Lu Lu's eyes. He remembered that Lu Lingfei had never received any professional training. How strange. So this anchor should not be Lu Lingfei. If she was really Lu Lingfei, then wouldn't what he said before become a joke? Lulu was actually a little afraid to face the truth. He said to his secretary, "Find the right person again. Isn't this anchor going to dig anymore? Just do what I say. I don't believe there's anyone else in this world besides her." Lulu was furious. The more he saw how powerful this anchor was, the more complicated his mood became. If this anchor is really Lu Lingfei, is that girl deliberately teasing him so as to laugh at him? After Lu Lingfei finished the dungeon, she found that Sixth Brother had gone offline. Maybe he felt embarrassed, so he went offline? Lu Lingfei knew Sixth Brother quite well. He had always been very concerned about his reputation. Does this count as a slap in the face, which is what Sixth Brother cares about the most? But Lu Lingfei didn't care so much. After she finished the copy, she felt a little tired and left the study to get some water to drink. She saw Ji Qiqian sitting on the sofa. "When did you come back?" Ji Qiqian was dozing on the sofa. When he heard her footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes. "Just came back. Did you go to school today?" He saw the book on the coffee table, which was for filling out applications. Lu Lingfei nodded. "Go get the information." "Little Ling Feiming, your live broadcast is so popular, your Sixth Brother must know about it, right? Is he regretting losing such a great sister like you now?" Gu Zifeng came out of the bathroom, wearing a loose bathrobe, his hair still wet. Ji Qiqian's face turned dark. "Go back to your room and put on your clothes before coming out." "Oh, I was just so excited that I forgot." Gu Zifeng immediately went back to his room to change clothes. TSK, I didn't expect this guy to be such a jealous person. He was obviously dressed so conservatively. Lu Lingfei went to the kitchen and cut a few plates of fruit. She could see that Ji Qiqian looked a little tired. Ji Qiqian glanced at the fruit plate and asked, "Have you decided which platform you want to sign with?" "I'd better not sign it. I took a look at the Doxia contract, and it requires a certain amount of time online every day. When I start school, I won't have so much time to do live broadcasts. It's not very free. Anyway, if you don't sign, you can still settle for the platform. But we can no longer get support and traffic from the platform." Gu Zifeng changed his clothes and came out. "This is easy. You can just negotiate the terms with Doxia. They will definitely agree to your terms." Lu Lingfei was a little surprised. "Why?" "I heard that Doxia's contracts are all the same and rarely modified for newcomers. Unless it's that kind of great god." Gu Zifeng coughed and said, "You can mention it. What if? After all, you are so awesome. You are not a fool if the platform can make money." Lu Lingfei always felt that Gu Zifeng was joking. Maybe Gu Zifeng could use his connections to help her, but she didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Lu Lingfei shook her head. "Forget it, my income these days is pretty good. After school starts, it will definitely be enough for tuition and living expenses." Gu Zifeng ate the fruit while saying, "What about your blind Sixth Brother? I don't believe he can't recognize your voice." Ji Qiqian glanced over with cold eyes. "Eating can't stop your mouth?" Lu Lingfei smiled and said, "I met him at school today, but I didn't admit it and he wasn't sure. He just feels guilty." Xiao Ling Feiming, "I'm telling you, show your real face in the live broadcast tonight and scare him to death. Let him regret it." Lu Lingfei shook her head. "There's no need for that. I just want to stay away from them. Don't let them affect your life." Gu Zifeng wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ji Qiqian's look. Lu Lingfei left. Gu Zifeng lowered his voice and asked, "Why don't you let me come up with some ideas and let little Ling Feiming vent her anger? I want to vent her anger for her, without her having to do anything." Ji Qiqian already had a plan in his mind. Half an hour before the live broadcast starts in the evening, Lu Lingfei came online. Many people waited in the live broadcast room. Qinxiang was also in the live broadcast room. When she saw that the number of fans had increased to 300,000, she felt so jealous. Isn't it just being better at playing games? How could it gain so many fans? Qinxiang glanced at Lu beside him. "Sixth Brother, what are your plans now?" Lu stared at the live broadcast room with a cold face. "Finish watching first, then talk." Qinxiang gritted his teeth secretly. The Doxia platform specifically pushed Lu Lingfei's live broadcast room to the homepage, directly sending Lu Lingfei a large wave of traffic. Many fans came here because of its reputation. "Ms. Ling Feiming, you are so professional in game commentary. Were you a professional member of a team before? I heard that the captain of the Lu Tian team really wants to recruit you. Which team do you plan to join?" "Yes, the captain of the Lu Tian team is still at the top of the list, and he's also online." Lu Lingfei naturally saw that the name of the #1 fan on the list was Sixth Brother. She said calmly, "Team Lu Tian did contact me, but..." Lulu's heart suddenly hung in the air. Chapter 52. Publicly pressing sixth brother to the ground and rubbing him. Lu Lingfei looked at the computer screen and said calmly, "But my goal is the national team. Miss Ling Feiming, I suggest you join the Chocho team. You will definitely be on the national team." Team Lu Tian was eliminated in the first round and only had a chance to participate in the finals in the resurrection match. This team is not strong enough. That's right. I heard that there are problems with the management of the Lu Tian team. The sister, who is obviously capable, was suppressed. She was allowed to compete only when the game was about to be lost, and she even performed 12 consecutive attacks. Lu Lingfei saw these comments. She said, "As for which team to join, I haven't decided yet. The game PK is about to begin." She logged into the game directly and started preparing for PK. But after hearing this answer, Lulu was so angry that he smashed the keyboard. Qin Xiang pretended to persuade him. "Sixth brother, don't be so angry. She's just so arrogant because she is a little famous now. She just wants to take this opportunity to raise the stakes. At most, she can raise the price a little bit." Lulu frowned. "It's useless. Sixth brother, let me help you. I have an idea." Qin Xiang watched the live broadcast in front of the computer with a calculating look in her eyes. Lu Lingfei was piking when she suddenly sneezed several times and felt a chill on her back. However, her distraction gave her opponent an opportunity to use a big move to reduce her health to low. Lu Lingfei instantly concentrated her attention, and with her flexible movements, she hid directly inside the building. After hiding for a while, she found an opportunity and flew out. At this moment, she realized that she was about to perform 12 consecutive hits, so she stopped quickly. Lu Lingfei didn't use the 12-hit combo. She still won the PK. Lu Lingfei saw that she had won. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. The live broadcast room was filled with comments. If I'm not mistaken, the standard jumping posture just now was a 12-hit combo. Yes, as a fan of the Great King, I have practiced the 12-hit combo countless times and am very familiar with this jump. Miss Ling Feiming, did you want to use a 12-hit combo just now? Lu Lingfei saw these comments. She guessed this would happen. She said, "I'm also a fan of the Great Master King, and I've practiced the 12-hit combo before, so I used it naturally in that situation just now. But everyone knows how difficult it is to successfully perform the 12-hit combo. Almost out exposed just now." Lu Lingfei felt a little guilty. After a PK, there will be a 10-minute break. Miss Ling Feiming, someone is calling out to you on Qinghua Live. Do you want to respond? Lu Lingfei clicked on the link sent by fans and actually entered Qin Xiang's live broadcast room. Qin Xiang sat in front of the computer, wearing a white dress and with the filter turned to the maximum, looking like a pure beauty. Qin Xiang's eyes were red. "Miss Ling Feiming, I don't know why you suddenly broke the contract and went to Doushao Live. But my sixth brother discovered your talent before you became famous, talked to you so much, and taught you a lot about the team. In the end, you turned around and didn't want to cooperate. This is too hurtful." Qin Xiang also has some brainless fans, many of whom came to her live broadcast room to curse people. Lu Lingfei's lips curled coldly. "First of all, I never agreed to sign a contract with the Lu Tian team. Secondly, I rely on myself to get to where I am today." Qin Xiang continued to cry and said, "Everyone knows that how can someone who has never received team training be so professional? Ling Feiming, even if you broke the contract, you should have parted ways amicably. But you turned around and went to Doushao Live. You can't be like this." Lu Lingfei's eyes. She directly opened the game dialog box. "Here is the entire conversation between me and the captain of the Lu Tian team. The truth is here." She directly disclosed her conversation with Lulu. Since sixth brother was being aggressive, don't blame her for fighting back. The content of the dialog box was quickly captured and placed in the comment section. "That crying beauty, open your eyes and see clearly. It is Lulu who is chasing Miss Ling Feiming, and she has never agreed to join you. Now I am jealous of Miss Ling Feiming's achievements and want to use moral blackmail to pick peaches. Do you have any shame? Don't think that just because you cry like a white lotus, it means you are right. Don't try that trick. The people's eyes are sharp." For a while, the comment section of the live broadcast room was filled with curses. Qin Xiang was delighted when she saw the number of people in her live broadcast room increase. She knew that this would increase her fans. However, Lulu felt a little embarrassed as he did not expect the other party to release the entire conversation. Now he believed that Ling Feiming Tian was not Lu Lingfei. If it was really Lu Lingfei, she would definitely not do this. After all, it would bring a bad influence to the Lu family. Since she refused to accept his toast, she shouldn't blame him for being rude. Lulu logged into the game directly and clicked on the PK promotion match. It just so happens that he is currently ranked 90th. He greeted the other 90 people and asked them not to play the game, because then he would be the one to PK. If Ling Feimeng Tian wants to advance, she must defeat herself. Originally, Lulu planned for the other party to agree to sign a contract with him, and then arrange a marketing campaign for today's PK, but that is no longer necessary. The assistant said tentatively, "Boss, she's a newcomer. Do you want to do it yourself?" "Yes, I will teach her the rules myself." Lulu was very confident. After all, he was a powerful master. How could he not beat a newcomer? Although the anchor has some talent, it is not good enough in front of professionals. The PK will begin soon. When Lu Lingfei saw who her PK opponent was standing in front of her, her eyes became much colder. She said calmly, "What a coincidence." She knew where sixth brother ranked, but there was more than one person in the top 90, so the PK was random. So sixth brother did on purpose. At this time, many people in a live broadcast room also saw it. "Miss Ling Feimeng, don't be afraid, you have the ability. Why are professional opponents showing off their superiority here? Is this considered a violation?" The captain of the Lu Tian team is clearly retaliating on purpose. Lu Lingfei said calmly, "Don't worry, the game isn't over yet, and we don't know who will win or lose yet." The hater appeared. "Don't be so confident, or you'll get slapped in the face if you lose too badly." Lu Lingfei ignored the haters. She looked at the character on the computer screen. Six Brothers' equipment was specially matched and set by her. But today, she is going to destroy this equipment with her own hands. In this world, no one knows Six Brothers' fighting style better than her. Lu Lingfei picked up the weapon in her hand. "Let's start." Her slender fingers jumped quickly on the keyboard, and she could predict almost every move of Lulu. But Lulu couldn't guess her behavior. 5 minutes later, Lulu was left with little health and hid inside a building. Lu Lingfei didn't chase after him either. She just stood in the open space without moving. Lulu was a little annoyed. How is it possible? How does she know all my moves and fighting styles? "Boss, this woman must have known you in advance, so she is so familiar with you." Lulu shook his head. "No, I clearly saved that last move for the finals. I have never used it before." At this point, Lulu suddenly realized a problem. No, there's someone who knows. Lu Lingfei knows, because these secret tricks were all proposed by her. Lulu's breath was suffocated. Is she really Lu Lingfei? Chapter 53, she has nothing to do with the Lu family team from now on. Lulu's brain felt like it had been hit by something. These secret tricks were thought up by Lu Lingfei for him. Lulu didn't take it seriously before, but this time the finals were approaching and he couldn't find a suitable gunner. In order to be on the safe side, Lulu used the suggestion that Lu Lingfei had made before. He looked at the gunner in the computer in great shock. "So, Ling Feimeng Tian is Lu Lingfei?" Lulu rushed out directly. "Who are you?" He never wanted to admit this reality, but now he had to admit it. Why did Lu Lingfei hide her identity? Why did she play tricks on herself? Why did she refuse to return to the Lu family's team? Lu Lingfei dodged the attack from sixth brother. "Don't use these moves, they are useless to me." "Lu Lingfei, is that you? Answer my question." She said calmly, "I've said before that your tactics have many loopholes. It seems that you haven't changed at all." Lu Lingfei jumped into the air and started to fight back directly. In the end, Lulu had no power to resist and fell in front of Lu Lingfei. Lu Lingfei won. She successfully advanced to 90th place. The live broadcast room was boiling with excitement. "Awesome, Miss Ling Feimeng. You actually beat the professional player." Although the captain of the Lu Tian team is not a good person, he is still quite good at playing games. "Goddess, you actually won." This PK video quickly spread to various gaming groups. Qin Xiang was originally playing the victim in the live broadcast room, smearing Ling Feimeng Tian and taking this opportunity to increase her fans. Unexpectedly, she actually saw the news that sixth brother had failed in the PK. "This is impossible. How could sixth brother lose?" Qin Xiang turned off the live broadcast and rushed out to find Lulu. "Sixth brother, where is he?" After the game just now, the boss walked out in a daze, and no one paid any attention to him. Qin Xiang stomped her feet in anger. How could she lose? So embarrassing. After the PK competition ended, Lu Lingfei still explained the process of the competition according to the old rules. But when it was her turn to PK with sixth brother, she accurately pointed out sixth brother's shortcomings and loopholes, and how his personality caused problems in his playing style. She had said this before, but sixth brother never listened. Lu Lingfei went offline after explaining the PK process. Lu Lingfei took out her phone and received a WeChat message from her second brother Lunan phone. Lingfei Meng Tian Tian. This anchor is you, right? She thought for a moment and answered, does it matter whether it's me or not? Lunan Feng smiled bitterly. Second brother, that's not what I meant. Live streaming is not as simple as you think. This industry is full of mixed people. You're a little girl, you will suffer. I know, but if you really want to live stream, I suggest you sign up with Lao Lu's platform. If you're a family member, he can protect you. Lu Lingfei just found it funny. Could sixth brother protect her? She had finally managed to escape from the Lu family. How could she possibly be controlled by others again? Lu Lingfei didn't reply. Not long after, I received another message from my second brother. Lingfei, you can go to any platform. But my second brother has only one small request. Don't join the Chocho team. Lu Lingfei's eyes were filled with sarcasm. It's my freedom to join which team. Second brother knows, but as long as it's not the ball team, it's fine, otherwise your sixth brother won't be able to stand it. Lu Lingfei knew the reason. The captain of the Chocho team is GMO, who is a sworn enemy of Lu Ge, and they have never gotten along. But which team she joins has nothing to do with the Lu family. Lu Lingfei did not reply. However, Qin Xiang's live broadcast turned black into white, saying that she was not trustworthy and jumped to Doxia. This has caused a lot of people to discuss this matter, and Qin Xiang's brainless black fans have been leading the discussion. Lu Lingfei didn't take these to heart. She received a call from the person in charge of Doxia Live. Ms. Ling Feiming, have you thought about it? If you have any requirements, we could discuss it. It's like this, I'm going to start school in 2 months, so I can't set a fixed time every day to live stream online. That's easy. We could just change the conditions to live streaming on weekends. There are no requirements on weekdays. Do you think this will work? Lu Lingfei was a little surprised. Was it so easy to change the conditions? She said, let me think about it. Our live broadcast platform is very powerful. Don't be misled by the people at Qinghua Live. We also saw that he offered you 5 million, right? We directly raised it to 10 million a year. What do you think? 10 million? Lu Lingfei was a little moved. She said, it's fine. I'll get back to you later when I think about it. Lu Lingfei hung up the phone. She left the study. Ji Qiqian sat on the sofa with the phone in his hand. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Master, I've already told the top management of Doxia Live. When Ji Qiqian heard the footsteps, he hung up the phone and looked up at Lu Lingfei. The fruit is on the table. Lu Lingfei's throat was indeed a little uncomfortable. She held the fruit plate and said, just now, the people from Doxia Live called me. They actually agreed that I don't have to go online for live broadcast every day and promised to give me a signing bonus of 10 million. Because I can see that you have great potential, it's not a loss to sign you first. Lu Lingfei was in a good mood. Now, I don't have to worry about tuition and living expenses. Since she left the Lu family, she has never used a credit card again, and she has not even used a single cent of the bank card she used to save her New Year's money. Ji Qiqian looked deep in his eyes. Is there anything else you want to do? Lu Lingfei thought his question was a bit strange. I don't have anything special I want to do right now. If I can make money, it will solve my big problem. Lu Lingfei went back to the next house to rest. Gu Zifeng then slowly came out of the bedroom. Brother Qian, you have paved the way for Xiao Ling Feiming, and she will not have a bad life in the future. Isn't it time for you to leave too? Ji Qiqian's eyes darkened slightly. Wait until she starts school. Gu Zifeng suddenly had a headache. You can't be tempted by her. Although Ling Feiming is pretty good, you are not suitable for her. The car accident that year doomed these two people to be apart. Now Lu Lingfei doesn't know who Ji Qiqian is, but if she knew, they might not be able to live in peace like they do now. It would be great if there hadn't been that car accident. Lu Lingfei agreed to sign a contract with Doxia Live the next day. Anyway, she decided to live broadcast to make money. Doxia Live sent her an invitation letter. There will be an internet celebrity salon event tomorrow night. If you're free, you can go and have fun. Lu Lingfei took a look at the invitation. She had wanted to go in her previous life, but in the end her sixth brother took Qin Xiang to attend. There are many regrets left in my previous life. But for this kind of event, you should wear an evening gown. This time when she left the Lu family, she only brought some simple clothes for changing. Lu Lingfei came to the next room, but found that Ji Qiqian and Gu Zifeng were not at home. That's a bit strange. She saw a note on the table with a handwriting flying in phoenix-like, Xiao Ling Feiming. Let's go out for a while. It's obvious that this was written by Gu Zifeng. Okay, then she goes shopping in the mall by herself. Lu Lingfei took a taxi to the shopping mall she used to go to often. This time she was spending her own money, and for some reason she felt extra confident. Lu Lingfei, why are you here? Lu Lingfei turned around and saw the squad leader, Jiang Lu. She smiled and replied, "Come here to buy clothes. Are you going to attend the Internet Celebrity Salon event tomorrow night?" "How do you know?" "I guessed. My brother happens to be a staff member of this event. I heard from him that Ling Fei Meng Tian Tian might attend." Lu Lingfei didn't want to hide it, so she asked, "Are you alone?" "I just came out of the internet cafe. My family doesn't allow me to play games." "Goddess, let me go clothes shopping with you. I have nothing to do anyway." Lu Lingfei didn't refuse, and the two of them went directly to the top floor. Class monitor Jiang Lu saw the brands here and said, "The clothes here are very expensive. Don't worry, I have money." Lu Lingfei went directly to a brand store, and someone came over immediately. "Miss Lu, is there anything you need?" Lu Lingfei's credit cards are all frozen now. Where does she get the money to buy things? Qin Xiang and his second assistant walked into the store with proud looks on their faces. Chapter 54. Embarrassing by Manhwa. Lu Lingfei saw Qin Xiang appear. A hint of impatience appeared in her eyes. Fate is such a bitch sometimes. The people you don't want to meet can be found everywhere. Qin Xiang came over in a teary tone. "Sister Lingfei, you have been away from home for a long time. Sixth brother is worried about you, so he froze your credit card. Don't worry." Lu Lingfei had a dull expression. In her previous life, she suffered a lot after her credit card was frozen. Now I understand that only when a person is financially independent can he be independent in personality. Class monitor Jiang Lu directly scolded. "Okay, Qin Xiang, stop showing off. If Lu Lingfei is willing to come back, she can become a young lady again in a minute. But you will never be one." Qin Xiang was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. She hated it most when people mentioned her background. Lu Lingfei ignored Qin Xiang and said to the waiter, "I want to try these two skirts." The waiter knew who Lu Lingfei was and did not dare to neglect her. Qin Xiang was unhappy watching from his side. She took out her premium membership card and said, "Sorry, I also like those two skirts." Jiang Lu was a little angry. "Qin Xiang, do you have any shame? Do you understand first come, first served?" Little follower number 2. Since our sister Xiang Xiang is a senior member, she has priority. If you can, ask Lu Lingfei to take out her senior membership card as well. After all, Lu Lingfei had run away from home and took nothing with her. So how could she have any premium membership card? Lingfei in embarrassment. "Ms. Lu, what do you think?" Lu Lingfei let go of her hand. "I don't really have any premium membership card. Give it to her." Jiang Lu was almost crying from anger. Qin Xiang felt very happy, as if she had finally driven Lu Lingfei out of the Lu family, and she was the only rich girl. Lu Lingfei continued to choose, but every time the little follower number 2 would come over and grab the items. Lu Lingfei didn't say anything and kept picking out a lot of clothes and shoes. It was not until Qin Xiang realized that there were too many clothes that Lu Lingfei stopped and looked at Qin Xiang. "Are you going to buy all of these?" Qin Xiang raised her chin and said proudly, "Yes, there's an event for internet celebrities tomorrow night, and Brother Lu said he would take me to participate, so he specially asked me to buy nice clothes." Lu Lingfei was not surprised, because in his previous life, sixth brother also took Qin Xiang with him. Jiang Lu was a little indignant. What's so great about participating in an event? In fact, Lu Lingfei stopped the monitor from continuing. She looked at the waiter and said, "Since Miss Qin is so generous today, you should pay her the bill quickly." Qin Xiang's expression changed. "Wait, I haven't tried it yet. These are available in sizes. You can ask them to change the size. You are not just trying them on, but not buying them, are you?" Lu Lingfei spoke calmly, but she put Qin Xiang on the fire. Jiang Lu also added fuel to the fire. "If you can't afford it, don't rush to buy so much. You're a senior member. Can't you even afford this little thing?" Qin Xiang said stubbornly, "Whoever said I can't afford it, pack it up for me." The second little follower snorted coldly. "Lu Lingfei, did you see that? Our sister Xiang Xiang is the most favored in the Lu family. Wear these clothes. Even if we buy them from this store, it won't be a problem." Qin Xiang angrily slapped the second follower. "Who told you to talk nonsense?" But she had no choice but to take out the credit card, looking very painful. After the clerk swiped the card, she said in surprise, "Sorry, this card cannot be used." Qin Xiang's face changed. "How can it not be swiped? Are you unprofessional? This is the card my sixth brother gave me. There's no way it can't be swiped." Soon the store manager came over and tried again. "Miss Qin, there may be a limit on the card, so it can't be used to pay such a large amount." Qin Xiang's face suddenly felt burning with pain. In order to play the role of a good sister, she rarely spends so much money. But she never imagined that there was a limit, and she couldn't even buy these few clothes. Lu Lingfei smiled and said, "Are you still going to buy it?" Jiang Lu took back the skirt that Lu Lingfei had stolen at the beginning and said, "If you can't afford it, don't pretend to be rich." Qin Xiang was so angry that her eyes turned red. "Sister Lingfei, didn't you say you wouldn't use a penny from our family?" She didn't believe that Lu Lingfei had the money to buy such expensive clothes. Lu Lingfei took out her bank card and handed it to the store manager. "Pay with the card. I'll try it on later." The second lackey was not convinced and yelled at the store manager. "We obviously saw this first. How can we sell it to others? We are senior members." The store manager politely replied, "Generally, the order is taken as the basis. Besides, although Miss Lu does not have a membership card, she is the eldest daughter of the Lu family and a VIP of our store. How can she be called a young lady when she was kicked out of her home?" The store manager replied calmly, "It's just a temporary conflict between the children. After all, blood ties cannot be severed. Lu Lingfei is the only biological sister of the Lu family. This is a fact." Qin Xiang was so angry that she shed tears. "I'll go call sixth brother. I absolutely cannot let Lu Lingfei laugh at me." Lu Lingfei felt uncomfortable when she heard the store manager say that blood ties cannot be severed. She doesn't want to be kidnapped by so-called blood ties. She took the skirt to the fitting room. Outside, Qin Xiang called Lu crying, but no one answered the call. Finally, the assistant answered the call. "Why didn't sixth brother answer the phone?" "The boss was extremely drunk last night, and he hasn't sobered up yet." "Are you drunk?" Qin Xiang was suddenly a little annoyed. Why did he get drunk at such a critical moment? What should she do then? She didn't want to lose face in front of Lu Lingfei. Qin Xiang could only call Lu Nanfeng, who answered quickly. "Xiang, what's wrong?" "Second brother." Qin Xiang's voice was filled with tears. "I really can't make the call to you. Why are you crying? Who bullied you?" "Brother, I went out shopping for clothes and met Lingfei. Sister Lingfei was there too. I thought she ran away from home without any money, but she didn't seem to be short of money. I didn't want her to spend other people's money, so I wanted to help her pay for it. But she seemed a little angry because the money was not enough." The little attendant quickly added fuel to the fire. "Lu Lingfei is really too much. I don't know where she got so much money. She even showed off in front of Sister Xiangxiang, saying that Sister Xiangxiang was just pretending to be rich." "Don't say that. Sister Lingfei definitely doesn't mean that." Qin Xiang gave the little follower a meaningful look. After listening to this, Lu Nanfeng asked in confusion, Lingfei, where does she get so much money?" "I'm not sure about that." "Okay, I get it. Come back first and don't get into a conflict with her." Qin Xiang said, "Oh," and hung up the phone reluctantly. She kicked the model next to her in anger. If it were in the past, Lu Nanfeng would definitely give her some money to pay the bill. The second follower asked, "How is it? Did your second brother transfer money to you and then go back and slap Lu Lingfei in the face?" "No, he asked me to go back." Qin Xiang couldn't swallow this breath, but she received a message from Lu Nanfeng on her phone. "The money has been transferred to you. Settle Lingfei's bill together." Qin Xiang then returned to the store contentedly. Lu Lingfei just changed her clothes and came out. She saw Qin Xiang walking back triumphantly, thinking that she must have gotten the money. Qin Xiang crossed her arms over her chest and said proudly, "Pack all these clothes for me. I want them all." Lu Lingfei's expression remained unchanged. She didn't care at all. Qin Xiang turned to look at Lu Lingfei and boasted, "My second brother just transferred a large sum of money to me and told me to spend it all, or he wouldn't let me go home." Chapter 55. Will Lu Lingfei forgive him? Lu Lingfei heard Qin Xiang's boasting. She didn't show any emotion at all. After all, she can make money on her own now. Lu Lingfei looked at the saleslady calmly and said, "The size is fine. Pack it up." "Sister Lingfei, you only bought these 2 items? Why is the school doctor you follow so reluctant to spend money on you?" The little follower sneered. "Lu Lingfei, you are the one who is pretending to be rich, right?" That day, The school doctor rented so many luxury cars to pick you up. It was so glorious, but it's a pity that they were all rented cars. Qin Xiang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and finally let himself breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Lingfei held the shopping bag and said, "At least I spend all my own money, without having to rely on anyone." Sister Ling Fei, relying on family is also a kind of happiness. Why do you have to get angry with your family? Why don't you just lower your head and go back? You don't know how much I envy you for having so many relatives. Jiang Lu couldn't bear to listen any longer. Qin Xiang, stop being so hypocritical. If you hadn't been the one to sow discord between the siblings, would Lu Lingfei have run away from home? It's all your fault. Qin Xiang smiled happily. But my brothers like me more and think that I am more suitable to be their sister. I can't do anything about it. It's not my fault. Lu Lingfei was too lazy to waste time talking to Qin Xiang. If it were in her previous life, she would definitely be angry and sad, and would even argue with Qin Xiang for these things. But now, she doesn't care at all that her brothers favor Qin Xiang. Lu Lingfei left the store. Jiang Lu rolled her eyes at Qin Xiang angrily. No matter how proud you are not the real eldest daughter of the Lu family. You're just a fake. After hearing this, Qin Xiang gritted her teeth in anger. One day, she will drive Lu Lingfei out of the Lu family completely, and then she will be the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Lu Lingfei left. Jiang Lu was beside her, indignant. Lingfei, are you just going to tolerate Qin Xiang bullying you? I'm not angry. Why are you angry? But you're my biological sister. I really don't understand. I used to think that it was because of your bad personality that you were disliked. But now I think there is nothing wrong with you. You must have been framed by Qin Xiang. Lu Lingfei replied calmly. It's not entirely Qin Xiang's fault. My brothers prefer obedient sisters, and Qin Xiang is more able to please them. In her previous life, she was truly kind to her brothers and gave a lot silently, but everything went unnoticed. Qin Xiang is only good at superficial work. Since her brother's like this, she doesn't care now. Jiang Lu was a little depressed. Now I know why you want to do a live broadcast. It's to make money, right? I'm so famous now that I live stream. I won't be short of money, don't worry. Jiang Lu thought about how popular Lu Lingfei had been recently, and she wasn't so worried anymore. By the way, does your brother know that you were the anchor? I didn't know before, and I don't know now. After the PK match with Six Brother last night, she felt that Six Brother should know who he is. Lu Lingfei did not deliberately hide it. Now that she has signed a contract with the Douxia platform, she is considered to be very popular. Now, even if her family knows that she is live streaming, they can't stop her. That evening's live broadcast, Lu Lingfei's live broadcast preview, was posted on the homepage of the Douxia platform. Lu Lingfei was in a very good mood as well, and during the live broadcast, she was piking and giving commentary at the same time. Her professional and exciting PK attracted many fans. Lu Nanfeng looked at Lu Lingfei's live broadcast room and heard Lu Lingfei's relaxed and cheerful voice. It could be seen that she was very happy now. He felt a sense of loss in his heart. Lu Lingfei had been away from home for so many days and had never looked back, nor had she spent a penny from her family. Even live streaming is so popular now, she certainly doesn't need to spend her family's money. Lu pushed open the door and walked in drunkenly. Second brother, you are also watching her live broadcast. She clearly knows who I am, but she has been playing tricks on me from beginning to end. Does she take me, the sixth brother, seriously? Lu Nanfeng smiled bitterly. You can only blame yourself. How did you treat her in the beginning? Ling Fei was deeply hurt by us, so she refused to come back. But I've already apologized to her. What else does she want? Second brother, I feel so upset. Lu just felt uncomfortable in his heart. Sixth brother, if you want to win back your sister Ling Fei, you have to change your attitude towards her and be nicer to her. Lu Nanfeng only realized now that he had neglected Lu Lingfei too much in the past. Are we good to her? Second brother, you have been in the hospital for several days, and she didn't even come see you. How can anyone treat her well when she is so cold-hearted? Lu was drunk and sat on the ground talking nonsense. Lu Nanfeng looked at the screen in the live broadcast room and felt helpless. Because Ling Fei was sad, she refused to come see him. This is his retribution. Lu Lingfei was nice to him in the past. He was blind and couldn't see it. Lu Nanfeng watched 10 carnivals, occupying the screen for quite a while. After seeing the name of the person who gave the gifts, Lu Lingfei pursed her lips and said, "It's my second brother." She pretended not to see her second brother's name. Miss Ling Faming, will you attend the internet celebrity event tomorrow night? Lu Lingfei replied, I will go. Oh my god, is that event hard to attend? I want to go too, and meet Miss Ling Faming in person. Buy invitations to tomorrow's event online at a high price. Lu Lingfei took a short break and continued to explain today's PK process. She explained clearly some of the advantages and disadvantages of the gunner, and who is suitable to play it. This is the experience she summarized in her previous life. Anyway, she would help as many people as possible. After she ended the live broadcast, she rubbed her neck and felt her waist was a little sore. Lu Lingfei walked out of the study and was about to go to the kitchen to get some water when she saw Ji Qiqian standing at the entrance. Apparently, he had just arrived home. At this moment, everything around suddenly became dark. Lu Lingfei asked suspiciously, why is there a power outage? Fortunately, the power outage occurred after she finished her live broadcast. It was pitch black all around, and Ji Qiqian's voice came from not far away. I'll call the property management. Okay, maybe it's not a power outage. I see there are no lights outside. I think it's a regional power outage. Lu Lingfei spoke. She groped her way towards the sofa and accidentally bumped into the vase. The vase fell to the ground, and Lu Lingfei was startled. Stand still. Ji Qiqian's voice came, cold and urgent. Lu Lingfei stood there. She didn't know where the glass fragments were. She looked up and saw the faint light of a cell phone flashlight approaching. Ji Qiqian walked over, his figure shrouded in darkness, but the faint light still illuminated the distance between them. Lu Lingfei said, I came out to get some water and didn't bring my phone. Luckily, you came back in time. She lowered her head to check the situation on the ground, but the man suddenly approached. Put your hands up. Lu Lingfei felt him approaching. Was he trying to carry her out? Her hands were on his shoulders, and she was lifted up by the princess. I felt his body temperature on my palm, which was a bit hot. She felt the man's muscles were hard, unlike the girl's soft arms. Lu Lingfei was hugged by a stranger like this, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Chapter 56. Go home. My second brother will treat you well again. Lu Lingfei was carried out of the debris area. She was placed on the sofa. Ji Qiqian looked down at her and said, next time I tell you not to move, don't move. If your brain isn't working well, don't run around. Lu Lingfei was scolded. She lowered her head. I didn't expect to touch the vase. Lu Lingfei's face rose a lot. Fortunately, she didn't get any call at the moment, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Ji Qiqian took out his cell phone and called, his tone cold. Go check. Why is there a power outage? Lu Lingfei looked around in the darkness and finally looked at Ji Qiqian because he was the only one holding a cell phone and there was still a little light. She said, where's Gu Zifan? Didn't he come back with you? He went clubbing and won't be back tonight. Then why don't you go? Lu Lingfei knew that adults all like to go to bars, especially the rich second generation, and it was normal to go to bars to relax. In the past, the brothers of the Lu family would also go, mostly for social events. Ji Qiqian said calmly, too noisy. After hearing this answer, Lu Lingfei didn't find it strange at all. Ji Qiqian really likes quietness. Lu Lingfei was a little curious. I'm a little curious. How did you, such a quiet person, become good friends with Gu Zifan? He talks a lot and has a very outgoing personality. Ji Qiqian is just the opposite. Logically speaking, two people who are so different can't be good friends. Ji Qiqian thought for a moment and replied, my grandma said that I don't talk much, so I should find a friend who talks a lot, so that I won't become dumb. Lu Lingfei thought Ji Qiqian's grandmother was also very interesting. She couldn't help but be curious. So you and Gu Zifan have known each other since childhood? Ji Qiqian realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, so he paused and asked, what's wrong? I really envy you for having such good friends. There was a hint of loneliness in her tone. It was dark all around, and Ji Qiqian couldn't see her expression clearly. He asked, didn't you have any friends when you were a child? I did, but after my parents died in a car accident, I was sick for a while and forgot everything that happened. I was in a bad mood during that time, so my old friends all distanced themselves from me. Not long after, Qin Xiang was taken home. You know what happened later? Because of Qin Xiang, I was isolated in school and never had many friends. When Ji Qiqian heard her mention the car accident, he pursed his lips coldly. His throat moved slightly. Haven't you remembered everything about the car accident in all these years? No, I don't want to recall such a painful thing. Lu Lingfei sighed. If it weren't for the car accident, my parents wouldn't have died, Qin Xiang wouldn't have appeared by my side, and my relationship with my brothers might not have come to this point. Unfortunately, there is no if. Ji Qiqian looked in the direction of Lu Lingfei, with a look of deep sorrow hidden in his eyes. Have you ever hated the person who caused the accident? His voice trembled with indescribable emotion. In the pitch-black scene all around them, they couldn't see each other's expressions clearly. Hatred. Lu Lingfei's voice was firm and cold. Ji Qiqian swallowed his breath with difficulty and said, "Have you ever thought about looking for the other party?" That person ran away and found a scapegoat to take the blame. The Lu family has been searching for many years, but still can't find any clues. Lu Lingfei also wants to find the murderer who killed her parents. His voice came, "If you find him, I will make that murderer pay." Lu Lingfei's eyes. She was determined to find the culprit of the car accident in this lifetime. Ji Qiqian sat on the sofa and didn't move for a long time. He just felt that breathing was a little difficult. After a while of silence, Lu Lingfei couldn't help but ask, "When will the call come?" Ji Qiqian glanced at his phone, then stood up. "The line is under repair. I guess the power won't be back for a while. You should go back and rest first. I'll take you there." Lu Lingfei groped her way down from the sofa, and a pair of slender, beautiful hands stretched out to her. She took a look. His deep voice came from above her head. "You'd better grab this crutch." Lu Lingfei coughed and said, "No need." Her foot hit the corner of the table as soon as it landed, and she grimaced in pain. "Sit down, let me see." Ji Qiqian had no choice but to squat in front of her, pointing the flashlight on his cell phone at her feet. Lu Lingfei stared blankly at the man in front of her. His profile was shrouded in a layer of warm light in the dim light. Originally, his facial features were extremely outstanding. He seems even more handsome from this angle. Lu Lingfei couldn't help but ask, "Master, are you always so nice to girls?" Ji Qiqian raised his eyes. His eyes were dark. He stood up, divide the people. "So, do you have a girlfriend? I saw you having dinner with a beautiful woman in a restaurant that time." Ji Qiqian paused and looked at her. "A friend." Lu Lingfei lowered her eyelids. "Are they just friends?" Ji Qiqian grabbed her wrist and said, "Your brain isn't working well, but you talk a lot." Lu Lingfei followed him, feeling the warmth of his palm on her wrist, and the temperature on her face rose a lot. After Ji Qiqian sent her back to the bedroom, he stood at the door and didn't go in. The next day, when Lu Lingfei woke up, the phone rang. When she clicked into the game forum, she found a post about herself. The anchor, Ling Fei Meng Tian Tian. Lu Lingfei was also a little curious about who the man behind her was. After she clicked in, she saw screenshots of last night's carnival. Lu Nanfeng, the president of Lu's company, spent more than 100,000 yuan on dozens of carnivals and luxury carriages in the live broadcast room last night, which shows that the relationship between the two is extraordinary. But he fell out with the sponsor, and the public accusation of the anchor Qin Xiang is evidence of this. That's why she came to Doshao to do a live broadcast, and she didn't even dare to show her face for fear that her sponsor would discover her identity. Lu Lingfei suddenly felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What was going on? But many people actually started discussing it, saying that she must have a financial sponsor behind her that dared to ignore Lu's invitation. Even the haters started to stir up trouble, saying that she was a woman kept by a wealthy sponsor. After seeing this, class monitor Jiang Lu angrily posted anonymously, "Your thoughts are really dirty. The relationship between anchor Ling Feiming and the Lu family is not like this. I am her classmate, and I can tell whose voice she has." Soon someone commented. Finally someone said it out. "Is anchor Ling Feiming the eldest daughter of the Lu family?" The post went viral instantly. The haters immediately refuted. If the live broadcast was really the eldest daughter of the Lu family, how could she be live broadcasting on Doshao? She must have gone to Tsinghua. She lied without thinking. The eldest daughter of the Lu family performed a godlike 12-hit combo. With such a high talent, how could the Lu family give up on her to work alone? Ling Feiming, the anchor, wants to cheat the eldest daughter of the Lu family, but she doesn't even look at the reality. Can anyone impersonate the 12-hit combo? After the black fans started to lead the discussion, most people still believed that Lu Lingfei couldn't be Ling Fei Meng Tian. At this time, Lu Lingfei's phone rang. She answered it casually and heard her second brother's voice. Lingfei, I heard from Xiang that you also went shopping for clothes yesterday. I have unfrozen your credit card, and you can spend the money in it any time. I even specially restored your credit limit, and now it is the same amount as Xiang's pocket money." Lu Lingfei's eyes. Obviously, she is the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Every time she has a conflict with Manhwa, her second brother will reduce her pocket money as compensation to Qin Xiang. Lu Lingfei refused coldly. I said I won't spend a penny of the Lu family's money. Lingfei, I know you're not happy about the pocket money. After all, Xiang's father has done a favor to our Lu family. I have to treat them equally to avoid outsiders gossiping about the Lu family. What you mean by treating everyone equally is to make me suffer losses and sacrifice my own interests to treat everyone equally, right? Lingfei, how can you think like that? As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, you should give in to Xiang a little. This will show your magnanimity. Lu Lingfei's eyes turned cold. Damn magnanimity. Chapter 57. Lu Lingfei, just admit your mistake. Lu Lingfei hung up the phone directly and didn't want to say anything. I just think it's ridiculous. Let her be generous? In her previous life, she was quite generous and ended up dying alone in a mental hospital. Soon, her second brother Lu Nanfeng sent her a message. I will increase your pocket money limit by another 10,000 yuan. Is that okay? Can you stop being angry? Lu Lingfei's lips curled coldly. She never thought that she must have more pocket money than Qin Xiang. They never understood what she cared about. Lu Lingfei went to the next room, and Gu Zifeng came out yawning with messy hair. Good morning, little Lingfei. Gu Zifeng handed Lu Lingfei a business card. Go get your hair done this afternoon and say you're my friend. Thanks. Lu Lingfei took the business card. In the past, the Lu family would arrange such things. The most important thing is the evening activities. Qin Xiang and sixth brother will also go. Although she didn't care whether to put on makeup or not, this was her first appearance after leaving the Lu family, and she didn't want to be looked down upon. Don't try to save face by not making steam buns. Ji Qiqian glanced at Lu Lingfei and saw the smile on her face. She was finally no longer as depressed and cautious as before. He curled his thin lips slightly. The sapling that he had been caring for so long had finally grown a lot. In the afternoon, Lu Lingfei packed her skirt and prepared to go to the place introduced by Gu Zifeng. Gu Zifeng said, Xiao Lingfei, we have something else to do this afternoon, so I won't accompany you to get your hair done. I really don't have the patience to wait for a woman to get her hair done. The main thing is that he and Ji Qiqian, if they are ever photographed by reporters, their identities will be exposed and they will be in trouble. It's okay, I can go by myself. Lu Lingfei spoke. She subconsciously looked at Ji Qiqian. The man raised his head, his eyes deep. Call me if you have anything. Lu Lingfei smiled and nodded, then left with the skirt. After she left, Gu Zifeng said lazily, Brother Qian, little Lingfei is an adult now. It's normal for her to dress up beautifully. After all, she will grow up, fall in love, and get married. You can't let her become old-fashioned. What if she is deceived by the sweet words of the men outside? Ji Qiqian tried to hold back, but finally couldn't help himself and kicked him. Gu Zifeng had predicted his prediction in advance, jumped up and continued. Didn't you say that Xiao Lingfei has someone she likes? Maybe it's a classmate, and when they go to college, they will be together and sweet. Roll. Ji Qiqian rubbed his temples and felt inexplicably irritated. Lu Lingfei took a taxi to the place where she was doing her hairstyling. Not long after, Jiang Lu also got out of the car. Goddess, is this styling studio reliable? I've never heard of it. It was recommended by a friend, so it should be reliable. Lu Lingfei asked Jiang Lu to come along, and the invitation allowed one companion, male or female. Lu Lingfei walked in and said to the receptionist, Gu Zifeng introduced me. Ms. Lu is here. Mr. Gu has already greeted me. Please come in with your friend. Lu Lingfei sat on the chair and waited for them to do her styling and makeup. Jiang Lu was right beside her. Lu Lingfei, those haters on the forum are going too far. Qin Xiang even liked what the haters said. Now everyone thinks you have a financial sponsor behind you. But Lu Nanfeng is obviously your second brother. Why don't they come out to clarify for you? Lu Lingfei was very calm. It doesn't matter. I used to envy you for having so many brothers, but now I realize that they all favor Qin Xiang. It's better not to have such a brother. Lu Lingfei looked at herself in the mirror calmly. She no longer cared. In this life, she finally broke away from the Lu family and lived independently. After a few hours, the style was finally completed. Lu Lingfei changed into her skirt and looked at the person in the mirror, who looked a little strange. Jiang Lu took out her phone and took several photos. Lu Lingfei, you are actually quite pretty when you dress up. It was because of Qin Xiang's PUA that you always had a weak presence. Lu Lingfei took several selfies with the monitor. She glanced at the time and said, Let's go. The two of them took a taxi to the event site, which was a five-star hotel. Lu Lingfei saw many luxury cars and reporters waiting outside the hotel. Jiang Lu was a little nervous. I have never participated in this kind of event. I have only seen it on TV before. If you, the goddess, hadn't brought me in today, I would have been a miscellaneous staff member with my brother. I couldn't have walked in through the main entrance. Lu Lingfei was actually a little nervous too. She pretended to be relaxed and said, "Why are you afraid? We have an invitation." After getting off the bus, the two girls lifted their skirts and walked towards the sign-in area. Lu Lingfei reached the door. She saw reporters swarming towards one place. Jiang Lu looked over curiously. Which celebrity is here? All the reporters are running over. The luxury car stopped by the roadside. After the door opened, Lu and Qin Xiang got out together. Qin Xiang was wearing a custom-made evening gown, an emerald necklace around her neck, and jade bracelets on her wrists, looking like a rich lady. Lu Lingfei saw Qin Xiang wearing jewelry. Wasn't this the apology gift she gave to Qin Xiang when she was reborn? These were also given to me by my brothers when I was a child. Now they have finally been taken away by Qin Xiang. But Lu Lingfei is not sad at all now, because she no longer cares about her brothers. Qin Xiang enjoyed the attention of reporters with a proud look on her face. After all, the jewelry she was wearing were antiques and were worth a lot of money. Lu Lingfei is gone. All these are hers. A reporter asked Lu, "Mr. Lu, it is rumored that the anchor of Ling Fei Meng Tian is your biological sister Lu Lingfei. Is this true?" The smile on Qin Xiang's face froze instantly. Why were you bringing up something that was not relevant? Lu Lingfei still haunting us? When Lu was asked by reporters whether Lu Lingfei was the anchor, he was a little dazed for a moment. He was drunk these days. Wanted to myself with alcohol. If it weren't for this event, he probably wouldn't have recovered yet. I heard that the host, Ling Fei Meng Tian, will also come to participate in this event. Lu wanted to see with his own eyes who the anchor was. Is it Lu Lingfei? Qin Xiang spoke first. Reporters, we are actually confused about this question. After all, the anchor has never shown his face, so we are not sure. But there are rumors that the anchor's voice is exactly the same as that of the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Is that true? Qin Xiang looked a little embarrassed. That's true, but there are many people in this world who look alike, not to mention the same voice. This doesn't prove anything. Lu Lingfei to suddenly become an internet celebrity gaming anchor. It's definitely just a coincidence. Miss Qin, does this mean that the anchor, Ling Fei Meng Sweet, is not the eldest daughter of the Lu family? I think so. After all, if she's really that good, she would not go to Douxiao live streaming platform. If Lu Lingfei wants to sign a contract again, she should sign with Qinghua platform like me. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he deliberately glanced at Lu. "Sixth brother, do you think I'm right?" Lu's face looked rather ugly. He simply couldn't answer this question now. If Lu Lingfei is really the anchor of Ling Fei Meng Xianxian, would she sign a contract with her own platform? If it were in the past, he would have been sure of it. But I'm not sure now. But he didn't want to lose face in front of the reporter, so he answered confidently, "Yes, if my sister really wants to debut, she will definitely sign a contract with me. After all, they are family." Chapter 58, Sixth brother, I just want to ask you if you accept it. When Lu said this, he was not completely sure, because Lu Lingfei has changed a lot recently. But he felt that no matter what, no matter how angry Lu Lingfei was, she would not do such a thing. She was just sulking. Lu Lingfei would definitely still side with him as her sixth brother. Lu Lingfei watched coldly from the side for a while, with a sneer on her lips. The people of the Lu family were as confident as ever. Lu Lingfei turned and walked towards the sign-in area. Jiang Lu was a little indignant. Why does Qin Xiang morally blackmail you? It's your freedom to sign with any platform you want. I won't be held hostage by them. Lu Lingfei walked to the sign-in area, and Qin Xiang's voice came from behind her. "Sister Lingfei, why are you here?" Qin Xiang wore a gorgeous evening gown and expensive jewelry, and appeared in front of Lu Lingfei like a princess. She was in a very good mood. After all, Lu Lingfei has been kicked out of the Lu family, and she is the only daughter of the Lu family. Finally, Lu Lingfei was stepped under his feet. Qin Xiang deliberately touched the necklace on her neck and said hypocritically, "Sister Lingfei, if you want to come to this event, you can tell me. I bought some extra clothes last time, and I can lend them to you. Look how shabby you are." Lu Lingfei looked distant. "What can I tell you?" Lu stared at the skirt on Lu Lingfei, hoping that after going through some hardships, Lu Lingfei would understand the goodness of the Lu family and come back obediently. Qin Xiang gritted her teeth and said, because today's event requires an invitation to attend. Could it be that you and the monitor have found a part-time job here as a receptionist? This is the only possibility at the moment. After hearing the words, Miss Receptionist, Lu frowned and looked at Lu Lingfei. You are so ambitious that you ran away from home just to do this kind of part-time job? If outsiders knew about this, how would they look upon our Lu family? Lingfei ashamed to be a receptionist here? Jiang Lu couldn't stand it any longer and retorted. Lu Lingfei was the one who performed 12 consecutive hits and turned the tide to win the resurrection match. How could she come here to do a small part-time job? When Jiang Lu said this, everyone around looked over. She is Lu Lingfei. I heard that she performed a 12-hit combo, which is the famous skill of the great God King. I didn't expect she was so young. Reporters also ran over following the smell and surrounded Lu Lingfei. Ms. Lu, how did you learn the 12-hit combo? What is your relationship with the great God King? Lu Lingfei replied calmly, I am a fan of the great king, and I also used the 12-hit combo accidentally. It was just a coincidence. Qin Xiang felt a little jealous when she saw Lu Lingfei being surrounded by reporters. It was just a coincidence that he hit 12 consecutive hits. How strange is that? Ms. Lu, you are so outstanding. What do you think about the Lu Tian team's finals? Can you win the championship? Lu Lingfei didn't expect the reporter to ask this. Do you think of her as a member of the Lu Tian team? Lu Lingfei's eyes were cold, and she said, I don't know. I'm not a member of the Lu Tian team now. When these words were spoken, the reporters were stunned. The eldest lady of the Lu family actually said that she was not from the Lu Tian team? This is too ridiculous. Could it be true that the rumor that the eldest daughter of the Lu family is not on good terms with the Lu family is true? The reporter asked Lu directly. Mr. Lu, do you have anything to say about this? Why doesn't Miss Lu join the team? I heard that Miss Lu had a conflict with you. Is this true? Mr. Lu, you just swore that she would definitely join the Lu Tian team. When faced with the reporter's questions, Lu opened his mouth, but found that he could not utter a word. Lu Lingfei angrily. How dare she speak like that in front of reporters? Lu Lingfei afraid that she will really get angry? Qin Xiang took Lu's arm and said with a smile, if that's the case, Sister Lingfei has been having a little temper with her family recently. After all, we are a family. She has been trained by her family for so many years that she has become so powerful. I believe Sister Lingfei will not do such an ungrateful thing. Jiang Lu couldn't listen any longer. Qin Xiang, do you want to hear what you're talking about? What ungrateful? The truth is simply not like that. Qin Xiang was deliberately misleading the reporters. Lu Lingfei held the squad leader's hand and replied calmly, but it was sixth brother who kicked me out of the team. After all, he found a very good gunner who could replace me. The reporter took over the conversation. If I'm not mistaken, it's the anchor Ling Feimeng Tian, who is also a gunner, very powerful. I heard that Ling Feimeng Tian herself will also be here, but I don't know what she looks like. As the reporter spoke, he also looked at Lu Lingfei, because there's also a rumor that Lu Lingfei is Ling Feimeng Tian herself. Qin Xiang didn't want to stay outside any longer, so she took out the invitation letter and handed it over, then looked at Lu Lingfei and said, Sister Lingfei, I'm sorry, one invitation letter can only bring one person in. Lu Lingfei disguised herself. She was just a part-time receptionist here. Sixth brother only brought her to participate in this event. Lu Lingfei must be furious. Lu looked at Lu Lingfei and said in a somewhat stiff tone, I didn't know you wanted to come. Remember to tell me earlier next time. He could actually get an invitation, but he didn't know that Lu Lingfei was also coming. He also deliberately ignored Lu Lingfei, wanting to teach her a lesson. Lu Lingfei looked calm. No need. Sixth brother, how could you be so careless? Our Lu family is short of 2 invitations. Lu Nanfeng walked in from outside, appearing in an elegant manner. The reporter immediately asked, Mr. Lu Nanfeng, are you participating in this event for the anchor Ling Feimeng Tian? I heard that you have a close relationship with that anchor. Can you explain it? Lu Nanfeng smiled and said, my relationship with that anchor is indeed very close. I came here today because of her. The reporters immediately started gossiping. It seems there really is a story behind this. Lu Nanfeng looked at Lu Lingfei and said, Lingfei, let me take you in. Lu Nanfeng stretched out his hand to her. At this time, The younger sister should not refuse his help. He also wanted his younger sister to see clearly how difficult life would be after leaving the Lu family. Lu Lingfei took a look and said, "No, I can go in by myself." Qin Xiang couldn't help but ask, "Sister Lingfei, the banquet is by invitation only. Do you have an invitation?" "Yes, I have." Lu Lingfei calmly took out an invitation from her bag and placed it on the table. Jiang Lu looked at Qin Xiang proudly. "See, this is an invitation. Our Lu Lingfei is a real guest, not like some parasites." Qin Xiang was a little angry. "Sister Lingfei, didn't you say you didn't want to rely on the Lu family? If it weren't for the Lu family, how could Lu Lingfei have gotten the invitation letter?" Lulu looked at the invitation and said in disbelief, "Lu Lingfei, how did you get this?" "Because she is Ling Feiming Tian herself." Chapter 59 Brothers' defenses are broken. Jiang Lu directly revealed Lu Lingfei's identity. This sentence exploded like a bomb. When Lu heard these words, his head started buzzing and he seemed to be unable to stand steadily. Lu Lingfei in shock and anger. She is actually the host of Ling Fei Ming Tian. So Lu Lingfei was watching the joke from beginning to end, including the day when he said he had dug up a master. Lu Lingfei definitely knew who he was talking about. But Lu Lingfei chose not to say anything. Lulu's eyes were stained with scarlet, and he looked at Lu Lingfei in embarrassment. "Why did you lie to me? Why did you hide it from him? Why didn't you tell me earlier that she was the anchor?" Lulu was filled with grief and incomprehension. Didn't Lu Lingfei like him the most as her sixth brother? Compared to Lulu's excitement, Lu Lingfei said calmly, "I never lied to you." "Then why don't you say that the anchor is you?" "Because there's no need." Lu Lingfei's eyes were black and white, and her cold look made Lulu feel like he was falling into an ice cellar, so cold that his bones ached. He couldn't believe what Lu Lingfei had just said. Even though he and Lu Lingfei had always been in conflict, he always believed that they were a family and that things would naturally get better over time. "It has always been like this since I was a child. Why is it different this time?" Lu Lingfei knew how important the team's game was to him. So why did she do this? At this time, Lu Nanfeng grabbed Lulu and said, "Calm down." "I can't calm down. How can you ask me to calm down?" Lulu turned around and looked at Lu Nanfeng, his eyes slightly red. "Second brother, he feels uncomfortable." When Lu Nanfeng saw his brother's lost look, he suddenly didn't know how to persuade him, because he had already reminded his sixth brother that Ling Fei was different now. But Lao Lu never took it to heart. "Now you feel the pain?" Ling Fei excitedly. "Ms. Lu, why have you been hiding your identity as an anchor? Is there something hidden?" "Miss Lu, there are rumors that you and your family are not getting along. Is this true?" Such a big hot topic will definitely be a high-profile headline. Ling Fei Ming Tian turned out to be the eldest daughter of the Lu family, the girl who performed 12 consecutive attacks. Such a talented girl did not stay in her own team, but instead signed a contract with the Douxiao live streaming platform. This definitely has a story. Lu Lingfei looked at the gossiping reporter and said in a distant tone, "It is a bit contradictory, so I plan to be self-reliant." She felt there was no need to hide these things. It's better to make it clear so that the people from the Lu family won't keep bothering her. When Lu Nanfeng heard this, there was a hint of bitter smile in his eyes. Sure enough, he had guessed it right. Ling Fei was heartbroken, so she didn't plan to acknowledge them as her brothers anymore. Lu asked aggrievedly, "Lu Lingfei, are those little conflicts worth you betraying the Lu family? Is it necessary? Is it necessary to make such a big deal out of a small conflict between family members?" He always felt that Lu Lingfei was in a bad mood. It was not until this moment that he realized that Lu Lingfei was serious. Lulu was really panicked. Lu Lingfei's eyes were calm, and she didn't even want to answer. It turns out that those injuries were just minor conflicts in Sixth Brother's eyes. She said, "Then just treat it as a minor conflict. Sixth Brother is such a generous person, he shouldn't mind, right? It only hurts when the knife pierces your body." Lulu was so choked that he couldn't answer a word. That's not what he meant. But for a moment, he didn't know how to explain it. Lu Lingfei was surrounded by reporters, and he couldn't move forward at all. "Miss Lu, which team do you plan to join for the finals?" "Miss Lu, you knew that Qinghua and Douxiao were in competition, but you still decided to sign a contract with the Douxiao platform?" Lu Lingfei just smiled and said, "I haven't thought about these yet. I'll tell you when I've thought about them." "Ms. Lu, please say a few more words. Why did you fall out with your family?" Lu Lingfei didn't answer the question and turned to walk towards the hall. She lifted her skirt and walked with great determination. From beginning to end, she never looked back at Lu Lu and Lu Nanfeng, as if they were strangers. Lu Lu, who was standing in place, was also surrounded by reporters. Lu Lu was so angry when asked, "Stop asking. What does it have to do with you?" Qin Xiang's expression also became very interesting. She didn't expect that Lu Lingfei was really the anchor, especially when he thought about the fact that Lu Lingfei gained hundreds of thousands of followers in a short period of time, far surpassing himself. Qin Xiang felt so jealous in her heart. Why? Lingfei obviously works very hard, but she gained so many fans just by hiding her identity? Lu Nanfeng was very calm. He pulled Lu Lu over and warned him, "That's enough. Don't you think it's not exciting enough?" Lu Lu turned his head, wiped his eyes, and said nothing. Lu Nanfeng looked at the reporter and said, "We at the Lu family will handle these matters. Please don't make random reports. We will personally issue a statement to explain the matter later." After Lu Nanfeng finished speaking, he forcibly dragged Lu Lu into the venue and told him not to ask any more questions in front of the reporters. Qin Xiang deliberately fell behind and waited for Lu Nanfeng and Lu Lu to walk away. She turned around and showed an embarrassed expression to the reporter. "I'm really sorry that my sixth brother had a bad attitude just now, because what Lu Lingfei said just now was indeed hurtful. I know she has been angry, but what can a family talk about behind closed doors? I really don't understand." After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he turned around and a smug expression appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lu Lingfei wants to use this opportunity to return to the Lu family, but that's absolutely not possible. Inside the banquet hall, Lu Lingfei appeared. She received a lot of attention. After all, no one present had expected that the recently popular online gaming anchor, Ling Faming Tian, was actually the eldest daughter of the Lu family. But as the eldest daughter of the Lu family, she chose to broadcast live in the live broadcast company of the Lu family's mortal rival. "Everyone is very curious," Jiang Lu said with relief. "Goddess, I was so relieved just now. They're so biased. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Your sixth brother's shocked expression was really wonderful. Jiang Lu has waited for this day for too long." Lu Lingfei showed a helpless expression, but she was in a pretty good mood. At least in this life, she can rely on herself to come to this party. No need to rely on anyone anymore. "Hello, Miss Lu. I'm Zhao Gao, the coach of the Qiuqiu team. I wonder if you're interested in considering our team?" Lu Lingfei looked up and saw a young man in a suit. She knew him. After all, in his previous life, this coach led the Qiuqiu team to join the national team and eventually won the world championship. This person was once the coach of the Great King. Lu Lingfei didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to invite her. The captain of the Qiuqiu team did publicly invite her to join, but she didn't take such polite words seriously. Lu Lingfei took the business card with some surprise. "Manager Zhao, I haven't made up my mind yet." "It's okay. After the banquet, we can arrange a time to discuss in detail. But I have a question. How did you learn the 12-hit combo?" Lu Lingfei knew this question would be asked. She smiled and said, "I said I learned it by myself." "Will Manager Zhao believe it?" "Of course I believe you. You are so talented. I have to hurry and recruit you. Not everyone can teach themselves the 12-hit combo. Over the years, no one except the king has learned the 12-hit combo." Zhao Gao sighed. "You are so talented, I really don't know what your brother was thinking. He didn't even keep you." "Mr. Zhao, this is our family affair. It's not your turn to intervene." Lu Lu and Lu Nanfeng walked over together, but their faces didn't look very good. Chapter 60. By Manhwa, she is anxious. Lu Lingfei saw her second brother and sixth brother appear. She didn't have any special reaction. She looked at Zhao Gao calmly and said, "Let's make an appointment later." Zhao Gao nodded and turned to look at Lu Lu. "Why? I'm not wrong. Your sister is so talented. If it were me, I would have held her in my hands and served her like a saddle. It would be like some people who would pay attention to a rookie fake sister and suppress the capable real sister. Isn't this throwing away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds?" Lu Lu was so bullied that his face turned pale. "What do you know? You don't understand anything at all." He is not suppressing Lu Lingfei. He hoped more than anyone else that Lu Lingfei could stay in the Lu Tian team and participate in the finals. He and his sister just had a little conflict. After Zhao Gao left, the other team coaches who were eager to try came over to talk to Lu Lingfei and handed out their business cards. Lu Lu was left out and just looked at Lu Lingfei, who was the center of attention. He thought silently, What if Lu Lingfei ignored these people and didn't join the Cho team? He would bow his head to Lu Lingfei and would not mind her playing tricks on him. In the end, Lu Lingfei received a stack of business cards, which she herself did not expect. Lingfei, congratulations. Lu Nanfeng waited until everyone had left before he dared to step forward and speak, looking at Lu Lingfei cautiously. Lu Nanfeng discovered that Lu Lingfei had really changed a lot. Lu Lingfei raised her head and glanced at Lu Nanfeng. Thank you. Lu couldn't help but stepped forward and said, Lu Lingfei, you haven't answered my question yet. Why have you been hiding it from me? Is it fun? Lu Lingfei raised her eyelids and saw the unnatural look in Sixth Brother's eyes. Strange, does Sixth Brother feel guilty? Lu Lingfei said in a cold tone, I was planning to tell you after the college entrance examination last time, but what did you say in my room that day? Do you need me to repeat it again? Her voice was calm and powerful, but to Lu, it was like a sharp knife stabbing into his chest. When Lu thought of what he said that day, he suddenly felt embarrassed. The harsher the words were then, the more embarrassed they are now. His eyes were red. Why didn't you tell me then? I have no obligation to do so. Why no obligation? Lu stepped forward to stop Lu Lingfei. I am your biological brother. I thought the conflict between us would never be a big problem. I said something wrong that day. You could have said it out loud to correct me. Why didn't you say it out loud? If Lu Lingfei had said it that day, what happened later would not have happened. Maybe Lu Lingfei won't go to Doxiao Live anymore. Lu Lingfei didn't say anything, but just took a few steps back and kept a safe distance. This cold and distant action made Lu feel very sad. Jiang Lu next to him said sarcastically, the goddess has suffered so much injustice over the years because of Qin Xiang, that white lotus. Now you're going to have a taste of the same thing. You can't stand it just at the beginning? You can imagine how uncomfortable Lu Lingfei has been over the years. Lu subconsciously retorted. That's why I asked her why she didn't say it. If she had said it earlier, this wouldn't have happened, right? Jiang Lu raised her voice. So what you mean is that all this is Lu Lingfei's fault? Isn't it? Lu answered subconsciously, but he looked at Lu Lingfei with a guilty conscience. We are obviously a family. If there is any problem, can't we talk it out and solve it? You deliberately concealed your identity and made a high-profile broadcast on Doxia. Isn't it just to demonstrate to me? Lu Lingfei raised her eyelids. If you think so, I can't help it. She went to Doxia Live, not to protest. I just don't want to stay in Qinghua Live and continue to be controlled by the Lu family. Okay, stop talking. Lu Nanfeng immediately tried to smooth things over. He looked at Lu and said, but what you did and said before were indeed very hurtful. You should apologize to Lingfei. Lu said awkwardly, I can apologize, but she can't join the Cho team, nor can she sign a contract with Doxiao Live. He knew that Lu Lingfei did this on purpose to irritate him. He could apologize, but Lu Lingfei couldn't continue to do this. Lu Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief and came to Lu Lingfei. Lingfei, I also think it is not appropriate for you to sign with other live broadcast platforms. This industry is very complicated, and I am worried. It is the best choice for you to sign with your Six Brothers company. What do you think? Lu Lingfei's eyes were clear. It's my freedom to choose who to sign a contract with. But I'm worried, Lingfei, if your Sixth Brother really realizes his mistake, he will make sure that the same thing won't happen again. You should stop throwing a tantrum. Lu Lingfei curled her lips and said, I have never lost my temper. They were the ones who kept pestering her. She turned and left, not wanting to continue talking to them anymore. Lu looked at Lu Lingfei's back, feeling a little unwilling. Second brother, look at her attitude. I've already said I want to apologize. What else does she want? Sixth brother, this is your own fault. You should find a way to apologize and get Lingfei's forgiveness. Lu immediately shut up. What else could he do? It was obviously Lu Lingfei who played tricks on him first. He didn't care about these things, so why shouldn't Lu Lingfei forgive him? Lu looked up and saw Lu Lingfei join the crowd. Many people took the initiative to greet Lu Lingfei and even took photos with her. Lu Lingfei's calm response in the crowd did make people feel very unfamiliar. During this period, Lu Lingfei has changed a lot. Qin Xiang was standing by and watched Lu Lingfei being surrounded by everyone, feeling jealous. Clearly, she dressed up today just to make her official appearance. I didn't expect that all the limelight today would be stolen by Lu Lingfei. Qin Xiang took a look at the red wine glass in her hand, and she immediately had an idea and walked straight towards Lu Lingfei. Qin Xiang smiled and said, Sister Ling Fei, so you are here. Lu Ling Fei turned her head and saw Qin Xiang coming over with red wine. Her eyebrows twitched, and seeing Qin Beilianu's expression, she subconsciously guessed that this woman had bad intentions. Every time she saw Qin Xiang showing such an expression, she would be in bad luck. This is the experience from the previous life. It seems that her high-profile appearance today has stepped on the minefield in Qin Xiang's heart. So this White Lotus wants to use the same trick again. Qin Xiang looked harmless as she stood beside Lu Lingfei, looking at the celebrities around her and said, Hello everyone, my name is Qin Xiang, and I'm Lu Lingfei's sister. The coach of the Qiuqiu team, Zhao Gao, mocked, so you are the girl who replaced Lu Lingfei in the team but almost lost the resurrection match. The smile on Qin Xiang's face almost disappeared for a moment. Qin Xiang's smile was uglier than crying. My gaming talent is indeed not as good as Sister Ling Fei's, but she was unwilling to join the team at the beginning, so I took her place. As long as she's willing to come back, I can give up my position at any time. Lu Lingfei's lips curled coldly. I don't need you to give up any position. She didn't want to see Qin Xiang, so she turned around with her drink and went to eat the fruit on the table. Ling Fei, wait a moment. Qin Xiang suddenly chased after Lu Lingfei, stepped on Lu Lingfei's skirt, and poured the red wine glass at Lu Lingfei. Chapter 61. Exposing the White Lotus's tricks. After Lu Lingfei heard Qin Xiang's voice, she could guess what Manhwa wanted to do without looking back. Over the years, she has suffered a lot at the hands of Qin Xiang. You can guess Qin Xiang's tricks even with your eyes closed. Without even turning her head, she reached out and grabbed the hem of her skirt. As she dodged to the side, she pulled the hem of her skirt hard. Qin Xiang stepped on the hem of her skirt and lost her balance, and flew out along with the red wine that was spilled from the glass. There's a champagne tower in the middle of the hall. Qin Xiang rushed in directly, and the champagne tower fell all over herself. This change happened so quickly that no one expected it. Lu Lingfei stood there with a cold expression, watching Qin Xiang knock over the champagne tower and screaming in embarrassment. There was a gleam of sarcasm in her eyes. Over the years, Qin Xiang's methods have remained the same, but unfortunately, she will no longer let this White Lotus have her wish. After the champagne tower was smashed, almost everyone in the banquet hall looked over. Xiang, are you okay? When Lu and Lu Nanfeng saw it, they rushed over immediately. Lu stepped on the broken glass and helped Qin Xiang up. Why did you fall so carelessly? Qin Xiang was soaked all over, with burning pain and blood in his arms and legs. Qin Xiang was filled with anger, because it was Lu Lingfei who was in trouble now. She looked up at Lu Lingfei, her eyes red, and hesitated to speak. Sixth brother, I fell down accidentally. No one pushed me. Lu Lingfei heard by Lianhua's words. Her red lips curled slightly. She basically guessed by Lianhua's approach. Lu Nanfeng noticed the way Qin Xiang looked at Lu Lingfei. Could it be that Lingfei did it? Lu Nanfeng frowned and said, Xiang, since it was your own carelessness, then you should be more careful next time and let Lao Lu take you to the hospital. Qin Xiang looked at Lu Nanfeng in surprise. That was not what she meant. She had deliberately looked at Lu Lingfei just now, just to tell them that this matter was related to Lu Lingfei. As for saying that it was an accident, it must be just to create an image of myself as sensible and aggrieved. In the past, they would question Lu Lingfei. Why didn't the second brother play by the rules this time? Lu said coldly, Xiang, tell me honestly, was it Lu Lingfei who caused you to fall? Qin Xiang shrank his neck and said weakly, Sixth brother, don't ask anymore. It has nothing to do with Sister Lingfei. I just fell down accidentally. This gesture showed that Qin Xiang had something else in mind. Lu snorted coldly and looked at Lu Lingfei. Why did you harm Xiang like this? Is it because I brought her to the party today and didn't bring you? Other than that, I can't think of any reason why Lu Lingfei would do this. Lu Lingfei raised her eyebrows slightly. Sixth brother, I have an invitation letter. I don't need anyone to bring it. This is a very confident statement. Lu felt uncomfortable in his heart. Don't I know you? You can't stand Xiang stealing your limelight, so you let her get hurt and embarrassed. Lu Lingfei sneered. Why is she so popular that I should steal her attention? Qin Xiang's face turned black. Lu had no rebuttal. Jiang Lu said sarcastically, even a blind person knows that the one who is getting the most attention today is Lu Lingfei. As a popular anchor on the internet recently, she was invited to attend today's banquet. Qin Xiang didn't even have an invitation. So why is she so popular? I don't understand. Ling Fei the celebrity today? Who was trying to take advantage of whose limelight? Every word he said made Lulu's face look as pale as a palette. Qin Xiang felt extremely upset. She looked up at Lulu with tears streaming down her face. Six brother, please stop talking. I fell down accidentally while walking. It has nothing to do with Sister Ling Fei. Qin Xiang touched the bracelet on her hand. What a pity this jade bracelet was broken. I remember it was very expensive. Lulu took a look at the broken jade bracelet and looked at Lu Ling Fei coldly. Are you satisfied now? Lu Ling Fei said calmly. Didn't I give Qin Xiang these jewelry? If they're broken, they're broken. How can you be so stingy, sixth brother? Is this the same thing? Lu Ling Fei, since you refuse to repent, then check the surveillance. I'll see how you can argue then. Qin Xiang was a little nervous for a moment. Sixth brother, forget it. There's no need to make such an ugly scene. Lu Nanfeng frowned and said, Sixth brother, Xiang said she fell by herself. You should send her to the hospital immediately. No, I must find out the truth today. Lu was holding his breath in his heart, especially when he saw Lu Ling Fei's expression that didn't care about anything. He just wanted Lu Ling Fei to bow her head. Lu Nanfeng subconsciously looked at Lu Ling Fei. Ling Fei, what happened just now? Could it really be Lu Ling Fei who did it? Lu Ling Fei's eyes were cold, and she said, It doesn't matter. Just adjust the surveillance. Soon, the hotel staff copied the surveillance footage to a USB drive and took it over. Lu snatched it away. This is the truth. Before he even watched the video, he was certain that all this was related to Lu Ling Fei. In the picture on the tablet, Qin Xiang stepped forward and stepped on Lu Ling Fei's skirt, but Lu Ling Fei suddenly dodged to the side. Qin Xiang lost her balance and fell because she stepped on Lu Ling Fei's skirt. Lu Ling Fei's expression remained unchanged. So, after watching the surveillance video, Lu Nanfeng looked at Lu coldly. Did you see clearly? It has nothing to do with Ling Fei. Qin Xiang fell down by herself. Lu also watched the video process, and it really looked like an accident. Lu suddenly felt a burning pain on his face. He said stubbornly, Lu Ling Fei must have heard Xiang's voice. She shouldn't have dodged. Xiang wouldn't have fallen. After he said this, the whole audience was shocked. How could there be such a weird statement? Lu Nanfeng shouted, Lu, are you crazy? Lu Ling Fei poured the drink in the cup directly onto Lu's face. Lu instantly became angry and said, Lu Ling Fei, what are you doing? The next second, Lu Ling Fei threw the cup over as well. This time Lu dodged. The cup hit Qin Xiang. Lu Ling Fei sneered and said, Sixth brother, why are you hiding? Don't you know that if you hide, Qin Xiang will be beaten? How can you be so selfish? Lu was so angry that he jumped up and down. Lu Ling Fei, you deliberately framed me. Lu Ling Fei raised her eyelids and said with a bit of disdain, Treat him in his own way. Jiang Lu said loudly, That's not right. It was you who said that just now, so that Sister Ling Fei couldn't dodge. But when it was your turn, you dodged very quickly. The coach of the Qiu team, Zhao Gao, said it was obviously Qin Xiang who stepped on Lu Ling Fei's skirt on purpose and wanted to embarrass Lu Ling Fei. In the end, she failed to hurt anyone and fell down and got injured. She deserved it. Class monitor Jiang Lu also nodded. The person who should apologize is Qin Xiang. Are all the people in the Lu family collectively blind to such an obvious thing? Lu Nanfeng looked at Qin Xiang. How could you step on Ling Fei's skirt for no reason? This matter is indeed a bit strange. Qin Xiang saw that the truth was revealed. She bit her lip and acted pitifully. I was in a hurry to catch up with Sister Ling Fei, so I accidentally stepped on her skirt. I really didn't mean it. Lu said, I knew Xiang didn't mean it, but Lu Ling Fei deliberately let Xiang get hurt. Lu Ling Fei's eyes were filled with sarcasm. I'm used to this kind of result. It's always like this. After hearing this, Lu Nanfeng felt even more guilty. Lu Nanfeng slapped Lu on the face, his eyes cold and stern. Lu, I order you to apologize to Ling Fei now. Lu was slapped in the face and was a little confused. Second brother, it's obviously Lu Ling Fei's fault. Why was I the one being beaten? Chapter 62, She Will Never Return to the Lu Family. I don't want to say the same thing a second time. Lu Nanfeng was usually very gentle, but he was still a little scary when he was angry. Lu Nanfeng gritted his teeth and looked at Lu. Have you forgotten what you came here for today? Lu finally calmed down. He came to the banquet to find an opportunity to reconcile with Lu Ling Fei. But how did it turn out like this in the end? Qin Xiang knew something was wrong, so she said to Lu cautiously, "Sixth brother, let's go." My feet hurt a little. Lu then reluctantly took Qin Xiang away without apologizing. Lu Lingfei watched the farce and found it ridiculous. Other than that, there's no other feeling. Qin Xiang's same tricks and six brothers' same reactions made her feel bored and annoyed. Ling Fei carefully, "I apologize on behalf of your sixth brother. I didn't expect him to become like this." Ling Fei to apologize so confidently, Lu Nanfeng felt even more guilty. Lu Lingfei said in a cold voice, "I don't accept his apology." Ling Fei, "I know you have reason to be angry. I'm angry too. But you really can't sign a contract with Doxia. This business is very complicated. Second brother doesn't want you to suffer any loss." Lu Nanfeng looked at her expectantly. "Second brother knows that you have always been obedient and sensible. I ignored you too much in the past, but I won't do that in the future. As long as you sign a contract with Qin will live, all the resources can be given to you. I have agreed to sign a contract with Doxia." Lu Lingfei's answer was understated. Lu Nanfeng's face froze. He didn't expect Lu Lingfei to move so quickly. He was a little surprised. "Such a big thing, you decided it by yourself. Didn't you think about discussing it with your family?" "My own affairs, I decide for myself." Lu Lingfei turned and left, not wanting to say anything more to her second brother. Lu Nanfeng looked at her back, and the feeling of discomfort and helplessness in his heart reappeared. Lingfei has changed a lot now. She no longer relies on him as her second brother, nor does she revolve around him anymore. This little incident at the banquet was quickly ignored. Lu Lingfei was very popular at the banquet. Finally, the manager of Doxia Live came forward in person with the contract in hand and walked up to Lu Lingfei. "Ms. Lu, it's better to sign the contract today than to wait for another day." Lu Lingfei nodded. "Okay." Lu Nanfeng watched all this silently from the side. He raised his head and drank the red wine in his hand. He felt so depressed that he could hardly breathe. Lu Lingfei stood on the stage, looking confident and outstanding. Only then did Lu Nanfeng realize that his sister had grown up without him noticing and was no longer the little sister who depended on her family. After the banquet, Lu Lingfei got to know a lot of people. She left the party with Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu was very excited. "Today is such a relief. The way Qin Xiang suffered the consequences of her own actions makes me laugh even in my dreams." Lu Lingfei smiled and said, "After so long, Qin Xiang's methods haven't changed at all. But she won't sit still and wait to be framed. Miss Lu, let me take you back." Zhao Gao, the coach of the Qiuqiu team, came over and was very proactive and enthusiastic. Lu Lingfei was about to refuse. Lu Nanfeng came over and said, "Don't bother anyone else. I will take my sister home." Zhao Gao raised his eyebrows. "Are you sure your sister is willing to go with you?" "She's still my sister. Coach Xiao should not have any ideas." Lu Nanfeng didn't want Lu Lingfei to have anything to do with the Qiuqiu team. Lu Lingfei took a step back and distanced herself from Lu Nanfeng. "I can walk by myself. You don't need to send me off." Lingfei, I want to talk to you about something." Lu Lingfei looked calm. "I don't think there's anything to talk about." Lingfei, I know you're angry. Your sixth brother's behavior today was also excessive. I will vent your anger for you. Do you really want to alienate our entire family because of your sixth brother's affairs?" Lu Lingfei just found it funny. "Wouldn't the whole family like to stand on Qin Xiang's side?" She said coldly. "To me, there's no difference." Lu Lingfei walked to the side of the road to hail a taxi. She saw a familiar car driving over and stopping in front of her. Lu Lingfei knew who was coming. The car window rolled down, and Ji Qiqian looked at her. "Get in the car." Lu Lingfei opened the passenger door and got in. Just as she closed the door, Lu Nanfeng came over and said, Lingfei, I know you are very tired today. Can we find some time to come out and chat some other day?" Lu Lingfei pursed her lips. "It depends on the situation." Ji Qiqian stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Lu Nanfeng stood there in panic. He looked at the coach of the Qiuqiu team and said, "Coach Xiao, Lingfei will never sign a contract with your team. You'd better give up on this idea. You, the Lu family, are so confident. Why are you afraid of my competition? I've never seen anyone as biased as you. I'll never see one like you." However, Zhao Gao looked in the direction where Lu Lingfei had just left. If I'm not mistaken, the guy is driving the car? No wonder Lu Lingfei can perform 12 consecutive attacks. But how could that person appear in this place and come to pick up a girl in person? All signs indicate that it is not a simple matter. Lu Lingfei sat in the car. She secretly glanced at the man next to her. Why are you here? On the way. Ji Qiqian put his slender hands on the steering wheel, looking a little unnatural. Did you have fun at the party today? Very happy. Lu Lingfei felt much better when she thought about the way sixth brother and Bai Lianhua broke down their defenses. Ji Qiqian tilted his head and glanced at her. He knew what happened at the banquet, so he came to pick her up. I thought she would be affected, but I didn't expect her to be much stronger than I thought. Lu Lingfei's cell phone rang, and she received a message from her elder brother. She didn't even read the content. It was just some moral blackmailing words. They didn't get tired of talking, but she was tired of listening. Lu Lingfei put down her phone and said, "Let's go have a barbecue." Well, where do you want to go? There's a delicious barbecue restaurant at the back door of our school. I used to go there secretly to eat, and every time I went there, I felt like a thief. After eating, I was worried that the smell would remain on my clothes. Ji Qiqian followed her words. Why do you want to eat secretly? Because my second brother doesn't allow me to eat these junk foods. He said it's bad for my health. Lu Lingfei said this. She did not continue. Ji Qiqian noticed her mood change. You won't regret leaving the Lu family? No regrets. Lu Lingfei lowered her eyelids. Usually they're really nice to me in small matters, but every time when it comes to important matters, such as choosing a school after the college entrance examination, or other things. Once it has something to do with Qin Xiang, they will ask me to compromise and give in. She doesn't care about such small favors. I don't want to be morally kidnapped because of these things. Ji Qiqian curled his thin lips slightly. It seemed that he had worried for nothing. The vehicle was parked at the rear gate of the school. Ji Qiqian frowned and looked at the sanitary environment around him, but still sat down slowly. Lu Lingfei ordered a lot of her favorite food. I haven't eaten this for a long time. Let's have 2 more cans of beer. The boss glanced at Ji Qiqian and said to Lu Lingfei, What would your boyfriend like to eat? Lu Lingfei was stunned. Boyfriend? Chapter 63 Sixth Brother finally regrets.